As a severely injured being afflicted by amnesia, I have forgotten my origins and species, existing as a superlative magical creature. Rescued by the Weasley twins, I have acquired a family, a name, and upon enrolling at Hogwarts, Elaire merely wishes to navigate her school days in tranquility. Yet this tranquility appears to diverge from her expectations. A first-year student who can tear apart trolls, a Gryffindor who earns multiple points from Snape, treating the Forbidden Forest as her personal garden. And what is the story with this basilisk? Does she truly slay it so effortlessly? Chapter 1. Encountering a being? The Weasley children are currently enjoying their summer vacation. Having returned home for merely 2 days, Fred and his twin brother George have transformed from their mother's cherished darlings into bothersome little imps. After being expelled from their father's private garage for the 3rd time, Mrs. Weasley declared, "If you are so idle, go tidy up the Garden of Gnomes. Should I see any of those creatures before sunset, you shall forfeit your dinner." Today's gnomes are particularly irksome. George has been bitten on the finger by one. Subsequently, Fred has had his only pair of unpatched shoes gnawed upon by the very same gnome. "You wretched little creature," Fred shouted in exasperation. "I shall fashion you into George's new shoes." George rolled up his sleeves and lunged forward, mud splattering into his mouth. "You think you can barter with me? I refuse to trade." This gnome is perhaps the most cunning of its long-persecuted kin. It scuttles about with agility, occasionally pausing to present its rear and extend a middle finger, taunting them with "red-haired fool." "You can't catch me, foolish one," it jeered. "How can one endure this?" Fred and George chased it further and further, all the way to the Wild Hill, 2 miles from the burrow. "Fred, stop pestering that gnome. Look over there." George frowned, tugging at Fred's collar to direct his gaze towards a cluster of dense rushes on a small mound. Fred pulled his head out of the burrow, shaking off the dirt from his hair, squinting as he followed George's gaze. What creature lies there?" George rose on his toes, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "It feels like a group of injured nifflers gathered together. If it were a sniffler, it would be absolutely wonderful. He could nurture it to seek out gold and treasures." The two exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. "Let us go and see for ourselves." "Merlin's beard, it's a young girl," Fred exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he circled around her several times. The girl's complexion was ashen, her tightly shut eyelids stained with congealed blood, her body seemingly cold, curled up like a lost little beast. She wore no clothing, her long, muddy black hair nearly reaching her knees, barely concealing her battered form. The ghastly wounds lay exposed to the air, the most horrifying of which was her abdomen, pierced through by an unknown sharp object, nearly translucent. Her legs appeared to be smeared with blood, and George furrowed his brow as he reached out to part the tangled underbrush. Fractured white bones protruded through the still, pulsing red flesh, resembling a ragged doll scattered among cotton. The twins' expressions immediately turned grim. "Do you think she is still alive?" Fred suppressed the urge to retch and prodded the girl's arm, but there was no response. "Should we bury her here?" The soil beneath the girl had turned a dark crimson, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding earth. George picked up a handful of the damp soil and ground it between his fingers, the moist earth leaving a bloody red stain. Fred leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help but utter a curse. "This entire patch of ground is soaked with her blood?" George remained silent, pursing his lips as he wiped his hands clean on Fred's clothing. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a mirror, placing it near the girl's nostrils. After a few seconds, a faint mist appeared on the surface. The mirror emitted 2 strange chuckles. "George is an ugly creature. I'm far more handsome. Oh ho ho ho. Ugly creature, ha ha ha. Splendid indeed," George muttered, tossing the mirror to Fred. Fred caught it and boldly proclaimed, "This is just a new idea for you to ponder." Yet, gazing at the girl on the ground, he felt a strange sense of admiration swell within him. He too noticed the mist on the mirror. Even in such a state, she had not yet breathed her last. Remarkable indeed. George's brow furrowed tightly. "We cannot leave her here. She will perish." Yet, given her injuries, one would expect her to be beyond recovery, even with a werewolf's bloodline. He halted Fred's attempt to lift the girl in a horizontal embrace. "Her injuries are far too severe. Moving her in such a manner would exacerbate her condition. This is beyond our authority. We must summon Mother to assess the situation and make a decision. I will stay here and keep watch. You return home. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon as Fred glanced up at the sky, nodding before sprinting back home. Only George remained. He crouched down, carefully untangling the strands of hair matted with blood from the girl's face, revealing her countenance. Merlin, she appears to be about Ginny's age. A past event haunted him with profound regret, and this child was now enduring a nearly identical fate. George could not help but associate that incident with the plight of this young girl. He had replayed it in his mind and dreams countless times. He could not stand idly by. It was clear that this girl was suffering even more horrific torment. George believed that even an adult wizard would not withstand such grievous injuries. Even if they did not succumb to pain, they would surely bleed to death. Yet she, remarkably, clung to life with fierce tenacity. Did that fool possess such strength back then? George gazed at her quietly, as if peering through her to see another person. By the time Fred and Mrs. Weasley arrived, the rain had begun to fall in fine, dense droplets. George had already removed his outer garment and transformed it into a blanket, carefully draping it over the girl while conjuring a magical shield against the rain. Oh my goodness, she requires immediate medical attention, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed after just a glance. Indeed, Mother, that is painfully evident, Fred replied, leaning on his knees and gasping for air. The rain intensified, droplets cascading down the hair of the Weasley trio and soaking into their clothing. We cannot simply act as though nothing has occurred upon encountering her, can we? Fred asserted. Certainly not, Mrs. Weasley instructed. Fred, use the levitation charm. We cannot move her directly, as it may further injure her already shattered body. Fred nodded vigorously, fully understanding, having already heard George's warning once. However, before Fred could cast a spell, George brandished his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. He had swiftly moved her several meters away and turned back to Mrs. Weasley, saying, Mother, you forgot again. Fred nearly knocked over your vase last time. I am indeed the one proficient in the art of the levitation charm. Hey, last time it was because of Ron. Enough, Mrs. Weasley interjected, cutting off Fred's lament. She conjured a formidable protective rain shield and strode forward decisively. We must hasten. I'm uncertain how long this young lady can endure. At St. Mungo's Hospital, Merlin's lace-trimmed, foul-smelling socks. Has she been used as dragon bait? Exclaimed the healer as she examined the girl's body. The plump, golden-haired healer, after a closer inspection, shrieked in horror. These are all traces of dark magic. The Cruciatus Curse. The healer trembled as she uttered this phrase. What? George and Fred exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in unison. Fred, visibly excited by the unfolding drama, remarked, George, the little girl we rescued has been struck by an unforgivable curse. Indeed, Fred, this is truly unbelievable. Compared to his brother's exhilaration, George wore a somber expression as he gazed at the girl lying on the bed, seemingly having ceased to breathe. She appeared as if deprived of sunlight for years, her skin a pallid white, now transformed into an eerie ash gray due to excessive blood loss. Her body is as cold as ice. Is it a frost charm? A healer approached Elaire, recoiling as if electrified. This remains to be seen. However, she has been afflicted by the oblivion charm. Of that I am certain. The healer specializing in cursed scars frowned, stating, It seems as though the spellcaster made an intentional blunder. The method of casting is exceedingly crude and chaotic. Her current soul state resembles that of being tossed in a blender, an utter mess. Internal organs are damaged, and her limbs bear severe fractures. What on earth is this massive blood cavity? Another healer from a different department set down his wand, also gasping in astonishment. As if he had uncovered something significant, he rushed forward to examine her face. When he parted the thin eyelids, he screamed and stumbled back several steps. Her eyes have been. Another healer stepped forward to investigate, and Fred and George, driven by curiosity, approached. However, upon seeing the sight, the twins instinctively recoiled. They inhaled deeply. In unison, they uttered a profanity. George remarked, It resembles the way Ron fell into the bowl and stirred all up. Fred swallowed hard, remaining silent as he struggled to suppress the rolling contents of his stomach, but ultimately could not resist, rushing to the corner to retch. A young healer exclaimed with excitement. How can she still breathe in such a state? This is nothing short of a miracle in the biological realm. Where did you find her? This is prime material for experimental research. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sharply jostled by an older male healer. Yet Fred, leaning in, still caught the words. The elderly healer stepped forward, pushing aside the others crowded around the examination table, and meticulously inspected her with his wand. Occasionally, he would use the wand's tip to pry open the wounds that had begun to heal and clot. Her body is as robust as a fire dragon. No, even a dragon pales in comparison. The older male healer's expression was inscrutable, tinged with a hint of excitement as he exchanged glances with the healer who had just examined her. I believe this is one of the reasons she has survived, but it is not solely because of her strength, remarked another, even more elderly female healer. I noticed the bones in her fingers. They were shattered just 10 minutes ago, and now they have begun to mend, as if her body possesses an innate self-repair mechanism. The healing rate is astonishing. Incredible. Faster and more effective than using essence of bone. Fred, once again astounded, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? George, we have stumbled upon a little monster." George was equally taken aback and pursed his lips, saying, "I'm not hard of hearing, Fred. However, it is evident she's a young girl, not a monster." Mrs. Weasley was inspecting her coin pouch. 15 galleons and 7 sickles, she murmured. Thankfully, Arthur was paid just a few days ago. I hope this will cover the medical expenses. Fred nudged George's back, lowering his voice. Look, Mum is counting the money. I hope it will suffice, George whispered. Father just got paid, so it should hopefully not. Fred exaggeratedly sighed. On the very first day of receiving his salary, a significant portion will go toward repaying last month's debts. Having said that, he lowered his head and rummaged through his pocket, prompting George to ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" Chapter 2, Troubles and Finances. Fred, without lifting his head, remarked, "Did we not just sell a few prank items? I believe if Mother S funds fall short, we could pool together our resources." George widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "That is our reserve for the future prank shop. Since when have you been so generous, Fred?" Fred raised his head, feigning surprise with a distinctly insincere expression, and quipped, "Goodness, my dear brother. Saving a life is worth more than a trip to Azkaban." He then playfully winked and chuckled. "Moreover, are you not curious about the remarkable tale surrounding this girl? Such occurrences are rare, and I am certain the prank shop would understand our delay in meeting them." George crossed his arms and replied, "Of course, my dear brother. I fully concur on that point." Fred scoffed, detecting the sarcasm in George's tone, "As if you are not curious yourself. Stop just staring. Why not contribute some of your own?" He muttered, "Our reserves have always been equal." The two brothers rummaged through various pockets, pulling out a collection of silver sickles, bronze nuts, and even some gold galleons. Altogether, they amassed 23 galleons, 18 sickles, and 7 nuts, more than what was in Mrs. Weasley's purse. Fred lamented, "What a tragedy. That took an entire semester to save." Yet, he felt a surge of joy knowing he would not have to part with the startup funds for the prank shop. Mrs. Weasley's money was just sufficient to cover the medical expenses for the little girl they found. However, Mrs. Weasley's demeanor was decidedly fraught. She delicately wrapped the girl in a blanket, exclaiming, "Just for a few glances and some nutritional potions, they want 15 galleons. Why don't those old geezers go rob a bank?" The healers at St. Mungo's felt wronged. They had summoned every department to attend to this girl. With a total of 13 healers involved, 2 of whom were esteemed veterans, the kind who had appeared on chocolate frog cards. Such prominent figures would command more than 15 galleons for merely speaking a word. Rare patients always attracted the attention and admiration of healers. They charged only a registration fee and provided the nutritional potions free of charge. They insisted that the girl be admitted for observation, offering her a private room and bed for just 2 sickles a day, along with round-the-clock care for however long necessary. It sounded almost like a gift. Nevertheless, Mrs. Weasley resolutely declined. The astute Mrs. Weasley overheard the murmurs of the healers. Since they did not even require a bone regrowth potion, why bother with hospitalization? They were at a point where they wished they could stretch a single canute into 8 pieces. 15 galleons was already Mrs. Weasley's limit, especially considering her 6th son, Ron Weasley, would be starting at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry after the summer. This magical institution comes with its own set of expenses, wand fees, robe fees, learning materials, and various other sundries. That would amount to quite an expenditure. "Very well, madam," the elderly healer lamented, having already reduced the hospitalization fee to a single sickle. Yet this miserly middle-aged woman remained steadfast in her refusal to admit the girl. Since you are so insistent, for the safety of the little girl, allow me to offer a few final words of advice. She may remain unconscious for another 2 or 3 days, and upon waking, she could forget everything. Oh, she might even forget she is human, which requires your special attention. Of course, she may also not be human at all, so it is difficult to say and will require observation. During her unconsciousness, there is no need to administer any potions. Her innate healing abilities are remarkably robust. However, once she awakens, it would be beneficial for her to consume some nutritional liquid. You've seen how emaciated she is. Furthermore, he continued, her body has been injected multiple times with unknown toxins, and her blood has likely transformed into a horrific concoction of numerous deadly poisons. Ordinary individuals would not survive such a fate. If you have any wounds on your skin, it is best to avoid contact with her blood unless you wish to meet a grim end. Goodness, she is still alive, the elderly healer muttered. Such a remarkable resilience to toxins. He cleared his throat, took a few sips from a fellow healer's water, and continued. She may be exceedingly frail for years or even decades, potentially unable to walk or lift anything, becoming permanently disabled. As for her eyes, it goes without saying that they are completely destroyed unless you wish to have her fitted with false ones. Regarding that gaping wound, you must pay particular attention to it, changing the bandages daily. If there is any adverse reaction, you will need to return her to St. Mungo's for emergency care. You will also need to meticulously clean each of her wounds upon returning home. The healing charm will suffice, but you may need to cast it 30 or 40 times. To be frank, you have taken on quite the burden. It would be better for her to remain at St. Mungo's, where she can receive excellent care. I would be willing to cover the cost myself. The wrinkled healer had spoken a mouthful. Yet, Mrs. Weasley remained resolute in her initial stance. No need. I will take good care of this child. She could see through the healer's intentions. He wanted to keep the girl for research, to make her an experimental subject. Mrs. Weasley would never allow such a thing. The child appeared pitiful enough as it was. Simultaneously, George and Fred made faces of disgust, exclaiming in unison. A few final words of advice. From that entire spiel, it is clear what this healer is after. Just as Mrs. Weasley had stated to the healer, she would bring the child back to her home for meticulous care. However, the healing charm was not one she could perform. Even Mrs. Weasley had to concede that Fred and George, her own twins, were more adept at this particular spell. After all, they often ended up creating various explosions, leaving themselves in quite the mess. Given the Weasley family's circumstances, it was impossible to justify a trip to St. Mungo's for minor injuries like split lips or bleeding noses. Thus, the twins had always relied on each other to cast the healing charm. Upon returning home, Mrs. Weasley boiled water and, working alone, meticulously cleaned the dirt and blood from the child's body and face. It took nearly 3 hours, leaving Mrs. Weasley exhausted and unable to stand straight. The St. Mungo's healer had claimed she needed neither bone regrowth potion nor hemostatic potion. After wrapping the girl's bandages and dressing her in Ginny's new nightgown, the youngest Weasley child, she finally retired to her bedroom for some rest. The twins, having received their mother's permission, stealthily opened the door, eager to see just who this girl they had brought home was. They stood on either side of the bed. The girl remained unconscious, her body curled up, perhaps in a defensive posture due to fear or pain. Her long hair, now cleansed of blood and grime, flowed dark and smooth like an iris, cascading down to frame her face. Fred leaned in, propping himself on the bed, and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The girl's face came into view. George, she is absolutely stunning, Fred exclaimed, immediately covering his mouth. If we wake her, Mum will surely be furious. He glanced at the young girl, noting that her eyes were closed and she remained undisturbed. A sigh of relief escaped him. George shot him a sidelong glance, disdain almost palpable. Well done, Fred. After all, this was merely a child, smaller and frilier than Ginny. Was such an exaggerated reaction truly necessary? Fred, feeling indignant, beckoned George to come closer for a better look. Although the girl lay unconscious and emaciated, she possessed an undeniable beauty that struck him like a gentle veil brushing against his soul. It reminded him of 2 years prior, when Mr. Weasley had procured 3 splendid tickets from a friend, allowing him and George to witness the Quidditch match featuring Bulgaria. Before the match commenced, there had been dancing beauties. They were extraordinarily lovely, with skin that glowed like the moon and hair that flowed gracefully, even without the caress of the wind. The sight had left him utterly awestruck. At this moment, Fred felt as though they had stumbled upon a young enchantress. He circled around her with childlike curiosity, his demeanor reminiscent of a jubilant puppy that had discovered a new toy. George leaned in, his eyes widening as he beheld the girl's exquisite face. Fred let out a soft huff, confident that his brother's taste in beauty was always aligned with his own. He believed that if someone was beautiful, George could not possibly be indifferent. To avoid waking the girl, he lowered his voice and teased, "Nice going, George." George, coming back to himself, could not help but associate her with the enchanting dancers, pondering if they had indeed found a young sprite. However, upon witnessing Fred's expression, he quickly understood his brother's thoughts, another target for mischief. George anticipated, "No way, Fred. You have Ron and Percy to torment. Must you add her to your list of victims? What do you take me for? Some sort of Death Eater recruit from Azkaban?" Fred rolled his eyes. "I want to be the last straw for her." He gestured. "At least the second to last." George shot him a look of exasperation and, as he grabbed his wand from the table, could not resist a sarcastic remark. "Hard to believe you're the older brother." After speaking, he raised his wand, aiming it at her arm, whispering, "Mending as before." The long gash on her arm swiftly sealed, yet the scar remained, still gruesome and terrifying. Clearly, the spell's magic was not potent enough to fully heal the wound. George furrowed his brow. In the past, for either him or Fred, such a wound would have been mended with a single incantation. He waved his wand again, mending as before. After casting the spell 5 times in succession, the wound finally disappeared. Half an hour later, George leaned against the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. "Fred, it's your turn." He had cast the spell 23 times, yet had only managed to heal 3 wounds. Gazing at the multitude of scars adorning the girl's frail body, George felt a growing despair. It seemed they had undertaken a monumental task. With his magical energy depleted and his body feeling as if it were filled with lead, he yearned only for sleep. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Fred rolled up his sleeves and raised his wand. Enthusiastically, he declared, "You're too weak, George. I can definitely last longer than you." "Huh, right?" George muttered, his voice dwindling. Fred managed to cast the mending as before spell 24 times. "Hey, one more than you." Although he too was exhausted, he could not help but glance at George, eager to boast. There was no response. Upon closer inspection, he realized George had already succumbed to sleep beside the girl. "Oh, how sly. I'm left all alone." Fred rubbed his bleary eyes and yawned, muttering, "I'm tired too." He tugged at George. "Hey, let us head back to our room." But George lay too deeply asleep to respond. Fred soon realized he lacked the energy to return to their room, his magical reserves completely drained. His legs felt as if they were encased in cement. With a slight drowsiness clouding his thoughts, he decided to surrender to the moment. After all, George had already settled down. With George asleep in the bed, how could he allow himself to rest on the floor? Fred shed his outer shirt and cautiously nestled himself on the other side of the bed. The single bed was sufficiently spacious for a girl who appeared to be under 10 years old. However, accommodating 2 tall boys, seemingly 13 or 14, made it rather cramped. The 3 of them huddled together on the bed, the afternoon sun streaming through the window and warming their makeshift nest. The room fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sound of their rhythmic breathing. Chapter 3. No Name. Mrs. Weasley busied herself in the kitchen. She did not work outside the home and had no income. She was a full-time homemaker. Yet, Mrs. Weasley deserved a salary far more substantial than anyone else. After all, the Weasley household comprised 9 members. Not counting the 2 sons already working outside, there were the couple, their 4 sons, 1 daughter, and a ghoul residing in the attic. She was responsible for the daily lives, meals, and various affairs of the entire family. Now, she had one more to tend to. Mrs. Weasley's 4th and 5th children, the twins Fred and George, had brought home a remarkably beautiful young girl. However, aside from a bracelet resembling an alchemical artifact, they could find no information regarding her identity, leaving the Weasley couple to temporarily refer to her simply as the girl. The other children protested against such a lackluster name. Little Ginny was particularly disdainful. "Can we name her? How about Helen?" Ron suggested eagerly, but was promptly dismissed by Fred and George. "Too difficult," was the twins' verdict. Percy chimed in. "Barbara seems fitting for her origins. Cold and unfeeling." This was the collective sentiment of the siblings. George contemplated. "What if we jot down all the names we think of and let her choose?" The proposal received unanimous approval. They stealthily ascended the stairs, only to be shooed down by Mrs. Weasley. "She needs peace and quiet." Mrs. Weasley hummed an old tune cheerfully as she placed fried eggs onto a plate. She welcomed and acknowledged the new member of the family with gratitude. The 2 most boisterous boys had refrained from causing chaos and explosions in order to care for this new addition, which had lightened Mrs. Weasley's already complex tasks by at least a quarter. Of course, Mrs. Weasley would not entirely entrust the girl to her 2 troublemakers. She kept a vigilant eye on the clock, monitoring the status of the children, even including the girl's status within its dials. Currently, the needle marked her condition as normal. Should any anomaly arise, Mrs. Weasley would instantly take notice. To her surprise, her 2 mischievous boys were exceptionally diligent in caring for the girl. To facilitate the twins' better care of her, Percy had relinquished his room. moving upstairs to occupy the rooms of their older brothers, Bill and Charlie, who worked outside. Percy appeared quite pleased with the arrangement. Living upstairs was far quieter than being next to the twins, allowing him to study in peace without the disturbances of Fred and George's occasional explosions. As for Fred and George, who had willingly taken on the responsibility, after the naming ceremony ended in tragedy, they discovered that the girl exhibited unusual behavior. Her condition was anything but normal. She had awakened just the day before. The good news: the child remained remarkably calm, not expressing any pain or distress, devoid of any signs of trauma. The bad news: she was exceedingly placid, refusing to eat, drink, converse, or even use the restroom, resembling a marionette. Her expression remained blank, with the occasional, inexplicable shedding of crimson tears. Fred persistently poked her face, and she merely twitched the corners of her mouth, offering no further response. In such a state, even if her mother were to summon us all, it seemed unlikely we would be able to name her, George lamented. As for the girl, who had only recently awakened, she was profoundly bewildered by her current predicament. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where did I come from? What is this entity doing to me? Why can't I see? Wait, should I be seeing? What is it that I am supposed to see? She felt something prod at her, but could not comprehend its meaning, nor did she know how to react. Thus, she lay still, maintaining her current state. A tempest raged in her blank mind, yet it stirred no memories or knowledge. She pressed her lips together, finding she could move, attempting to exert control over her body. Her fingers grazed the area around her eyes, where something enveloped her. It felt hollow, as if something essential was missing. That thing continued to poke her incessantly. The persistent annoyance on her cheek disrupted her contemplation of existence and significance, and she could no longer endure it. Reaching out, she grasped it and bit down. The texture against her lips was soft yet coarse. Intrigued, she yearned to explore further and instinctively licked it, finding it somewhat salty. Before she could delve deeper, the object wriggled free, twisting her wrist painfully, causing her existing discomfort to swell, and she could not suppress a low groan. In that moment of pain, a sharp scream pierced her ears. Fred's pupils dilated as he stared at his dampened fingers, momentarily lost in thought. George. George surveyed his brother's flushed face with a mix of amusement and intrigue, scrutinizing Fred from head to toe before letting out a mocking laugh. Serves you right. What were those creatures communicating? She could not comprehend. All she felt was pain, excruciating pain. George heard the girl's moans and quickly directed his gaze to her injured arm, where the bandages were rapidly being soaked with blood. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered a curse and smacked Fred on the back of the head. Why the rush? Look at the mess you've made. Fred, aware of his culpability, lowered his gaze and stammered. She suddenly licked me yet, upon witnessing the spreading crimson. He conjured his wand and performed a healing charm. The flow of red ceased. She felt immensely better. She disliked the sensation she had just experienced. Observing the girl regain her composure, the twins felt a sense of frustration. Fred crouched down, curling his fingers on the edge of the bed as he scrutinized her. Do you think she mute? After all that blood? She merely groaning quietly without a shout. Isn't she afraid of suffocating? George recalled. It's hard to say, Fred. The healers at St. Mungo's mentioned she suffered from a complete memory loss, possibly even a deliberate misstep. Upon waking, she might forget she is human. Perhaps she's forgotten how to speak. Fred exclaimed dramatically. George, it seems we've landed ourselves in quite a predicament. His exclamation startled the girl, who was still grappling with questions of identity and purpose. She turned her head toward the source of the noise, perplexed by the oddity of it all. George exclaimed with excitement. Keep going, Fred. She just reacted. She trembled and turned her head towards you. The twins were adept at drawing attention, always managing to captivate everyone's gaze. Fred began to mimic a crab, scuttling in a shadowy manner while making clacking noises. George flailed his arms, imitating a tree frog with loud croaks, bounding around in a theatrical display. The bizarre sounds unsettled the girl, and she stared blankly in their direction, attempting to subtly maneuver her body away. But to no avail. The small bed was situated at the center of the room, and the brothers circled around her, howling. Fred, George. A booming voice erupted from the kitchen below. What on earth are you two up to upstairs? The girl trembled once more, feeling despondent. What was this madness? Fortuitously, the shout did not exacerbate the chaos. Rather, it prompted the twins to cease their peculiar performance. The voice belonged to Mrs. Weasley, who was happily preparing a chocolate butter cake. Habitually glancing at the clock, she noticed the hands indicating that the twins were in a frenzy, while the child appeared terrified. It was obvious that things had spiraled out of control upstairs. Fred pouted. Mum really lacks a sense of humor. George shrugged. What can we do? Our artistry is never appreciated by her. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, and Mrs. Weasley stormed in, hands on her hips, radiating authority. Oh, Mom, it hurts. It hurts." The brothers were yanked away by their ears, one on each side. Mrs. Weasley growled, "You two troublemakers. She has been in a stupor for 3 days and has just awakened. You need to give her some time to adjust." The girl perceived that this strange being held a natural authority over the raucous twins, swiftly whisking them away. After a moment, the shouting transformed, softening into a gentle tone. "I'm sorry, dear," Mrs. Weasley said soothingly. "You should rest well." She efficiently ushered George and Fred out of the room, closing the door softly behind her. Alone in the room, the girl lay on the bed, questioning her very existence. What on earth was this place? Despite her mind swirling with thoughts, her heart felt exceptionally serene and joyful. This contradictory sensation was akin to a bird, long confined in a cage, finally breaking through thorny brambles, though scarred. It had safely arrived in a long-awaited new realm. A peculiar sensation arose in her wrist. "Eat it," a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Intriguingly, she understood its meaning. 3 small orbs had appeared in the palm of her hand. "Who are you?" she silently queried. No response came, as if the voice had never existed. Merely a figment of her imagination. The tiny spheres rolled in her palm. After a moment's hesitation, driven by instinctual trust, she swallowed them whole. They dissolved upon contact, leaving no sensation. But soon, she felt a warm surge radiating from her abdomen throughout her body, akin to being enveloped in her mother's comforting embrace. And she couldn't help but sigh in contentment. If anyone were present at that moment, they would have seen the girl enveloped in a radiant white light. Of course, there was no one. She drifted into slumber, and when she awoke again, that highest-tier entity reappeared. Unlike before, she found herself able to comprehend the soft, gentle voice. Chapter 4, A Name. Having slept for 3 days, my heart is filled with worry for her. Mrs. Weasley is currently bathing the little girl she rescued from the fields a few days prior. The child is frail, her bony frame suggesting she has not been nourished for years. The faint heartbeat within her chest seems on the verge of breaking, and as Mrs. Weasley gazes upon her, her compassion swiftly transforms into anger. "Merlin, has heaven turned a blind eye? Those wretched rodents, those accursed serpents, how could they have inflicted such harm?" These are the very first words the little girl hears upon awakening. She is uncertain whether she should move. This being appears quite irate, but why? Who has wronged her? A sudden splash of warmth graces her face, prompting her to reach up and touch it. What is this substance? Upon witnessing her stir, Mrs. Weasley wipes away her tears. Overwhelmed with joy. "Thank Merlin, you are awake." "Oh, thank Merlin. If only you." Just then, Ginny bounds in, interrupting Mrs. Weasley. "Elaire, you're awake." "What? Rebibra has woken?" "What?" "Juliana is awake." The twins peer through the door, eager to enter. With the names still undecided, each begins to call the girl by their chosen name, vying for her approval. Ron, hearing the commotion, shouts, "Don't listen to them. Your name is Ruth." Percy scoffs, pretending to stroll by. Her name is clearly Bonnie. Overwhelmed by the deluge of names, she finds herself at a standstill. What is her true name? Clad in garments provided by Mrs. Weasley, she senses the lively chatter around her and, for the first time, comprehends their language. A peculiar warmth envelopes her. Where's this place? As she recognizes that the words she speaks are indeed the same as theirs, she realizes the purpose of one of the 3 orbs. It is a universal translator. She can speak their tongue. Everyone is taken aback with delight. Mrs. Weasley gently inquires, "Do you remember where you came from? What is your name?" Contemplating the question, she lowers her voice. "I do not remember." "No, I don't need a name." A voice within her whispers that she is nothing, that she requires no name. This cannot be. Fred leans in. "Everyone has a name. I am Fred Weasley." He introduces himself with flourish. "George, also a Weasley." George smiles, though the little girl cannot see it. Laughter fills the room. "I am Ronald Bilius Weasley." Ron, filled with enthusiasm, adds, "You can call me Little Ronnie." "Call him Little Ronnie." Fred chuckles, inciting Ron's irritation as he playfully swats Fred's back. "It's Ron." "Ginevra, just call me Ginny. We are all Weasleys." Ginny leans against the bed, propping her chin on her hand, curiously observing her. "That is Percy." Fred, seemingly undeterred, tugs on Ron's head and points at the boy furthest away. "He is a bookworm." Percy retorts sharply, "Be quiet, Fred." He strides closer, his tone softening. "Percy Weasley. Pleased to meet you. Would you like a name?" Mrs. Weasley watches as the girl's confusion gradually morphs into despondency, and, with understanding, softly asks. Her words clearly uplift the girl. "But I don't know what to call myself." "Oh, that's easy," Ginny exclaims, brimming with joy. "Each of us has thought of a name for you. You can choose whichever you like. Though, the names Percy and Ron came up with, let us forget those. They're hopeless at naming." George concurs. "Don't choose Ruth. It's far too common." Fred fans the flames, and Bonnie is just as ordinary. You can hear it anywhere. Ron and Percy open their mouths to refute, Yet they quickly realize Ginny might have a point. They are merely participating in the fun. Unlike Ginny and the twins, who have meticulously scoured books for unique names, filling parchment with all manner of suggestions. The girl nods, caught in a dilemma of choice. If she likes them, can she use all of them? George perceives her struggle. Can I call you Weasley? She turns her head, her dark eyes wrapped in fabric, looking towards Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley hesitates. From the moment they found this child, the entire family had surmised that she must have perished during an attack by dark wizards. The wizarding world lacks orphanages, and her situation would not be accepted by any muggle orphanage either. Driven by her own feelings, she aches for this child. If she had the means, she would adopt her. But could they truly afford to care for another child? Arthur already bears enough burdens. Silence envelopes the room. If you wish. Arthur Weasley enters the room. Welcome to the Weasley family. He approaches his wife, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to offer her, gently patting her back in comfort. Oh, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley is at a loss for words. Ginny leaps in joy. Yay, I have a sister. I finally won't be alone at home anymore. Ron raises his hand in oath. I will be a good brother. Percy stands nearby, wearing a smug smile. Then you must set a good example, Ron, at least to my level. The Weasley couple gazes at her with affectionate eyes. The little girl feels her hollow heart suddenly filled with sweet, warm sensations, as if frigid, stagnant waters were being replenished by a lively spring. She softly speaks. Elaire Juliana Rebibra Weasley, may I? The twins kneel beside her bed, one on each side, gently grasping her hands. Of course, they reply. Their expressions gentle and devoid of their usual mischief. In unison, they say, then, welcome home, Elaire. Chapter 5. Entertainment awakening and capable of simple communication. Elaire evidently possesses a higher degree of amusement. This was the twins' conclusion after being expelled from their mother's grasp for the 7th time. Time passes swiftly. Summer vacation is now half over. Having grown accustomed to the inexplicable pranks and the whimsical magical creature cosplay shows, Elaire finds the twins rather entertaining. Aside from Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, they are currently her favorite companions. The pain in her body often disrupts her sleep, as the nerves in her legs incessantly send signals to her brain, akin to ants gnawing at her, which proves quite bothersome. Often, in the depths of night, she cannot help but moan, though she does not fully comprehend the purpose of such expressions. Yet the agony and the haze of sleep seem to rob her of control over her own voice. Releasing her cries brings a measure of relief. After a restless night, she awakens just as the first light of dawn breaks. Elaire lies flat on her bed, allowing the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall to shatter the morning stillness. The hour hand points to 5. The rooster crows to announce the dawn, and the sky begins to lighten. The hour hand moves to 6. The sun shines brighter, and the gnomes emerge from their burrows, frolicking around the fence while the geese chase after them, filling the garden with life. Elaire feels as though she can see the thick needle move ever so slowly. 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. The hour hand pointed to 8, while the minute hand rested on 12, as the clock silently began to stir. The doorknob emitted a turning sound. She curled the corners of her lips. When the person at the door was about to enter, her smile subtly faded, feigning the appearance of just having awoken. Today, the twins donned a fresh set of attire. George adjusted his white coat and stethoscope, while Fred carried a well-worn medical bag, both similarly clad in white. This garb was a new discovery from their father's Muggle supply storage. Fred recalled that these items seemed to belong to Muggle doctors, akin to those used by therapists. Muggles, as wizards referred to ordinary people who could not wield magic, were the subject of their amusement. The two stepped into the room, announcing in unison, Dr. Fred, George, is here. They both pretended to cough solemnly before exclaiming, Good morning, dear little IL. Their seriousness dissipated within 2 seconds, replaced by playful grins as they approached the bed. George leaned down, pressing the stethoscope against IL's forehead, and affectingly inquired, I wonder if our little patient has any discomfort? IL allowed Fred to lift her, her back finding the pillow as she comfortably nestled against it. With her dark hair cascading over her shoulder, Illinois tilted her head, regarding the twins with her ebony eyes wrapped in silk, her voice devoid of emotion. Doctor? She inquired, tilting her head, her hair falling forward, her expression blank, as if she were not of this world. Upon witnessing her impassive face, Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and smirked. Indeed, Fred exclaimed, raising his voice with fervor. We have received word that there is a severely ill patient here. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout. Although it was not the first time, IL still jumped in surprise. All right, she shifted her position, adjusting to a more comfortable sitting posture, patiently awaiting the twins' next antics. The show was about to begin. After his outburst, Fred turned to George, his face painted with exaggerated concern. Oh no, Dr. George. The patient has suffered severe head trauma, and there are wounds all over. George instructed Fred to open the medical box. Inside lay several rolls of thick bandages, alcohol, a blood-stained long knife, rubber gloves, and a few blood-soaked, dried cloths. Oh, the peculiarities from Dad's collection always seem to include odd muggle blood, George muttered with a glance. He took the bandage Fred handed him, both displaying mischievous smiles toward Elaire. Oh, Fred, it appears our little patient is gravely injured and requires immediate bandaging. Elaire remained unfazed, curiously anticipating what antics they would unleash that day. Before long, Mrs. Weasley stormed in, her voice raised in anger. Elaire believed she should not harbor any expectations, for the twins would surely bind her from head to toe, leaving only her nose free to breathe. We were just joking, Fred cried, clutching his ear in mock pain. George echoed the sentiment, also covering his ear. Yes, Mum. She always wears that expressionless face. We merely wish to bring her some joy. A simple cleaning spell would suffice, George proclaimed loudly. No explanations needed. Mrs. Weasley roared, resembling a furious lioness. She seized the brothers by their ears. Get out of here. Leave this room. Fred clung desperately to the doorframe. Don't kick us out. We haven't even performed the healing charm on her yet. Mrs. Weasley growled. She needs rest. Besides, didn't the therapist say that 3 or 4 times would be sufficient? You've already done it hundreds. But Mum, George struggled, holding on to the other side of the doorframe. The therapist didn't specify whether it should be done in one day or every day. She frowns and quietly cries every day, but once we perform it, she's fine. That's merely coincidence, Mrs. Weasley replied, her brow furrowing slightly, her tone uncertain. We cannot gamble on that, Mum. Fred, still clutching his ear, vehemently opposed his mother's words. Once is coincidence, twice is coincidence. Does that mean 3 times is also coincidence? Fred protested loudly, vehemently defending both himself and his brother. Mrs. Weasley released them, surveying the duo as though meeting them for the first time. Very well, gentlemen, she sighed, acknowledging that these two were among her most troublesome sons. Yet, truth be told, they possessed kind hearts and, at times, could even be rather thoughtful. Elaire, do you want them to stay? She asked Elaire. Upon hearing her name, Elaire turned her head. It's nice to have my brothers here, Mum. Mrs. Weasley nodded, her expression softening. If you feel unwell, just call for me. Seeing Elaire acquiesce, she turned back to the twins, her gaze stern. No more mischief, or I shall truly send you back to chase gnomes. Due to the need to care for Elaire, the chores that typically belonged to the twins had been redistributed significantly. Percy was preoccupied with his studies, and Ginny, being too young, left the burden to Ron, who, despite his youth, was tall and strong. Ron lamented his predicament. All right, Mom, George replied. No problem, Mother, Fred added. If Mrs. Weasley could see the clock now, she would find that Il's current pointer indicated joy, her daily shouts at the door, her routine ear-tugging of the twins, and their daily pleas for mercy had become Il's favorite entertainment. I have a feeling Mum will soon be able to distinguish between us by our 2 particularly swollen ears. After Mrs. Weasley departed, Fred complained. Couldn't she just grab a different ear? He then turned his gaze toward Il, who sat quietly on the bed, her expression blank, and lamented in frustration. Honestly, I've never seen her smile. George, too, rubbed his ear with a gloomy expression. Usually, it's quite easy for us. The two remained blissfully unaware that they had been outsmarted by Il, who, while they endured their mother's daily scoldings and ear-tugging, had a subtle smile gracing her lips. Thus, the 2 brothers continued their antics with enthusiasm. Soon, Mrs. Weasley would return, her voice raised in anger yet again. Only the world of Fred and George, bruised from their escapades, would be achieved. Oh, and of course, there was Ron, who was being chased around the garden by gnomes, nipping at his heels. Chapter 6, A Breath of Fresh Air. After completing today's healing charm, the twins found themselves once more drained of magic. They collapsed onto Il's bed. In this small house, Illinois had already learned from Ron and Ginny's chatter that it was George and Fred who had discovered her gravely injured in the wild. Although she could discern the family members by their tones and the lightness of their footsteps, she felt an inexplicable desire to know what they looked like. Tentatively, her fingers reached out, gently tracing Fred's face, his brows, eyes, nose, lips with a roll. Her restless hand continued to explore, now resting on George's face. Wait, was this George's face? Il paused momentarily, puzzled by how similar he looked to Fred. She couldn't quite understand. Her curiosity compelled Il to meticulously trace George's features, yearning to imprint his visage in her mind. Thus, every time the twins succumbed to slumber, it marked the commencement of Ilaire's game. Merely the portrayal of their faces failed to satisfy her. It is indeed peculiar how 2 distinct individuals can bear such an uncanny resemblance. She found herself irresistibly compelled to delve deeper. Her fingers brushed lightly, akin to feathers gliding softly, eliciting a light murmur from George, who seemed to be musing in his dreams. He furrowed his brow slightly. No? Just then, his hand caught hers, and Elaire held her breath. Had he awakened? Had she been discovered? She barely caught the incoherent mumblings that escaped his lips, words she could not decipher. Withdrawing her hand, she turned away, only to have it grasped once more, her palm pressed against the rhythmic thudding of a strong heartbeat. The other twin appeared to have mistaken her for a pillow, pulling her into his embrace, warm breath cascading over her neck. Confined in this cocoon, she struggled to comprehend her situation, yet was enveloped by the rich scent reminiscent of ripened wheat under the early autumn sun. Counting the fervent beats of the heart beneath her hand, she gradually relaxed in the warmth of the embrace, the pain in her legs seemingly fading. Drowsiness washed over her as the sky began to blaze with hues of fiery clouds. The first thing George noticed upon waking was Elaire, sweetly nestled in his arms. Lost in peaceful slumber, he gazed at her profile, his lips trembling slightly. A rustling sound of fabric reached his ears. George's eyes met Fred's, who had just awakened, his expression mirroring the same complex emotions he himself felt. For the first time, they wished there were no such thing as twin telepathy. The two averted their gazes. They were utterly perplexed, truly bewildered. How had it come to this? Yet, as their minds grappled with the chaos, the person nestled between them let out a soft sigh. Elaire had awakened. George? Fred? The little girl's voice was slightly hoarse from sleep. Are you awake? George lowered his head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The twins quickly shifted their focus to the now awake Elaire, the black silk that had shielded her eyes during sleep, now carelessly torn away and lost somewhere. George lit a candle to illuminate the room, casting a warm glow on Elaire's exquisite features. Realizing that he was still holding onto her waist, Fred swiftly withdrew his hand. Both brothers blushing as they silently chastised themselves while being relieved that Elaire could not see their embarrassment. They tacitly avoided looking at each other. George feigned calmness as he poured a glass of warm water and offered it to Elaire's lips. Here, Elaire. She lowered her head and took small sips. Just what she needed upon waking, refreshing. Adorable. Like a little unicorn. The twins found themselves captivated by Elaire, stealing fleeting glances at one another. Their expressions once again laden with complexity. Oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, Elaire leisurely finished her water, prompting Fred to snatch the empty cup from George's hand. Would you like more, Elaire? She shook her head, her thoughts drifting to the curious contraption called a wheelchair that Mr. Weasley had procured the day before. Her father had mentioned that with it, she could sit and enjoy the fresh air outside. She had yet to leave this room. Elaire turned her gaze toward the window, yearning to venture outside. The brothers exchanged glances once more. I'll go fetch it. Fred, feeling a bit uneasy, declared as he hurried downstairs. George resignedly picked up a comb, gently untangling Elaire's dark locks, contemplating how to braid her long hair into two plaits. The comb glided through her silky tresses, and George mentally berated Fred, though he wasn't entirely sure why, feeling as though he had been left to face the situation alone. Face what? In the room, it was just Elaire. Mechanically, he continued to comb her hair, strands cascading and entwining around his fingers, incredibly smooth, allowing him to admire the girl's breathtaking profile from his vantage point. Elaire allowed George to style her hair, binding her eyes with the light-blocking black silk. Once he finished, she naturally extended her hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, George scooped her up and carried her downstairs, passing through the kitchen where Mrs. Weasley was busy preparing a meal. Mother, Fred and I are taking Elaire out for some fresh air, George announced. Mrs. Weasley was preoccupied, directing her wand to ensure the bread didn't burn in the oven. Stay out of the garden. Dinner will be ready soon. And make sure Ginny and Ron don't get their clothes dirty. They always get muddy when they catch gnomes. Her voice trailed off as George continued down the hall. Elaire sat in the wheelchair. Though she could not see, she could undoubtedly sense the twins' interest in the contraption. It was not an alchemical device, yet it moved. How is it possible? Do you think Father would let us take it apart to see how it works? Elaire, what does it feel like to sit in it? She sighed in exasperation. Why don't you try it out? And so, George, go faster. We, the twins, without a shred of conscience, commandeered the wheelchair meant for the disabled. One pushed while the other sat, kicking up dust in the garden, sending the gnomes they collided with into a flurry of curses. The gnomes dwelling underground thought it was an earthquake and hastily fled with their families. The brothers had successfully unlocked a new method for dispersing gnomes. Elaire perched herself on a large rock, listening to the twins' raucous laughter, a smile creeping onto her lips. It's the first time I've seen you smile, Ginny exclaimed as she flung a gnome out of the garden with a flourish, turning back with brightened eyes. Elaire, your smile is so beautiful, you should smile more. Recognizing the voice, Elaire recalled the gnome's wails from moments ago. Ginny, Mother said not to get our clothes dirty. Ginny plopped down beside Elaire, grinning. Mother always says that. It's just a bit of mud. Don't tell her. I'll have Percy cast a cleaning charm for me. Ginny observed the curve of Elaire's lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Those two fools thought you would never smile. Following the sound, Elaire tugged at Ginny's hem. Don't tell them. That would ruin the fun. After spending several days together, Elaire had begun to discern her family's personalities. Percy was studious, serious, and earnest. Their mother was gentle, but could be quite fearsome when strict. Ron, Fred, and George relished fun and sought novelty, but their fascination faded quickly. Elaire had overheard them fervently discussing a trinket one moment, only for it to be discarded carelessly the next. In her current understanding, she felt akin to that very object. She feared that once she smiled, the twins would lose interest in exploring her, much like that forgotten item gathering dust in a corner. She did not wish to experience the loneliness of daylight, akin to that of night, where she found herself utterly alone, enduring the pain that gnawed at her as if it were ants devouring her flesh. It felt like standing in a black hole with no exit. She despised that sensation, as if she had endured it for a millennium. Fred and George were to her like the sun shining upon golden sands at the beach during summer. As long as they were near, they could sweep away all shadows that lingered around her. Ginny wore an expression of understanding that only a sister could possess. It was truly the first time she had seen someone find joy amidst their antics. She murmured softly, "Those two lucky boys. They are quite amusing," Elaire remarked. Ginny nodded and then shook her head, saying, "Occasionally, yes, but most of the time they are rather bothersome, all right? Only you can endure their relentless pranks and mischief all day long and still find it entertaining." Ginny's gaze fell upon Ilaire's braids. "Did they do your hair?" The little girl scoffed. "It's not as pretty as what I did for you." Elaire smiled and nodded. "Yes, Ginny's is the most beautiful." Such earnestness and directness caused Ginny's cheeks to flush slightly. Remembering her own hair transforming into a frizzy mess earlier, she earnestly cautioned, "You'd best not let those two touch your hair." Elaire, perplexed, asked, "Isn't it bad if they do?" Ginny opened her mouth, scrutinizing Ilaire's braids for any potential hazards. No combustible materials, no chewing gum, nor any remnants of dung or insect corpses. She hissed in confusion, Generally, it's not good. But I wouldn't let them touch it. However, you should be fine, right?" "Huh." Elaire was bewildered. Ginny glanced at Elaire and then at the twins, who were frolicking yet occasionally glancing their way. Understanding dawned on her, and she let out a soft laugh. "Never mind, just pretend I was rambling." Elaire tilted her head in confusion, often struggling to grasp Ginny's thoughts. As she observed Ilaire's head slightly tilted, with her dark brows furrowed in concern, Ginny's heart screamed inwardly. Merlin, how innocent. That adorably unaware expression made her unable to resist reaching out to touzle Ilaire's hair. Elaire nuzzled against her in submission. Ginny enveloped her in a hug, feeling a rush of affection. So adorable. Elaire struggled in vain, ultimately surrendering with a gentle sigh. "Ginny, am I going to get my clothes dirty?" Ginny replied, "Fred and George will wash them." Chapter 7. Not enlightened. After dinner, it was Ginny and Ilaire's sisterly time. Typically, Elaire passively allowed Ginny to braid her hair while discussing various novel plots, Quidditch, heroes, and Hogwarts. It was said that Harry Potter would be enrolling this year. After shooing the twins and Ron away, Ginny offered Elaire a cookie, shoving the rest into her own mouth, then cupped her face with a sigh, initiating a secret tea party for girls. Harry Potter. Elaire had heard Ginny mention him countless times. It was difficult to comprehend how one could project so much attention onto someone they had never met. "Mom insists I can't start school early." Sensing Ginny's disappointment, Elaire, though unable to empathize, offered her well-considered advice. "Ron could help. If he becomes friends with Harry Potter, you'll have an excuse to hang out with him." Ginny's eyes sparkled. What a great idea. She grasped Ilaire's shoulders. "You're the best, my Elaire." Elaire swayed back and forth from Ginny's excitement. "Ginny, my injuries hurt so much." Ginny immediately withdrew her hands, anxiously checking. "I'm sorry, I got too excited. Are you all right?" Elaire breathed a sigh of relief, feeling revived. She reached out to pat Ginny's arm, indicating she was fine. Unable to contain her curiosity about Ginny's fervor, she asked, "Why do you often talk about Harry Potter?" "Because I like him," Ginny answered without hesitation. "Like I like you, Ginny?" Elaire queried. Ginny blushed. "Well, it's a bit different, isn't it? My affection for you, Elaire, is that of a dear sister, a familial love, right?" Seeing Elaire nod, Ginny continued, "But it's different with Harry Potter." She smirked playfully. "It might be somewhat akin to Fred and George's fondness for you." Elaire expressed confusion over the distinction. "But we are family," she said. "Just as I am with Fred and George." Ginny shrugged, choosing not to tease the naive Elaire further, redirecting the conversation back to Harry Potter. "I mean, he is remarkable. Isn't he? Even though he is about our age, he managed to defeat Voldemort. He saved the wizarding world. How cool is that? Yet, despite saving the wizarding world, he lost his family and home, which is rather heartbreaking." Ginny continued, "Without Harry, the wizarding world would still be in a state of fear during those dark times. He truly is extraordinary." In Ginny's eyes, there seemed to shimmer a hint of starlight, which soon dimmed. But he is also very pitiable, having defeated Voldemort. He is forced to live in the Muggle world without kin. Isla understood. Ginny admired him. Ginny flashed a toothy grin. Well, that's about the gist of it. She sighed. After all, our humble abode is so small. There aren't many neighbors nearby, and I can't attend Hogwarts. Before you came into my life, I was often alone. My parents were busy, and Percy and Ron, they wouldn't play with me because I'm a girl. Sometimes, it was truly lonely. With a crunching sound, Ginny bit into the cookie, offering a piece to Isla as she smiled nonchalantly. So, I have to find some amusement for myself, right? Sometimes. Thinking about how Harry, who defeated Voldemort, lost his parents, family, and friends, isolated from others, without magic in the Muggle world, makes my little loneliness seem less daunting. Her brown eyes sparkled with indescribable emotions. He is one of the few sources of strength that uplifts me when I feel lost and hollow. Isla was at a loss for how to comfort her. She had yet to learn that. Thankfully, Ginny soon rallied. She admired the cat head she had braided for Isla and hugged her. But with you, Isla, I don't have to play alone. Isla paused, resting her head against Ginny's. Yes, with you, Ginny, I am not alone either. Ginny swiftly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, smiling. You can occasionally smile at Fred and George. They are always worried about you. Isla easily shifted the topic, turning her head to say no. They want to lose interest in you for that. After a month together, Ginny had already discerned Isla's thoughts. Quite the contrary, they were constantly anxious about you, fearing you might be feeling down for some reason. When you can't hear them, they often wear worried expressions, fearing for your well-being. Worried that I might be unhappy? Isla mused, recalling having heard Fred and George sigh multiple times, initially thinking those sighs were due to her being a burden on their fun. Now, it seemed to stem from concern. A wave of guilt washed over Isla, silently reprimanding her own selfishness and narrow-mindedness. Making them worry was never her intention. Ginny continued. It's my first time seeing them so distracted, as if they've suffered some blow. They haven't even played with their fireworks for a month. Without the familiar booms and the smell of gunpowder, I find it quite unsettling. Isla hung her head. I'm sorry. She was just Isla fidgeted with her nightgown, unsure how to articulate her inner turmoil and regret. Ginny immediately felt sympathy. Oh, it's not your fault, Isla. I just wanted you to know. Ginny hastily clarified. Now that we are family, regardless of the circumstances, we shall stand by your side. We will accompany you and never abandon you. The twins, who had been eavesdropping against the wall, rushed in upon hearing Ginny's raised voice. Ginny, what is wrong with Illy? Fred and George entered to find Illy, with her cat ears tied up, in a state of utter despondency. Noticing the twins' anxious demeanor, Ginny raised an eyebrow and pulled Illy into her embrace. We're just having a chat. What, do you think I would actually harm Illy? Fred awkwardly glanced around. We were just... George, spotting the empty teapot, interjected. I came to refill your tea. Yes, tea. And would you like some biscuits, my dear sisters? Ginny chuckled softly. Those two foolish brothers were quite lacking in perception. Talk to them, she said, giving Illy's shoulder a reassuring pat. Leaving space for the three awkward individuals, Ginny grasped a book, waved her sleeve gracefully, and took the entire platter of snacks with her, kindly closing the door behind her. The three exchanged glances. It was Illy who broke the silence first. It hurts. The twins immediately tensed. Where does it hurt? Merlin's beard. They had spent half of their summer vacation, an entire half, exhausting their magical energies daily, all to heal the little girl, hoping her brows would unfurl from their perpetual frown. Illy extended her arms, and Fred lifted her onto the bed, cradling her gently as he whispered, Where does it hurt, Illy? Illy pressed her lips together. She was lying, for there was no pain worth mentioning. The atmosphere had been so oppressive that in her anxiety, she had concocted an excuse, hoping to lighten the mood. Yet, judging by their reactions, the tension seemed only to escalate. George cast several healing spells in succession. The continuous exertion of their magic had inadvertently enhanced their abilities, granting them greater precision, especially with the spell healing as before. After countless repetitions, they could now cast it silently and wandlessly. Illy felt the warmth enveloping her, and her guilt became increasingly unbearable. They were so concerned for her, while she deceived them over a mere suspicion that might not even exist. Just moments ago, it was indeed a lie. They, however, her eyes stung with unshed tears. Despite Illy's remarkable healing abilities, her unhealed eyes could not withstand such intense emotions. My eyes hurt, she choked out, overwhelmed, struggling to suppress her feelings, which erupted as tears streaming down her cheeks. Fred and George were momentarily at a loss. Fred's hands fidgeted. Seeing the faintly crimson tears mixed with blood on her face, he hurriedly searched for a handkerchief, wiping her tears as he asked, Did Ginny say something to upset you? Ginny certainly meant no harm, but Illy, with her memory wiped clean, lacked common sense and was learning about everything anew, sometimes misinterpreting meanings. George spoke softly and calmly. Illy, is it your eyes that hurt? Illy nodded. My eyes hurt. It's not Ginny, she added, her voice trembling. I made you and Fred worry, didn't I? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fred and George exchanged glances, each feeling the pang of concern and solace reflected in the other's eyes. Dear Illy, they thought. Their little girl whom they had taken under their wing, whom they had cared for and worried about. Their efforts had not been in vain. Even though she could not see, she felt their care and concern for her. Now, it was she who felt guilty for causing them worry. But there is no reason to feel guilty, dear Illy. There is nothing to be anxious about, dear Illy. This is entirely voluntary. They willingly chose to do this for her. Chapter 8. The Twins Quarrel. Illy, George gently pulled away her black silk blindfold, tenderly wiping away her tears. Shoo. Don't cry. It's all right, it's all right. Fred blew out all but one candle, and in the dim, golden light, they leaned on either side of Illy. The twins silently cast healing spells, hoping to alleviate Illy's distress, yet her tears continued to flow. Their worry deepened. What do we do? George signaled to Fred with his eyes. Fred furrowed his brow, pondering, before gesturing with his free hand. George understood. Illy, have I ever told you about the unbreakable contract we tricked Ron into during his childhood, which nearly got us killed by Mom? What? Illy asked, tilting her head in confusion. Fred exclaimed, Oh, don't bring it up, George. Just mentioning it makes my backside ache. Don't tell Illy, it's too embarrassing. George exaggeratedly replied. True, Illy is too busy crying. Perhaps she isn't even the least bit curious. Fred animatedly gestured. Mum nearly spanked us till our backsides were sore. What happened? What did you and Ron do? Illy successfully shifted her focus. Are you sure you want to hear? George feigned mystery. I want to hear, Illy insisted, momentarily forgetting her tears. What is an unbreakable contract? What happened? George gently stroked her hair, leisurely recounting. This tale traces back to Ron's childhood. As Illy's eyes began to flutter closed, the twins exchanged glances, tucking her in gently before quietly slipping out of the room. In the dimly lit corridor, the cold white moonlight spilled through the window bars, casting shadows on their faces. George called Fred to a halt. Can we talk, dear brother? Fred responded with a forced smile. What is there to discuss, my dear brother? Illy is our adopted sister. I know. You know? Fred, slightly irritated by George's probing, retorted, Do you think I'm a beast? George, convinced he understood his brother well, candidly replied, A beast isn't out of the question. Don't think I'm unaware of why you wanted to save Illy. Those words from the white-headed eagles, you wished. Fred, like a cat with its tail stepped on, snapped. Regardless of what I thought back then, I certainly don't now, nor will I in the future. He had seen George's expression that afternoon. Coldly snorting, Fred stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed. Just don't become a beast yourself. I'm going to sleep. Illy was nearly the same age as Ginny. What did George think of himself? Did he truly believe he was a beast? He could never have inappropriate thoughts about Illy. Yet, as Fred closed his eyes, Illy's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. The injured Illy, who evoked such sympathy. The Illy they had pranked. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, her face painted with panic. The Illy who chewed on sour candies, grinning despite her distaste, curious rather than angry. The Illy who played along with their antics, radiating tranquility and warmth, glowing gently. The Illy who cried from guilt for making them worry. And the Illy who, when cradled in his arms, felt soft, obedient, as if they were one. In the golden sunlight, nestled within the warmth of his bed and illuminated by the flickering orange glow of candlelight, Elaire was omnipresent. Fred inhaled deeply and opened his eyes. It seemed he could no longer find solace in sleep. Beside him, George was equally restless. He had reminded Fred of his own insomnia, but what of his own state? The figures in his dreams were hazy, yet the cascading black hair was strikingly vivid. That was Elaire, the Elaire he had retrieved. In his dreams, he had committed an unforgivable act with Elaire. The sensations felt all too real. Chapter 6 has been abridged. Fred and George did not overstep any boundaries with the girl. Rather, it was the girl who, in her innocence, engaged in a game of finding differences, meddling with them. They were ensnared in her trap. This even compelled George to yearn for another encounter. No, he was a despicable pervert. George buried himself beneath the covers, cocooning himself like a pupa. Perhaps he ought to seek out the Death Eaters and request a few cruciatus curses. No, perhaps he should go to Azkaban and turn himself in. Would Azkaban accept him? Indeed, his mother's earlier concerns proved valid. He would be the first in the family to be incarcerated in Azkaban. The two brothers, sharing the same dream while sleeping apart, awoke the next day with conspicuously large dark circles under their eyes. They exchanged knowing glances before turning away with a huff. What was amiss? At the breakfast table, Mr. Weasley observed Fred and George with curiosity. It was the first time he had witnessed his twins at odds. Previously, they had dined together, sharing everything, even sleeping in the same bed, and now they sat at a noticeable distance from each other. Dear father, I refuse to sit beside that insufferable hypocrite, Fred remarked, poking at the potatoes on his plate with disdain. George raised an eyebrow, replying, I choose silence on this matter. But I hope someone possesses the self-awareness to recognize the situation. He quickly finished his meal and carried his portion upstairs. Fred sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I'll accompany you. He leaned in close to George, whispering through clenched teeth, As your elder brother, I shall not allow you the opportunity to err. George, disinterested, replied, Suit yourself. The two engaged in a subtle game of sabotage as they ascended the stairs, leaving the others in the dining room exchanging bewildered glances. Ginny shrugged. The trials of adolescent boys. Mrs. Weasley was perplexed. What? Ginny flashed a mysterious smile. Oh, nothing, mother. You'll thank Merlin for this later. Mrs. Weasley remained none the wiser, while Percy shook his head, feigning understanding as he explained, little girls often become quite fanciful during their imaginative phases, with a hint of self-interest. He added to Mrs. Weasley, Mother, Fred and George might be entering their rebellious phase. Perhaps you should keep them busy with more tasks. Unbeknownst to the feuding twins, they had already been set up by their siblings. After tripping over each other for the third time, George took a deep breath. If you wish for Elaire to gnaw on the plate, just say so. Fred retracted his foot, casting sidelong glances. If you can't balance your own plate, don't blame the uneven ground. George was speechless, observing their antics. He couldn't help but think, is this what it means to be an older brother? The discord between Fred and George persisted for several days, even drawing the attention of the oblivious Elaire. After all, the two had a penchant for exchanging barbs at every opportunity. They hadn't napped in her presence for quite some time, and even when casting healing spells, they would still reserve some energy to tug at each other, leaving her room bickering. Ginny expressed her helplessness. I'm not sure why they're fighting. To be honest, it seemed to be the first time they had quarreled since their birth. Elaire resolved to inquire with the others. Upon hearing her concerns, Percy stroked his chin. I'm afraid I can't help. They have never quarreled for this long. However, I do know some previous tales that might be beneficial to you. Elaire perked up. Could you share them? It was a lengthy story, but she must ensure that they did not overhear him divulging their past mischief. Percy adjusted his glasses and chuckled lightly. Let us go to my room. I'll tell you all about it. Chapter 9. The Past. Percy's room was modest, cluttered with books covering every surface. Even the walls. Each tome was filled with meticulous notes. Some were open, others levitated in midair, and some appeared worn from frequent handling, with frayed edges. Yet in one corner, a shelf stood devoid of books, holding only a few picture frames. At the center, the most prominent was a portrait of Percy himself. Clad in a pristine wizarding robe, his hair impeccably styled, adorned with a shiny gold and crimson badge emblazoned with a capital P. In the photograph, Percy sat upright in a grand wooden armchair, his owl Hermes perched above him, exuding an air of authority, as if he were about to be crowned king. Beyond this self-indulgent image, there were others. A baby picture of Percy and Ginny, one of the twins at ages 4 or 5 with him, and another with Charlie and Bill, likely taken when Percy was 7 or 8. Percy stood rigidly in the center, with Bill to his right in a muggle cowboy outfit, sporting sunglasses and hands in his pockets, looking remarkably cool. Charlie stood to the left, tall and robust, holding a flapping golden snitch. There was also a photograph of Percy standing beside 3-year-old Ron. Naturally, a family portrait was included. Now, Elaire's picture adorned the collection as well, seemingly captured surreptitiously by Percy, as his face was prominent in the image while Elaire sat distantly with Ginny and Ron, enjoying cream cakes topped with strawberries. Of course, Elaire could not perceive these details. Her vision was impaired. Percy gently placed Elaire on his bed, offering her snacks and tea, unwrapping a treat and placing it in her hand. After completing these gestures, Percy's gaze fell upon the photograph of himself with the twins, where he appeared impatiently tugging at his tie, while the two little ones circled him, one brandishing a snake and the other wailing in fright. Percy's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he reminisced. Although Fred typically orchestrates the pranks now, it was not always the case before they turned 7. Back then, George was quite the wild one. Elaire leaned forward, captivated by this newfound insight into the twins' past, eager to learn more about them. Percy sighed. Mother was quite distressed over this. She feared that George would be the first in the family to end up in Azkaban. Elaire's mouth fell agape. Azkaban? That's too far-fetched. She chuckled. Now that I've grasped most of the rules of this world, which is steeped in magic, inhabited by wizards, giants, and fairies, I find it hard to believe that George, despite his penchant for mischief, would be labeled as a candidate for Azkaban. That's impossible. George is so kind, often more composed and reliable than Fred. No, it was not an exaggeration at all. Noticing that Elaire had finished her peach-flavored treat, Percy naturally produced a box of cookies and some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to offer her. He opened a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and popped one into his mouth. Clam flavor, which was not too terrible. He grimaced and took a sip of tea to wash away the earthy taste. Continuing, Fred once tricked young Ron into making an unbreakable vow. It was a dreadful curse, one that would lead to death if the vow was broken. Elaire nodded. George mentioned that. Percy raised an eyebrow. What did he say? Elaire pondered for a moment. The twins had used an abundance of theatrical exaggerations, leaving little of substance. In fact, the excessive embellishments had lulled her to sleep before she could grasp the crux of the matter. She replied, there was too much nonsense. I've forgotten. Percy remarked, that's normal. They usually wouldn't divulge the whole story. After all, they were quite terrified. Do you think that is something Fred would do? Elaire nodded. Percy wore a mysterious smile. But it was George's idea. Fred merely followed suit. What? Really? Elaire was astonished. Just look at the way he handled that snake, Percy said, glancing at the photograph of George. Realizing his slip, he looked apologetically at the little girl shrouded in black satin. Ah, sorry Elaire, I forgot you can't see. Elaire waved it off. It's all right. She could feel her body's healing abilities growing stronger beneath the dark silk. She no longer felt as empty as when she had just awakened. She was coming back to life, becoming whole. She should be able to see the light again. Yet Percy genuinely felt he had crossed a line, having touched upon a sensitive subject. Noticing Percy's silence, Elaire felt a twinge of frustration. Compared to Fred, George often joked about her blindfold, played with her wheelchair, offered her peculiar candies, and even enlisted her help in guarding captured goblins. Percy's earlier comment seemed trivial in comparison. Elaire spoke up. Percy, are you not going to tell the story anymore? Did George dare to handle a snake? Is he really that mischievous? No. It's beyond mere mischief. Elaire had once felt the snake's cold, slimy texture, which sent chills down her spine. That was when George had handed it to her. Well, Elaire hesitated. No wonder. Percy chuckled. Dare? That's an understatement. He once placed a highly venomous viper in my bed, nearly costing me my life. He just wanted to see me convulse. He thought it was hilarious. Though, he was only 5 at the time. What a little rascal. Elaire exclaimed in shock. Considering he couldn't differentiate snake species, I forgive him. He thought it was just a mildly venomous viper. Didn't your mother give him a good thrashing? Percy shrugged. Well, since it turned out I was fine, it was swept under the rug. Elaire shook her head. He should have been punished. Percy raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he should have. Thus, George did not learn his lesson, and soon he made an even bigger mistake. Elaire crunched on a cookie, producing a soft crackling sound, and suddenly recalled the numerous gruesome scars on Fred's back. This was one of the contrasts between the brothers. She had never quite understood what Fred had endured to bear such terrifying scars. Elaire quietly spoke. I know Fred has scars on his back. Percy was taken aback. How do you know that? A child would not lie, though they might weave fanciful tales. Without a second thought, Elaire shifted the blame to her good friend. Ron told me. Considering they often stripped off their shirts to play by the river, Percy recalled that Ron had joined them a few times. He did not doubt her and continued. Those were left by a Grindylow and a Murtlap, 2 very dangerous magical creatures that dwell in the marshy woods. That day was April Fool's Day, their birthday. George thought he must give his dear twin brother Fred a grand surprise. For those 2, no gift could compare to a brilliantly executed prank. Elaire nodded in agreement. Percy took a sip of tea and continued. George told Fred he had hidden a present deep in the woods, a fantastic birthday surprise. In fact, it was a box of dung bombs that would explode with a fetid stench upon opening. Fred excitedly ventured off, but he did not return until dusk. George went searching for him, but found nothing. As darkness fell, he had no choice but to inform their parents. They searched for 2 days and nights without a clue, and the family feared Fred had perished in the woods. Percy picked up another every flavor bean, but spat it out. Vomit flavor, truly disgusting. Would you like to try? He offered the remaining beans to Elaire. She quickly shook her head, setting aside the beans he had handed her. What happened next? She was eager to hear the continuation of the story. 5 days later, a healer from St. Mungo's sent an owl to inform their mother that Fred had been rescued by a traveler. He had likely been lured by the light of a hinkapunk after losing his way, only to fall into the swamp, the habitat of the Murtlap and Grindylow. These 2 magical creatures were no trifles. Fred had only been a 7-year-old boy at the time. He had sustained serious injuries. Percy began to frown, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. During the 7 days Fred was missing, their parents nearly lived in the woods. Charlie and Bill were either grappling with exam-induced depression or stressed about impending job prospects. Ginny and Ron were still quite young, leaving the household in disarray. He gazed sorrowfully at the photograph of his twin brother. No one cared for George but me. Yet, aside from using the restroom and drinking some water, George had locked himself in his room, clutching Fred's clothes, sitting in the corner for a whole week. I thought, if Fred really had died, George might have starved himself. Percy chuckled wryly. Elaire raised her hand high. Did you shove food into his mouth? Percy was taken aback. How did you know? Elaire's expression remained unchanged. You guess. Shortly after she had awakened, she had refused to eat, let alone drink the nutritional potion. No matter how the twins coaxed her, she did not want to swallow the liquid from the bottle. In an unfamiliar environment, unable to see, she was forced to drink a strange, foul-smelling concoction. In her distress, she was terrified and even bit Fred's hand, curling up and hissing at George, who tried to feed her the potion. She would not allow them near her. Later, she heard from Ginny that they seemed quite hurt and upset because they had genuinely tried to care for her, wanting her to recover, and before the medicine was administered. Elaire had enjoyed being close to them, but she had not meant to be hostile. At that time, her throat was too constricted to produce any sound. She was simply frightened and unable to express herself. Yet, food and medicine must be consumed. Everyone was at their wits' end when Percy appeared, looking as if he knew exactly what to do, and forcibly opened her mouth with a spell to feed her. Elaire still remembered the fright she had felt then, hiding in Mrs. Weasley's embrace, refusing to let Percy near her for several days. Percy cleared his throat twice and produced a box of chocolate-flavored biscuits, tearing open the packaging and offering it to Elaire. "Tell me, isn't this delightful?" Elaire accepted the chocolate biscuit without hesitation, taking a hearty bite. "Indeed, it is," she replied. Percy watched Elaire munching away with evident joy, a smile creeping onto his lips as he continued. Fortunately, Fred had been rescued, although he had no recollection of the ordeal. The therapist suggested that other creatures in the swamp might have attacked him. As for George, he ultimately ended up hospitalized. Elaire's eyes widened in surprise, resembling a stunned kitten. Did he really starve himself? Not quite. Percy couldn't help but ruffle Elaire's hair. "Didn't I just mention that I stuffed food into his mouth? Like a mother." Percy's eyes darkened with fear. After Fred's recovery, she had nearly beaten George to a pulp. And given that he had gone days without food and was in a weakened state, their father had no choice but to take him to St. Mungo's for treatment. The two spent a month in the hospital, which was rather excessive for George, who likely exacerbated his injuries just to spend more time with Fred. The silver lining was that Fred had recovered and been discharged. Since then, George's demeanor had transformed significantly. At times, he would even intervene when Fred's pranks went too far. Percy chuckled lightly, as if recalling something amusing, but his smile quickly faded. However, the exorbitant expenses for treating the two troublemakers had resulted in the family subsisting on Greystone biscuits for nearly a year. Elaire was familiar with Greystone biscuits. Mrs. Weasley had made them several times. Dull, hard, and rough, they were akin to stones that could fill the belly but would break teeth if not careful. Percy lowered his voice, tinged with anger. Even goblins disdain such food. It's like gnawing on slate. An entire year of this, with only a few fruits and vegetables in spring and autumn. I refuse to allow this to happen again. He clenched his fists, declaring, "I will surpass my father in every way. I will not subject my children to a life where even the slightest hardship forces them to gnaw on Greystone biscuits. And as for those two rascals," Percy gritted his teeth, "if they make me eat Greystone biscuits for another year, I shall toss them into my cauldron and use them as ingredients for potion class." Elaire shivered at his words. "Understood," she resolved. "Next time, I won't let Percy anywhere near the Greystone biscuits during Fred and George's food pranks." Chapter 10, Registration. Learning about the twins' past did not provide Elaire with any clarity regarding their current conflicts. The two continued to glare at each other, leaving her feeling anxious and perplexed. Even the allure of hot cocoa and cream cakes had temporarily faded for her. During breakfast, Elaire sat at the kitchen table with her family. Fred, seated beside her, dozed off, while George was presumably still upstairs. The absence of the twins' playful banter rendered the atmosphere rather dull, prompting Elaire to inquire, "What's for breakfast today, Mom?" Mrs. Weasley chuckled softly, responding, "Sweetheart, it's apple pie and crispy bacon." Yet again, something she had never tasted before. Elaire perked up, genuinely impressed. "Mom, you're amazing. You make so many delicious dishes. Apple pie sounds delightful, and the bacon smells fantastic." Fred yawned, muttering, "You're the only one who praises Mom like that." At last, someone in the household appreciated and acknowledged Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills, which delighted her immensely. She shot a disapproving glance at Fred, serving the largest slice of pie, filled to the brim, onto Elaire's plate, along with the crispiest bacon and bread, urging her, "Oh, my dear, do enjoy." Fred looked down at his own plate, which had been hastily filled with pie and slightly burnt bacon, unable to distinguish which was worse. Resigned, he picked up his knife and fork to cut Elaire's pie and bacon into smaller pieces. "Elaire, are you going to try eating on your own this time?" Seeing her refuse his offer and instead take up her fork, Fred felt a mix of comfort and disappointment, his irritation heightened by sleepless nights. Elaire touched the edge of her plate. "I need to get used to it. I can't keep relying on the two of you." She was unaware that her eyes had returned to normal. She couldn't inconvenience them forever. Ginny, noticing Fred's dejection, teased, "You look like a neglected old father." "Elaire doesn't need you anymore." Fred's expression darkened, his blue eyes flickering with annoyance as he retorted, "Ginny, mind your manners." Just then, a piece of apple pie flew through the air, landing squarely on Ginny's face. Percy promptly cast a cleaning charm on her, though it was merely a levitation spell. "Fred, you've improved," he noted. Having practiced spells for over a month, even a fool could show progress, and Fred was certainly no fool. He suppressed his irritation, replying, "This is none of your business, Percy." Percy shot him a stern look. "Don't take your frustrations out on your sister." Fred banged the table. "Keep your prefect attitude in check at home." Elaire was bewildered. Today's bickering felt markedly different, charged with tension. Sensing a confrontation looming, Mr. Weasley and George descended the stairs. George seemed oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Upon spotting Elaire's empty cup, he entered the kitchen to assist Mrs. Weasley with the final preparations for pumpkin juice. Mrs. Weasley gave her son a concerned look, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. "You've been sleeping in again. What is going on with you and Fred? You both look like zombies." George shook his head. He couldn't reveal that he and Fred were secretly watching each other, waiting for the other to fall asleep and dream, hoping to uncover who liked Elaire. Naturally, they ended up with nothing but exhaustion and headaches. Ironically, their rivalry consumed all their energy, leaving no time to sort out their own feelings. The twins had never quarreled before. This was their first inexplicable argument. Now, the onlookers were confused, and so were the participants. George thought to himself that unless he and Fred came to an understanding, this situation would likely persist for quite some time. Mr. Weasley also stifled a yawn, but Mrs. Weasley, filled with concern, served her husband another helping of apple pie and bacon. Mr. Weasley, equally fatigued, had been working overtime frequently, unable to enjoy a decent night's sleep due to the new addition to the family. "Molly," he said hastily, finishing his meal, "I plan to take Elaire to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow afternoon to register her. How about we officially have her registered under our name?" Having decided to adopt Elaire, Mr. Weasley believed it was essential to complete the necessary paperwork. He had been preparing for this and knew his wife had long wished for it. He hadn't mentioned it to Mrs. Weasley, wanting to surprise her. Now that the arrangements were finally in place, Mr. Weasley coughed lightly, attempting to sound casual. "I'll be on the day shift tomorrow, so I can take Elaire with me." Mrs. Weasley, moved by emotion, embraced Mr. Weasley, exclaiming, "Oh, Arthur, you always know what I am thinking." The twins paused their clattering cutlery, playfully pinching Elaire's cheeks, teasing, "Soon you shall truly become a Weasley." Elaire, perplexed, replied, "But I already am." Fred chuckled softly, "Yes, but not quite in the same way." George chimed in, "At this moment, there's no escaping your fate." The two brothers exchanged glances, unusually refraining from banter, turning their heads away, each lost in their own thoughts as they poked at the food on their plates. Elaire noted the weariness in Mr. Weasley's voice, and soon, she heard Mrs. Weasley express her concern. "Do you have to work through the night again?" she asked, visibly worried about her husband's health. Mr. Weasley nodded with a resigned sigh. "There's no choice. Night shifts pay a bit more." "More pay for night shifts? Money?" Elaire's sharp hearing caught this word, frequently mentioned by her family. "The registration won't take long. Molly, you must come pick up the children." Sensing Elaire's attention on them, Mr. Weasley discreetly shifted the conversation. "I'll fetch Elaire when I'm done." Mrs. Weasley readily agreed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Elaire. "Now, my little Elaire is truly a member of the Weasley family." Ginny leapt up in delight. "A real family. A real family. Mum, I'm not the youngest anymore, am I? Eileen must be younger than me." Elaire did not concur. "Perhaps I am older than you?" She certainly did not appear as young as she looked. The thought struck her as amusing. Surely, she had not lived for centuries. How absurd. Ron, looking weary, covered his ears and grumbled, "Ginny, be quiet. My head is about to explode." Percy interjected, "Ron, you aren't still worried about the sorting, are you? Can't sleep all night?" Ron's face flushed. "Mind your own business, Percy. Just eat your rock cakes." Percy's expression darkened immediately. He huffed dismissively, opting to admonish Ginny instead, advising her not to emulate Ron's childishness. Ginny, unfazed by the previous tension, giggled, remarking that their home was filled with 4 giant pandas. George set down his fork and raised his hand. "I want to accompany Eileen to the ministry, Mom." Fred echoed, "Me too. Take me along. Take me along." Mrs. Weasley, adopting a stern demeanor, replied, "You two must complete your chores at home first." "No." The twins lamented in protest. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. During the summer, they had scarcely engaged in mischief or household tasks, being preoccupied with caring for Elaire. Seizing the opportunity of today, Mrs. Weasley decided it was time for them to fulfill their responsibilities. No pests are to remain in the vegetable garden, and the gnomes must be driven out. They've been wreaking havoc on my roses, preventing them from blooming. The branches in the orchard need pruning. Everything must be done today. I will inspect when I return. The twins could only watch enviously as Elaire left with their father, each ignoring the other, venting their frustrations on the pests in the garden. Chapter 11. Death Eater Avery. This was Elaire's first foray beyond the confines of the burrow. Mr. Weasley cradled her as he maneuvered the wheelchair into the pocket enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. They approached the fireplace. Upon emerging from the flames, Elaire was engulfed by the cacophony of hurried footsteps and the chatter of strangers. A cold feminine voice announced from above, "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic." They did not proceed to the registration desk first. Mr. Weasley received a message via a magical paper airplane. He was urgently summoned to Manchester to handle an enchanted clock that had begun to bite indiscriminately. It was always like this. Various unexpected situations arose. Mr. Weasley muttered under his breath, apologetically leaving Elaire in the office, asking a colleague to look after his child. By the time he returned, it was nearly lunchtime. Elaire grew bored as she waited. However, with no other place to go and reluctant to trouble her father, she engaged in conversation with a hunchbacked old wizard named Perkins, who worked in Mr. Weasley's office. Elaire gleaned a wealth of information from him. By the time Mr. Weasley finished his work, Perkins regarded her as if she were his granddaughter. Mr. Weasley clicked his tongue in surprise. "I never imagined my daughter to be such a social butterfly." "You're back, Daddy," Elaire yawned, realizing how chatty the old wizard was. She began to understand why Mr. Weasley had been so exhausted lately. He had taken on additional burdens. She turned to Mr. Weasley. "You've been working a lot lately." Mr. Weasley paused, somewhat taken aback. He scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Perkins, who merely shrugged, indicating he had said nothing. Mr. Weasley sighed, gently patting Elaire's head. "Such matters are not for children to ponder. Come, we must attend to the most important task. Your mother will begin to worry." Mr. Weasley evaded the topic, and Elaire had no choice but to acquiesce, realizing that acknowledging it would change nothing. She despised this feeling of helplessness. Encountering real-world problems that she could not resolve left her disheartened. The family needed money, but what could she do? She required assistance even for walking and eating. She felt like a burden to her family. "Once we finish the registration, we can return home for a meal." Noticing his daughter's despondence, Mr. Weasley attempted to uplift the atmosphere. "Your mother is making a hearty stew for lunch. You're looking forward to it, aren't you?" "Haha. Yes, Daddy," Elaire replied, not wanting to add to Mr. Weasley's worries. She forced a smile. "Grandpa Perkins gave me a lot of candy. I'm bringing some back for everyone." As they chatted, Mr. Weasley led Elaire to the registration desk. "Which family?" The old wizard at the service window leisurely picked up a wand from the table and lightly tapped it. A hefty tome opened. "Weasley, Mr. Weasley gently pushed Elaire's wheelchair forward, speaking in a soft, clear voice. "Oh, the Weasleys, the red-haired family." The old wizard nodded, tapping his wand on the book once more, and a flurry of text appeared on the blank pages. The old wizard glanced at Elaire in her wheelchair, confusion crossing his face. Black hair? As they addressed the matter at hand, Elaire's fatigue dissipated, replaced by tension. Mr. Weasley's hand rested reassuringly on Elaire's shoulder as he replied calmly, "It's a case of atavism. This child's great-great-great-grandmother was a black-haired witch, and she has inherited her grandmother's hair color." "Oh, splendid." The old wizard glanced at the clock and complimented Mr. Weasley. "Your daughter is quite lovely. Her great-great-great-grandmother must have been a beauty. What is her name?" "Elaire Julianne Arabella Weasley." "Does she have magical potential?" the old wizard asked casually while jotting notes with his wand. Mr. Weasley responded, "It remains uncertain for now, but whether or not she has it, it will not diminish the love my wife and I have for this child, will it?" "Of course not," the old wizard replied lazily, marking the magical potential as pending in the book as he bent down to rummage for something. Mr. Weasley seized the moment to quietly explain to Elaire, "The section on magical aptitude is seldom filled out by families. Everyone prefers to believe their potential is boundless rather than risk labeling it as average or below." Yet even Mr. Weasley himself was uncertain whether Elaire possessed the talent to become a witch. Aside from her remarkable self-healing abilities, he had never witnessed any signs of magical aptitude in her. However, Mr. Weasley was convinced that Elaire could not be a muggle. The child was extraordinary. "Ah, there it is." The old wizard produced a peculiar device, disc-shaped, with 6 mechanical arms and a slot for a hand, resembling a 6-legged iron spider with a mouth on its back. The old wizard spoke in a calm tone. "This is the quick age identifier, a rather handy little tool. Just place your hand inside, Miss Weasley, and we shall ascertain your true age." Unmoved, Elaire turned her head toward Mr. Weasley, who took her hand and gently guided it into the device. "It's all right, I'm here." The moment her hand entered, the 6 mechanical arms swiftly ensnared her arm, spinning her hand round and round. Clank, clank, clang. After 2 minutes, the arms released Elaire. She withdrew her hand, clutching herself, feeling an unsettling prickling sensation all over. The machine halted, emitting a burst of light, displaying the number 0, which rapidly transformed into 10. And moments later, with a resounding click, shifted to 14. "Ah, 14 years old. Quite unexpected. Your daughter appears remarkably youthful, the old wizard remarked casually. His professional smile quickly dissipated with the renewed cacophony from the machine. The light flickered, and the numbers began to jump erratically as if malfunctioning. 14, 20, 41, 211, 857, 996. Finally, it came to a stop at 1000. The age identifier emitted a helpless squeak, and thick smoke billowed from the 6 mechanical arms. Boom! The machine exploded. The old wizard was left dumbfounded. Mr. Weasley shared the same expression of shock. Along with Elaire, the faces of the three were blackened by the smoke that billowed forth. Elaire, sporting a face smeared like a little raccoon, was bewildered by the turn of events. She tilted her head, confused, and asked Mr. Weasley, "Dad, what happened?" The old wizard glanced up at the clock, swiftly tapped 14 in the age section with his wand. The machine malfunctioned, he stated, casting a cleansing spell over all present. He checked the clock again, and without hesitation said, "Well, Miss Weasley, congratulations on officially becoming a part of the wizarding world." At that moment, the clock's hour hand pointed to 12, and the minute hand coincidentally also pointed to 12. The clock expelled a timekeeping bird, flapping its wings and chirping, "Lunchtime. Time to clock out. If you don't hurry, you'll be stuck with leftovers." The old wizard hastily packed his belongings. Mr. Weasley and Elaire had yet to leave, but he had already placed a closed sign in the window and dashed out the door, moving with a sprightliness that belied his age. Mr. Weasley guided Elaire away. "According to protocol, they will conduct a brief check and register you. However, we are fortunate to have encountered Mr. Gitterbassi, who never works overtime. He wouldn't waste an extra 2 hours during lunch to verify if you are truly 14. Wizards regard such registrations merely as formalities. However, lacking one could present complications during official matters." Mrs. Weasley would be waiting for Elaire at the entrance. Elaire felt an overwhelming sense of joy during their journey, having heard many intriguing tidbits. Mr. Weasley returned from Manchester with a box of red velvet cream cakes, which smelled enticingly sweet. Yet, Elaire refrained from indulging, wishing to share them with Ginny, Ron, and the others at home. Mr. Weasley continued to chatter away, introducing her to the layout of the Ministry of Magic and sharing captivating news, the father and daughter laughing and conversing until they unexpectedly collided with Gideon Avery, a rather insufferable individual. "Oh dear, Arthur Weasley, what's this? Aren't you busy with your so-called significant events concerning muggles and mudbloods today?" Avery's tone elongated, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. He was tall and sturdy, slightly hunched, with hair the color of walnut and a sickly yellow complexion, adorned with 2 prominent mustaches. Standing before them, Elaire couldn't help but frown. This pompous tone, this self-satisfied manner. Could he be one of the insufferably arrogant snobs Ron had mentioned? Avery continued to mock Mr. Weasley in that slow, mocking cadence. "Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You must be overwhelmed with work. Are they paying you overtime? Enough to buy your children second-hand goods?" He shot a sideways glance at Elaire, as if he had just noticed the girl in the wheelchair. "And who might this be?" Mr. Weasley replied coldly, "That's none of your concern, Avery." Avery scoffed. "I don't need you to tell me. She is a mudblood, isn't she?" He venomously declared, "You always associate with muggles and mudbloods, Weasley. You're a disgrace to our pureblood family." Elaire felt Mr. Weasley tremble beside her, his fury erupting as he shouted, "Shut your filthy mouth, Avery." He raised his wand menacingly at Avery. "Apologize." Elaire thought, surely mudblood must be an exceptionally vile insult, for she had never seen her father so enraged. Mr. Weasley glared intensely at Avery, as if he might cast a curse upon him if he did not respond to the recent affront. Avery, unperturbed, retorted with a cold chuckle, "I am a guest invited by the Minister of Magic. Do you dare to threaten me? Be wary of Fudge dismissing you, Arthur." Avery narrowed his hazel eyes. "With your meager savings, barely enough to scrape together a galleon in Gringotts, losing your job would leave your family to fend for themselves." As he spoke, his finely tailored wizarding robes swayed gracefully, the sound of clinking coins echoing from his pockets. Mr. Weasley pressed his lips together, his hand gripping the wand reluctantly lowering. "Huh." Avery continued to mock scornfully. "Look at your current predicament. Day in and day out, you toil for the ministry, yet you still fall short compared to me, an unemployed individual dabbling in dark magic. Even when I was accused of being a Death Eater, it mattered not. My pockets are full, and I remain a guest of the ministry. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has lifted the charges against me. Your previous efforts alongside Mad Eye were in vain." Avery sauntered closer, reaching out to flick Mr. Weasley's face several times, grinning mockingly. "Pathetic. Pathetic people ought to stay in the pigsty and not wander about, polluting the environment." Elaire endured, waiting for Mr. Weasley to retaliate, but there was none. Mr. Weasley remained silent. His hand, which held her wheelchair, trembled. She felt as if the wall of reason within her was on the verge of crumbling. This insufferable worm, This scoundrel. Arthur Weasley was the most responsible, formidable, and gentle person she knew. He had accepted her, unconditionally offering her paternal love, allowing her to experience the warmth of family. How could his mouth? How could it even? Rage surged within her heart. Elaire felt as though her legs were engulfed in flames, her entire body ablaze with fury. She instinctively grasped the bracelet on her left wrist, her anger directed at Avery. My father is not a waste. Avery regarded Elaire with a bemused expression. Father? Huh, when did you acquire a daughter? Has that red-haired mongrel beast finally produced offspring of noble lineage? Faced with Arthur Weasley, whose vulnerabilities were all too apparent, Avery's incessant chatter grew bolder. It's quite the feat, Arthur, he mocked. Which lover bore you this child? It's astonishing that someone would deign to bear children for a man like you. Tell her, I'm willing to offer 2 sickles to support her visit to St. Mungo's for her eye ailment. Mr. Weasley remained silent, his anger consuming him. His entire rationality focused on suppressing the hand that gripped his wand. He feared that a single word could unleash a curse upon the odious Avery. Yet, he could not afford to lose his position. Avery continued his tirade. Wake up, little girl. Your father is not only a waste but a disgrace. A traitor to the pureblood families, mingling with muggle filth, a pariah that everyone in the wizarding world would gladly trample upon. Elaire was nearly suffocated by rage. Her grip tightening, her knuckles turning pale. A rumble shook the corridor. The entire Ministry of Magic trembled violently. Avery lost his footing, stumbling back in shock as he beheld Elaire. The black silk that had covered her eyes fell to the ground, and she rose from her wheelchair, her eyes slightly opening to reveal a golden gleam. Step by step, she advanced toward Avery. With each step, the building swayed more violently, as if an earthquake were upon them. To Avery's disbelief, he felt the palpable threat of death emanating from the young girl. Before Avery could utter a sound, an inexplicable force crashed down upon his knees, forcing him to the ground. Apologize. Avery struggled to rise, but his knees felt as though they were glued to the floor, and he spat defiantly. Apologize to him? In your dreams. Elaire ceased her words. She raised her hand, and in an instant, an irresistible force slammed Avery's head into the ground, causing Mr. Weasley to witness a resounding thud. Once, twice, thrice. Gideon Avery had struck his head against the ground 7 times, his once smooth forehead now bloodied and raw, bleeding profusely. Mr. Weasley stood in stunned silence, his grip on his wand still firm, though his fury had morphed into bewilderment. As he observed Avery's bloodied visage and the spiderweb-like cracks forming on the ground, his reason finally clawed its way out of the shock. All right, Elaire, he stepped forward to soothe her. We need not stoop to the level of such a person. It's unnecessary. Your mother is waiting for you outside. He could not allow Elaire's magic to spiral out of control, especially within the confines of the Ministry. She could be apprehended by the hit wizards as a monster. Chapter 12, Cambion. Elaire paused, coming to a standstill. Mr. Weasley continuously urged himself to remain calm, to keep his composure. It's all right, Elaire. I'm your father, and you're safe now. Shall we go home? Dad. She turned, confusion etched on her face. Home. The golden light in her half-open eyes dissipated, and 2 streams of blood flowed from her closed eyelids. Home, she murmured, stumbling as she attempted to reach Mr. Weasley. Yet she resembled a marionette with severed strings, collapsing to the ground. Mr. Weasley hurriedly reached out to catch her, draping the black silk over her eyes. Casting a disdainful glance at the oblivious Avery, he collected the wheelchair, erased their traces, and swiftly departed with the unconscious Elaire. The recent upheaval had surely drawn attention. Lingering would undoubtedly lead to their capture. Mr. Weasley was not particularly concerned that Gideon Avery would disclose the incident. A man so vain would surely prefer to swallow his pride rather than let anyone know he had been bested by a young girl. Avery took at least 5 minutes to regain his composure. His once neatly styled brown hair was now a tangled mess, matted with dirt and blood. And his face appeared grimy, his nose askew from the violent impact with the ground, streaming blood. It was indeed a pitiable sight. Several innocent hit wizards witnessed the entire affair, just as Mr. Weasley had anticipated. The arrogant Avery would never allow anyone to see him in such a disheveled state. Before the hit wizards could approach with concern, Avery swiftly cast a memory charm on them. I remember, he growled. Arthur Weasley, just you wait. Avery staggered to his feet, his voice laced with venom. That little mongrel, and you, the pureblood traitor, what does it matter that the Dark Lord has fallen? I have my ways to deal with you. Elaire felt as though she was being pulled into an endless vortex, countless fragmented memories swirling around her like twinkling stars. She yearned to grasp one, but found it elusive. Elaire surrendered, her awareness fading once more as the stars multiplied around her. Upon opening her eyes, her consciousness surged with clarity, revealing a massive sphere of light before her. Wait, I can see. The orb radiated like a star, warm yet not blinding. and Elaire felt her feet firmly planted on the ground. Her legs could move again. Where's this? This is your heart, see? A sudden voice emanated from nowhere, materializing before her. Elaire recognized the voice. It belonged to the entity that had previously provided her with the potion. Who are you? Your guardian spirit. Guardian spirit? What magical creature is that? Elaire's gaze fell upon her bracelet, which was exquisitely crafted, resembling silver, about the width of her pinky finger, intricately carved with swirling patterns, adorned with a blue diamond gemstone. Her mother had said it was something she had when Elaire was found, and the potion had also appeared near this bracelet. Come out. Elaire had countless questions, but she was not fond of conversing with thin air. I cannot emerge. The voice conveyed a sense of frustration. To break the seal upon you and deal with that scoundrel, I have exhausted all my energy. Break the seal? I have a seal? I know you have many questions. The voice of the guardian spirit began to fade, but I'm afraid you must navigate this alone. Exhausted, nurtured. Time has passed for you to awaken. The voice vanished, leaving Elaire in silent chaos. Gazing at the starry expanse above, she pondered how to escape this place. She reached out to prod the luminous sphere, her fingers seamlessly penetrating through it. Elaire frowned, retracting her hand. Feeling the warmth surge through her fingertips and the intense pulsing in her veins, she instinctively understood that she needed to absorb the energy of this orb to escape. Step entirely inside. Elaire dismissed the notion. She merely extended a hand, and her body immediately exhibited signs of overwhelming strain. Elaire could not help but feel disdain for her fragile form. After resolving to pursue her intentions, she resignedly settled into a cross-legged position, her hand adorned with a bracelet reaching out to touch the luminous orb, hoping that the guardian spirit could absorb the energy from this radiant sphere. Her family was unaware of the depths of their concern. She needed to awaken swiftly. Elaire was oblivious to the passage of time. Tirelessly, she absorbed the energy from the orb as if caught in an endless Mobius strip. She endeavored to guide the energy to linger around her eyes, finding it quite manageable. The warmth enveloped her ocular region, and she secretly yearned that upon awakening, she would at least be able to see clearly. She did not wish to remain a burden to her family any longer. Upon completion of her efforts, the orb before her had not diminished in size. Goodness. She smirked slightly. Rising, she stretched languidly. Despite being in the realm of her mind, the ability to leave her wheelchair and move freely brought her joy. At that moment, the heavens above sparkled with the Milky Way, and Elaire beheld a shooting star descending towards her. With a flicker of thought, she extended her fingers to catch the star, which transformed into a diamond-shaped, milky white crystal, leaping into her forehead as a stream of light. Elaire closed her eyes, embracing the fragments of information within. A legacy of memories. She was a Cambion, a being of the same kind as the legendary Merlin. Above her head, the starry fragments represented the accumulated knowledge and experiences of her deceased ancestors. Each time her strength regained a measure, a certain number of memory shards would fall to assist her in mastering her powers more effectively. Elaire felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What of her own memories? Where had they vanished? Had she truly forgotten everything? Chapter 13. Dawn breaks. Ginevra, perched beside Elaire's bed and engrossed in the hero of the Savior versus the mysterious one heard a groan. She awoke. She quickly closed her book and began to bounce with glee. I'll go fetch Fred, George, Mum, Dad, Ron, and Percy. Wait, Ginevra. I'm not sure what time it is now. If they are sleeping, I think it's best not to disturb them. Elaire attempted to sit up, but upon moving twice, Ginevra firmly pressed her back down. Stay down, just rest. Elaire, seriously, you frightened us all. Elaire felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she turned her head, realizing that her eyes were covered with black silk. Truthfully, she longed to open her eyes and see. Ginevra, have I been asleep for long? Ginevra considered for a moment, counting on her fingers. To be precise, it's nearly 7 or 8 o'clock on the third night since you fainted. Elaire's complexion darkened. I was unconscious for 3 days. It felt like merely a few hours in the sea of my mind. Well, Ginevra added, in 4 more hours, it'll be the 4th day. She patted her chest. Still shaken. When Dad carried you back, Mum turned pale, and Fred and George were furious. They threw quite the tantrum, saying they'd go duel Avery. Ginevra cleared her throat and mimicked what Fred and George had said at that time. That damned Gideon Avery. We took care of her for half the summer just to see her body recover a little. That old scoundrel has wasted all our efforts. We can't let him get away with this. A peculiar warmth surged within Elaire's heart. Where are they now? Ginevra chuckled. Elaire patiently awaited the end of her laughter. After a while, Ginevra, noticing Elaire's lack of urgency, looked towards the next room. They've both been put under Percy's death water. They're sleeping in their room. They should be waking up soon. For the past few days, as long as they were awake, they've been using healing spells on you, even employing more advanced healing charms. After casting, they returned to bed, only to wake and continue. as if this could expedite your recovery to how you were before leaving. Fred appeared as if he had encountered a dementor. During your slumber, he wore a perpetual frown, which was quite frightening. If Percy hadn't been watching him, I think he'd have already pointed his wand at Avery. George was only slightly calmer than Fred, but not by much. Sometimes he cast a healing spell and promptly fainted on the spot, looking paler than you, almost like a corpse. Ginevra shrugged. To be honest, it made them seem a bit foolish. I've never seen them like this before. Elaire lowered her gaze, thinking of Fred, George, and her mother. Her family was worried about her. She needed to recover her health, and quickly. Ginevra, could you do me a favor? Of course. Do you want some water? Ginevra assumed Elaire was thirsty and immediately set her book down, rising to her feet. Elaire shook her head. No. I've just awakened and my mind feels a bit muddled. Could you step outside and guard the door for me? I seem to remember some memories and need a moment of quiet contemplation. Just half an hour will do, but I'm unsure when George and the others will arrive. She smiled at Ginevra. You know them. They're like walking firecrackers, causing a ruckus wherever they go. Of course, Elaire. Ginevra picked up her book, bouncing out of the room, where she could read The Hero of the Savior versus the mysterious 1-4 at the door. Phew. After Ginevra left, Elaire exhaled in relief. She couldn't quite understand why. Ever since Ginevra began reading a novel titled Miracle Love Song 2-1 by the author Late O Window, she always had an inexplicable grin directed at her. She felt her body. She wasn't as faint as before, feeling a bit stronger, and her legs seemed to possess sensations apart from pain. Slowly, Elaire raised her hands to untie the black cloth. Her raven-like lashes fluttered, and taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes, squinting against the blinding light. Could it still not be right? Tears welled up, but they didn't sting. Instead, they felt soothing. Hesitantly, she allowed her fingers to part slightly, letting the warm yellow candlelight seep through the gaps to fill her vision. Gradually adjusting, she lowered her hand, and the cozy, unpretentious bedroom came into view. She saw the delicate floral curtains, a wooden vase on the bedside table holding a bouquet of yellow and white chamomile, glistening with dew, blooming beautifully as if freshly picked. Elaire inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent. Once, she had told George how much she adored the fragrance of these flowers. Her bedding was blue, adorned with petite floral patterns. Next to her pillow, there was a small doll dressed in a shepherdess hat and a red dress, likely left by Ginevra. The room, though not large, was impeccably tidy. Every corner bore traces of them. Fred's little trinkets, Percy's storybooks, Ron's wizard chess set. Tears brimmed in her eyes once more. She could hardly contain her eagerness to see them all. Chapter 14, Celebration. Elaire, having failed to muster the strength to stand, lay languidly on her bed as commotion erupted at the door. No, you can't come in. It was Ginevra's voice, filtering through the crack of the door. Sorry, Elaire. I can't stop them. Fred and George jostled each other, stumbling through the doorway. Elaire. Elaire. Upon seeing the little girl sitting up in bed, her eyes wide open and gazing at them, their minds went blank. You can see now, Fred exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Golden eyes. Elaire, your eyes. George chimed in, equally dazed. You can see. Thus, the first sight that met Elaire's gaze was that of two identical red-haired boys, jostling each other as they approached her bedside, feigning a look of being struck by lightning. It was somewhat amusing, Elaire mused, her brows arching with a smile. Fred. She extended a finger towards one of them. George. She directed her hand towards the other. I see you both. In an instant, the twins were overwhelmed with tears, their pent-up worries, guilt, and fears pouring forth as one of them clutched Elaire's hand and wept uncontrollably. Ginny, who had followed behind, was equally astonished. Oh my goodness, Elaire. Your eyes are healed. Unable to extricate herself from the twins' embrace, Elaire managed to smile radiantly at Ginny. Yes, Ginny, I see you. The commotion in the room did not escape the attention of the rest of the family. The Weasley parents, along with Percy and Ron, hurried upstairs. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the twins and Ginny, all in tears around the awakening Elaire. Upon closer inspection, Elaire, you can see. Ron exclaimed in delight, eager to rush over, only to realize that the space around Elaire was already occupied. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth, tears streaming freely, while Mr. Weasley, in a mix of shock and joy, repeatedly declared, from adversity comes fortune, Merlin bless us. Percy, however, maintained his composure, brandishing his wand to pry the twins and Ginny away from Elaire. She has other injuries. Do you wish to smother her? Remove the others who are in the way. Percy instructed, clearing his throat. Guess who I am? Elaire chuckled. Percy, my dear exceptional head boy, right? Percy, satisfied, ruffled Elaire's hair. Indeed. This provoked a significant pout from the twins, who simultaneously shoved Percy aside to reclaim their hold on Elaire. Feeling their familiar presence, Elaire felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. It seems you two have reconciled? Fred ruffled the little girl's hair, What reconciliation? George nuzzled her cheek. What are we reconciling? The two declared in unison. We've always been just fine. Elaire teased. So, there will be no more hypocrites or petty souls at home, will there? Fred, flustered, covered Elaire's mouth from behind. How dare you say that? You worried us to death. Yes, you owe us a remedy for our wounded hearts. George, feigning nonchalance, continued to nuzzle Elaire, having been too cautious to touch her while she was unconscious, as her frail state had frightened him. Now, seeing her vibrant and awake, the weight in his heart finally lifted. The twins, unrestrained in their affections, contrasted sharply with their previous restraint before her coma, leaving Elaire curious about what had caused their sudden shift. All right, you two, let go of Elaire, Mrs. Weasley remarked with a hint of amusement. You're not behaving like brothers at all. The twins froze, and Fred grinned mischievously. Mom, shouldn't we celebrate this momentous occasion? Of course, Mrs. Weasley nodded. Tomorrow evening. We feast. This prompted a chorus of cheers from the family. Hooray. Ron appeared the most jubilant. Finally, no more Greystone cakes. Mr. Weasley produced a bottle of whiskey and several barrels of butterbeer. Now is the perfect time to celebrate. The family reveled into the night, as the twins refused to budge. The others eventually took their leave. Mrs. Weasley cautioned, don't bother Elaire for too long. She needs her rest. The twins nodded vigorously, and once the room was left with just the three of them, they promptly discarded their shoes and climbed into bed, one on either side of Elaire. We're not leaving, Fred declared. We're sleeping here, George added. Elaire found it amusing. Didn't you just drink the elixir of life and take a nap? George yawned, still tired. Fred pulled up the blankets. We're going to sleep. Such children, Elaire thought, feeling drowsy herself, her body still recovering. Having expended too much energy upon waking, she closed her eyes, finding a comfortable position between the two, her consciousness sinking. She discovered herself returning to the Sea of Hearts. Watching Elaire drift into dreams, Fred and George opened their eyes. Good night. George gently caressed her face. Fred wrapped his arm around Elaire's waist, pondering, is this truly the right thing to do? During her coma, they had lacked the energy to contemplate. Now, overwhelmed with joy upon her awakening, they were consumed by the desire to hold her close. Yet, as the noise faded and tranquility returned under the moonlight, they were compelled to confront their own hearts regarding the one who occupied their every thought. Chapter 15, The Bracelet. As the first light of dawn crept in, Elaire awoke to find herself alone. Those two had indeed returned to their own room to sleep. She attempted to move her legs once more. Alas, it was futile. She would need another attempt or two before she could stand. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was only 5 o'clock. No, wait. Hadn't she fallen asleep closer to 1? Elaire hesitated, contemplating whether she had inadvertently slept for an entire day and night, with no one around to disturb her. Elaire's gaze fell upon her silver bracelet. This bracelet, akin to an alchemical artifact, contained something within, though she couldn't quite recall what it was. She closed her eyes, invoking the methods from her inherited memories to channel her mental energy. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in another realm. There were no sun or moon. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with the only light emanating from the ground. In the distance lay thick, white mist, obscuring her view. The items in this space were neatly arranged, clearly showing that their owner had taken great care in organizing them. Vibrant wooden plants, colorful stones, assorted metal pieces, and various unclear artifacts, all categorized meticulously by color, size, and type on shelves and in boxes. As Elaire wandered among the shelves, she noticed each box bore labels inscribed in a language she could not decipher, the language of fairies. After a thorough exploration, Elaire found herself bewildered. Which of these items represented currency? Which could be exchanged for money? Everything appeared to be a hodgepodge of assorted materials, stones, wood. She ventured towards the center, where a stone platform held a magnificent golden long sword, a mysterious black staff, and what seemed to be a heavy silver recurved bow. These artifacts radiated an extraordinary glow, suggesting that removing them could incite chaos in the wizarding world. They certainly did not appear to be items of monetary value. When Elaire's consciousness returned from the bracelet's space, she glanced at the clock, 6 o'clock, her legs still unfit for standing. Elaire began attempting to channel the magic within her, peering into her own body with her mental energy. To her despair, she discovered that her body resembled a battlefield laid to waste, especially her legs. If a healthy person was akin to a sturdy house, she was more like a garbage heap of broken bricks, leaking from every crevice. Fortunately, magic had the power to heal. Elaire continued her efforts until George and Fred knocked on the door. She kept her eyes shut, wanting to observe what they would do while she was asleep. Shoo! She is still sleeping. George extended his hand to silence Fred, who was about to raise his voice. Fred signaled his understanding and lowered his tone. How much longer will she sleep? To avoid waking Elaire, they refrained from getting into bed. Each time she awoke, her condition improved slightly. George whispered. Rest is beneficial for her. Fred poked Elaille's face, resembling a dejected puppy, but I wish to talk to her. Let's go. We can return later. George rose, placing a gentle kiss on Elaille's forehead, and tugged at the reluctant Fred. Do not disturb her recovery. Reluctantly, Fred stood up, tucking the blankets around Elaille. Get well soon. Little Elaille. The room fell silent once more. Elaille opened her eyes, clutching her chest, feeling as though it were filled with a bubbly glass of orange soda. Compared to these two, she felt somewhat unworthy. It was hard to articulate exactly why she felt this way. Nevertheless, they were correct. She needed to recover swiftly. And Elaille delved into a meditative state. After concluding her energy absorption and acquiring a new fragment of memory, Elaille finally recognized her shortcomings. She was utterly depraved, unworthy of any decency. How shameless. She had taken advantage of the situation, acting upon Fred and George's slumber. Elaille was overwhelmed. She had even reveled in her actions, engaging in inappropriate behavior. Her understanding of relationships had catapulted from the naivety of a 3-year-old to the complexity of an 18-year-old. Realizing what she had done, her mind nearly short-circuited. Despairing, she clutched her head, wishing she could slap her past self. When the twins entered, they found the young girl staring blankly, as if turned to stone by a basilisk. Elaille, what's wrong? They inquired, leaning closer. Elaille focused her eyes. George, Fred? Her fair complexion flushed crimson. I'm fine. Really, you two should step back a bit. She felt as if she were being enveloped entirely by their presence. What on earth is happening? Fred crossed his arms, waking up and not recognizing anyone. What do you think, George? George stroked his chin. Your face is quite red. You wouldn't happen to have a fever, would you? He reached out to touch Elaille's forehead, but not sensing anything, leaned down to press his forehead against hers. Their breaths mingled, and George's sudden closeness made Elaille want to scream. Oh, that's south too close. George frowned. You really do feel a bit warm. His palm was clammy. Fred took Elaille's hand and placed it against his face. Elaille, are you very hot? Elaille took a deep breath, calming herself, maintaining her composure. She hadn't done anything wrong. Yes, she had done nothing at all. It was just a bit warm, she managed, forcing a smile. What time is it? 7:30 in the morning. George glanced at the clock. You've been asleep for 2 full days. If we didn't know you were resting to recover, we would have thought about taking you to St. Mungo's. Fred interjected. Elaille is just a little creature who knows nothing but sleep. Elaille was aware that she was different from ordinary people. Her family, especially the two before her, had spoiled her, and she retorted. Then why don't you just get rid of the little creature? Fred grinned, pinching her cheek. Get rid of her? I can't bear to part with her. Once I picked her up, she's mine. George tugged at his brother. Just a reminder, Fred, we found her together. All right, ours then. Fred conceded without further argument, beginning to tidy the room and find clothes. When you wake up, come downstairs. It's breakfast time. Say hello to Mom and Dad. And if you want to sleep more, Dad will be writing to Professor Dumbledore for assistance. Professor Dumbledore? Elaille knew he was the current headmaster of Hogwarts. What does he want with Professor Dumbledore? Has he ever been a healer? George picked up a comb, skillfully arranging her hair. He has lived long and seen much. Plus, he is indeed very knowledgeable. He might understand your current condition. Fred leaned closer and lowered his voice. Dad seems to have plans to send you to Hogwarts. Don't say such things. George shot Fred a glare. Dad merely has that thought. Though it was labeled as a mere thought, the entire family, except for their mother, believed it to be a foregone conclusion. Elaille had previously experienced a magical surge at the Ministry of Magic. Their father said Elaille was of age, but he hesitated to send her this year due to her health and the family's financial situation. Do you want to go to Hogwarts? George pinched Elaille's cheek. It costs money, she replied, shaking her head. She still hadn't grasped what money was, what it looked like, how to acquire it, or how to use it. Yet, she understood that food and education required finances. Living itself necessitated money. She wondered if the next memory fragment would reveal more. Elaille sighed, realizing her simplistic understanding was beyond redemption. She hoped the scoundrel who caused her amnesia would never cross her path. Observing the troubled expression on the young girl's face, the twins frowned and exchanged glances. This is not something you should be worrying about. Fred placed his hands on his hips. Just tell us if you want to go. Elaille remained silent. Faced with the intense gaze of their blue eyes, she relented a bit. With Ginny constantly talking about it, Ron losing sleep over it, and even Percy singing its praises, naturally, she felt a yearning. The twins' eyes sparkled with encouragement. Then let us go. They believed that with their business acumen, if they couldn't even afford Elaille's education, how could they ever hope to discuss becoming millionaires in the future? Watching the twins' eyes filled with determination, Elaille felt a moment of daze. They rarely teased her, and after finishing her hair, she donned her coat, and Fred scooped her up. As she was held close again, feeling the solid embrace around her waist, Elaille's head spun. She tried to convince herself, She couldn't entirely blame her past self. She had been a child, naive and unaware, so it could be considered a dream. Now that she was awake, she would never engage in such behavior again. Yes, she had done nothing wrong. Elaire furtively glanced at Fred and George, hoping her past indiscretions hadn't left any negative impact on them. But how much impact could there be? She reassured herself again. Those two always slept as if they were under the influence of some potion that rendered them unconscious. And could it be that the potion could also serve as an aphrodisiac? Arriving at the dining table, Elaire greeted everyone and comfortably awaited breakfast. Here you go, Elaire. It's ready. George had cut the pie, and Fred handed her the knife and fork. As she indulged in the delicious food, Elaire's eyes narrowed in bliss. What a wonderful morning. She realized that as long as she maintained a calm mindset, life was no different from before. Chapter 16, Stand Up. Mrs. Weasley was busy winding yarn, relishing this rare moment of peace in her day. You see, each day was filled with the relentless demands of motherhood. Mom, I can't find my socks. Mom, Fred stole my book. Mom, I'm hungry. Mom, George put a fake snake on my bed to scare me. Glancing at the quietly and obediently sitting Elaire beside her, Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but reflect. This was how a daughter should behave. Elaire held a ball of yarn. Listening to its soft rustling, her eyes fixed intently on Mrs. Weasley, who basked in the warm afternoon sun. Mother looked so lovely, exuding a delightful fragrance and a comforting warmth, akin to a perfectly ripe, crisp, and sweet red apple. Noticing the adoration reflected in Elaire's glistening eyes, Mrs. Weasley couldn't resist. She playfully brushed Elaire's nose with her finger, asking, "What is the matter? Do I have flowers on my face?" "Mother is more beautiful than flowers," Elaire replied. Mrs. Weasley's smile widened. Just as she was about to respond, a voice interrupted her. Fred suddenly sprang from nowhere, exclaiming, "We've found the real culprit." "Indeed, Fred. Our efforts in searching for clues have not been in vain," George chimed in, nodding with disdain. Elaire looked at them in confusion. "What culprit?" Fred feigned deep thought. "Oh, you don't know?" George leaned in from behind Fred, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Of course she doesn't." Elaire tilted her head. "What should I know?" The twins exchanged knowing glances. Fred lamented, "Mother has been particularly harsh with us lately." George nodded in agreement, "Especially harsh. It's all Elaire's fault for being too well-behaved, creating a stark contrast." Fred huffed. "Her sweetness has given Mother a point of comparison and a comfort zone." They declared in unison, "We've been cast aside." Mrs. Weasley chuckled. "Shall I show you what trouble you two have caused? Your father worked hard to fix your window, and within 3 days, it's broken again." Fred snatched the yarn from Elaire's hands and lifted her up. "That's different, Mother. We used to." George positioned the yarn on a crochet hook. "We used to break windows." But Fred stepped back with Elaire in his arms, grinning. "You've never been like this in recent days." He retreated 3 paces, a gleeful smile on his face. The brothers grinned mischievously. "Your temper is as explosive as a powder keg." They dashed off with Elaire in tow. Mrs. Weasley tossed the yarn aside. "You two rascals, if you dare skip dinner, put your sister down. Run slowly. What if she hurts herself again?" Mrs. Weasley's prediction came true. Fred, too focused on running, stumbled and fell down the steps. Elaire flew from his grasp. George reached out to catch her, but stumbled over Fred, both crashing onto the stairs. Fortunately, Percy, polishing his head boy badge on his way down the stairs, witnessed the scene and used a levitation spell to catch Elaire. Even so, the wounds on Elaire's body reopened. She opened her mouth to speak, but the pain made it difficult to breathe. She managed to say, "Percy, don't plead for them." Percy interrupted her, carefully pinning his shiny red head boy badge to his chest. "But, Percy, I know, no, Elaire. I must teach these 2 troublemakers a lesson." He crouched down, still avoiding eye contact with Elaire. Facing the twins sprawled at the door, Percy wore a smug smile, unhesitatingly criticizing, "See, this is one of the reasons why you can't be head boys, Fred and George. You lack the awareness to set a good example. Foolish antics. Elaire almost became permanently injured because of you two." If I hadn't caught her seeing the twins' faces fall, speechless, he stood up, relishing the moment. It was rare to silence them. However, his amusement faded when he noticed the glaring bloodstains on Elaire's abdomen. "Mum, Mum, Mum, Mum," Percy exclaimed loudly. "Elaire's wound has reopened." Elaire replied, "Thank you for finally noticing." Not only were the twins barred by Mrs. Weasley from entering, but they were also kneeling on the steps, unable even to catch a glimpse of Elaire. "We want to see Elaire, Mom. Please, just once." "Yes, Mom. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again." Mrs. Weasley scrutinized the twins, seemingly weighing the feasibility of their request. "Just a peek through the door." "We won't disturb her," George pleaded with Mrs. Weasley. "We're very worried about her." He tugged on Fred's sleeve, and Fred immediately understood, gazing up at their mother with wide, pleading blue eyes. "Please, Mom, just one glance." Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's youthful beauty, all of the Weasley children were remarkably attractive. Moreover, they skillfully avoided risks, inheriting only their father's tall stature, not his face. Even Ginny stood taller than her peers. As for the twins, despite their usual mischief, Mrs. Weasley had to admit that her heart melted at this moment. All right, just a quick look, then come back down. Mrs. Weasley softened her tone. Settling onto the living room sofa, don't disturb Elaire, do you understand? Got it, Mom, Fred replied cheerfully. Thank you, Mom, George added before being dragged off by Fred. The door creaked open a crack. Fred and George peeked in stealthily. She's asleep, George whispered. What should we do? Go in and take a look? Fred whispered back. Elaire, hearing the commotion, opened her eyes to see the door ajar, with the two of them looking like thieves under the warm yellow hallway light. They wanted to enter but hesitated, which was somewhat amusing. Given that they had nearly caused their own demise, Elaire decided to ignore them for the time being, relieved to see they hadn't been punished by their mother. However, their incessant chatter was somewhat irritating. Mrs. Weasley had been monitoring Elaire's condition. It had initially indicated rest, but now showed she was awake. She immediately dashed upstairs, grabbing her two sons by the scruff of their necks as they lingered at the door. Enough. Move it, she commanded, forcibly pulling her sons away. Fred and George dared not protest, hunching their shoulders like quail, fearful of waking Elaire. Elaire chose to remain in her sea of memories for a few more days. This time, the fragmented memories merely elucidated the workings of her magic more comprehensively. There was no mention of practical life knowledge. Confused, Elaire pondered how these memories were arranged. Awakening once more, she assessed her physical condition. She felt quite well, her legs seemed capable of supporting her. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Was it deep into the night? The clock's thick hand pointed to 4, a time when the family usually still slept. Her heart raced with anticipation. Perhaps I should try to take a few steps? Elaire pressed her hand on the bedside table, patiently urging herself, stand up. She whispered to her legs. You can do it. After several minutes of effort, she managed to stand upright, her body leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Yet she refused to give up. Now let us try walking. She spoke to her legs soothingly, as if comforting a small child. With a sudden thud, her knee buckled uncontrollably at her first step, and she fell completely. Her knee struck the floor, and she gritted her teeth, using her arms to prop herself up, shifting her body to sit against the wall, rubbing her legs. It's all right. Elaire steadied her breathing, patiently waiting, coaxing herself. Take it slow. Do not rush. Take your time. You can do it, Elaire. Surely, you do not wish to be a burden, do you? Stand up once more and attempt to walk. You are capable of this. Whether it is a form of self-deception or the result of Elaire's tenacity, she leaned against the wall, staggering like a newborn babe taking its first steps, akin to an ancient ape leaving the rainforest for the vastness of the savannah, learning to tame her legs. She could walk. Although her movements were not yet fluid and required support, it was a monumental advancement. For the first time, Elaire grasped the doorknob independently and pushed the door open. The humble abode was particularly tranquil in the dead of night. She surveyed her surroundings. Should she venture to the attic to witness the sunrise? Surely, she could reach there. She walked slowly, progressing from one step to another, savoring the thrill of walking on her own. All went smoothly as Elaire ascended to the 5th floor, where the Weasley couple's bedroom resided. The door was ajar, and there was a light. Voices of contention echoed within. Why were her parents awake at such an hour? Were they arguing? Elaire was taken aback. In her memory, the Weasley couple had always shared a harmonious bond. Their roles were well defined, supporting one another, occasionally indulging in sweet moments that made one feel they were witnessing a love story. Concerned, Elaire could not resist eavesdropping. Was it because of her? It was so late again. Arthur, if you continue to work like this, your health will suffer, Molly admonished. It's fine, Molly, since we plan to send Elaire to Hogwarts. We cannot have her in outdated clothing. Those are all garments meant for boys. No, Arthur, Elaire must not go to Hogwarts. But, Molly, this child possesses profound talent, and Dumbledore must be aware of it. And what of her actions at the Ministry? Have you seen the Prophet? The Ministry has suffered a severe terrorist attack. What if Elaire goes to Hogwarts and is discovered by the Ministry? Elaire's situation is too unique. I have already told you, the healers at St. Mungo's, the fewer people who know of her existence, the better. She is safest at home. My protection is sufficient. No, Molly, you do not understand. Elaire must learn to control her magic. Do you wish for her to become a squib? Becoming a squib will only bring her greater troubles. She is indeed different. But for that reason, we must help her recognize herself rather than confine her perception. Hogwarts is a splendid option. Yet what of you, Arthur? The tuition fees for Hogwarts. How shall we manage that? If this continues, you will exhaust yourself. The sound of a woman weeping filled the room. Oh dear, Mr. Weasley spoke. Little darling, do not worry. Your husband remains in good health. We shall find a way. Trust me. But you must understand the importance of Elaire attending Hogwarts, all right? Very well. The sobbing ceased within the room. Mrs. Weasley's voice returned, fierce. If anything happens to my daughter at Hogwarts, you shall sleep in the garage. Oh dear. Can you truly bear that? Mrs. Weasley's voice lowered. If it comes to that, we will have no choice but to seek Dumbledore's assistance. Mr. Weasley replied. Hogwarts has always had an orphan subsidy. Perhaps we could apply for a grant for underprivileged students. I've heard that children from poor Muggle families do so when they cannot afford school. I am truly sorry, Molly. For not providing you with a prosperous life. The voices in the room gradually shifted to more inappropriate topics. Before Elaire could fully comprehend the situation, her eyes were suddenly covered. A hoarse male voice, still laced with sleep, spoke near her ear. Not resting in bed, but wandering about. Another voice, teasingly close to her other ear, chimed in. Little Elaire, you are not yet ready for such sights. The warm breath on either side caused her body to tremble. Her ears tingling, her cheeks flushed, and her legs inexplicably weak. She barely managed to stand straight, but it seemed she might topple over with a single step. Elaire began to doubt. Was it the excess walking that had fatigued her legs? Fortunately, she did not embarrass herself. She was suddenly swept into someone's arms. Elaire, with keen night vision, discerned many details. It was George who carried her. They transported her back to her room. George gently placed Elaire back onto her bed. Care to explain? The two sat at the edge of the bed, one on each side, skillfully massaging Elaire's legs. Can you walk now? George had awakened in the middle of the night, thinking a burglar had entered upon hearing the rustling in the hallway. He recalled the bare walls of his home. Any thief with a brain would not choose this place. Could it be some magical creature at play? He took his wand and cast a disillusionment charm to investigate. What he found startled him. Elaire, who should have been resting in bed, was standing and cautiously descending the staircase. Merlin above. He could hardly express the fright he felt at that moment. He called Fred, and together, one employed the disillusionment charm while the other used a confundus charm. Carefully following behind, fearful that Elaire might accidentally tumble down the stairs. Observing Elaire's self-encouragement, especially her resolute statement of not wanting to be a burden, their hearts suddenly constricted. The joy of Elaire being able to walk morphed into a bittersweet ache. Following closely, they were anxious about where she was headed, only to find her stopping on the 5th floor, straining to eavesdrop on her parents. Elaire felt a pang of guilt. After waking, she felt much improved and merely wished to take a few steps. I wanted to surprise you, she declared. Fred playfully tapped her on the head. It's a shock. What if you fall? Does your leg hurt? Both wore sour expressions. Elaire, sensing the moment, naturally softened and pouted. It hurts. Please rub it some more. Having often been subjected to face pinches, head pats, and affectionate cuddles from her family, Elaire was well aware of her appealing appearance, particularly with the twins, who always grinned foolishly at her. She could sense their fondness for her looks. Whenever she erred, a simple flutter of her eyelashes and a display of innocence would absolve her from almost all punishment. A highly effective strategy, indeed. As expected, her golden-hued eyes glistened with tears as they gazed up at them. The twins conceded defeat. Any lingering frustration evaporated. Chapter 17, Poverty at Breakfast. The entire family gathered around the table. Elaire excitedly announced that she could walk. Everyone expressed their astonishment, particularly Ginny, whose eyes sparkled. We can go out to play. I want to take Elaire to the river to catch fairies. Ron raised his hand. I want to go too. Fred doused their enthusiasm. She can't run around like you. She can only walk for a little while. She still needs to rest. Ginny giggled. I can wait. She winked at Elaire. When the time comes, I'll take you on adventures in the fields and woods, climbing trees, searching for the tree guardian. Fishing in the river. George stuffed a bread roll into Ginny's mouth. Time for breakfast. You can't even keep your mouth shut for a meal. The family was filled with joy for Elaire. When Mrs. Weasley announced that Elaire would be attending Hogwarts, the entire family erupted in cheers, save for the twins, whose faces reflected a blend of subtle pressure and strained smiles. Ginny's face fell in dismay as she lamented, Must it be this year? Can't I start with her? Ron shouted in frustration. Can our family even afford the tuition for two? Mrs. Weasley shot Ron an exasperated glare, admonishing, That is not your concern, Ron. In a subdued tone, Ron muttered, Will I still be able to have my own wand? Mrs. Weasley replied, I wasn't planning on buying you a new wand. You can use Charlie's old one. It's perfectly functional, no need for a new one. You can wear Bill's old robes. Your sizes are quite similar. However, Percy, as a prefect, will require a new set, although his old ones can still serve for another 2 years. Elaire, witnessing the crestfallen expression on Ron's face, felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, she mustered her courage and said, Mom, I can wear the old ones. There's no need for new ones. Please buy Ron a new set instead. Ron's dissatisfaction transformed into surprise and gratitude, but this sentiment was swiftly shattered by Mrs. Weasley's response. She shook her head. No, Elaire. The reason Ron isn't getting new ones is that he has old ones to use. But you, being our first witch to attend school, must have new robes. Your father received his paycheck yesterday. Today, I shall make a trip to Diagon Alley to procure some school supplies for you all. Fred and George, check to see if this year's book list has been updated. Percy, you too. Now, hurry up, eat your breakfast, and tidy yourselves. Once Dumbledore's letter arrives, we shall set off immediately. Mrs. Weasley was brisk and efficient. The twins sat huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their conversation a mystery to Elaire. Despite the distance, her keen hearing caught fragments of their exchange. Galleons, give Mom, can delay. Fred nodded but then shook his head. Let's assess the situation first. If it's insufficient, we can discuss it then. We need the principal. George seemed somewhat irritated. What is there to wait for? Their atmosphere was tinged with something elusive, prompting Elaire to decide it best not to intrude upon their dialogue. She also heard Ron's mournful complaint. I truly wish our family were a bit wealthier. This is my first time entering Hogwarts. Despite her scant understanding of human society, Elaire began to grasp the essence of poverty. The Weasley family was quite poor, and the sensation of being impoverished left her uneasy. In a bid to minimize internal strife and swiftly seek solutions, she boldly asked George while he was styling her hair. George, are we quite poor? A flicker of discomfort crossed George's face as he avoided her gaze, but eventually nodded. He then gently reassured her. Do not worry, Elaire. You will have a new wand and new robes, I promise. However, this affirmation deepened Elaire's gloom. In defiance, she queried, then how can we not be poor? Ginny peered out from under the table between them, joining the conversation with a soft voice. You need galleons. What are galleons? Elaire felt as though she were a child brimming with questions, her curiosity insatiable. Fred produced a shiny golden coin from his pocket, declaring, this is a galleon, the universal currency in the wizarding world. With it, you can buy whatever you desire and even accomplish a multitude of things. Elaire found the gleaming coin somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite recall where she had seen it before. Percy also joined the discussion, adjusting his glasses. There's a saying, galleons can make ghosts grind flour. Galleons are not omnipotent, but wizards cannot do without them. Wait, how do you have galleons? Fred immediately tucked the coin away, his tone impatient. That is none of your concern. Percy, Ron, in a huff, exclaimed, with galleons, I could have my own wand, pet, and robes, and wouldn't need to rely on my brother's hand-me-downs. Elaire understood then that galleons were indeed valuable and essential to life. The question of how to acquire galleons lingered unanswered. Fred and George pursed their lips, while Ron and Ginny lowered their heads, and Percy sighed, retreating upstairs to change. It was Ginny who ultimately broke the silence. It's quite difficult for underage wizards to earn galleons. Even many adults struggle to make money. The mood grew even more somber. Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out from the kitchen. Hurry up and clean up. What are you all mumbling about? Ron, poking at the chunks of potato on his plate to vent his frustration, noticed Elaire's glum expression and comforted her. Whenever it comes to spending money, Mum gets very irritable. It has nothing to do with you, so you needn't take it to heart. Besides, she never intended to buy me anything new. I should have anticipated that. Elaire observed Ron's reddened eyes, feeling a tightness in her chest, as if her heart were being constricted by a rope, an unbearable sensation. She wished fervently for Ron to have a new set of robes and a wand. Though Ron often spoke without thinking, his directness sometimes veiling his sensitivity, he never harbored ill intentions. Even during moments when she was confined to her bed and unable to leave the room, he would come running to entertain her with antics from Scabbers. He would read her stories when she couldn't see, and when she could, he would teach her to read, albeit clumsily, but it served to alleviate her boredom. Ron had a fondness for delicious food, yet whenever there was something tasty at the table, he was willing to share his portion with her. He was considerate and an excellent brother. Mr. Weasley had not mentioned her age upon returning home. Elaire assumed he had forgotten. Moreover, as Elaire's stature was now similar to Ginny's, everyone accepted her as Ron's sister at his insistence, making her Ginny's sister as well. Just then, a clumsy owl flew through the living room window, landing directly in the tomato soup on the dining table. Fortunately, the soup had cooled. It emitted a mournful hoot and, trembling, delivered the letter bound to its talon to Mrs. Weasley. Poor old Errol, he should have retired long ago. Ginny rushed over in sympathy, retrieving a relatively clean handkerchief to wipe the soup from the owl's feathers. Elaire understood without needing to ask why Errol could not retire. It was because their family was too poor to afford a new owl and could only squeeze the last of Errol's strength. Mrs. Weasley opened the letter, scanning it quickly before fixing her sharp gaze on Errol. Where's the package? Errol let out a shameful hoot, burying its head deep into the feathers beneath its wings. Shortly thereafter, another owl soared in, this one bearing a heavy-looking bulging package on its back. This owl flew with remarkable grace, gliding smoothly to land on the back of a chair. Mrs. Weasley retrieved the package, and the owl let out a cheerful hoot. flapping its wings to perch atop the cupboard. A beautiful long-eared owl tilted its head, surveying each person in the room, and let out a mocking coo at poor, bedraggled Errol, whose feathers were drenched in tomato soup. Elaire observed that the elderly Errol had buried his head even deeper into his feathers. If only there were galleons. This venerable owl could enjoy a well-deserved retirement, cared for by the Weasley family, indulging in daily morsels of field mouse belly and basking in the sun, rather than feeling ashamed of his inability to deliver messages independently when compared to the younger owls. Elaire's heart ached more profoundly at this thought. She sighed deeply within herself, simultaneously resolving to earn galleons so that all her beloved ones in this household could purchase whatever their hearts desired without the worry of financial constraints. Chapter 18. A letter from the headmaster. Mrs. Weasley opened the parcel, revealing a letter and a pouch of coins. She quickly scanned the contents. An involuntary gasp escaped her lips as she hastily opened the pouch, pouring out the galleons and counting them swiftly, 20 in total. Seizing the moment when Mrs. Weasley was distracted, Ginny picked up the letter from the table and read it aloud. Dear Arthur, I am delighted to receive your letter and have grasped the general situation you described. Firstly, congratulations on the addition of a new member to your family. I commend the kindness and resilience shown by both you and Molly. In response to your inquiry, I regret to inform you that only orphan children without any support are eligible for financial assistance, as determined by the school board. Given that Elaire is already adopted under the Weasley name, I may not be able to assist in this regard. However, after consulting with Professor McGonagall, I would like to offer Elaire Weasley a scholarship if she can rank in the top 3 of her year during the term examinations across all houses. The scholarship awarded each semester would suffice for her educational needs. However, your account has sparked a strong curiosity within me regarding this new member. Please pardon this old man's concerns for the future. I hope to visit your humble abode on the morning of August 29th to meet this Miss Weasley. If possible, please have the owl, Tommy, deliver my response. Lastly, on my personal behalf, I wish to extend a gift and my blessings to Miss Weasley, 20 galleons. May she find a wand to her liking. Yours sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley had already reprimanded Ginny to put down the letter the moment she read the first line. Yet, Ginny dashed to the staircase and read the letter aloud with fervor. With Mrs. Weasley's wand absent, she could only write a reply in a flurry of frustration and prepare for their outing. Percy screamed in horror. Professor Dumbledore is coming to our house. Ron echoed in panic. The top 3 in the year exams. How is that even possible? The two of them, for the first time, shared an identical exclamation. Although their concerns were entirely disparate, Percy had already changed into his best attire, and upon hearing of Dumbledore's impending visit, his initial reaction was anxiety. However, upon hearing Ron's worries, he straightened up, filled with newfound pride. How is that impossible? I've consistently been the top of my year. We know, Percy. Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny shouted in unison. You are such a, bookworm, Fred remarked candidly. But little Elaire was different. In the eyes of George and me, she was clever, beautiful, and delightfully charming. Yet, one cannot deny she currently recognizes not a single word. Percy scoffed, adjusting his glasses that had slid down his nose. In fact, she can already comprehend the tales of Beetle the Bard. I am currently teaching her magical theory. He declared with considerable pride. I am not like you lot, who only seek Elaire for frivolous amusement. With that, Percy cast an admiring glance at Elaire. Ayla is an excellent student. What? Fred exclaimed incredulously, his face a mix of grievance and inquiry directed at Elaire. Ayla, tell me, Percy isn't serious, is he? You've been secretly studying behind our backs. George lamented, and it sounds like you're doing quite well at it, Fred. Elaire, feeling guilty, gazed up at the ceiling. Ron chuckled, oblivious to the tension, adding fuel to the fire. I've also taught Ayla. She's indeed very bright. For many things. She just needs to see how others do it, and she'll grasp it immediately. I even taught her how to play wizard's chess. Ayla now plays exceptionally well. Of course, not as well as I do. Oh, Merlin's beard. Ron, please don't say any more. Can't you see Fred and George's faces are turning as dark as soot? Fred gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. She's learned how to play wizard's chess? Ginny, passing by, chimed in. Didn't you teach her? We began teaching her as soon as Ayla returned from the ministry. George and Fred exchanged glances, emphasizing the word attempted. However, after repeating apple 1,000 times, not apple, and 21 equals 3, not 5, they eventually gave up. They had even prepared themselves for the possibility that Elaire might remain illiterate for her entire life. Elaire felt it was not her fault. Having others teach her was sufficient. And when she was with Fred and George, she simply wanted to enjoy herself. Balancing work and play aids in quicker knowledge absorption. Besides, witnessing their exasperation as they tried to teach her to read and do arithmetic was truly entertaining, making it hard to resist teasing them. But now, The cat was out of the bag. Caught in the act, Elaire attempted to sneak away, only to feel a sudden tightening around her neck as George grabbed her collar. Although he wore a smile, Elaire felt exposed and vulnerable. What to do? Would her charm work this time? She lifted her large, watery eyes, gazing at George with a look of innocent appeal. George snorted dismissively. It seemed that charm had lost its effect. She sought help from the others, but they were all quite occupied. Ginny turned to gaze out the window. What a lovely view. How come I never noticed how beautiful it is before? Ron pretended to groom Scabbers. Scabbers, you smell a bit like a filthy rat. Perhaps it's time for a bath. Come, I'll take you for one. With that, accompanied by Scabbers' distressed squeaks, Ron dashed off toward the kitchen sink. Percy was turned away from Elaire, preoccupied with scraping moss from the wall, muttering, Goodness, there's moss growing in the house. So much moss. One by one, they all seemed to abandon her plight. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley appeared just in time to rescue Elaire. Is everyone ready? We're off to Diagon Alley. Chapter 19, Diagon Alley. That's the shop of magical jokes and pranks. Fred pointed at a bright orange-yellow establishment along the cobblestone path, directing Elaire's attention. Not wishing to see Elaire alone and forlorn, the twins quickly cheered themselves up. Although Elaire had let others teach her writing, she only played with them. How could that not be special? With their spirits lifted and their attitudes adjusted, the twins were in high spirits once more. At this moment, Fred enthusiastically introduced the wonders of Diagon Alley to Elaire, who was visiting for the first time. They sold a myriad of prank toys, little tricks, and labor-intensive fireworks. Elaire gazed in wonder, her eyes catching sight of a wobbly little clown at the shop entrance, swaying like a wave. The clown held a spray can, dispersing vibrant ribbons everywhere. Wherever the ribbons landed, they would dye the surface in matching hues. This was undoubtedly the most significant and useful shop in all of Diagon Alley, Fred proclaimed loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At least for you two, Percy remarked lazily, brushing past the trio. George chuckled, leaning down to whisper to Elaire, Soon we can buy some of those labor-intensive fireworks and show you a display tonight. Elaire nodded in agreement. She shifted her gaze from the joke shop, scanning the street for ways to earn some money. One shop's sign read, Hooting Owl Emporium, showcasing a variety of owls, gray forest owls, screech owls, barn owls, tawny owls, and snowy owls, all cooing and hooting inside. This reminded Elaire of the old owl Errol, a wave of bittersweet emotion rising within her. Buzz. It was as if someone was ringing a warning bell in her ear. Elaire turned swiftly. She spotted a figure in a black cloak, standing not far off, fixated on her. Why? Elaire regarded the stranger with cautious scrutiny. What's wrong? Fred asked, noticing her sudden tension. It's nothing, Elaire replied, forcing a smile. She glanced back at the corner, now seemingly empty. Perhaps she had merely imagined it. She felt it best to respond this way, not wishing to burden them with her uncertain feelings. Fred frowned. If you're uncomfortable, just say so. The twins recalled her previous, unpleasant outing. George stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Elaire. Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore Diagon Alley later. Why not head home for now? He cast a glance at the spot Elaire had just been staring at, his expression darkening slightly. Elaire shook her head. I'm fine, really. Noticing George's stern demeanor, she looked at him with pleading eyes. We can't go home yet. It's my first time in Diagon Alley. Please, please. George surrendered immediately. All right. He retreated behind Fred, muttering to himself, making me feel like the villain here. As they departed, George took one last look at the corner before hastily rejoining his family. Illyria's attention was soon captivated by something new. A group of children, roughly Ron's age, pressed their noses against the glass of a broom shop, where flying broomsticks were displayed. Look, Elaire heard one boy exclaim. It's the new Firebolt 2000, the fastest model. Ron dashed over to the window, joining the other boys with his nose pressed against the glass. Ginny followed closely, mimicking him. Elaire pointed at them, prompting George to hoist the curious Elaire closer to the crowd. The three children leaned against the window, their noses touching the glass. There lay a beautifully crafted, glossy redwood broomstick, with Firebolt 2000 emblazoned in golden letters at the top of the handle, exuding grandeur. What is this? Elaire asked. The Firebolt 2000. The latest model of flying broomstick. Ginny exclaimed in a hushed tone. Ron's eyes sparkled with longing, almost spilling over as if he could whisk the Firebolt 2000 away with a mere sniff. If I could have a Firebolt 2000, my life would be complete, he lamented. Really? Is this broomstick that impressive? Elaire asked. Ron nodded fervently. If Mom buys me a Firebolt 2000, I could pass 10 OWL exams. Fred scoffed, giving Ron a playful thump on the back of his head. Don't dream too big, Ron. Or did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed last night? Even if Mom bought one for Percy, she wouldn't buy one for you. Especially since Percy passed all 12 OWL exams. Fred rolled his eyes at Ron's indignant, yet begrudging expression. You fool, stop staring at the broomstick. Mum is calling for you. He moved to Illyria's side, separating her from the window, and handed her a large raspberry chocolate ice cream cone. Come on, Illyria. It's your first time in Diagon Alley. Don't waste time here. Yet, Illyria keenly noticed that in that fleeting moment, Fred had glanced at the window at least 3 times. Though George remained silent, his gaze was also fixated on the broom, and even Percy, not far away, was subtly eyeing it. However, he was less obvious than Ginny and Ron. Ron shot a jealous glance at the ice cream, swallowing hard but saying nothing, only snorting in annoyance as he walked away. Illyria's attention shifted from the broomstick to the ice cream in her hand, a creamy white concoction mingled with dark chocolate shavings, topped with fresh raspberry sauce. It looked particularly appetizing. Illyria indulged, her lips smeared with the bright red raspberry sauce, enhancing her naturally rosy lips as if adorned with a layer of lip gloss. Sweet and cool. Blissful. Was she in paradise? Seeing Illyria relish her treat, Fred couldn't help but smile slightly. She resembled a naive little unicorn, enchanted by a mere ice cream. He mused inwardly. When his gaze fell upon her rosy lips, he quickly averted his eyes, muttering to himself, perhaps she was not a unicorn, but rather a charming sprite just emerging from the deep woods. He chastised himself. What the hell am I thinking? She's still just a child. Merlin, help me. I'm not like that George fellow. George's gaze darted over, eyebrows raised. What are you thinking about, dear brother? Fred scoffed, ignoring him. It's just ice cream. He silently reassured himself. I bought Ginny one too. Ginny, meanwhile, was eyeing the ice cream in Illyria's hand with gleaming eyes. Fred, I want one too. Fred retorted without a second thought. Go cool off. Ginny pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm your sister too. Mum and Dad are biased. Fred finally registered that it was indeed his little sister Ginny speaking. George burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he shook with mirth. Pulling out 2 silver sickles from his pocket, go buy one, and get a treat for little dimwit Ron too. Ginny jumped with joy. Thank you, Fred. George frowned. Hey, I'm George. Ginny stuck out her tongue. Who cares? You always carried Illyria before, so of course, I mistake you this time. Chapter 20, Social Skills Max? Ron was elated with his ice cream, making an effort to be nice to Fred. Thank you, George. He had been mistaken for family multiple times today. Even Fred, who usually didn't care much about such things, felt a twinge of annoyance. George frowned. Don't use foul language in front of Illyria. We agreed not to teach her those things. He said this while moving Illyria away from the undesirable Fred. Illyria's keen ears, perhaps more attuned than others, caught Fred's quiet mutter. Fuck. She whispered to herself. What is this new word? I've never heard it before. Oh dear. This is all your fault, Fred. She has learned it. George exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Fred retorted, but you said it too. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own culpability, having uttered profanities in front of Elaire on more than one occasion. Nervously, Fred softened his tone, assuring George, don't worry, she can't possibly master it after just one hearing. That was merely a coincidence. Remember how she wrote apple incorrectly 800 times? Elaire blinked and echoed, oh dear. Fred was taken aback, exclaiming. George added, this is all your fault, Fred. George was utterly exasperated, truly on the brink of losing his temper. His sweet little girl had learned a curse word today, all thanks to Fred. He placed Elaire on a chair and seized Fred by the collar, declaring, you must take full responsibility for this, Fred. Fred protested loudly. What? Is it my fault that she learned to curse? Ginny, who had been enjoying her ice cream, watched them with wide eyes, as if ready to shout, fight. Mrs. Weasley, who was measuring Percy for his wizarding robes, turned to check on her unruly children. Merlin. Not again. Fred and George were already grappling with each other. The good news, the twins had not drawn their wands against one another. The bad news, their hair was disheveled, their clothes torn, and the once dapper young men now resembled 2 destitute street urchins. Mrs. Weasley's temper flared instantly. You two, her voice thundered, separate yourselves at once. She hurried forward, pulling the twins apart with one hand on each. Fred, let go of your brother's collar. George, do you want to bald your brother? Once again mistaken for George, Fred indignantly exclaimed, I am Fred. He is George. This is the 3rd time today that our family has confused us. Similarly mistaken for Fred, George growled. You can't even tell us apart, can you? In unison, they retorted. How can you still be our mother? At that, they exchanged a knowing glance and high-fived, laughing. Oh, look at that, perfect harmony. Moments ago, they were at each other's throats, and now they were reconciled. Mrs. Weasley felt the weight of guilt. She cleared her throat sheepishly. Well, you are twins. Looking exactly alike. Even parents and siblings can occasionally mix you up. Mom, I know, Elaire interjected, pointing at the one with the torn collar. This is Fred. Then she pointed to the one with disheveled hair. And this is George. Aside from Percy, who remained unperturbed, Fred and George were stunned, and Mrs. Weasley was equally astonished. Ginny gasped, covering her mouth, while Ron continued to nibble his ice cream. Just moments before, Fred and George had been moving about, switching places multiple times while speaking. It was impossible to distinguish them unless one truly knew the differences. "Dear, how did you do that?" Mrs. Weasley sincerely inquired of Elaire. God knows how many times she had been blamed by the twins for not being able to tell them apart. Whenever they got into trouble, she became the unreasonable one. Although, it was quite, well, something that their own mother couldn't differentiate between her children. Fred and George gazed at Elaire with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Elaire tilted her head. "It's quite simple. As a veteran in spotting differences among twins, I had little to do in my humble abode, so this became my pastime. Initially, I was quite blind to their appearances, so I relied on listening to their footsteps and voices to distinguish them. Eventually, I could tell them apart by touch. And once I gained my sight, I began observing them. From hearing to touch and then to sight, I could discern even the tiniest details. From the strands of their hair to their expressions and the inflections in their voices. I could even identify them from afar by merely observing their silhouettes and walking patterns. In summary, in the realm of spotting differences among twins, Elaire had reached the highest level of expertise. She pointed to one of the twins. "Fred has a slightly sharper nose, his hair at the front parts more, and he has 2 more freckles than George." She continued. "George has a light mole on the right side of his eye, prefers bangs, has a deeper, mellower voice, and he typically steps out with his left foot first, while Fred prefers his right." Elaire wanted to add that George had 7 more upper eyelashes than Fred and 4 fewer lower eyelashes. But seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, she decided to hold her tongue. The crowd's intense gazes made Elaire feel somewhat uncomfortable. She attempted to hide behind Ginny, but to no avail. Ginny, wide-eyed, wandered off, joining the stunned group, her ice cream melting in her hands. Elaire timidly whispered, "Mom, as long as you remember, you can tell them apart too." The group fell silent. Was that something one could simply memorize? Even if one did remember, it wasn't as if they could instantly distinguish them. The twins rushed in front of Elaire, their eyes sparkling with an unusual light. They beamed at her. And Fred conjured a bag from his robes, tossing it to Mrs. Weasley with remarkable generosity. "Mom, this is our secret stash. Use it to buy Elaire a proper set of robes and a wand." George scooped Elaire into his arms, grinning like a fool. "This is a reward for little Elaire being able to recognize us." Ron shouted, "What about me?" Fred scoffed, "You're not our responsibility." Ron protested, "But I'm your brother." Hearing this, George chuckled. "All right, Ron, if you can instantly tell me apart from Fred, we'll buy you a new wizarding robe." Ron looked disheartened. It seemed he would have to wear that old, tattered one to Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley opened the bag, gasping Merlin. She quickly counted. There were 26 gold galleons, quietly resting in the pouch, glimmering with a beautiful, alluring golden sheen. Mrs. Weasley's eyes sparkled with excitement. She happily stowed away the pouch, her gaze like a radar scanning Fred and George. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Fred protested dramatically. "Mom, after receiving money, you dare suspect your adorable, selfless sons? We've been saving for ages." George nodded vigorously, echoing. "We've saved for 3 whole years. 3 years to accumulate 26 galleons seemed plausible." Mrs. Weasley huffed. "Don't let me catch you neglecting your studies and engaging in mischief." She weighed the pouch joyfully, muttering, "This can go towards repaying Gringotts. The interest has accumulated again this month. What a nightmare." As Mrs. Weasley interrogated the twins regarding their unexpected windfall, Percy had finished measuring for his robes. "All right, little girl. It's your turn." Madame Malkin, a plump witch in a fitted gown, struck Elaire as someone whose fashion sense would be better suited for a clothing store. Madame Malkin smiled amiably. "Is this your first year at Hogwarts?" Before Elaire could nod, she launched into conversation. "Oh, you will love it there. It boasts the greatest headmaster and the finest teachers." And Madame Malkin winked playfully. "The house elf Sherry is quite delightful as well. I miss it terribly." She smacked her lips in nostalgia. Elaire was uncertain whether Madame Malkin was reminiscing about her time at Hogwarts or the Sherry. Madame Malkin was draping a robe over herself, and with a swift motion, it was perfectly fitted. Her stature was indeed petite, several inches shorter than her peers. Elaire wanted to mention that she had grown significantly since arriving at the shabby dwelling, at least an inch taller now. Madame Malkin, holding a pin, meticulously adjusted the excess fabric while chatting incessantly. "By the time you reach 4th grade, you will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. I can see you possess that innate talent. When the time comes, I would be delighted to have you order your gowns from me. Perhaps you might host a Christmas ball. Oh, we certainly do more than just school uniforms here." Although generally, patrons came solely for school attire. Observing the lackluster fashion she had created, Madame Malkin sighed regretfully, yet her demeanor brightened as she regarded Elaire's nearly flawless visage. "I can offer you a complimentary fitting." Madame Malkin's enthusiasm grew. "You will surely become a living advertisement, and the transformation of Madame Malkin's robe shop into a formal gown boutique is imminent. You simply must come. Dear, you must. Her words clearly transcended the typical scope of a robe shop proprietor's duties, bordering on the intrusive and impolite. Fred furrowed his brow. Stepping forward, what does she intend to do? George grasped his arm, glancing towards Mrs. Weasley. Mom, do you think Elaire can handle this? Mrs. Weasley, intrigued, replied, I'm not certain, but it's an excellent way to test whether Elaire can navigate Hogwarts independently. I assent it. Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixed on the scene. Percy nodded. Elaire lacks experience in social interactions. This presents a fine opportunity for growth. Elaire felt somewhat perplexed by Madame Malkin's peculiar fervor. She maintained a polite smile, casting a fleeting glance towards her family. Her mother had not approached, but was observing from a distance, perhaps to see how she would manage. Elaire pondered. Regardless, complimenting someone never hurts, right? She spoke with cheerful affirmation. The robes you create are truly beautiful, Madame Malkin. It baffled her what others found aesthetically pleasing. Trust me, you do not need a pretty exterior to accentuate these gowns. It is their outdated perspective that prevents them from recognizing the beauty and uniqueness of your creations. Oh, Madame Malkin, I understand you. There is no need for worry or self-doubt. Gold buried beneath the sand takes time to be unearthed. For the first time, someone affirmed her aesthetic sensibilities, and Madame Malkin was moved to tears, her chatter resuming. 5 minutes later, wiping her tears with a checkered handkerchief, she kept murmuring, What a lovely child. Meanwhile, Elaire called out, Ron, come here. Madame Malkin is offering to make you a robe for free. She waved cheerfully at Ron, who was crouched in a corner, growing mushrooms. Ron exclaimed, Oh, George, Fred, Percy, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley looked on, bewildered. Thanks to Elaire, Percy and her own garments received a 10 discount, while Ron received a new robe at no cost. Though it was but a single piece, Ron felt thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, Elaire, he said, his eyes glistening with tears. From now on, you are my only sister. Although Ron did not loudly demand that Mrs. Weasley purchase new robes, it did not imply he had accepted the reality. Wearing old clothes was simply too embarrassing. After all, that was one of the most significant moments in a wizardess life, aside from weddings, funerals, and the celebration of a child's first month. Some families even held grand balls to celebrate the impending entry of their young wizard into school. Elaire felt a shiver run down her spine at Ron's overly sentimental words. No, I still prefer being the younger sibling. She quickly waved her hands and stepped back. Being the younger sister was wonderful. The whole family doted on her, and she had nothing to worry about or think through. The conversation with Madame Malkin had nearly exhausted her social energy for the entire day. She certainly did not wish to take on the responsibilities of an older sister. The thought alone was exhausting. Of course, this did not apply to little Ginny. How did you manage that? Fred asked Elaire incredulously. Madame Malkin's robe shop never offers discounts, except for seasonal promotions. Elaire tilted her head in contemplation, then arrogantly lifted her chin and stated, Perhaps it is because I am too clever, too charming, and too adored by everyone. Madame Malkin was indeed talkative. She merely followed the flow of the conversation. Fred chuckled, Stop being cheeky. You little witch, you're quite shrewd. Elaire reflected on their dialogue. Well, everyone desires acknowledgement and respect, do they not? I simply said what Madame Malkin wanted to hear. She chuckled and managed to sell a bit of pity in the process. George elongated his tone. A bit? She gave Ron a new robe for free. That's worth 3 galleons. Elaire exclaimed. Actually, she intended to gift it to me, but I thought Ron needed it more than I do. Sorry, I didn't save you any money. In any case, she was generously using others' resources. Those galleons seemed plentiful. Yet they had been saved by the twins over 3 years, all brought forth for her use, when she could have saved them instead. The twins embraced Elaire from either side. What is there to apologize for? You did nothing wrong, Fred remarked nonchalantly. There's no need to save. We're happy to spend on you. In truth, we haven't saved for that long. 3 years is just something we tell our mother, George added. And Ron indeed needed a new robe. Elaire felt a mixture of gratitude and immense pressure. The favors of the Weasley family were debts she could never repay. However, she soon found solace in the thought. She was now part of the Weasley family. Spending her brother's money didn't seem so wrong? Ron, clutching his new robe, wore a contented smile. To an observer, it might appear he had just received an endless mountain of candy, chocolate, and cream, along with 10 Firebolt 2000 broomsticks, rather than a simple, plain new school robe. Thank you, Elaire, Ron expressed once more. This means a lot to me. I will cherish this robe. When Mrs. Weasley had announced that she would not be purchasing him wizard robes, oh Merlin, Ron felt as if the sky were collapsing. Would he be ridiculed? Would he be ostracized by his classmates? Would the teachers look down on him? His heart raced throughout the day, contemplating the myriad terrifying possibilities of the future. Yet now, his heart was at ease, comfortably floating in the warm spring of joy created by his new robe. We are family, Ron. Elaire was almost weary of hearing those words. There is no need for such gratitude. Unless you regard me as an outsider, please refrain from saying thank you again. Ron promptly sealed his lips, yet his eyes still sparkled with light. Mrs. Weasley, observing the still substantial pile of galleons, made a decisive choice. To Gringotts. Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world, managed by goblins. Elaire had been residing with the Weasleys for over a month and had gained a fair understanding of the wizarding world. She was aware of Gringotts, Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, Quidditch, House Elves, and Muggles. This was her first time seeing Gringotts, and she felt a sense of wonder. They stood before a towering white building that loomed above the surrounding shops. Beside the shimmering bronze door stood a creature clad in a vivid scarlet uniform adorned with gold trim. This was a goblin, George whispered in reminder. The goblin was approximately a head shorter than Elaire, sporting a pointed mustache and a face that radiated intelligence, with a dark complexion. The goblin greeted comers and goers with a broad smile, occasionally using magic to brusquely usher individuals out of Gringotts. As Elaire and her companions ascended the white steps, the goblin approached them, saying, "Good day, madam." The goblin bowed politely to Mrs. Weasley. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Elaire felt an inexplicable familiarity with this creature. Upon entering, they encountered a second door, silver in hue, inscribed with verses warning thieves. Elaire paused, taking in the ominous words. Percy interjected, just as the poem states, "One should never rob Gringotts. It is the safest place in Britain aside from Hogwarts. They possess various mechanisms, alchemical armaments, and magical secrets, even guarded by a fire dragon." A fire dragon? Elaire queried, puzzled. Yet another unfamiliar term, one she had never encountered. Ron exclaimed, "It's an incredibly powerful, colossal, and majestic magical creature." Ah, Elaire realized. It's an animal. As they conversed, two goblins approached, leading them into a grand marble hall, filled with an innumerable array of doors leading to various destinations, where numerous goblins were directing the comings and goings of patrons. Elaire gazed towards the center of the hall, where approximately 100 goblins were seated behind long counters on elevated stools. Some were weighing coins on brass scales, others were inspecting gemstones with magnifying glasses, while some were diligently recording entries in large ledgers with quills. Elaire's gaze lingered as she noticed a goblin weighing a pile of transparent stones resembling glowing coals. These transparent red stones struck her as remarkably familiar, as if she had seen them before. Mrs. Weasley approached the counter. "Hello, I am here to repay a loan." The sound of coins rattled as she placed her money pouch on the counter. "Name?" The goblin drawled slowly, its voice high-pitched and thin. "Molly Weasley, Mrs." Weasley replied tersely. The goblin opened the ledger. "You borrowed 15 galleons here at 6 o'clock this morning. Would you like to repay it now?" Mrs. Weasley nodded, emptying the pouch's contents onto the counter. "Yes, all 15 are here." The goblin donned spectacles, scrutinizing the coins on the table, and slowly remarked, "You are short 1 canute." "Madam, this is interest." Mrs. Weasley erupted. "I borrowed for less than 4 hours." The goblin remained unhurried, calmly stating, "The interest is 1 canute per day. It is the policy, and it must be collected once a loan is made." It lowered its glasses, a glint of menace in its eyes. "Madam, I am certain you would not wish to oppose Gringotts over a mere canute." Mrs. Weasley fell silent, as if choked by an unseen force, glaring at the goblin. The goblin maintained its indifferent demeanor. The standoff over the single canute of interest lingered. Percy seated Elaire on a waiting chair alongside Ginny and Ron, rolling up his sleeves to argue the case for Mrs. Weasley. Fred and George watched in dismay at the galleons in Mrs. Weasley's grasp. Ron and Ginny engaged in playful banter, seizing the opportunity. Elaire picked up a discarded burlap sack that had been carelessly tossed aside by a wizard and donned it as a disguise. She crouched and navigated her way through the counter, quickly locating the goblin weighing the red stones. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire what you are doing?" she asked, striving for politeness. "Oh, ho ho, sir. Little witch, you call me sir?" The goblin chuckled in surprise. It set down the gemstone, intrigued by the golden-eyed girl who appeared as radiant as a nugget of gold. "Is there something amiss, sir?" Elaire blinked innocently, like a curious child. The goblin seemed to be taken aback by her address, narrowing its eyes and shivering slightly. Few witches or wizards referred to goblins as sir. Most simply called them by their names, or, worse yet, yelled, "Hey, you goblin." The goblin retorted, "Until now, in wizarding literature, we goblins are still referred to as it." Elaire expressed her deep sympathy for this oversight, steering the conversation back on track. "This is a ruby." The goblin lifted a red stone, proclaiming, "It is quite valuable. Young lady, I intend to weigh some for Bulgari." "What is Bulgari?" The goblin glanced around to ensure no one else was listening and whispered, "It is a currency of greater value than a galleon, used exclusively by the wealthy, not in circulation. 1 Bulgari can equate to 100 galleons. Sometimes, when the affluent possess too many galleons, and their vaults cannot contain them, they resort to Bulgari as a substitute. Elaire nodded, adding, moreover, carrying around a heavy sack of galleons while shopping for luxury items is quite undignified. Am I right, sir? The goblin narrowed its eyes again, trembling with approval. Yes, yes. Indeed, a polite and clever little witch. However, crafting Bulgari is quite laborious and consumes a great deal of ruby. A stone of this size can yield only 2 pieces. The goblin held up a ruby roughly the size of a baby's fist. Elaire observed that this ruby, although sizable for the goblin's workstation, was merely of medium size, with even larger ones present. Gringotts is running low on rubies. Recently, Nicodemus ordered some for alchemical research, the goblin muttered. May I see one? Sir? Just for a moment, right before you. Elaire smiled shyly. I believe I have seen this before and would like to confirm. Chapter 22. Am I an outsider? The goblin, in good humor, handed her a stone. Here, child, just don't wander off. The moment the gem was in her hand, Elaire confirmed her suspicion. The ruby the goblin held was indeed the same as the one in her bracelet box. Only hers appeared slightly redder, deeper, and more translucent. Though smaller, it was quite rare to find one the size of a baby's fist. The goblin politely inquired, So, little girl, is it the same as the one you have seen? It did not expect a child dressed in tattered clothes, who had just donned a burlap sack, to possess a ruby. Yet, this child was so charming and polite that the goblin felt an inexplicable kinship with her, not wishing to harm her pure and innocent spirit. Elaire nodded. Yes, sir, it is the same. She quickly scanned the other goblins handling, or noticing some tossing even larger rubies into a nearby basket, as if they were worthless. She also spotted a velvet-lined box on a workstation containing several smaller, but meticulously stored rubies. It seemed there was a distinction in quality. Elaire wished to show the goblin her own gem. The goblin lamented. Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Wait, what? The goblin's eyes widened. Using her clothing as a cover, Elaire retrieved a quail egg-sized ruby from her bracelet. The gem was a vibrant red, pure, full, and bright, resembling a flame burning fiercely. The fairy swiftly extended its elongated arm, carefully cradling the exquisite gemstone in its grasp for closer inspection. It bent down, rummaging through the depths of a cabinet to retrieve a small silver hammer, which it gently tapped against the gem. The delightful chime resonated, and the ruby emitted a melodious, crystalline sound. Ah, Merlin, a ruby imbued with magical properties. The fairy gasped in awe. It was worth noting that a millennium ago, the leader of their fairy tribe had crafted a silver holy sword, adorned with a ruby of unparalleled quality and potent magical attributes. While this particular stone could not compare to that one, it was nonetheless remarkable. Where did you acquire this? The fairy's expression transformed, becoming a blend of urgency and greed. Elaire blinked innocently. I found it during an outdoor adventure, amidst a graveyard. The fairy's eagerness was abruptly replaced by disappointment. Clearly, it was not sourced from a ruby mine. However, a ruby with magical properties had indeed surfaced, much to its surprise. The fairy swallowed hard and inquired softly, Might you consider selling it to me? Elaire glanced over at Mrs. Weasley, who had concluded her conversation with the fairy and was now throwing a copper canute onto the counter in evident displeasure. Then, an alarming realization struck. The child who was least likely to go missing had vanished. The entire family began frantically searching for Elaire, overwhelmed with guilt for worrying everyone. The little girl immediately shouted, Mom, I'm over here. Elaire. Everyone turned towards her voice. George abruptly pivoted, his eyes unexpectedly bloodshot, and hurried over to embrace her tightly. You scared me to death, he exclaimed, a note of fear lacing his tone. This place is so chaotic. What if you encountered danger while running around? An unfamiliar emotion surged within Elaire, an amalgamation of bittersweet sensations, tinged with a hint of satisfaction that nearly brought her to tears. It was peculiar and complex. This was not the first time she had experienced such strange feelings with the twins. The initial terror, followed by joy, happiness, and concern, were all emotions they had introduced her to for the first time. Elaire felt somewhat bewildered. What was she to do in this moment? Recalling how the twins had comforted her during her own fears and sorrows, Elaire tentatively placed her hand on George's head, mimicking their gestures, and softly murmured, I'm sorry, George, for causing you worry. Fred rushed over, his face reflecting his own fear. What are you doing here? Just because of a pile of stones? Elaire earnestly corrected him. It's a ruby, Fred. A beautifully valuable gemstone. We mustn't misname it. She raised the stone, now back in her possession. I found this gentleman discussing something that looks just like what I discovered in the wild, so I wanted to take a look. She patted George, signaling him to release her, but he simply held her tighter, unwilling to let her go. With a sigh, Elaire resigned herself to speaking while nestled in George's embrace. This gentleman wishes to purchase the gemstone, Mom, but I'm too young to make such decisions. I initially thought it was merely a pretty stone, something I could turn into a necklace for you. Elaire remained uncertain about the ruby's worth in gold galleons, harboring doubts about the fairy's intentions. The fairy hesitated, beginning to utter a price, but Elaire quickly interjected, "But this gentleman just mentioned it's a gemstone with magical properties, Mom. What does that mean? Is it very valuable?" Mrs. Weasley stared at the gemstone, her breath quickening as thoughts of newfound wealth echoed in her mind. "This is a fortunate day," she mused. Once a wealthy young lady herself, a member of the pure-blood Pruitt family, she had encountered many fine treasures. 3,000 galleons, Mrs. Weasley stated, her face betraying no blush despite the rapid beating of her heart. The fairy, caught in a dilemma, realized that Nicolamé had offered 3,000 galleons and desired to earn a profit. "Madam, I can only offer you 1,500 galleons," the fairy said with a forced smile. "Very well, then," Mrs. Weasley replied, turning to leave. "I can seek out those wealthy alchemists. They would surely pay 3,000 galleons for it." With that, she decisively took Elaire and George by the hand and began to walk away, prompting a flurry of children to follow. "Madam, wait," the fairy called out. 2,000 galleons. Would that suffice? Mrs. Weasley did not slow her pace. 2,200. 2,500. "All right, madam. 2,800. That is the highest I can offer," the fairy shouted in desperation. Finally, Mrs. Weasley turned back, holding her wand firmly. In a calm tone, she instructed, "Let us proceed. Open a new account for me, converting 800 galleons into copper nuts and 1,000 galleons into silver sickles." As the fairies busily arranged the currency, Mrs. Weasley summoned her husband Arthur through the fairy's fireplace. Mr. Weasley arrived within moments, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes and soot on his nose. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his children behaving in what could only be described as peculiar ways. Fred and George were darting around the fairy, one nearly colliding with a fairy levitating copper nuts with a spell. Percy, Elaire, Ron, and Ginny were seated on the ground, watching the fairies with wide eyes, murmuring. 3 times, 4 times as they counted the number of trips the fairies made carrying galleons, sickles, and nuts into the cave. Mr. Weasley felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Surely his children hadn't he secretly borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates? His mind raced while his weary body betrayed him with a deep yawn. The recent surge in work had left chaos in its wake, with enchanted muggle items causing mayhem. And yet, there had been no increase in overtime pay. He was utterly exhausted. But as the pillar of his family, Mr. Weasley slapped his face to regain composure. "What has transpired, Molly?" Mrs. Weasley quickly recounted the events. Gazing at her fatigued husband, she bit her lip and gently addressed him, though it may seem otherwise at first. "I believe this money rightfully belongs to Elaire. We should not claim it." Mr. Weasley nodded, still stifling a yawn. Bolstered by her husband's support, Mrs. Weasley felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Elaire with warmth. "Dear, I have opened an account for you. The proceeds from the ruby will be kept in your name, all right?" Elaire tilted her head. "But Mom, I intended to give it to you. It's just a pretty stone." She gestured to her bracelet, which contained an entire collection of gemstones, not to mention the sapphires, emeralds, amethysts, gold, and mithril on the shelf. Having just consulted a fairy, she had realized the extent of her wealth. Her storage bracelet was brimming with valuable gemstones and materials for magical alchemy and potion making. "Just a pretty stone?" Facing Elaire's youthful visage, Mr. Weasley chuckled and shook his head. "Child, it is worth a fortune, enough to cover all your expenses for 7 years of schooling." "And so what?" Elaire shrugged indifferently. "Professor Dumbledore did indeed promise that if I ranked among the top 3 in the end-of-semester examinations, he would grant me a scholarship. I am confident in my abilities." Observing the hesitation of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Elaire was reminded of a recent incident that bore a striking resemblance to this moment. She felt a pang of discontent. With a look of injured innocence, Elaire said, "Mother, you accepted money from George and Fred without a second thought. Why is it that when it comes to me, it suddenly becomes a matter of division? We are family. Why treat us as if we are 2 separate entities? Do you consider me an outsider?" Mrs. Weasley cast a troubled glance at her husband and then at Elaire, responding, "But, dear, this is not a trivial amount. Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Elaire articulated her thoughts with clarity and conviction. "I understand precisely how much 2,800 galleons amounts to, Mother. I wish for it to benefit every member of our family." They had never voiced their struggles in her presence. Had she not been observant for quite some time, she might still be oblivious to the hardships her family faced. At home, her needs were always prioritized, with her siblings ensuring she lacked for nothing. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Elaire felt a tightness in her throat. Turning to Mr. Weasley, she implored, "Father, I want you to rest well. I know you have a fondness for that muggle car. Why not purchase it now?" She then directed her gaze towards the others. "Ron deserves a new wand, textbooks, and robes just like every first-year wizard. Fred and George's broomsticks are so worn they are practically unusable. as the beaters of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. They cannot afford to be hindered by subpar equipment. Percy may not voice it, but I am aware he needs to buy many study materials. Yet he never speaks up and instead borrows notes from classmates. Ginny spends her time at home reading novels without any companions. I wish for her to explore and engage with the real world outside. Lastly, Mother, on page 24 of the latest Witch Weekly. That crimson robe would undoubtedly look stunning on you. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening. Everyone always gives me the best. I beg of you, Mother. You know we all need this money. Mrs. Weasley could no longer contain her tears, and even Mr. Weasley felt moisture in his eyes. The rest of the family, having sensed the commotion, gathered anxiously around them, but upon hearing Elaire's words, fell into a contemplative silence. Percy lowered his head, concealing his expression. His hands stuffed in his pockets, he appeared to be grappling with mixed emotions, as evidenced by the flush on his cheeks. George pressed his lips together, seemingly striving to maintain composure, yet his intense gaze seemed to sear into Elaire's very being. Fred, unable to contain himself, embraced his twin brother and exclaimed, "My little witch." "Dear Elaire, George, she is an angel. An angel. My precious Elaire." Ginny had already enveloped Elaire in a tight embrace, her voice still soft but trembling with emotion. "Thank you for thinking of me, sister." It was the first time Ginny had referred to her in such a manner, and she blushed. Ron jumped up with joy, cautiously but eagerly asking, "Can I have a new wand?" Mrs. Weasley had emerged from her complex emotions and exchanged a glance with her husband. Mr. Weasley sighed in resignation and nodded slightly. She then looked at Elaire, whose determined and obstinate gaze suggested that she would not relent. Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath and, with a sweeping gesture, declared, "Buy." Ron leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "Mother, you are magnificent." "Hooray for Elaire." He continued, "What about the new textbooks?" Mrs. Weasley waved her hand again, affirming, "Buy." "What about the new cauldron?" "Buy." "The Firebolt 2000 broomstick." "Ronald Weasley, you will cease this at once." Laughter erupted among them, and Ron joined in, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Mr. Weasley lay down on a heap of silver sickles and bronze nuts, drifting off to sleep. The others settled around the coins, chatting merrily. Chapter 23, The Wand's Disdain. With their newfound wealth, Mrs. Weasley led the family back to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. This time, not only did Ron acquire an entire new set of robes, but each family member received several new garments. Mrs. Weasley purchased a striking crimson robe adorned with golden trim, which made her radiate with beauty. Arthur could not take his eyes off his wife, showering her with admiration. Molly blushed like an apple, her smile bright and joyful. Such is the affection of this old married couple. Fred rolled his eyes, somewhat unimpressed. In public, really? How vulgar. If our parents weren't so enamored, we wouldn't even exist, Fred, George retorted, acknowledging that their mother looked quite splendid in red. Just then, George spotted Elaire emerging from the fitting room, clad in a pale blue robe. Her dark hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulder, exuding a radiant yet graceful beauty. Fred's attention was immediately captivated. He unabashedly exclaimed, "I always knew little Elaire was beautiful, but, my word, you are simply stunning." He approached and playfully pinched her cheek, adding, "So lovely, it suits you perfectly." George, entranced, nodded in agreement, like a fairy from myth. As Ginny passed by, carrying clothes and having overheard the entire exchange, she scoffed. "How dare you speak about Mom and Dad?" As the only two girls in the family, Elaire and Ginny received special attention from Mrs. Weasley, who dressed them up splendidly. They were nearly buried under the pile of clothes. Ginny was thoroughly enjoying the process of trying on outfits, while Elaire, who seldom changed clothes and usually wore pajamas at home, found herself overwhelmed. Mrs. Weasley seemed intent on having her practice dressing independently and did not assist her. Elaire was slow to change and grew increasingly frustrated. Fortunately, the twins kept a watchful eye on her and promptly extracted her from the heap of garments. Alas, mere minutes later, she was again buried beneath a new batch of clothes brought by Mrs. Weasley. Madame Malkin was taken aback. "Did you strike it rich? Just a few hours ago, weren't you claiming to be from a poor family?" Elaire emerged from the pile, smiling brightly. "Madame Malkin, you're quite perceptive, indeed. We have come into some money." Madame Malkin, astounded, provided a 10 discount this time, but only after Mrs. Weasley inquired if they might receive a little concession. Aside from seasonal sales, Madame Malkin seldom offered discounts. Yet this time she acquiesced readily, primarily due to the Weasley family's substantial purchases. They were indeed valuable customers. This cleared out much of her inventory. After exiting the robe shop, the family made their way to Elop's Owl Emporium, for they intended to retire Old Errol. With their newfound wealth, they naturally wished to provide each child with a communication owl. The twins jointly acquired a brown screech owl, while Ron received a majestic tawny owl. Percy already owned one. Elaire chose not to buy an owl. Instead, she was immediately drawn to a sleek, ebony raven, which she named Zelda. Mrs. Weasley purchased a lovely barn owl to replace Errol for family communications. A throng of individuals bustled through the streets, ransacking the cauldron shop, stationery store, and apothecary. They then arrived at the illustrious Leaky Cauldron. My list of required readings indicated that this year I still needed to procure the Gentleman's Handbook. What on earth is that? Fred scrutinized the list with a palpable air of skepticism, glancing back and forth several times. George, cradling Elaire, leaned in. The author goes by the peculiar name of 10 What an odd moniker. Percy had already unearthed the elusive Gentleman's Handbook. Ah, a must-read for third-year boys, though it doesn't count for credits. Percy stifled a laugh. For the first time, Elaire observed a semblance of amusement on Percy's face. However, Hogwarts mandated that every third-year male student possess a copy and read it at least once, culminating in a minor examination at the year's end. Those who failed would face detention and be required to retake the test until they passed. Well, let us see what it entails. Fred grumbled as he reluctantly accepted the book from Percy's hands. I can't believe this is the first time I won be smacking a book you gave me against your head. Damn it. George rested his chin on Fred's left shoulder. Open it up. Elaire, nestled against George, leaned slightly to the right, resting her chin on Fred's right shoulder. 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon the tome in Fred's hands. Its black leather cover bore gilded lettering, the Gentleman's Handbook. Below, a line of italicized Italian text read, Mastering the Instincts of Beasts, an essential read for boys transitioning into gentlemen. Fred turned the first page. The contents revealed the male anatomy, normal physiological changes during puberty, the first step towards manhood, understanding your desires. Fred bypassed the table of contents and flipped to a random page in the middle. Bang! Before Elaire could discern the illustration on the page. Fred's face flushed crimson as he slammed it shut. I knew it. Percy, you didn't hold back. Fred hurled the book toward Percy. Percy remained unfazed. With a silent incantation, the book levitated in midair. With a whoosh, the Gentleman's Handbook flew back into Fred's bag. Take your time in bed with it, Fred. Savor it. Percy mocked as he turned to venture deeper into the bookstore. George's cheeks flushed as well. Is this really the school's reading list? How utterly inappropriate. The commotion in the bookstore quickly subsided. They exited the Leaky Cauldron empty-handed. Not because they had failed to purchase books, but rather because they had acquired so many they could not carry them. According to a certain unnamed informant whose name begins with an F, Fred had nearly cleared half the bookstore. The shopkeeper offered complimentary delivery. Thus, Mrs. Weasley set down all their purchases and paid the proprietor 7 silver sickles to have everything delivered. Only one item remained unpurchased. The family strode purposefully to the wand shop. The gilded sign above the door already peeling. Elaire strained to read the words. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Elaire gazed into the window, where a lone wand lay atop a faded purple cushion. Compared to the ornate displays of the broomstick shop, this place appeared decidedly lackluster. Is this really the place to procure a wand? It seemed rather dubious. Upon entering, the shop was quite modest in size. Elaire surveyed her surroundings. Aside from a long bench in the corner for waiting, there was scant furniture. Towering stacks of narrow paper boxes nearly reached the ceiling, dust coating everything in a fine layer. Elaire sneezed loudly. Ron called out, "Hello? We need 2 wands." Welcome, came a voice from behind Ron. Ron jumped, his shock of red hair bristling as he turned. A diminutive old man with silvery gray eyes, resembling moons, had somehow appeared behind him. He scrutinized the Weasley family from head to toe. Another redhead. Greetings, Molly and Arthur, Pearwood and Oak. What a nostalgic sight. The Weasley couple nodded in acknowledgement. Pleased to meet you, Ollivander. The old man then shifted his gaze to Elaire, and upon meeting his scrutinizing eyes, she offered a polite, measured smile. Hello, sir. Greetings, child, Ollivander mumbled. He barely glanced at Elaire before turning his attention to the wall. To be honest, you give me an unsettling feeling. The little old man's gaze was sidelong. Unsettling. Elaire was somewhat perplexed. George interjected indignantly. Hey, what do you mean? Ollivander immediately turned his cheerful gaze towards him. Older, 13 1/3 inches, dragon heartstring. Quite adept at transfiguration, I imagine it has accompanied you on many intriguing adventures. George scoffed. Ollivander then turned his attention to Fred, twin brother, yet a wand of dogwood, even more boisterous, unicorn tail hair, 13 1/3 inches. A quirky yet lively wand. Fred clicked his tongue, made a face, and pretended to gag. Clearly, the twins were still miffed at the old man's earlier affront to Elaire. However, Elaire felt no offense. Rather than brooding over perceived slights, she was more curious about why the old man deemed her unsettling. Just moments ago, her mother had referred to her as the family's little good fortune. Ollivander accurately identified each person's wand in the room. Vine wood, Dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Child. A wand is your third hand. Cherish it well. Percy's hand rested on the wand at his waist, nodding politely, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. Indeed, sir. The wand is quite functional. Ollivander produced a silver tape measure from his pocket and began searching for a suitable wand for Ron. The old man's method of selecting wands was rather peculiar. Elaire found it quite bewildering when he measured the distance between his nostrils and the spacing between his fingers. Strange. However, compared to the talking mirror at home, it seemed somewhat more acceptable, perhaps. Ron soon received his new wand. Unicorn tail hair, willow, 14 inches. Use it wisely, child. I see boundless potential in your future. Ron beamed, enthusiastically turning to his parents. Isn't it fantastic, Mum and Dad? Mr. Weasley smiled and patted Ron's shoulder. Mrs. Weasley, overcome with emotion, wiped away tears, nodding. Wonderful, my goodness, in the blink of an eye, my little Ronnie is off to Hogwarts. Fred and George rolled their eyes in unison. Little Ronnie, congratulations. They flanked Ron, one ruffling his hair vigorously while the other stealthily slipped a small dung bomb into Ron's pocket. Ron's hair was tousled into a wild, frizzy mess. As everyone celebrated Ron's achievement, Ollivander wore a furrowed brow, with an air reminiscent of charging into battle. He addressed Elaire. Come now, child, it's your turn. Oh dear, the third vertebra in my spine is beginning to ache. Elaire blinked, extending her arms, allowing Mr. Ollivander to direct her. Let us try this one. He extracted a box and opened it. Beech wood, unicorn tail hair, 12 inches. The rich mahogany wand was grand in its entirety. However, the moment Elaire's fingertips brushed against it, Mr. Ollivander shrieked and snatched it back. Absolutely not. He exclaimed vociferously. Let me see, he said, turning and selecting another wand from a shelf. Apple wood, phoenix feather, 11 inches. This wand was exquisitely crafted, and Elaire found herself rather fond of it as her hand made contact. A gentle flick, and Mr. Ollivander placed a hand over his heart, whispering, Do not fear, child. Elaire was perplexed. It felt as though the old man was not addressing her, but rather conversing with the wand itself. Was it not the wand that should be fearful? Elaire gave it a flick. The wand emitted a crackling sound, erupting in a magnificent burst of golden-red flames, a serpent of fire materializing and consuming the entire room. The Weasley couple and Mr. Ollivander simultaneously brandished their wands. Protect all. Safeguard. Spell halt. Fred pulled Elaire behind him, while George and Percy shielded Ginny and Ron. The three of them swiftly casting spells. Armor of protection. The wand shop trembled precariously, and after what felt like an eternity, calm was finally restored. The elegant wand in Elaire's grasp was now riddled with golden cracks. Crack, crack. The beautiful wand had disintegrated into a pile of shards. I knew it. Mr. Ollivander knelt, cradling the fragments in his hands, a pained groan escaping his lips. Elaire felt as though she had stirred a significant trouble. Her body was not yet fully mended, still leaking magic, and her powers flowed unevenly, especially when her emotions surged, easily spilling over. She had already shattered several small trinkets at home. Who would have thought that a tool designed to balance magic and assist in spellcasting could not withstand such force? You would. Dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Mr. Ollivander took a deep breath, almost mournfully presenting the dark purple wand to Elaire. If this one fails, my dear, I fear I shall be unable to provide you with a suitable wand. Elaire grasped the wand, but before she could even wave it, it was snatched back by Mr. Ollivander. Absolutely, absolutely not. He declared in despair. Your magic is far too volatile, akin to an untamed wild stallion. If the magic of a normal person were in such a state, they would have long turned silent. Elaire, her face a shade of gray, looked helplessly at George and Fred. The twins turned to their parents. Mrs. Weasley frowned and inquired, Is it not possible to customize one? Mr. Ollivander hesitated, scrutinizing the attire of the entire Weasley family. 100 galleons, I doubt you can afford it. Mrs. Weasley raised an eyebrow. How can we not afford it? Customization. Mr. Ollivander choked slightly. He sighed. The issue is, there are no materials suitable for her wand. Everything available is beyond her capacity. I have already presented her with the most resilient options. Mrs. Weasley asserted, it must be done. The Ollivander family has been crafting wands since 382 BC. If even you cannot manage it, to whom else can we turn? Mr. Weasley spoke gently. This is a challenge, is it not? Once successful, imagine how unique and unparalleled this wand will be. Mr. Ollivander's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he appraised Elaire. Very well, I shall make an attempt. Should I find suitable materials, I will send an owl. We can discuss the price then. The Weasley family returned to their humble abode. As it stood, Elaire's wand seemed a distant prospect, hope appearing bleak. Chapter 24, Nightmares and Grapes. Elaire lay alone in her bed. The others were downstairs in the living room, organizing the items they had purchased. Currently, Elaire was not required to do housework, Mrs. Weasley had instructed her to return to her room to rest, aiming for her to fully recover before school began. She sulkily poked at the new toy Fred had made for her, a decapitated clown. A surge of magic inadvertently overflowed from her fingertips, causing the clown's head to explode. Silently, Elaire tossed it into the box beneath her bed, muttering 3 apologies in her heart. One to Mr. Ollivander. She had thought that a wand, such a unique magical tool, would differ from ordinary toys. One to Fred. This had been the 6th toy he had gifted her that she unintentionally broke, while Fred believed it was the fault of their pet, Scabbers. One to Scabbers. Sorry for always making you the scapegoat, enduring numerous jabs and confinement from Fred. As she drifted into a daze, Elaire closed her eyes. Yet, the location was not her heart's ocean. Amidst a dense, dark fog, she saw a woman with blue hair and red eyes, her ears slightly pointed, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, wielding a jet-black wand aimed at Mrs. Weasley. A blinding green light flashed. Mrs. Weasley collapsed. Elaire rushed forward, only to find Mrs. Weasley's eyes tightly shut, her complexion ashen. The woman's maniacal laughter echoed in her ears. Mrs. Weasley was dead. No, Elaire cried out, awakening to find herself in her familiar room. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the sound of birds chirping. Yet, the woman's frenzied laughter and Mrs. Weasley's ashen face left Elaire feeling uneasy. She dashed downstairs. Mom. Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen with Percy and Ginny, preparing dinner ingredients. Upon hearing Elaire's terrified cries, she hastily set down her wand and rushed out of the kitchen, asking as she ascended the stairs, "Sweetheart, darling, what is it?" Elaire stumbled into Mrs. Weasley's embrace, secured by warm, sturdy arms. Feeling the familiar scent and hearing her heart's steady rhythm, Elaire could not help but shed tears of fear. She clutched Mrs. Weasley, sobbing, "Mom, I dreamt you died." Mrs. Weasley paused, gently stroking Elaire's hair, whispering, "Do not fear, dear, I will not die. I am here, no need to worry." But that dream felt so real, as if it were a glimpse into the future. Elaire held on to Mrs. Weasley's hand tightly. Mrs. Weasley, with a complex yet comforting expression, soothingly patted her back, saying softly, "Percy and Ginny are downstairs. Would you like to join me in the kitchen?" Elaire followed Mrs. Weasley downstairs. The kitchen was filled with an array of fresh vegetables, and on the counter lay a large, fresh-cut steak, blood still glistening. It appeared they were in for a grand feast tonight. Upon seeing Elaire, Ginny immediately offered her a generous spoonful of strawberry pudding, the sweet flavor instantly dispelling the fear lurking in her heart. Noticing Elaire's improved demeanor, Mrs. Weasley busied herself again. Percy handed Elaire a plate of freshly baked cookies. "Take these to Ginny. I can help Mom in the kitchen," he added. But Ginny wanted to learn how to cook the steak with Mrs. Weasley. With nothing else to do, Elaire sat alone at the dining table, nibbling on cookies, watching her family, who were busy yet filled with laughter and joy, lost in thought. What was happening? A familiar voice sounded in her ears. The twins approached, carrying a large stack of items. Butterbeer, flaming whiskey, fairy chandeliers, bizarre fireworks, an array of candies, and a multitude of festive firecrackers. With a loud thud, Fred tossed the items onto the dining table, snatched a half-eaten biscuit from Eli's hand, and mumbled, "What are you daydreaming about?" The negative effects of her nightmare made Eli feel an urge to lash out. She shot him an irritated glance. "There are biscuits on the plate. Why are you eating mine?" Fred leaned his arm on the back of Eli's chair, grinning unabashedly. "The ones in your hand look more delectable." Fine, she accepted this reasoning and picked up a new piece. Just as she took a bite, another mouth seized it away. George, with a biscuit in his mouth, cheekily remarked, "Thanks for the taste test." Those two mischief makers. Fortunately, Eli had grown accustomed to their antics. She surveyed the table filled with goodies. "Did you go on a scavenger hunt?" "Oh, indeed," Fred replied as he dragged a chair over to sit down. "We'll be using all this soon." George pulled up another chair. "We ought to celebrate tonight." Eli raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Celebrate what?" Both brothers, shocked, exclaimed in unison. "What do you mean, celebrate what?" "There is so much to celebrate." They began to rattle off their reasons like popping popcorn. "Your arrival. Your restored eyesight. Your ability to walk. You and Ron attending Hogwarts. Our new brooms. Dad-s." "All right, enough," Eli interjected, standing up to cover their mouths, wondering if they had been possessed by a blabbermouth. With her soft, warm hand pressed against them, their spirits soared, and they leaned back in their chairs, gazing at Eli with anticipation. The boys, with their necks exposed and their slightly tousled red hair tucked behind their ears, appeared almost submissive, as if inviting her to dictate their fate. Initially, Eli had been glaring at them, but to her surprise, they seemed to revel in it. The warmth of her palm reminded Eli of something she had done earlier, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Just then, Ron had been dispatched by their mother to pick grapes, intending to make grape juice and brew wine. Under the teasing gazes of the two, Eli withdrew her hand and hurriedly grabbed a basket to join him. The twins exchanged amused glances, opting not to follow. They drew their wands and began setting up for the evening's festivities. Elaire, you can just sit there and eat, Ron said. Moving a chair under the grapevines and rolling up his sleeves. Watch me pick the sweetest ones for you. No need to work, the little girl replied, her eyes sparkling. I'll just wait for my brother to show off his skills. Ron, invigorated, declared, just you wait. He was so moved that he nearly teared up. This was how a sister should be. Unlike Ginny, who was either playing pranks on him or hurling insults with her venomous tongue. Day in and day out. She either cursed him or set traps for him. Wanting Elaire to sample every bunch of grapes, he didn't bother taking a basket. Instead, he placed 2 baskets at her feet. Fueled by youthful enthusiasm, Ron began picking grapes, delivering them to Elaire after each batch, like a diligent little bee. Eventually, seeing Ron drenched in sweat, Elaire felt a pang of conscience and decided to help him pick as well. The 2 baskets posed no challenge for Ron's tall frame. He refused Elaire's offer, easily carrying them with a carefree swagger. This is much lighter than potatoes. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed the vineyard in a golden hue. Everything around glimmered with a radiant light. The boy, basking in the twilight, his fiery red hair dancing in the breeze, smiled brightly. Today, Mum bought loads of delicious food. We're having a party at home tonight. He took Elaire's hand. Come on, Elaire, let us head back. Elaire smiled. Yes, back home. Her home. Regardless of the past or the future, she would never allow her nightmares to become reality. Chapter 25, Summer Review. Due to Dumbledore's insistence that Elaire must place in the top 3 of her class to receive a scholarship, she had been subjected to Percy's tutoring for several days. The twins felt a twinge of jealousy, seeing their little girl being taught by another boy. We can teach too, Fred grumbled to Percy. Percy, raising an eyebrow, replied, then tell me, what is the first of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration? The twins were momentarily stumped. Percy rolled his eyes in despair. This is knowledge you just covered last term. I've seen the second-year final exam papers. And it was included. The twins fell silent. They had to admit that while their grades were decent, they paled in comparison to Percy, the study fanatic. So Elaire, can you answer this question? Percy asked, glancing at Elaire, who was scribbling furiously. You cannot conjure delicious meals out of thin air, Elaire replied without looking up, her quill scratching away. Although her family was now affluent, the memories of recent poverty lingered vividly in her mind. Trading gems for money was not a straightforward path. She couldn't keep claiming she found them, or even a fool would grow suspicious. Thus, she studied diligently. Dumbledore had said that the top 3 in the year would receive scholarships, and it would be foolish to forego that opportunity. Delighted with Elaire's perfect answer, Percy praised her. Fantastic, Elaire. You're far smarter than these 2 oafs. If you're so clever, ask us about potions and herbology. Fred and George flushed with embarrassment. Percy scoffed lightly. Don't you know? Elaire has already begun reviewing 3rd-year herbology material. She has surpassed you in this field. She's a prodigy. Hearing this, Elaire felt her cheeks heat up. She shyly raised her hand. To be honest, I'm not very good at potions. All that stirring this way, and that gives me a headache. Percy fell silent. Sharing her frustration, her talent for potions was indeed lacking. Though she understood the formulas, she struggled with the practical applications. Meanwhile, Ron and Ginny, also bound by Mrs. Weasley's insistence on reviewing, were in tears. Why do I have to learn this too? Ron lamented, clutching his head in despair. All this juice and roots and leaves. He felt overwhelmed. Ginny was doodling on the exam paper Percy had given her, sketching a cartoonish figure of a boy with a lightning bolt on his forehead. Upon hearing Ron's lament, Ginny crumpled her paper and tossed it towards the distant trash bin. With a thud, the paper hit the bin, and Ginny sighed heavily. The 2 siblings exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's plight. They both sighed in unison. Ah, life is tough. Observing Ron and Ginny's current state, Elaire suddenly thought that potions class didn't seem so difficult after all. The little girl chuckled to herself. Percy wrapped the exam paper sharply, reminding Elaire that she still had 3 questions left unanswered. Elaire quickly straightened in her seat, focused her mind, and resumed writing with her quill. As Percy diligently corrected Illyria's previous exam paper, he remarked, Mother believes that if Illyria secures a position within the top 3 at the end of the term, she will be awarded a scholarship. In the spirit of fairness, Dumbledore would certainly ensure that the remaining 2 in the top 3 also receive funding. Thus, to alleviate our family's expenses, Percy cast a sharp glance at each of his siblings present. Apart from Illyria, who had already set her sights on achieving one of the top 3 spots, the others looked visibly frozen. Percy scoffed and shrugged. I have no concerns, as I have always been first. You all ought to exert yourselves, aiming for at least 3rd place. If we can reduce our expenses at the academy, perhaps our family could afford to build a new house. Fred muttered quietly. I think our current residence is quite comfortable. Percy lazily lifted an eyelid, resting his chin on one hand while using a red ink quill to mark the errors on Illyria's paper. Hearing Fred's mumble, he replied coolly, "That amount of money is not insignificant. Mother's intention is for us to keep a portion for our own spending money. I recall, Fred, that you two were contemplating. What was it again? Opening a joke shop?" "Yes, a joke shop." The twins glared at Percy, visibly displeased. Yet it seemed their interest in studying had noticeably increased. "What joke shop?" Elaire, having just completed the final question, turned curiously to the twins. "You don't know?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed that given Illyria's relationship with Fred and George, she would have been aware of their impractical aspirations by now. "It's perfectly normal for Elaire not to know," Percy interjected, putting away the exam paper with a hint of disdain for the twins. After all, Fred and George haven't mentioned it all summer, nor have they been busy tinkering with their noisy contraptions. "That was our fireworks experiment." Fred and George defended their non-existent joke shop with evident irritation. "It's not merely about making noise. If we succeed, we might surpass Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and become the new fireworks tycoons." They straightened up, their confidence palpable. Percy rolled his eyes dramatically. Ron scoffed, "What nonsense. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes has been around for years. New fireworks companies come and go, but people still only remember Weasley's." Percy added dryly, "Not to mention you two come from humble beginnings. While we are indeed one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, we are hardly a wealthy lineage." "Are we?" Ron bluntly stated. "Do you both even have 500 galleons saved up? You know our family doesn't have extra funds to buy you a shop, right?" Ginny shook her head. "Mum wouldn't agree to it. She would definitely put a stop to your plans." These comments hit too close to home, causing the previously confident twins to sag a bit. Elaire set down her quill, somewhat perplexed. "But Weasley's Wizard Wheezes didn't become the industry leader overnight, did it? Just like you told me before, Percy, you didn't inherently know so much, but learned through continuous study, accumulating mistakes and experiences." Percy shook his head. "It's different. The knowledge within books will never betray or abandon you, and it is easily accessible. Even if you make mistakes, you simply need to correct them. However, their aspirations for business are somewhat naive and unlikely to succeed. Money will never betray, Percy." Illyria's words ignited a spark of defiance in the twins. Fred scoffed. "Don't assume that just because you can't do something, we can't either." George chimed in. "If every wizard were to abandon their goals without even trying, let alone Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, our kind would have been extinct long ago." "Precisely, Percy. This is not a dream," Fred coldly added. "It is our goal." Percy was rendered speechless. Elaire pointed to her textbook for emphasis. "Knowledge, too, is established through countless trials and errors. Just moments ago, you informed me that the 5 major exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration were conclusions drawn after over 30 years of attempts and corrections." She blinked. Percy is being hypocritical. The student had just attempted to counter her teacher with the very knowledge imparted to her, leaving Percy with mixed feelings of pride and frustration. The twins felt a surge of triumph, relishing the opportunity to turn the tables. They turned their attention towards Elaire, who was still engrossed in her paper, their eyes brightening with mischief. Chapter 26. The End of Summer. Time passed swiftly, and the summer vacation neared its conclusion. After a night of pleasant dreams, Elaire awoke feeling refreshed. She opened her door, just as Fred and George emerged from their room. "Good morning, little witch," they greeted. The twins appeared rather disheveled, with dark circles under their eyes reminiscent of Mr. Weasley during his most overworked days. "What's the matter?" Fred yawned. "Nothing much," George echoed, stifling yet another yawn. "We haven't launched any experiments for the joke shop all summer, so we've been cramming." Fred yawned again. "Too many ideas to realize." "Time is money. So you haven't slept for an entire night?" Elaire exclaimed incredulously. George waved his hand dismissively. "No, several nights." He yawned once more. Elaire observed George, unable to suppress a yawn herself, which left her momentarily frozen. Was this contagious? How had she caught it from them? "Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed. "Get up. Dumbledore is coming today. I expect you to finish breakfast and tidy your rooms by 8 o'clock. If I find dirty socks or anything else on the floor, you'll be in big trouble." Elaire perked up. Professor Dumbledore was coming today, burdened by a myriad of tasks, whether it be studying knowledge, mastering magic, or practicing spells to mend her body with magic. She had completely forgotten about this visit. Although officially the headmaster of Hogwarts, that did not mean he was merely an old man who taught. As the greatest white wizard of the century, Elaire had heard countless tales about Dumbledore from home, particularly from Percy. He was the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. In 1945, he had defeated the most powerful dark wizard of the time, Gellert Grindelwald, and discovered 12 uses for dragoness blood. Such an impressive figure was coming specifically to see her. Contemplating the secret she bore, Elaire took a deep breath. She now felt somewhat reluctant to meet this esteemed wizard. Stealthily, she began to calculate with her fingers, a new skill she had acquired from her memory fragments, divination. There are many methods of divination, some requiring tools, others a specific location. This was the simplest form. However, Elaire seemed to possess a natural talent, as she could derive accurate answers regardless of the method employed. The result showed great fortune. She sighed in relief. At that moment, Fred suddenly wailed. "Do you know what this means, George?" George remained as listless as ever. Summer vacation is coming to an end, Fred." The two exchanged glances. "Oh, the start of school." Fred clutched his chest dramatically. "Oh, Summer, farewell. Even though I am reluctant to part from you." George covered his eyes, feigning tears of sorrow. "Oh, Summer, you know I am compelled to leave. Though my parents insist, I must embrace the return to school. Remember this, my heart is solely with you." Elaire was speechless, yet found it amusing. It felt as though they were performing a theatrical play. This was the delight of being with Fred and George. Life was never dull. Each day brought new amusement, and they always found a way to coax a smile from someone burdened by sadness. Like a brilliant ray of sunshine piercing through dark clouds, bringing joy and hope. Elaire was struck by the odd notion that the return to school was somehow more daunting than Dumbledore's arrival. "Ah, Summer." Fred continued his lament. George joined in. "Ah, school. I believe if you two continue to dawdle, Mother will make you bid farewell to Summer with swollen ears as you face the start of school." Elaire glanced at the clock hanging in the corridor. Sure enough, a thunderous voice echoed from downstairs. "Fred, George, Elaire, what are you all dawdling for?" George hastily called out. "Coming, Mum." Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of Mrs. Weasley climbing the stairs. She seemed irate, sporting a large blister on her lip, and brandishing a brand new violet robe, striding purposefully towards them. "Elaire, change into this after dinner." Mrs. Weasley thrust the garments into her child's arms. Elaire glanced at them. Purchased at Diagon Alley, they cost 3 galleons. "George, tie Elaire's hair up neatly. Fred, after dinner, help Elaire tidy her room. Dumbledore is coming to see Elaire. We must ensure she leaves a good impression on the future headmaster." Having said this, Mrs. Weasley turned and strode away, continuing her incessant chatter. "Now hurry down for dinner. After eating, clean your own plates. The kitchen, the garden, the snacks, the tea, Merlin's beard. There is so much to prepare and tidy up." Fred, George, and Elaire exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed Mother was more anxious than they were. Fred stifled a laugh. George shook his head in resignation. "After all, it is Professor Dumbledore's first visit to our humble abode. It is only natural for Mum to be nervous." By the time the three descended the stairs, Ginny, Ron, and Percy were already seated at the dining table. "Good morning, Elaire." Ron waved his greasy hand. Percy nodded in acknowledgement, but returned his gaze to his book. Ginny, her mouth full of food, looked up as Elaire approached and exclaimed, "Morning, Elaire. Come eat." It took Elaire a moment to decipher Ginny's words, which roughly translated to, "Good morning, Elaire. Hurry over to eat." Elaire chuckled, sitting beside Ginny and pouring her a glass of pumpkin juice. "Eat slowly. If you don't chew properly, you'll choke." Ginny responded with an okay sign. Chewing. She resembled a chipmunk with cheeks perpetually in motion, but when she finally attempted to swallow, she choked. She reached for the pumpkin juice on the table with great difficulty. Chapter 27. The Love of Family. Elaire quickly handed the pumpkin juice to Ginny while patting her back with the other hand. This was a skill she had learned from the twins. When she first began eating, she often choked from eating too quickly, and during those times, the twins would always offer her a glass of water and pat her back. Ginny gulped down the juice and let out a relieved sigh. She felt revived. Elaire couldn't help but smile at the corner of Ginny's mouth. She finally understood why Fred and George were always eager to feed her with such joy. The act of feeding was truly delightful. Elaire couldn't resist ruffling Ginny's hair. If Elaire had been a small creature when she first arrived at the burrow, resembling a potato compared to Ginny, now she had grown taller than Ginny. Even among a group of 11-year-old girls, Elaire stood tall. Mrs. Weasley even worried that Fred and George had played a prank by giving her growth potions, prompting a visit to St. Mungo's for an examination. The therapist who received them at St. Mungo's did not recognize Elaire, and there were no disputes. After a thorough checkup, Elaire was deemed to be in excellent health. The therapist remarked that if she could swim, her physical strength would allow her to cross the English Channel with ease. This was all a result of her nightly practice of absorbing that energy in her heart's sea, diligently channeling her magical powers. Regarding Elaire's transformation, aside from Mrs. Weasley being somewhat distressed that her clothes were quickly becoming too small and could only be passed on to Ginny, Fred and George were lamenting that Elaire no longer clung to them as she used to. Everyone genuinely expressed their happiness, observing the close bond between Elaire and Ginny. The twins felt a twinge of jealousy. "Today we have roast beef." Her eyes lit up. "Indeed, so let's sit down and eat quickly," Fred exclaimed, lifting Elaire under her arms as he whisked her away. "Hey, Fred, what are you doing?" Elaire questioned, bewildered by his actions. "Eating." Fred replied in a tone as if Elaire were being unreasonable. He placed Elaire between the twins, and George set a plate of sliced beef before her. If you don't eat soon, Ron will devour it all, he added with a sense of urgency. Ron widened his eyes. Hey, I saved some for Elaire and Ginny. Ginny stifled a laugh. Percy, did you spill the apple cider in the kitchen? It suddenly smells sour. Percy sniffed, replying earnestly, No, Ginny. He poured himself a glass of lemonade, took a sip, and grimaced, but Mum didn't add sugar to the lemonade. It must be the lemon's sourness. Ginny burst into laughter. You're right, Percy. If the lemon isn't sweetened, of course, it will be sour. Huh. Fred stepped forward, shoving a piece of beef into Ginny's mouth. Merlin's beard. Hurry and eat, Ginny. Can't a piece of beef silence you? Ginny widened her eyes, huffed, and straightened up, chewing again. Percy finished his meal and left the table. Ginny remarked that it was the third time he had gone upstairs to organize his attire. Ron continued to slice his beef, but as he had stated, he had left the most tender piece untouched. Elaire was already famished. She quickly finished the plate George had prepared and was about to reach for another piece when Fred placed another slice in front of her. Elaire sighed. I have hands. You know, will you be cutting my food for me at school as well? Fred shrugged dismissively. Aren't we in the same school? George added nonchalantly. Yes. We're in the same school, dining in the same hall. Even if you end up in Slytherin, it's only a few dozen steps away. Elaire exclaimed. Please don't treat me like a baby. I'm not the clueless little one who couldn't take care of herself anymore. You don't need to prepare everything for me. We enjoy it. The twins simultaneously called out to Elaire, while George, cutting his steak, muttered softly. I truly miss the you who just came home, the one who relied on me and Fred for everything. You would be affectionate, cuddling close to us, with your heart solely devoted to the two of us. The last sentence was barely audible, even to Elaire. Only Fred understood its implication, disheartenedly stuffing his mouth with steak. Elaire, perplexed, thought to herself, but I am still me. It's just that after regaining some fragmented memories, I have begun to exhibit a sense of restraint. George, in a gloomy tone, replied, I know, Elaire. It just feels too sudden. Fred chimed in, looking forlorn. Yes, it passed before we could truly cherish it. Ron nodded in agreement, longing for the days when Elaire was oblivious to everything. Yet, as time flowed on, Elaire learned more and began to mature and assert her independence, often refraining from asking him questions, especially lately. Ron felt a strange unfamiliarity about her. The thought of Elaire no longer needing him was terrifying. As Elaire savored her steak, she sensed that not only were the twins acting oddly, but Ron seemed somewhat peculiar as well. Ginny and Percy had already gone upstairs to tidy their rooms. Elaire pondered whether she should console these three despondent red-haired pups. A chuckle escaped her lips. Indeed, the trio resembled pitiable dogs abandoned by their owners, each one drooping in despair. You're laughing? Exclaimed the three in unison, their gazes fixed on Elaire. Heartless little rascal, Fred huffed, playfully pressing his hand against Elaire's head. Elaire offered no resistance, leaning into him affectionately. She looked up and said, All right, Fred, I understand what you all mean. The boy instinctively lowered his gaze to meet hers, his bright eyes filled with warmth and joy. Elaire appeared incredibly gentle. Fred froze momentarily, biting his lip, his hand relaxing as he tenderly ruffled her hair. Understand what? Elaire gazed at them, her eyes sparkling. I will always need you. The faces of the three turned crimson in an instant. She laughed, resembling a rose blooming under the July sun, warm and beautiful. Looking at Ron, she continued, I know that I may not frequently seek your counsel in the future. Her gaze shifted from Ron to the twins. I might not require your assistance with trivial matters as much. I may rarely indulge in affection. Elaire's cheeks flushed slightly. But that does not mean you are any less significant in my heart. On the contrary, the three of you, along with Mom and Dad, Percy and Ginny, and even Bill and Charlie, whom I have never met, but who have always shown concern through their letters, are the most important presences in my life. In my moments of sorrow, fear, and despair, when I face challenges, she pointed to her heart. You will always be remembered here. You are the source of my strength. I love you all. Chapter 28, Eavesdropping. Oh, Merlin. Fred and George stepped back, covering their mouths. Was that so direct? Ron's face reddened further, and he coughed repeatedly, likely continuing until he found suitable words. Elaire, I love you too. Ginny dashed down the stairs, leaping to cling to Elaire. Elaire swiftly caught her, relieved that her body had fully recovered and was now as capable as any other. Just a step back, and she held Ginny securely in her arms. What a touching scene, reminiscent of the time spent with family during her childhood. A sudden kind voice interrupted her thoughts. Elaire turned, still cradling Ginny, to see a tall, silver-haired elder with a long silver beard approaching alongside the Weasley couple. Mrs. Weasley was wiping her tears, while Mr. Weasley bore an expression of heartfelt contentment. Percy stood at the staircase, his face slightly flushed, his eyes glistening, clearly having overheard. Elaire felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was her first realization that the humble abode had a floor crack just a tad too small to trip someone. The unfamiliar elder, clad in a deep purple robe adorned with silver stars, gazed kindly at Elaire. Beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles were wise, bright blue eyes, which also appeared somewhat misty. Family. The old man sighed. He bent down, extending his hand. Hello, Elaire, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, sir. Elaire set Ginny down and stood to shake his hand. Dumbledore nodded kindly. I am Albus Dumbledore. I believe Molly and Arthur mentioned that I would be visiting. I hope you do not misconstrue my presence as eavesdropping. I happened to arrive just in time. It's quite all right, sir, Elaire replied with a polite smile, exhibiting neither deference nor arrogance. I didn't expect you to arrive early. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Elaire. Her cheeks flushed from earlier emotions and the current domestic disarray. The house is still a bit chaotic. It's perfectly fine, Molly, Mr. Weasley reassured. Patting his wife's shoulder, Dumbledore won't mind such things. Could someone prepare some tea? Mrs. Weasley nodded. Ginny, you and Elaire come help. Sorry, Molly, Dumbledore interjected politely. I would like to speak with Elaire privately for a moment. Mrs. Weasley hesitated for a moment. Of course, she replied, her tone still respectful, yet not turning to look at Dumbledore. Ginny, come here. She beckoned Ginny over. Mom, I want to listen too. Do you think Professor Dumbledore would allow me to attend Hogwarts with Elaire? Mrs. Weasley replied sternly. No, you are still too young. You will have to wait at least another year. Ginny pouted in disappointment. Fred and George stood beside Elaire. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Despite their mischievous nature, the brothers always maintained proper decorum in such matters. Dumbledore nodded. Hello, Fred, George. He chuckled. If you could manage to temper your antics this term, I believe Mr. Filch would be quite pleased. We'll do our best, sir, Fred replied courteously. However, George added, you do know we are Gryffindors, correct? Dumbledore burst into laughter. Well, he said, indeed, the spirit of adventure, that dangerous yet enticing creature, resides within every Gryffindor student's heart, surfacing from time to scratch at them. He winked playfully. Isn't it tantalizing? Indeed, sir, Fred nodded earnestly. Quite unbearable, sir, George echoed with a serious demeanor. One might assume they were engrossed in a serious academic discussion with Dumbledore. Elaire had been observing Dumbledore closely. Although he was exceptionally tall, he wasn't as intimidating, rigid, or dogmatic as she had imagined. Instead, he was a kind, gentle, elegantly dressed, and subtly humorous old man. Yet, she sensed a hint of something amiss. Within the burrow, everything felt profoundly sincere. This revelation brought a sense of comfort to Elaire, who inherently despised the machinations of intrigue. However, at that moment, she detected a whiff of cunning and guile. His gaze bore a mixture of wariness, inquiry, and a subtle scrutiny. Prior to Dumbledore's arrival, she had contemplated the implications. Her mother had mentioned that when she was found, there were numerous signs of torment from dark magic. Dumbledore had expressed both curiosity and concern for her future in his correspondence. Did he suspect that Voldemort still lived? Yet, Voldemort's fate was of no consequence to her. After all, she was not the one who had vanquished him. After 2 months steeped in the atmosphere of the magical world and Ginny's literature, Elaire was acutely aware of the terrifying power Voldemort wielded. Thus, why seek Harry Potter? What did he want from her? Although it was inevitable that Elaire would eventually confront those who had tormented her, she genuinely could not grasp the connection between her and Dumbledore's concerns. Nevertheless, when Dumbledore's gaze shifted back to her, Elaire quickly tucked her hands behind her back and donned a polite smile, presenting herself as harmless, a quintessential good girl, devoid of any malevolent traits. Dumbledore met her eyes, his own appearing remarkably sharp. Elaire blinked and promptly lowered her gaze, retreating behind Fred. Her initial suspicion had proven correct. The old man indeed harbored ulterior motives. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Fear not, my child. His tone was gentle and refined, effortlessly evoking a sense of fondness. Yet Elaire sensed something amiss. She clutched the back of Fred's shirt, pressing her face against his back in a display of shyness. Fred stiffened but remained immobile. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley waved her wand, bringing tea and snacks to the table. Oh, caramel toffee. May I sample a piece? Dumbledore's attention was momentarily diverted to the creamy yellow confection exuding a rich aroma. This distraction made it seem as though the sharpness Elaire had just perceived was merely an illusion. Mrs. Weasley poured tea for Dumbledore, saying, Please, help yourself. Elaire was likely feeling bashful, having spent her life amongst family. This was her first experience of close interaction with strangers. The child is naturally shy, Mrs. Weasley remarked, her demeanor unflustered. It was as if the Elaire who had bargained with Madame Malkin for discounts and free garments had never existed. Mr. Weasley sat upright, nodding in agreement with his wife's observation, seemingly oblivious to the memory of their daughter nearly exhausting Perkins' resources at the ministry. Fred stood resolutely, blocking Elaire from view. Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with Percy. Percy, allow me to congratulate you on becoming a prefect. It is well deserved. I shall strive harder, sir. Percy immediately stood at attention, his gold and crimson badge gleaming. Dumbledore's blue eyes shone with a gentle yet penetrating light as he regarded Percy kindly. I trust you will not disappoint me. Percy, under Dumbledore's gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment, his face reddening as they conversed. Elaire, concealed behind Fred, suddenly comprehended Dumbledore's previous intentions toward her. A cold sweat broke out upon her brow. From her inherited memories, she understood that she might be the last Cambion in existence. As a half-blood, she indeed possessed a certain degree of peril. Setting aside her identity, the things she had done while the twins slept were enough to bury her in social disgrace. Although she was but a child then, her past actions were still far from commendable. To resist legilimency, one must master the art of mental occlusion. Fortunately, Cambions not only exhibit a natural affinity for legilimency, but are also often born masters of mental shielding. Fred grasped Elaire's hand. George turned his head, casting a worried glance at her, silently inquiring with his eyes. The young girl smiled reassuringly, indicating that she was fine. Dumbledore observed Elaire once more, kindly suggesting, "Would you care for some pudding?" He raised the plate in his hand, half of the custard already consumed. When Dumbledore's eyes met Elaire's again, she did not shy away but met his gaze with a semblance of shyness, just as her mother had advised. She gently tugged at the hem of Fred's clothing and softly replied, "Not at the moment. Thank you, sir." The elder raised an eyebrow but chose not to press further. Dumbledore engaged in brief conversations with nearly everyone in the room. When it came to the twins, they discussed Quidditch. Fred and George shared a true anecdote from the pitch, eliciting a peculiar expression from Dumbledore, one that seemed to straddle the line between a smile and tears. As George finished his tale, Dumbledore appeared to be lost in thought. "Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing," he sighed, taking another sip of tea. By this point, he had consumed 2 cups of tea, half a pudding, 3 biscuits, and 4 pieces of toffee. He cleared his throat and set down his teacup. Now, we must turn to the matter at hand. Chapter 29, Dissolution of Kinship. The Weasley couple straightened in their seats. At last, they were addressing the core issue. Mrs. Weasley mused that if Dumbledore continued to converse with their children, their secrets would be laid bare. Dumbledore's fingers subtly shifted, extending a fingertip toward the toffee, only to retract it with a hint of regret. After sipping his tea, he continued, regarding Elaire's origins. "Arthur, you inquired in your letter. Regrettably, I must inform you that no wizarding family has been attacked by dark wizards. However," Dumbledore cast a penetrating glance at Elaire, "there has been some turmoil in Northumberland. The Pennine Mountains have experienced significant landslides, and witnesses reported a violent surge of magical energy, resulting in injuries to several muggles, nearly costing them their lives. Simultaneously, the Death Eaters have been notably active. It is said they were plotting a violent act of terror, but were unsuccessful." Dumbledore contemplated his teacup, speaking slowly. "It appears they were assailed by some fearsome magical creature." Mr. Weasley, well informed due to his position at the ministry, interjected, "I heard someone attempted to hijack Gringotts' vault." This revelation astonished all present. Only Dumbledore seemed unfazed by Mr. Weasley's knowledge. "Ah, you refer to that incident. It occurred yesterday and bears no relation to what I just mentioned. That rebellion transpired earlier, coinciding with the day you found Elaire." The entire Weasley family turned their attention to Elaire. "And then?" George inquired. Dumbledore took a sip of tea and continued. "All involved were slain, their bodies mangled as though caught in a meat grinder." "Was there any message left?" Fred asked. "None, whether regarding Northumberland or the Death Eaters. The specifics remain unclear." Elaire lowered her gaze. Dumbledore was speaking in veiled terms. He did not state anything explicitly, but subtly hinted to the Weasley family that she could be that dangerous magical creature. This old man was insufferable. She did not like him. "Moreover, I must inform you that the Ministry of Magic has set its sights on Elaire." Dumbledore set down his teacup, placing his hands upon his knees, legs crossed, an extraordinary capacity for self-healing, an exceptionally high resistance to toxins, as if he possessed an immortal essence. His gaze fixed intently upon Elaire, who, with downcast eyes, regarded her own legs. Just over a month ago, these very limbs had been shattered, their bones reduced to an unrecognizable state. Dumbledore spoke softly, his tone laced with gravity. "Such abilities exceed those of mere humanity. They are not possessed by wizards, witches, werewolves, or vampires." Elaire was an enigma in their eyes, shrouded in uncertainty. This uncertainty heralded danger, and the Ministry of Magic would not remain idle. Dumbledore sighed, a hint of derision in his voice. "They are perpetually anxious that another Dark Lord may arise at this very moment, despite the last still lingering in shadows. Furthermore, a certain healer from St. Mungo's is quite eager to study Elaire." Fred immediately grasped the implication. Gritting his teeth, he declared. That withered old fool was the one who informed the ministry. George tightened his grip on Elaire's hand. She will be safe, won't she, Professor? You are here. You will assist us. Before Dumbledore could respond, Fred abruptly left his seat with a crash, striding away. Mrs. Weasley shouted, Fred, what are you doing? Fred, wielding his wand with a fierce glare, retorted, I am going to teach that corpse a lesson. If he cannot restrain his tongue, then I shall. Before he could finish, Mrs. Weasley waved her wand, and he was thrown back, firmly pinned to his chair. Mum, let me go? Fred protested, struggling defiantly. Mrs. Weasley waved her wand again. Silencio. Apologies, Dumbledore. I fear I have made a fool of myself. She cast a warning glance at George. George lowered his gaze. Hands raised. I am not that impulsive. Elaire glanced up, noting the frost-like chill in George's blue eyes. With a soft sigh, she gently clasped his hand. Mum, please release Fred. She addressed Mrs. Weasley. I believe he has calmed down now. At the sight of Elaire's concerned expression, Fred ceased his struggles. Mrs. Weasley sighed and lifted the enchantment. Fred immediately rushed to Elaire's side. I will ensure you remain unharmed. The ministry, indeed. The twins exchanged a glance, fists clenched. Dumbledore observed the small girl encircled by the twins and sighed. Elaire must attend Hogwarts. It transcends merely controlling magic. Hogwarts can shield her from the ministry's scrutiny. But she cannot retain the Weasley name. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley exchanged glances. Did we even inform them of this? Mr. Weasley hesitated. We have already registered Elaire with the ministry. I suppose we must proceed to revoke that registration. Dumbledore expressed his regret. She cannot have a record with the ministry, nor can she be linked to you. Change her surname and identity, Arthur. Before the ministry catches wind of this. What good is merely changing her surname? Mrs. Weasley frowned. Elaire resides here. If they wish to investigate, they will find an excuse. Dumbledore smiled. I recently visited Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy in France. They have introduced a new course, Ancient Magical Circles. In pursuit of expanding our school's knowledge and students' experiences, I borrowed a teacher from Madame Maxime. He will bring along a student. You mean to have her blend in among them? Percy pondered the feasibility with a frown. Dumbledore regarded Percy with appreciation. The identity of a foreign exchange student from Beauxbatons provides the ministry with neither grounds nor authority to investigate or accuse her. As long as Elaire refrains from engaging in activities that would genuinely violate the ministry's laws, he added. After careful consideration, the Weasleys concurred with Dumbledore's proposal. Mr. Weasley was haunted by Avery's remarks at the ministry. He did not want Elaire to encounter such scrutiny at school. More importantly, Elaire might now face the peril of being captured for dissection. The ministry, he worked there, and if they pressured him or set traps, he would be at a loss. Mr. Weasley sighed inwardly. As for Elaire, the Weasleys had no objections. She would enter Hogwarts as Elaire Ancarossi, a surname she had whimsically chosen, with Mr. Weasley already set to revoke her previous registration. Henceforth, she would have no legal or ministry ties to the Weasley family, merely a stranger. Dumbledore appeared quite busy. After concluding this matter, he glanced at his watch and prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, the previously silent Elaire suddenly spoke. Sir, do you believe the chaos in Northumberland and the slaughter of the Death Eaters are connected to me? Dumbledore regarded her with surprise. No, my child. There is presently no direct evidence linking those events to you. The young girl maintained a calm demeanor, politely nodding. Very well, thank you, sir. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Do not dwell on it. You are a good child, Elaire. Welcome to Hogwarts. I have faith that you will learn much here. I wish you all the best. Elaire responded politely. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore smiled and turned to Ron. You too, Ronald. Hogwarts welcomes you. Ron's face flushed with excitement. Dumbledore departed, and the rest of the family sighed in relief, fearing he might mistake Elaire for a monster or a terrorist and send her to the ministry or Azkaban. Soon, they were enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, with the twins and Ginny engaging in a rather eccentric dance. It's all right, it's all right. Their singing echoed with a lively, chattering energy. Yet Elaire felt no relaxation within her heart. The collapse in Northumberland, along with the Death Eaters, had occurred on the very day Fred and George found her. Was it a coincidence? Or was there a deeper connection? Do not dawdle. Ginny took Elaire's hand, beaming at her. We won't be frightened of you just because of a few words from Dumbledore. Come on, let's go play with Fred and George's flying brooms. Chapter 30, Which House? Afternoon tea was a time for the family to converse leisurely. So, Elaire, when will you engage in divination again? Ron crumbled a biscuit into small pieces and placed them before the old rat, Scabbers, watching Elaire with curiosity. Elaire wiggled her finger, adopting an enigmatic expression. Talent speaks for itself. For instance, I can deduce where that old rat trap you lost after spending 7 sickles is currently hidden. Ron scoffed. Stop boasting. No sooner had he spoken than Fred delivered a sharp rap on his head with a teacup coaster. Speak up, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Fred threatened. Ron protested, covering his head. I searched for days and found nothing. You think Elaire can locate it with a single word? I don't believe it unless she can conjure a flying spell. Elaire grinned mischievously. No need for a flying spell. How about a wager? If I find it, you owe me 8 silver sickles. If I'm wrong, I'll give you a gold galleon. Ron regarded her warily. How do you know I have 8 silver sickles? With a mischievous smile, Elaire embraced the arms of Fred and George, saying they both saw it. The last time their prank went too far and upset me. They promised not to speak ill of me behind my back, and Fred and George told me everything. Fred wailed dramatically, an unequal treaty. George, looking dejected, added, it's utterly humiliating. Ron found amusement in witnessing the twins, particularly Fred, being put in their place. Moreover, with 8 silver sickles equating to 1 gold galleon, it was undeniably a profit for him. However, Ron pondered with a smirk, but where do you find the galleon to wager against me? Elaire looked up and sweetly smiled at Fred and George. Gentlemen, would you kindly sponsor me a galleon? Fred exclaimed. George, has the little witch's ambition shifted from invading our personal privacy to coveting our coins? George clutched his pocket and echoed Fred, I'd rather she enslave our bodies. Faced with Elaire's narrowing eyes, George playfully shrugged. But didn't we give all the money to Mum last time in Diagon Alley? We really have no money left, Elaire. Elaire huffed lightly. Don't think I'm unaware that Mum returned all the money to you, plus a bonus galleon as a reward. That galleon was, in part, my merit. All right, greedy little sniffer, George chuckled, playfully tapping Elaire's nose. I can lend you a galleon, but if you win, Elaire interjected, we split it 50-50. Fred agreed with a grin. Deal? Elaire's divination skills had become remarkably adept. She dipped her hand in water and flicked it on the table, glancing briefly before exclaiming, Ron, your mouse leash is on Ginny's bookshelf. Ginny, blushing with indignation, yelled, Ron, when did you enter my room? Ron hastily waved his hands. I've never been in there. I know your room doesn't allow boys. Ginny retorted angrily. Then how did your mouse leash end up on my bookshelf? Speak. Did you touch my things? Ron protested vehemently. I absolutely did not. He turned to glare at Elaire. Elaire, look what you've said. Now Ginny is mad. Elaire blinked innocently. Ginny, Ron truly has never entered your room. But Scabbers has, several times indeed. Ginny covered her mouth. I did see Scabbers carrying something in my room, but I don't know what he was doing. Ron fumed. That naughty mouse, entering Ginny's room. I'll lock him in his cage later for some serious reflection. Elaire calculated once more. Ginny, check the books. The redemption with the savior and falling in love with Potter again. The twins exchanged knowing glances and whistled. Ginny, covering her face, exclaimed, all right. Elaire, keep it down. I understand. She dashed upstairs, returning moments later with a dainty collar and a snug outfit for the mouse. She disdainfully tossed it to Ron. You actually play BDSM with a mouse? That's disgusting, Ron. Fred and George made exaggerated sounds of horror. Ron's face turned as red as an apple, his ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. No, I'm just using a simple leash and a little outfit for the mouse. However, he conceded, but Scabbers indeed dislikes wearing it. He pouted, lowering his voice. If I hadn't been watching him, he would have chewed the leash several times. Elaire extended her hand. Silver sickles, Ron. Ron promptly produced the coins from his pocket, declaring, incredible, Elaire. He admired. Could you tell me again? I want to know which house I'll be sorted into at Hogwarts. Hopefully Gryffindor. Fred lazily remarked. Otherwise, Ron, you'd be utterly embarrassed. Just as he uttered the word utterly, George jabbed him sharply with his elbow. George gestured for Fred to observe Elaire, and Fred, understanding, closed his mouth, reluctantly adding, of course, if you end up in Hufflepuff, we'll still be happy for you. Ron stared at Fred in astonishment, slightly taken aback. Really? Fred, do you truly think so? Fred shot a fierce glare at George. Absolutely. Little Ronnie, may you find yourself in the house that suits you best, regardless of the outcome. We will sincerely wish you well. Upon hearing this, Ron enveloped Fred in a tight embrace, leaving Fred wide-eyed in shock. He had merely been sarcastic. Yet Ron evidently took it to heart and believed it. Thank you, Fred, Ron choked out. I've been worried that if I didn't get into Gryffindor, you would look down on me. I never imagined that despite your usual vexation, you could be so kind during a crucial moment. I misjudged you, Fred. Elaire, perceptively, took Fred's bewildered hands, placing one atop Ron's head and the other on his back. She used George as a teaching model, demonstrating to Fred with a familiarity as if she had mastered the craft. Like this, gently pat, and then rub. Fred, now dazed, mechanically followed her lead. Ron's sobs grew louder. Ginny, in exasperation, covered her ears and shut her eyes. George wore an expression of barely contained laughter, obediently nestling into Elaire's embrace, allowing her to pat his back and stroke his hair. Percy shouted from upstairs, "You're loud enough to wake the dead, Ron. Are you learning to scream like a pig?" I can't even study for my new classes in peace. After a while, Ron composed himself, feeling slightly embarrassed as he released Fred. Fred shivered, turning away and bolting off. George burst into laughter. Elaire reassured Ron. Fred merely struggles to express himself. She stifled a giggle. His pranks aren't out of disdain for you. He just hopes you can grow a bit stronger and appreciate the fun and mischief. George clutched his stomach, nearly laughing himself to tears. The best joke of the century. He sang operatically in the direction Fred had run off. Oh, Fred, who struggles to express himself, silently loving his little brother Ron in his own way. A worn-out shoe flew by. Shut up, George. It was Fred's voice, laced with embarrassment. George barely dodged it, grinning widely, continuing his lyrical opera. The Fred who struggles to express himself has just expended great effort to convey his love for his brother George with an old shoe. How endearing yet awkward Fred is, striving to express his affection for his brother. The final two lines were sung in unison by Ginny and George. Elaire laughed heartily, harmonizing with them as they reached the conclusion. Another old shoe whizzed through the air. I'll come looking for you later, you wicked little witch. Elaire nimbly leaped to catch the shoe, tossing it back with a clean kick. Ron and Ginny gasped in awe, while George stared wide-eyed. The trio applauded in admiration. The old shoe sailed back toward Fred, and soon after, a pained wail echoed from beyond the garden wall. Elaire, George, and Ginny exchanged triumphant high-fives. Well done. Ron's face remained slightly flushed. The group, sensing the conversation had grown uncomfortable, decided to shift topics. Elaire cleared her throat and remarked, I can assist you with predictions. But there will be a fee. A prophecy for a gold galleon. Ron exclaimed, Are we robbing a bank? Elaire pouted with displeasure. Everything comes at a price. To foresee the future is akin to seizing one's destiny in advance. If I meddle too much with the threads of fate, I might lose my hair or even shorten my lifespan. Fred had just returned, his cheeks slightly flushed. He had overheard Elaire's words. Gazing at her lustrous black hair, neatly arranged into a high ponytail this morning by George, tied with a golden ribbon, he exclaimed, Lose hair? Shorten lifespan. Elaire, I wouldn't do it even for 1,000 galleons, he declared, clutching Elaire protectively. Elaire smiled, leaning close to Fred's ear, and whispered, If it's for Ron, it would only cost a single hair, equivalent to nothing. With a mischievous grin, she added, This is still at a family discount. She wiggled 3 fingers. For others, it would at least be that much. Ron ultimately refrained from inquiring further. Firstly, he had no galleons. Secondly, he felt there was no need to agonize over which house he would be sorted into. As Ginny later added, no matter which house he ends up in, he will always be a Weasley. Indeed, Ron believed this. That fact would never change. Chapter 31, Devotion, Dear Child. Since Mr. Ollivander had not written back, Elaire had nearly forgotten about her need for a wand until Dumbledore's arrival today reminded Mrs. Weasley. After days of effort, she had managed to patch up her tattered attire. Surely, it wouldn't be as it was last time. Elaire reassured a worried Mrs. Weasley, It's all right, Mum. We'll try Mr. Ollivander's shop again. Perhaps this time I will find a suitable wand. Conveniently, Mr. Weasley had a day off tomorrow to visit an alchemist friend. The Weasley family was always well prepared for outings. So the next day, they set off once more to Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at Ollivander's, the bell chimed as Elaire stepped into the wand shop once more. The old man emerged from behind the shelves, his expression drooping upon seeing her. Ah, the girl who damaged my apple wood and phoenix feather wand. You're back. Since their last encounter at the wand shop, Ollivander had been deep in contemplation. He had devoted his life's work to wand making and held a firm belief in his craft. Yet, as time passed, he struggled to comprehend what sort of wand could possibly accommodate the tumultuous magic of that child. He was reluctant to admit it, but it seemed he had failed in his prideful endeavor. I'm sorry, my dear, but I have not crafted a wand suitable for you. Ollivander appeared despondent. The rest of the Weasley family shared his disappointment. It's all right, sir, Elaire said, her voice bright and lively. May I try the beech wand from last time? Ollivander hesitated. You mean the one made of beech wood, with unicorn hair, 12 inches? Oh, I initially thought it would suit you. But no, that wand repels you, child. I doubt it will work. Elaire remained undeterred. She understood Ollivander's concerns about her potentially causing the wand to explode. I want to use any magic on it. I merely wish to hold it and feel it. Is that permissible, Mr. Ollivander? As a master wand maker, Ollivander possessed a keen eye. He could discern whether a wand was compatible with its owner with a mere glance. After a moment's consideration, he turned and retrieved a box. All right, child. Give it a try. Elaire grasped the elegant, chestnut-hued wand. Ollivander gasped. I think, child, he hesitated, perhaps you should give it a wave. Upon hearing this, everyone present raised their wands. No explosion ensued. The wand's tip emitted a brilliant golden spark, spiraling 3 times around the ceiling before dissipating into golden motes. Ollivander was puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. He turned back to the shelves, Let us try this one. You would, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. It was the wand Ollivander had previously restrained. Elaire raised it and waved once more. Another dazzling spark erupted, swirling like a purple dragon unfurling its wings beneath the ceiling, eliciting gasps from those present. Ollivander was even more perplexed. How could this be? The wand chooses the wizard. But not every wand can possibly wish to bond with this child. Last time, it seemed every wand had been reluctant. Ollivander, now exasperated, randomly selected another wand. Upon opening it, he found acacia wood, phoenix feather, 11¼ inches. He stared intently at Elaire, enunciating carefully. Only the most gifted can fully realize its potential. This wand was imbued with principles and self-awareness. Its creation had been no less challenging than that of the holly and phoenix feather wand, particularly because, upon its completion, even he, the maker, had been forbidden to touch it. Elaire accepted it, observing the complex expression on Ollivander's face. Sir, are you sure you want me to wave it? She could probably guess his internal struggle. Every wand was unique, with its own distinct personality. Thus, the selection of a master was often quite particular. However, just as no one can resist the allure of gold, no one can deny the necessity of sustenance. Elaire, a being of immense magical energy with a deep affinity for nature, was undeniably as captivating as money and food in the presence of these wands. Crafted from materials originally sourced from magical creatures. Ollivander nodded. He refused to believe that this seasoned wandmaker's affinity for wands was inferior to that of a mere girl. Elaire shrugged and waved casually. A resplendent aurora and a sky full of stars erupted from the wand's tip, joyfully swirling around her. Ollivander's eyes widened. The wand, which had once been off-limits even to him, now appeared as if it feared being taken away. What of your so-called principles and personality? Everyone was equally baffled. Their mouths agape. Ron succinctly declared, awesome. Elaire held 3 wands, turning to Mrs. Weasley with eager eyes. Mom, can I keep them all? I love each one. Ollivander was flustered. Do you think this is a wholesale market? Taking 3 wands at once? Focus. Devote yourself to one. Fred, contemplatively, remarked, George, didn't he, Mr. Ollivander say that the wand chooses the wizard? George nodded. Yes, Fred, you're correct. Their banter continued. It was clear that 3 wands had chosen Elaire. Her charm was undeniable. Ollivander frowned. If she tried every wand, each one would likely want to bond with her. The question remained, could she afford them? If it were possible, Elaire would indeed wish to try them all. Each had its own unique effects. Yet her empty purse thwarted her desire to go all in at this moment. Yet, the trio of wands was still within their purchasing power, amounting to precisely 20 galleons. Despite Ollivander's melancholic gaze. Chapter 32, A Reunion. Departing from the wand shop with a sense of satisfaction, the group followed Mr. Weasley to visit a friend of his. Mr. Weasley led them to the end of Diagon Alley, gesturing toward a grandly adorned sign that read, "This is the place." Illyria looked up to behold a charming 3-story townhouse. Perhaps due to the approaching noon hour, the area was quite sparse with people. A sign hung at the entrance read, "Closed for rest." Open from 9 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., 2 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. The Alpha Alchemical Goods Store. Ron read aloud from the sign, "Dad, you really do know an alchemist? I thought you were boasting." Mrs. Weasley retorted with a hint of irritation. Just an alchemist, mind you. Your father is quite remarkable. He merely sacrificed the prospect of wealth for his dreams. Fred shrugged. Look at where we live, a makeshift structure atop a pigsty. Be quiet, Fred, Mrs. Weasley admonished, delivering a light smack to Fred's forehead. This humble abode was built with your father's hard work. It shields you from the wind and rain, preventing you from freezing in the snow. Your father works tirelessly to ensure you never go hungry. Fred murmured softly, we haven't starved, but the meals haven't been extravagant. His voice barely audible, careful not to let Mrs. Weasley hear. She continued to scold her son. You ought to be grateful and respectful towards your father, especially you and George. Moreover, I expect you to hold gratitude in your heart for anyone who has assisted or taught you, rather than complain. Fred covered his head. All right, I'm sorry, Dad. He mumbled, his speech slurred but understandable. I shouldn't have spoken that way. I was wrong. I've learned my lesson, and I shall reflect deeply on my actions. At last, Mrs. Weasley's ire dissipated. As for Mr. Weasley, he remained unfazed, well aware of his son's temperament. The man simply smiled, gazing tenderly at his wife. Fred rubbed his head. Goodness, Mom, you hit too hard. You'll ruin my brilliant mind. And then you'll have to contend with a bunch of dim-witted sons. George raised an eyebrow. Percy scoffed. I beg to differ. Mr. Weasley stepped in to mediate. All right, we're going to be late. Let us head inside. He had already exchanged pleasantries with Alpha. However, as soon as Mr. Weasley opened the door, his expression fell, and he swiftly closed it again. What's wrong? Mrs. Weasley inquired quietly. Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth. Everett. What? Mrs. Weasley thought she must have misheard. How could that wretched creature be here? To encounter him in such a way? Gideon Everett is inside, Molly. Mrs. Weasley immediately grasped her husband's hand, and Mr. Weasley took a deep breath. I'm fine, just seeing him irks me. If there was anyone Arthur Weasley despised, it was Everett. Both belonged to the sacred 28 pure-blood families, but Everett's family had been among the first to align themselves with the Dark Lord. It was said that his father was a classmate of the Dark Lord. When the Dark Lord fell from power, he had claimed to the ministry that he was under the influence of the Imperius curse to evade imprisonment. Gideon Everett regarded Muggles as equivalent to beasts, vampires, werewolves, or house elves. He took great pleasure in using transfiguration on Muggle objects, inciting chaos and havoc in the Muggle world. At least half of Mr. Weasley's overtime was attributable to him. Infuriatingly, he conducted his antics with remarkable stealth, leaving Mr. Weasley without any evidence to prove his wrongdoing. Recently, he had asked his friend Alastor Moody, a retired Auror still fervently pursuing criminals, to help him find some leads that could incriminate Everett and secure his imprisonment in Azkaban. Yet, days prior, Everett's smug demeanor at the ministry indicated that he had smothered those leads with money. Then Mrs. Weasley hesitated. Of course we must go in. Mr. Weasley bellowed, his neck turning ruddy. Did he see me? Am I supposed to let him think I'm afraid of him? With that, Mr. Weasley flung the door open and strode in with his wife. Elaire exchanged glances with the twins, who offered her reassuring smiles. Then, out of Illyria's sight, the twins narrowed their eyes. What a coincidence, George murmured. Fred smirked. Are you thinking what I am, George? George grinned. Indeed, Fred. Chapter 33, An Encounter Once More. I thought I must have misseen it. Hearing the doorbell ring again, Gideon Everett ceased his conversation with the clerk, turning to regard the Weasley family with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery. He drawled in a languid tone. After all, this is hardly a place for paupers. Upon seeing Elaire, his eyes gleamed with venomous hatred. You even brought along the illegitimate daughter, Molly. How could you tolerate this? I know a mute, not a bad fellow. Why not kick Arthur to the curb, and I'll introduce you to someone new. Mrs. Weasley stepped in front of her husband, who was itching to charge forward, her brow raised, her voice icy. We don't need your unsolicited advice, Everett. This was Illyria's first direct encounter with Everett since regaining her sight, and hearing that familiar, detestable tone, she stepped forward with a faint smile. Long time no see. Mr. Everett, it seems someone in your family still knows what manners are. Everett scoffed derisively. As the Weasley family member least versed in etiquette, I suppose I am indeed more polite than the gentleman's recently rude outburst. She locked her gaze with Everett's, matching his elongated drawl. I hope your nose is faring well. The last time we met, it seemed quite broken, leaving a pool of blood on the ministry floor. Oh, yes. Her eyes glinted with coldness, yet her tone was laced with jest. If memory serves, you were on your knees, groveling before my father, looking rather like a mud-covered creature just emerged from the muck. Gideon Everett's sallow face turned a sickly hue, shifting from green to black to an unsightly shade of purple. You little wretch. Be silent. He hissed. You have no right to speak here, you filthy mudblood. He withdrew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Illyria's face. Elaire stood unmoving. She continued to meet Everett's gaze, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, her calm demeanor belying the storm brewing within. She had not forgotten how this Everett had dared to offend her and her family. Was it merely a clash of words? Who couldn't he do that? Everett's throat constricted as he inhaled deeply, averting his gaze and refusing to meet hers, focusing instead on the direction his wand was aimed. He must have been careless last time. He was, after all, a noble pure-blood wizard. How could he allow a mere girl of unknown origin to best him so thoroughly? Yet, just as Everett raised his wand to Elaire, less than half a second passed before 5 wands were brandished in unison. The tips of the wands all pointed directly at Gideon Everett. The entire Weasley family stepped forward. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley aimed their wands at Everett's head. Percy directed his at his chest, and Fred and George targeted his throat. Ron and Ginny each grasped a colossal axe-shaped alchemical instrument resting upon the counter, evidently aimed at Avery's legs. My apologies, Avery. Mrs. Weasley fixed a steely gaze upon Avery, asserting, I am quite certain my daughter possesses the right to speak here. Should you dare to insult her again? Mr. Weasley interjected coldly, we shall ensure you find yourself at St. Mungo's for several months. Avery's hand trembled slightly, the tip of his wand quivering without retreat. He gritted his teeth, standing his ground defiantly. The atmosphere in Alpha's alchemical shop became palpably tense. Please, don't do this. The clerk, caught in the middle, stood with quaking legs, near tears. I'm merely an employee, trying to earn a meager living. Gentlemen, madam, young lady and sirs, I implore you to lower your wands. Have mercy on me. Do not make things difficult for a humble worker. This shop is filled with valuable items. And if anything were to be damaged, my employer would surely end me. He frantically pressed a red button on the counter, presumably a call signal. All right, Tom. I'm on my way down. A languid voice echoed from the staircase corner. Followed by a long, resonant yawn, the owner of the voice appeared to stretch lazily. Mr. Alpha, you've finally graced us with your presence. The clerk named Tom exclaimed with joy, as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. Elaire retracted her murderous intent from her gaze, focusing on the figure emerging from the staircase. Mr. Alpha, as the clerk had referred to him, appeared to be in his early 30s. He was tall and robust, with a kindly visage crowned by a mane of golden, wheat-like curls. His hair was gathered at the nape of his neck, tied into a small tuft. At that moment, he seemed to be in a state of drowsiness, as if just awakened from slumber. Hello, Arthur, he remarked, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. Approaching the Weasley family, he added, All right, everyone, relax. He humorously sauntered past them all, gently tapping 5 wands aside with his hand. In my shop, there's no need to wield wands. No one here will bring you harm. Oh, my troublesome axe of destruction. You 2 little ones are holding my indiscriminate chopping axe, aren't you? Alpha stared in astonishment at the massive axe in Ron and Ginny's hands. Give it to me. It's far too dangerous. He snatched it away with a near roughness. You could be turned to mincemeat with that. Alpha. Avery lowered his wand, casting a hostile glare at the golden-haired man. Your clerk informed me you weren't in the shop. He wasn't he mistaken, Alpha shrugged. I just operated over from home. He still clutched the 2 axes. Do you have a problem with that? Alpha directed the axe towards Avery, smiling cheerfully. I need to purchase something from you. Avery frowned and took a step back. Clearly, he had heard Alpha's earlier remarks to Ron and Ginny. Purchasing. Why didn't you say so sooner? Alpha placed the axe down. He moved closer to Avery with enthusiasm. What do you need? Speak up, and I shall see if I have it. Avery glanced at the remaining Weasley family members. Snorted disdainfully, I think I'll come back tomorrow. With that, he flicked his robes and strode past them. As he passed Elaire, he seemed to stumble slightly, nearly losing his footing. Fred and George kindly assisted him. Fred brushed off the dust from Avery's back, cheerfully saying, Be careful, sir. George even tidied up Avery's disheveled hair. Their friendly demeanor might have led one to mistakenly believe Avery was their godfather. Avery snorted again, brushing off the places where the twins had touched him, as though shaking off something filthy. Just as he was about to speak, a lock of hair fell into his mouth, and he spat it out. The fury that had been building on his face froze. Chapter 34. Pranks. That unpleasant expression resembled someone who had consumed an excessive amount of infernal chili pepper the previous day and was now suffering from a bout of constipation. He continued on without pausing, hastily exiting through the door. The twins waved cheerfully, Safe travels, Mr. Avery. Avery stumbled slightly. He refrained from retorting, quickening his pace as if being pursued by a dementor. The others watched Avery's hurried departure with bemusement, but paid it little mind. The atmosphere soon returned to tranquility, with Alpha and the Weasley couple engaging in nostalgic conversation. Seizing the moment, Elaire leaned closer to Fred, her voice lowered. What did you just do? Fred feigned innocence. Oh, nothing much. We merely, George chimed in, stuffed a few hungry crabs into his wand pocket. And what else? Elaire queried, eyeing the twins. A few wand-munching crabs. This hardly seems like your style, she remarked, recalling how the twins had long spoken of giving Gideon Avery a taste of his own medicine. Such a perfect opportunity could not be easily squandered. And 3 dung bombs, Fred chuckled. You can't hide anything from you. Elaire raised an eyebrow at Fred. Additionally, George and Fred exchanged glances. George shrugged, a few crushed Alahatsi leaves smeared into his hairline, hysterical, uncontrolled laughter, and a lively, charming biting ferret nestled among the strands, its teeth poisonous, requiring an antidote. Fred added. Half a bottle of undiluted Bibituber pus poured down his back, inflicting extraordinary harm to the skin, and a patch of bad bloodroot smeared on his forehead, causing encephalitis, rendering one reckless and irritable. Elaire was momentarily speechless, realizing that Avery would indeed be spending some time at St. Mungo's. He had it coming for calling you a mongrel and disrespecting my parents, Fred scoffed. Elaire frowned slightly. The Avery family, as she had gathered, was one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, quite wealthy and involved in politics. Her father worked at the Ministry of Magic, while Percy seemed inclined towards a political career. Fred and George were clearly interested in business. Elaire sighed. She felt too weak. If only she were strong enough to disregard all rules and order, to directly eliminate those who provoke her. The twins, seeing Elaire sigh, assumed she was worried about Gideon Avery's safety. You haven't wronged him. He insulted you first. Fred grunted. George reassured her. It's merely a little lesson. The healers at St. Mungo's will identify the cause with a glance. His life is not in peril. Indeed, Fred concurred, but he will certainly need some time to recover. which should be quite enough for him. Perhaps a week, he added with an amused smile. Oh, Fred. George disagreed. It might be 2 weeks. Wait. The two exchanged glances, laughing more heartily. In unison, they declared, perhaps a month. Elaire chuckled. I do not care what happens to Avery. As long as you are happy. She gazed at the twins, her affection and indulgence for them unrecognized, even by herself. The twins ceased their laughter. Staring blankly at Elaire for a couple of seconds, they quickly averted their gazes as if jolted by an electric shock. Fred and George exchanged glances once more, their ears suspiciously tinged with crimson. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they diverted their gazes again, feigning casual interest in the shop's decor. Elaire tilted her head, scrutinizing the twins, sensing the atmosphere grow peculiar once more. She decided to swiftly change the subject. I'm quite curious about where you acquired those items. It's nothing. Fred seemed pleased that Elaire had provided a good topic for conversation. Though a hint of disappointment lingered, he adopted a nonchalant tone. George and I have always received OS in herbology and potions. Professor Sprout is quite fond of us and has never refused us a few samples for our research. A privilege of being good students. Teachers are often like that. Fred shrugged. As for Professor Snape, he dislikes everyone, but his collection of potions is rather extensive, George interjected with a click of his tongue. Moreover, the Forbidden Forest is a treasure trove of materials, Fred remarked with a hint of longing. That place is rather intriguing. Once you enroll, we'll take you in for a bit of fun. Percy stood a short distance away, his expression dark, the golden-red prefect badge gleaming prominently on his chest. He shuffled his feet slightly closer, but remained silent. The Forbidden Forest? Elaire inquired with curiosity. It houses centaurs, unicorns, and acromantulas, but we never venture into the acromantula territory. It's quite terrifying, Fred explained. Ron would be scared out of his wits if he encountered one, George added. A frenzied, maniacal laugh echoed from afar. Elaire and the twins paused their conversation, all three straining their ears to listen. Noticing the trio had ceased their discussion, Percy shook his head and walked towards Mr. Weasley and Alpha. Elaire and the twins waited in silence. Soon, a loud crack resounded from a distance, followed by the clattering of what sounded like a falling garbage bin and Avery's anguished screams. They exchanged identical mischievous grins and high-fived each other. The prank was a success. Elaire exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Well done, Fred replied, draping an arm around Elaire's shoulders. If it weren't for that little scuffle, George and I might not have found the opportunity. With things having escalated to that point, daring to use disapparation is quite bold, George said gleefully. I hope he enjoys his stay at St. Mungo S. After all, recovering from a splinching injury requires a lengthy hospital visit. Fred chuckled wickedly, and when he finally emerges, discovering those crabs will surely be a delight. His wand's core will have been gnawed to bits by then. Elaire giggled. A harmonious collaboration? Fred ruffled Elaire's hair affectionately. We've always had a seamless understanding, darling. Chapter 35, The Alchemist. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were engaged in conversation with Mr. Alpha, while Percy listened attentively, attempting to grasp the adult world and its social nuances. The other children, however, were less concerned with such matters. Elaire, too, found little interest. She was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess with Ron. Fred and George stood by, observing the match. Elaire had effortlessly triumphed over Ron in 3 consecutive games. You cheated, Ron exclaimed, angrily overturning all the chess pieces on the board. This caused the pieces to leap away, indignantly berating Ron. Uncultured brat. Bad temper. Bad temper. Elaire blinked innocently. Did you see me move any pieces? She stifled a laugh. It was quite unexpected that Ron only realized the trickery in the 3rd game. Ron glared at Fred and George. You didn't move, but what about them? They took the opportunity to withdraw pieces while I wasn't looking. Growing increasingly agitated, Ron glowered at his chessmen. You didn't remind me. Clearly, the pieces must be loyal. Alpha's chess set is utterly treacherous. The chess pieces, incensed by Ron's recent outburst, now exchanged glances as Ron pointed an accusatory finger at them. One piece was even twisting its waist and whistling, embodying the very essence of indifference. I don't know. Not my problem. I'm just a pawn. Fred patted Ron on the head, languidly saying, All right, Ron, Elaire is your sister. Let her have her way. George nodded, teasingly adding, Indeed, Ron, with your skills, if you don't let Elaire win, she wouldn't stand a chance. This compliment seemed to please Ron. His tone softened, and he proudly raised his chin. Now that's the truth. Would you like to play another round? He turned to Elaire. Elaire shook her head. Having amused herself by teasing Ron and satisfying her chess craving, she no longer felt inclined to continue. Moreover, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were beckoning their children over. I've gathered the specifics. Alpha nodded. Modifying a car is indeed a novel idea. I happen to have the design blueprints for a car. Come along, Arthur. Let us take a look at my place. Do we need to continue? Ron pouted. It's almost noon, and I'm starving. Not far, Alpha replied cheerfully. Don't worry, I've prepared orange peel, cucumber, and ham sandwiches, along with fire whiskey, butterbeer, and chocolate cauldron cakes. You want tea, go hungry. He ascended the staircase. So, your home is upstairs? Ron stood at the top of the stairs, gazing at the black and gold door adorned with a plaque reading, Alpha S Private Domain, astonished and perplexed. Then what were you discussing with Avery just now? I did indeed use disapparation, Alpha interrupted Ron, from one room to another. He shrugged, so it's not lying. Little one, you must be a bit flexible. Fred burst into laughter. I'm starting to like this guy. He nudged George with his elbow. George followed as the door opened. He is indeed rather interesting. Alpha S room was on the second floor of the quaint little house. I am a wizard of Muggle descent, Alpha said lazily, seated on a sofa with a glass of fire whiskey in hand. He gestured towards a photograph behind him. Yet I am exceptionally gifted in alchemy. The renowned Nicholas Flamel is my mentor. Elaire turned to the photograph, which depicted a small, wiry old man with white hair standing beside a golden-haired youth, a younger version of Alpha. For my birthday this year, my mentor gifted me a splendid ruby of exceptional quality and rarity, Alpha boasted. If I were to acquire a few more, I might just be able to create the Philosopher's Stone. The gem necklace adorning his chest seemed to have a mind of its own, peeking out from his collar. Elaire blinked, realizing it was the very ruby she had once sold to a fairy to supplement her family's income. The others recognized it too, and a mutual silence fell over them. Oh, truly, Alpha feigned embarrassment as he tucked the gem back into his clothing. He paused, seemingly awaiting something. Mrs. Weasley thought she should offer a compliment. What a beautiful ruby, Molly smiled. It's evident that Monsieur Flamel cares for you deeply. Alpha displayed a self-satisfied grin. Avery has always looked down upon wizards of Muggle heritage, disregarding us. But he can't do anything about me. My mentor has ceased chasing fame, yet his reputation endures. It's not mere boastfulness. My abilities combined with Nicholas Flamel's renowned Gideon Avery can only seek my assistance. Ron appeared on the verge of dozing off. No, wait to be precise, he has started to snore. George, maintaining a facade of indifference, whispered to Fred almost through ventriloquism. Do you still fancy this fellow? Fred mirrored George's composure, replying in a hushed tone, not in the slightest. He is far too conceited. Alpha had already begun to elaborate on the layout of his abode. The third floor is my studio. Indeed, this exquisitely crafted villa belongs entirely to me. After all, an alchemist's possessions constitute their entire fortune. How could I possibly rest easy with them scattered apart? Alpha's dwelling was adorned in stark contrast to the grandeur below. If the lower levels boasted a resplendent Baroque style, with gold leaf accents, extensive relief sculptures, and dynamic lines exuding opulence, enough to intimidate the impoverished and evoke exclamations of "Oh my style" from the wealthy, then Alpha's residence resembled a rococo adorned with sweet, creamy embellishments. Soft hues of buttery yellow, misty blue, and muted green created an atmosphere that was delicate yet exceedingly inviting. Meanwhile, the young Elaire found the little ones either munching on sandwiches or fast asleep, while the Weasley couple continued their discourse with Alpha. After more than an hour, Alpha's extensive monologue finally drew to a close. Throughout the conversation, he had mentioned his ruby at least 7 times, incessantly boasting about the remarkable prowess of his mentor's magical stone. Suddenly, Elaire perceived him as a potentially lucrative sales prospect, considering she possessed an abundance of the very gemstones adorning his neck. Moreover, the profession of alchemy appeared to be quite profitable. Chapter 36, Packing Up. Alpha exhibited considerable enthusiasm, eager to invite the Weasley family for lunch. Mrs. Weasley declined, citing the fact that the children had yet to organize their school supplies, especially with Hogwarts resuming in 2 days. The entire family was preparing for school, with a tumult of packing that had not been completed the previous evening, resulting in a chaotic morning filled with frantic sorting of luggage. Feathers from owls and ravens fluttered through the air as Elaire leaped up to snatch Zelda from mid-flight and thrust her into the cage. Zelda squawked in discontent, reluctant to abandon her aerial escapades. Percy lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, sipping tea while admiring a golden-red badge, remarking, "Truth be told, you all ought to take a leaf out of my book and pack a week in advance. Not everyone is as disheveled as you." The other siblings, who were engulfed in a flurry of packing, shot Percy scathing glances. Fred, adopting a mockingly exaggerated tone, quipped, "You, however, are the prefect, Percy. How could we possibly compare ourselves to you?" George, on the other hand, hurled an empty ink bottle at Percy's forehead, which Percy deftly avoided using a levitation charm. The bottle spun around, striking George squarely on the back, eliciting a cry from him. Elaire exclaimed, "So impressive, so cool, I wish to learn." Ron, with his regal owl circling above, shouted, "Where's my owl? Alexander! Alexander!" The rotund owl tilted its head in confusion, gazing at its master. "Right above you, Ron." Mrs. Weasley, exasperated, bellowed at Ron, "Don't be such a mess." Tuck your shirt into your trousers. The mirror in the living room echoed, messy boy? Messy boy? Tuck it in. The room descended into complete disarray. Elaire silently vowed that next time she would be as prepared as Percy, seated comfortably with a cup of tea, rather than being chased by the relentless tick of time and clutter. They continued their frantic packing until evening, finally zipping up the last suitcase. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the sofa, floor, and chairs, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. It was late, and Mrs. Weasley hastily prepared a simple meal for everyone to tide them over. The following day, Elaire awoke to the rhythmic sounds emanating from the kitchen. In front of a mirror, which incessantly admonished her to dress neatly, lay the outfit she intended to wear that day. It was a set of Muggle clothing. As one could not don wizard robes at the Muggle train station, Elaire had never worn such attire before. With her mother fervently cooking, she felt reluctant to burden Mrs. Weasley further. Thus, she donned her pajamas and took her clothes upstairs to find Ginny. Finding Ginny's room neatly made suggested she had already dressed and gone downstairs. As Elaire approached the hallway, she heard the door to the twins' room creak open. Fred emerged, colliding with Elaire, who stood there in her pajamas, clutching her clothes in a state of confusion. Is something the matter, Elaire? He inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Upon noticing the Muggle outfit, he suddenly understood. Oh, my clever little witch can't manage to wear Muggle clothes? Elaire, who possessed almost zero skills in daily living, felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps she was simply lacking in that department. Ginny is probably downstairs, Fred sighed, likely off somewhere crying. She always does this when she doesn't want to be alone at home. Now that you're off to Hogwarts as well, it's no surprise she's upset. Elaire responded, I think she has gone down for breakfast. This year, Ginny won't be cooped up in the burrow all the time. Her schedule is packed, visiting Charlie in Romania to see the dragons, attending a book club in London, visiting Bill in Egypt to see the mummies, and then taking a vacation in France. Elaire rattled off. Fred recalled, realization dawning. No wonder I've seen her clutching travel brochures and grinning foolishly these past few days. He stepped aside. Come in, perhaps George and I can assist you. Elaire queried, assist how? She entered with a bewildered expression. Inside the bedroom, George was leisurely donning a white shirt, having just fastened the second button, with a considerable portion of his chest still exposed. Upon noticing Elaire's entrance, he nearly jumped in surprise, hastily closing his shirt. Fred, I'm changing. Why did you let Elaire come in without a warning? What if she sees something she shouldn't? Elaire silently scoffed. I've seen it all before. However, seeing George's face flush to the roots of his neck, she prudently covered her eyes, innocently stating, don't wrongfully accuse me. I saw nothing. Yet, her fingers were spread wide open, clearly peeking. George quickly turned away, presenting his back to Elaire. Fred shrugged. My apologies, George. Who knew you took so long to get dressed? Elaire hasn't worn Muggle clothes before. And Ginny isn't here, so I brought her in. You should have knocked first. George's voice carried a hint of frustration. He hurriedly fastened the remaining buttons, his face still tinged with embarrassment, steadfastly avoiding Fred's teasing gaze and Elaire's mischievous eyes. Let me see, he said, lowering his gaze and extending his hand. What lay before him was a pair of blue jeans, a white lace blouse, and, as the weather had turned cooler, Mrs. Weasley had added a buttery yellow cardigan for Elaire. The jeans featured numerous buttons and a zipper, while the blouse's collar dangled 2 ribbons. Fred discreetly slipped away. George was far more meticulous in such matters. Please, you teach, and I will tidy up IL's room. He quickly left the bedroom and made his way next door, folding Elaire's bedding in just a few swift motions, arranging the room with care before moving the remaining luggage into the corridor. Fred was preoccupied with the task at hand, leaving George alone. George examined the clothes in his hands, grasping the principle behind them. These jeans go like this, then the zipper is pulled up, and the button is fastened this way. The shirt goes inside, just a quick tuck will do, and the sweater stays on the outside. He meticulously explained the process to Elaire, sunlight illuminating his profile, rendering him quite handsome. Elaire gazed at George, somewhat entranced. Noticing her distraction, George smiled gently and reached out to tousle Elaire's slightly disheveled hair. Did you understand, Illinois? Elaire blinked, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Yes, I understand. Thank you, George. George chuckled softly. No need to be so polite with me. After finishing tidying Elaire's room, Fred pulled George away. It's getting late. Let's wait in the corridor. Little Il, you can change directly in our room. If you encounter any issues, just knock, and we'll guide you from the other side of the door. Although the process was still somewhat convoluted, Elaire successfully dressed herself. She opened the door and stepped out. The young girl had grown remarkably fast. When she first arrived, she was as frail as a kitten, her stature akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Yet, only 2 months had passed. It was as if her body had broken through some confinement, growing like bamboo, transforming day by day. Now, she stood nearly the same height as a typical 11-year-old girl, perhaps even taller. In Fred's words, "We've stumbled upon a little monster. It's only natural for her to grow quickly." The fitted jeans accentuated her graceful curves, the essence of youth blossoming within her. Her simple outfit was both fresh and playful, leaning against the shadowed wall of the corridor. Fred and George looked up as she emerged. They stood and took a few steps forward. "Indeed, quite beautiful," Fred remarked with a grin. "Il looks good in anything," George added, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Fred hoisted Elaire's luggage. "George, you help her fix her hair while I carry our luggage to the living room. Mum will be anxious. I bet in 2 minutes, she'll be roaring at us like a dragon." "Fred, George, Elaire, what are you all dawdling for? Percy and Ginny are almost done eating. Can't you learn from Percy and make it easier for me?" The shout from downstairs startled the three of them. Fred gestured with his chin, right on cue. He hurried down with the luggage. "All right, Mum, we're coming." George retrieved a comb from his bedside table. He carefully untangled Elaire's messy hair. It was smooth and easy to comb through. However, if the young girl attempted it herself, it would likely take her half an hour. There was no alternative. Her hair was simply too long. Even though she had grown significantly in the past weeks, it still cascaded down to her waist. Elaire had mentioned wanting to cut it. She struggled with styling it, and her hair often interfered with daily activities, such as eating, washing up, and dressing. Fred and George were reluctant to cut it. Her curls were simply too beautiful, akin to luxurious black satin from a distance. Whoever wanted to keep it must also take care of it. The two brothers willingly picked up the comb. Initially, the twins could only manage simple ponytails. However, after an entire summer of practice, their braiding skills had flourished to the point that even Ginny wished to let these normally boisterous boys handle her hair, provided they didn't slip any prank items in. Today it was George's turn. He brushed Elaire's hair, his fingers weaving through the dark locks. A few minutes later, he had crafted 2 lovely braids that hung gracefully by Elaire's sides. He turned to rummage through the cabinet and selected a pair of golden bells adorned with red ribbons, attaching them to the ends of the braids. As they swayed, they jingled merrily. "Where did you find such delightful hair accessories? They're fascinating." George's azure eyes reflected Elaire's lively form as he replied with a smile. "I picked them up the other day in Diagon Alley." He lifted a box filled with an assortment of charming hair ornaments. "Looks like I need to take these to Hogwarts." George sighed. "I hope Lee Jordan won't make a fuss." Fred burst through the door. "Could you two hurry up? Mum wants us to finish eating in 10 minutes and head out immediately." Elaire looked puzzled. "But it's only 6 in the morning. Didn't Tiwi say the train departs at 11? The twins exchanged glances, and George shook his head. "It's a long story, best left untold for now. You'll find out soon enough," Fred replied with an anticipatory smirk. Chapter 37, Pocket Money. After Ron forgot his pet rat Scabbers, Fred and George misplaced various prank items, and Mrs. Weasley neglected to turn off the gas. The family made 5 trips back home. It was then that Elaire understood Fred's earlier words. They had delayed too long retrieving their belongings and were now nearly late. Mr. Weasley had no choice but to cast a confusion charm, activating the invisibility button on the car, switching lanes, and soaring the Jaguar into the sky. After all, flying through the air meant fewer obstacles, no waiting at red lights, and significantly increased speed. The interior of the car was enhanced with a non-detection extension charm, providing ample space akin to a train carriage, allowing them to stand and walk around, even featuring a table. Everyone marveled at the car's magic. Mrs. Weasley muttered, "I didn't expect it to be so spacious inside. Muggles aren't entirely useless, I suppose, though the price of 200 galleons is a bit steep." Mr. Weasley chuckled softly, and Elaire noticed her father's grip on the steering wheel tighten momentarily. The family engaged in cheerful discussions about the car, but 5 minutes later, the novelty wore off, and the atmosphere grew dull. To pass the time, Ginny and Percy began reading, while Ron entertained Scabbers with cheese. Fred scribbled on a piece of paper, occasionally frowning in concentration. Elaire and George played a game of tic-tac-toe. 76 to 78, George remarked with a grin. "Hey, Illinois, want to keep going?" Elaire stared at the small grid, but George managed to connect 3 circles in a row once more. How peculiar. I had calculated every move. It's as if I can't win against George, no matter how hard I try. Frustrated, she tossed the pencil to Fred. "A bet's a bet. What's your request?" George stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyeing Elaire with interest. "How about dressing up in a bunny costume?" Fred chimed in. "Let us take a picture." "Great idea." George responded without hesitation. "What about 5 galleons?" Elaire blurted out. "Oh, well, that's worth considering," George mused, still pondering Fred's suggestion. "Wait, how much did you say?" He regained his focus. 5 copper nuts?" George frowned at Fred for confirmation. "No gold galleons?" Fred fiddled with his ear, appearing as though he might have misheard something. "Hey, Mom, can I give them?" Elaire chuckled, nearly bursting with anticipation. Mrs. Weasley, seated in the passenger seat and knitting a white sweater adorned with golden patterns, responded with a soft go-ahead. "Elaire." "Oh, you dear child." Elaire retrieved 5 diminutive, egg-sized pouches that seemed surprisingly heavy from her pocket. She tossed them to Ginny, Ron, and Percy, who sat across from her, and then to Fred and George. Mrs. Weasley remarked, "Inside, there are 493 nuts, 34 sickles, and 2 galleons, your allowance for the next 2 months." Fred and George erupted into exaggerated shrieks of delight. "Brother, are we truly wealthy now?" They excitedly embraced each other, shaking one another vigorously, their voices reverberating throughout the vehicle with their exuberance. "Did Dad strike gold while fixing our floors?" Fred exclaimed. "We have a gold mine beneath our house." "Ah!" George was beside himself with glee. "Whatever the case, this is fantastic." Fred shouted joyfully. "We actually have pocket money, 5 galleons for 2 months. How splendid." Ron clutched the pouch tightly to his chest, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. Percy tilted his head, occasionally poking the pouch in his hands, murmuring, "Merlin, do I have some too?" Ginny's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the small pouch in her hand. "You all do," Mrs. Weasley affirmed. "Think, Elaire. That ruby originally held 1,000 galleons in her name, and she contributed it all. From now on, you won't have to plead for pocket money," Mrs. Weasley sighed, casting a wistful glance at Elaire. "Elaire, my dear, apart from Percy, you are usually the one who gives me the least trouble. Yet you are also the one who troubles me the most." The ruby had been sold for 2,800 galleons, and after much insistence from the Weasley couple, they opened an account for Elaire, depositing 1,000 galleons. After all, she had found it outside, and was of the amnesiac sort. Should she ever regain her memories and seek out her true family, they hoped she would have some money to rely upon. Elaire turned to Mrs. Weasley, shocked and displeased. "Mom, you promised me you wouldn't tell them. Why would you change your mind? What about the basic trust between us?" "Mom, we agreed to keep it a secret." Elaire was incredulous. "This is family. Didn't Ron say family is something you can always trust and rely on?" Mrs. Weasley responded innocently. "Oops, sorry, dear, I forgot. You know, there are just so many things going on at home." As she yawned, Mrs. Weasley added, "I'm so tired. I made breakfast for 8 people today." She set down her crochet and pulled out a sleep mask. Elaire puffed her cheeks, glaring at Mrs. Weasley with her golden eyes, knowing Fred and George's antics weren't baseless. Mrs. Weasley smirked, thinking, "You dare to threaten me with running away and not attending Hogwarts, little girl." Ginger is still hot. She didn't believe that her brood would accept the truth calmly. If they did, she'd see to it they learned their lesson. So, George tossed the pouch in his hands. "How do you explain this?" He squinted at Elaire. "You know, that money is meant for you." Ron let the pouch slip from his grasp, placing it on the table. Ginny and Percy followed suit, their expressions somewhat grim. Fred took a deep breath, looking at Elaire. "Honestly, this is a bit upsetting." "Mom." Elaire turned to Mrs. Weasley in the passenger seat, dissatisfaction lacing her voice. "You need to help. It's all your fault for letting it slip." Mrs. Weasley, donned in her sleep mask, replied, "Dear, I must have dozed off." "Oh, what did you say? I couldn't hear you." "Dad." Elaire attempted to enlist Mr. Weasley's help. "Sorry, dear. I'm driving and can't talk right now. You wouldn't want us to crash into a bird or go off a cliff, would you?" Elaire clenched her fists. Fine. I'm your sister," she said despondently, sitting back down and speaking dryly. "That's not the point." Percy crossed his arms, his expression serious. "Firstly, you're currently a Beauxbatons exchange student at Hogwarts, and there are many times the family cannot assist you openly. Secondly, your memory hasn't returned. Don't you ever want to find your true family? 1,000 galleons can resolve many issues." "Yes, even though we are poor, our spirits are not," Ron murmured. "Don't be like this, Elaire." It was surprising to hear such a profound statement from Ron. Fred raised an eyebrow. Percy's words are surprisingly agreeable. "They're right," George said, gazing at Elaire. "You need to save that money." Elaire felt as if her shoulders bore an immense weight, rendering her unable to stand straight, her face flushed with heat, as though she had committed a grave error. Faced with Gideon Aberforth, her eloquence seemed to falter. Elaire opened her mouth, but uttered no words. Aside from an apology, she could think of nothing else to say. Yet she did not feel she was in the wrong. She did not wish to apologize. She believed everyone needed that money, and she happened to have it, just as the Weasley family generously welcomed her, providing her with happiness when she needed warmth and a home. She merely wished to reciprocate. Why should there be anger, as if she had just insulted them? Elaire trembled, an overwhelming surge of anger and abandonment rising within her. Fred and George exchanged glances of sympathy. Tears glistened in Elaire's eyes, her eyelids reddening. "I am your sister, and I am also a sister. It's just a bit of money." She looked at everyone in confusion, her voice trembling. "And why should I seek my true family? Aren't you my family? Don't you want me?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering. "Don't make it seem like I've done something wrong." Mrs. Weasley shuddered slightly, her sleep mask still in place, yet the fabric beneath darkened. "Mr. Weasley nearly collided with a robin flying towards their vehicle. Percy looked stricken with guilt. Ginny and Ron wore expressions of remorse. Fred and George wished they could turn back the clock a few minutes to slap themselves. But in the next moment, before anyone could speak, all eyes widened in astonishment. Fred gaped, George stood up, and both Ginny and Ron let out a simultaneous scream. Percy nearly tore his book in half. Elaire snatched the pouches and, bypassing Fred, approached the window. Since you don't need them, fine, I'll throw them away. All of them. It was my mistake. I was being too sentimental. Elaire opened the pouches, letting the golden, silver, and bronze coins cascade into the wind, shimmering brilliantly against the azure sky. She glared at the coins, wishing to discard the bracelet on her wrist as well. Percy stood up, exclaiming, Wingardium Leviosa. He spoke so rapidly that he didn't have time to draw his wand. Employing wandless magic instead, the coins ceased their descent, suspended in the air, rescued by Percy. Everyone else exhaled in relief. What a reckless child. Elaire gasped in indignation, her eyes narrowing at Percy. So Leviosa, is it? Her arm muscles tensed as she hurled the bag with great force into the distance, transforming it into a mere speck within seconds. Let us see how you manage that. Mrs. Weasley, no longer feigning slumber, brandished her wand, the money bag discarded by Elaire. Return. Percy, deftly levitating the floating coins into the vehicle, retrieved his own wand from his pocket. The coins discarded by Elaire come back. In a mere 15 seconds, the remaining coins returned to the vehicle, forming a small mound upon the table. After 40 seconds, the money bag rejoined them as well. Elaire muttered curses under her breath. Cursed magic, cursed incantations. Had it not been for these trinkets, none of this would have transpired. Just wait until I smash this pile of worthless junk. As she prepared to unleash her wrath upon the coins once more, the twins each seized her, one pulling at her thigh, the other clinging tightly to the vehicle's armrest. Let it go. We've collected enough. Please, little witch. Fred gripped Elaire's leg with one hand, while the other grasped the armrest with all his might. Leave that pile alone. George held Elaire's waist firmly, his feet slipping on the vehicle's floor. Indeed, Fred's muscles were taut as he gritted his teeth. The money is innocent. Merlin's beard, George. Can't we even restrain her together? Elaire, who had been fortifying her body with magic, possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Fred felt his fingers slipping from the armrest. Elaire was drawing ever closer to the pile of money. He feared he might lose his grip. Elaire, my knee, it hurts. George suddenly grimaced in pain. Elaire halted, turning nervously to George, who was bent over, hands clutching his knee. The thought of smashing coins vanished from her mind. George, what's wrong? He must have bumped into something. George gasped for breath, his features contorted in agony. It hurts. Elaire. Guilt washed over Elaire as she crouched down. I'm sorry, George. I didn't mean to. She attempted to inspect his knee. George promptly cast a healing spell upon it, waving his hand. It's fine, nothing serious. But I prefer not to feel that pain again. Let us sit down and chat, shall we? He extended his hand to Elaire. Fred discreetly gave George a thumbs up, while the others sighed in relief. Elaire bit her lip, tears streaming down her face as she felt a sense of injustice. George patiently held out his hand. We can't maintain this position forever, can we? It's still quite a while until we reach the station. Eventually, her hand landed in George's, and this time, he effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. The siblings obediently arranged themselves in their seats, each clutching a money bag, refraining from mentioning the word no. Who would dare? The twins were the strongest in the family after Charlie, and even stood out among adults. They had just been unable to restrain her, especially now, as they busied themselves comforting Elaire. Why would we want to be rid of you? George cooed gently as he held the little girl. Elaire, her voice hoarse from crying, lamented, you do want to be rid of me. You want me to find another family. You dislike me. You hate me. Who said that? Toss him out. Ginny stepped forward. Anyone who says such things is out. Ron raised his hand. Percy just said that. Percy looked bewildered. Me? He waved his hands, hastily explaining, that is not what I meant. No need for explanations. Ginny, Ron, and Fred interrupted quickly. A good brother is meant to take the blame. Throw him out. Let us see you say that again. Fred immediately pretended to hurl Percy out of the window, causing Percy to cry for help. Elaire burst into laughter, pleading for Percy's mercy. Spare Percy. The clouds finally cleared. The group's mood lightened. I'm sorry, Elaire. George wiped the tears from the little girl's face. I won't say such things again. For Elaire, who had always regarded them as family, those words had indeed been hurtful. Nestled in George's embrace, she lowered her gaze. There won't be any other family. One must understand. She had once been without even a name. How could she possibly have a family? The others sensed the sorrow in her words. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley spoke in unison. As long as you wish, this will always be your home. Percy nodded. We will always be your family. Ginny turned to her. Forever and ever. Ron gestured animatedly. More than forever. Elaire chuckled. How far would that be? Fred knelt, grasping her hand, until the last drop of the sea evaporates. George held her close, until all the stars in the sky fade away. Until then, we shall always be by your side. Chapter 38. The First Encounter with Harry Potter. Mr. Weasley's car soared through the air. Mrs. Weasley glanced at her pocket watch, urging her husband to accelerate. Can you go any faster? She complained. We've wasted far too much time. I should have used the Flu network. Mr. Weasley interrupted her with a chuckle. Too much time? You never complained about this before Ron was born. The twins stifled their laughter, while Percy turned away in disdain. Ron, Ginny, and Elaire were puzzled. Mrs. Weasley's face flushed. All right, Arthur, but we're going to be late. When they finally reached King's Cross Station, there were only 15 minutes until 11 o'clock. Hurry, children, get out. Mrs. Weasley urged. Ron, don't forget Scabbers. Ginny, stop sulking. Fred, George, hurry up. The group hurriedly traversed the platform. Mom, look at all the muggles. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Mrs. Weasley replied impatiently. Of course, they're everywhere, Ron. Hide your wand. It's about to leap out of your pocket. Arthur, don't look around. You haven't forgotten we're here to send the children off to school, have you? Percy, keep an eye on your siblings. Don't let them wander off. It would be a disaster if they fell into the hands of a trafficker. Fred, rolling up his sleeves in dissatisfaction, remarked, we're not afraid of traffickers. Mrs. Weasley shot him a stern look. I'm worried about tomorrow's Daily Prophet headline reading. Weasley twins terrorize Muggle traffickers. Wizarding World exposed. Ron and Ginny burst into laughter. Elaire, however, remained somber, sensing someone watching them from afar. 3, 2, 1. She suddenly turned her head, spotting not a peeping Tom, but a boy roughly Ron's age, perhaps a tad younger, gazing at them. He was surrounded by luggage, atop which rested a large birdcage housing a beautiful snowy owl. His posture was quite stiff, standing out amidst the bustling Muggle crowd. When the boy caught her gaze, he hastily looked down, his face turning beet red. Elaire paid him little mind. After all, compared to the surrounding Muggles, their family was indeed quite peculiar. Yet, she soon noticed that the boy was discreetly following them. They halted, and the boy halted. They walked, and the boy walked. Elaire began to ponder. Was it indeed her understanding of the outside world that was insufficiently profound? Was this behavior considered normal or abnormal? Her mother was currently in a foul mood. And Elaire recalled Percy mentioning that their furious mother once sent George to the hospital. Well, it was best not to bother her mother. Should she inquire with the twins? No, Elaire decided it would be wiser to ask Percy instead. Percy, Elaire tugged at the sleeve of his robe. There's someone following us. Just as Percy was about to turn around, Elaire quickly pulled at his sleeve again. Wait, don't look back. It's a little boy. She lowered her voice. Is this some sort of custom here? Percy. A similarly hushed and raspy voice descended ominously from behind. No, there's no such custom. Shit. Fred. Are you out of your mind? Percy and Elaire glared at Fred. Fred raised an eyebrow. You're easily startled. He pushed his luggage cart in tandem with Elaire and Percy. What boy? Elaire gestured discreetly towards the 9 o'clock direction behind them. There. Mrs. Weasley suddenly shouted. All right. Percy, you come here first. Instantly, all attention shifted to Percy. George whispered to Elaire. Just push your luggage cart and jog over. You must run even if you crash through the wall, understood? One I bump into someone. Elaire questioned. George smiled. Clever girl. Percy approached Mrs. Weasley and murmured something before pushing his cart inside. Mrs. Weasley's gaze drifted towards the little boy trailing behind them. She frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Hello, dear. Do you need help? She greeted the shy boy following them with a kind smile. Yes, I don't know how to get to platform 9. The little boy stammered nervously. Fred leaned over to Elaire. Looks like he's also heading to Hogwarts. Elaire turned to Ginny and whispered. He looks a bit like Harry Potter. Ginny immediately let out a shriek, hiding behind Elaire, peering out with her little head, her amber brown eyes fixed intently on the boy. The boy met Ginny's curious gaze, and she shrieked again, retreating. Mrs. Weasley admonished, Ginny, don't be rude. When her attention returned to the boy, her expression softened once more. It's all right, dear. Elaire and Ron are also first-timers. Elaire waved her hand. Hi, I'm Elaire. This is Ron. She pointed to Ron beside her. Ron, feeling shy in front of strangers, politely said, hello. Elaire then indicated towards the back. This is Ginny. Don't mind her. She's a huge fan of Harry Potter, and you resemble him as described in some novels. After the introductions, Elaire mentally declared that her socializing for the day had concluded. The little boy nodded. Hello, my name is Harry Potter. He appeared somewhat anxious as he spoke. Elaire's eyes widened. Everyone's eyes widened, and Ginny screamed once more. Harry Potter. You are Harry Potter. Fred shouted. Harry's face turned crimson as he gently nodded. Ron stepped forward. You really are. You have that. Oh, you mean this? Harry swept his fringe aside. Ginny shrieked again, and Elaire thought that if she were to be left alone with Harry Potter at that moment, she would surely faint. All eyes were fixed on Harry, including Elaire, though she quickly averted her gaze. She noticed that Harry seemed even more uncomfortable. Elaire gently tugged at Mrs. Weasley's robe, pointing to the clock above the platform. "Mom, there are 7 minutes until 11 o'clock. Mrs. Weasley snapped back to reality. "Has Percy gone in?" Mr. Weasley replied. "He just went in. He is a prefect and needs to prepare." Mrs. Weasley sighed in relief, but quickly tensed again. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Fred, George," she directed. "You go in first." Then Elaire and Ron. "Mom, that is Fred. You've mistaken." One of the twins shouted in discontent. "All right, dear. If you don't go in soon, whether you're George or Fred, you'll be absent on the first day of school." Mrs. Weasley shoved the shouting twin inside. "Fred, come on," she called to the other. "Mom, I'm George. The other one was just messing with you." Mrs. Weasley bit back her irritation. "All right, I'm sorry. Dear, but I need you to hurry inside, all right?" The other twin, grinning, pushed his cart. "Just a joke. I'm still Fred." Without waiting for Mrs. Weasley to kick him, he vanished through the wall with a whoosh. Elaire noticed that the little boy had blinked several times in confusion. "Harry, you follow Elaire and Ron. As soon as Harry goes in, you run too. You got it," Elaire urged, pushing her cart and jogging inside. When she emerged into the light once more, a magnificent red steam train filled her vision, and the twins were waiting for her not far away. Without giving Elaire a chance to examine it closely, George shouted from 3 meters away, "Get away from there." Elaire immediately pushed her cart forward. In the next moment, Ron emerged from the wall. Without pausing, he pushed his cart and walked away. "Let us go. Let us find a compartment," Fred called to George and Elaire. The two brothers took her cart and together pushed all 3 carts in a line, drawing some irritated glares from others. "At this hour, there's probably only space at the back of the train," Fred shouted. Elaire looked at her empty hands and turned back to search for Ron. She couldn't find him. There were too many people. Seeing the twins disappear into the crowd, she hurriedly followed. Ron stood dazed between 2 pillars. Overwhelmed by the throng of people, he couldn't locate his brothers. With a sigh, Ron muttered, "I knew this would happen." He decided to find a prominent spot to wait for his parents and Ginny. "All right," the twins stopped. "Where's Elaire?" "Elaire?" George turned around, not seeing her, and yelled urgently. "She didn't keep up?" Fred asked, puzzled. "You ran too fast." George angrily kicked Fred. "Hey, we were running together." Fred jumped and retaliated by stepping on George's foot. While the twins bickered, Elaire, who had just caught up, quietly crouched down, determined to manage her luggage independently. She couldn't rely on them forever. Elaire effortlessly lifted a suitcase that was nearly half her height. This immediately caught George's attention. "Merlin's beard," he exclaimed, turning Fred's head towards the scene. "Look." Fred stammered in disbelief. "What? Hallelujah, what am I seeing? By the stars, does she have some giant bloodline?" A boy peering from a train window expressed his astonishment. "Neville, don't be rude." An elderly lady scolded sharply. "This girl is incredibly strong." The old woman remarked a few seconds later with a sigh. With many eyes upon her, Elaire felt utterly bewildered. Why was everyone staring at her? Then, she overheard a conversation between the little boy and his grandmother. The people around them whispered among themselves, some wearing expressions of surprise and scrutiny. Could it be a lineage of werewolves? Is this normal? A monster? A buzzing sensation enveloped Elaire as she caught sight of the equally astonished faces of the twins. Without waiting for the twins to say anything, she hurriedly sought refuge in an empty compartment, yanked the door open, tossed her luggage onto the rack, and swiftly slipped inside. Shutting the door and drawing the curtains in one fluid motion, her fair cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Although her family often teased her by calling her a little monster, it was all in good fun, unlike just now, when she felt as though she might suffocate. This was the first time Elaire profoundly realized how extraordinary she appeared in the eyes of the world. Lost in her thoughts, Elaire heard Fred and George calling her name in the train aisle. She opened the door and whispered, "Here." Chapter 39, slammed against the wall. Fred and George entered the compartment, working together to stow their luggage on the rack. For a long moment, silence reigned. Once seated, they silently observed Elaire. The prolonged silence weighed heavily as the twins continued to fix their gaze upon her, compelling Elaire to break the quiet first. "What are you looking at?" Fred spoke up. "George, I was just wondering if I've offended the little witch." George replied, "Excluding the times you've taken her food, placed spiders on her head, tricked her into drinking celery juice she despises, or put dried worms on her, causing her to be besieged by goblins who nearly bit off her torso. You should be in the clear," Elaire responded. "Why bring all that up suddenly?" Fred leaned closer to Elaire with a mournful expression. "Illinois, my sweet. If I ever make you angry, please grant me time to explain, all right? What's wrong?" Elaire was genuinely confused, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment. "He.S. afraid you'll slap him into oblivion," George insightfully explained. Elaire retorted, "You two are something else." She rolled her eyes. "So now you're starting to fear me?" I thought your initial encounter with me was far more convincing in deterring you. Elaire felt a flicker of anger rising. Hey. Fred leaned closer to Elaire. We've never regretted it. Elaire scoffed. Indeed, no regrets about picking up a monster, huh? From the very first moment we laid eyes on you. George leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. We knew you were no ordinary person. Precisely. Fred tucked Elaire's hair behind her ear. We've known from the start that we found a little monster. But what of it? Fred embraced Elaire gently and murmured. We don't care. You are a treasure sent to our family, Illinois. Just as you love us. George cupped Elaire's face. We all love you. As Elaire gazed into George's tender eyes, which seemed to shimmer with something deeper, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Turning to look at Fred, the one who held her, she noticed he looked at her with the same warmth. Elaire bit her lip, her eyes brimming with emotion. I know. She turned her head away. I thought you'd be able to lift that luggage yourselves. Even if you couldn't, there's a levitation spell, right? I always thought my strength was quite ordinary. I was never made to do heavy lifting at home. A smirk graced George's lips. However, Fred continued, spreading his arms wide. After today's events, it seems you could take down a dragon. George nudged Fred's arm. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Fred leaned in and whispered, it's merely a figure of speech. Elaire replied, I can hear you. Cough, cough. Fred faked a cough. All right. Don't take it to heart. Being strong is a good thing, George added. If any boys bully you and make you unhappy, you can just slam them against the wall. Wouldn't that violate school rules? Elaire hesitated. The twins exchanged glances. We can assure you, there is currently no such rule. They said, grinning mischievously. But who knows what might happen later? Fred drawled. As long as you don't kill them, it's fine. Il can feel free to unleash her wrath. Isn't that a bit violent? Elaire frowned, believing her temper was quite reasonable. George suggested. Then you can just slam them against a picture of a giant troll dancing ballet in a pink tutu, giving them a touch of girlish charm. Can it be done that way? Elaire mused. Elaire, George, Fred, are you in the carriage? Mrs. Weasley called out. Coming, Mum. The twins and Elaire shouted as they opened the compartment and stepped into the aisle. Suddenly, George cleared his throat. Look, it's Harry Potter. He lowered his voice. Elaire followed George's gaze to see the famous Harry Potter struggling to lift his trunk, utterly flustered as he broke into a sweat. Elaire glanced at the twins, who nodded encouragingly. Do you need help? She offered. Harry, without lifting his head, gratefully replied, excuse me, thank you. When he finally looked up and recognized the girl he had met earlier, he hesitated. Just you. Are you sure you can manage? I mean, you're a girl. Elaire raised an eyebrow as the twins stifled their laughter. In the face of Harry's astonishment, she effortlessly lifted the trunk he had struggled with several times. What compartment is it? Elaire turned back. Harry stared at her. It's that one. He pointed to the compartment 2 meters away. Elaire nodded and told the twins. I'll be right back. She dashed away, her steps light and swift, as if she were carrying a feather. Harry's jaw dropped in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Elaire returned. Quickly, George, Fred, she said, Mom is waiting for us. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with Percy and Ginny, gathered together, with Ron being scolded by Mrs. Weasley, who was wiping the dust off his nose. Oh dear, Ron, you little rascal, your nose has gotten dusty again. Fred chuckled. Mind your own business, Ron retorted. Percy glanced at his watch. I can't stay long, Mom, he said. I need to hurry to the compartment for the prefect's meeting. They've reserved 2 compartments for us. Oh, Percy, you're a prefect? George exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. You should have told us sooner. I had no idea. Wait. I think I remember him mentioning it, Fred said leisurely. Once, maybe twice more like all summer long. They chimed in unison, bursting into laughter. Hey, shut it. Percy rolled his eyes. Mrs. Weasley shot a stern look at the twins. Now it's your turn. You two need to behave this year. If an owl sends me word that you've blown up a toilet or a toilet. We've never blown up a toilet, Fred interjected, nudging George. That is indeed a splendid notion. Thank you, Mother, George chuckled. This is no trivial matter. Strive diligently to secure a position among the top 3 in your year and earn a scholarship. Remember to look after Ron and Elaire. I have no concerns regarding Elaire. My little Illy is a good child. However, Ron, you had better behave yourself. Mrs. Weasley admonished sternly. If trouble were to arise, Mrs. Weasley resembled a mother leopard poised to pounce upon her prey. You know the consequences. Ron shrank back, muttering, Understood, Mom. Elaire sensed another pair of eyes upon them. She whipped around, only to find that boy named Harry again, who promptly hid behind the curtains upon her gaze. Elaire shrugged and whispered to Ginny. I saw Harry Potter on the train. He couldn't even move his luggage. He is certainly not as formidable as described in The Amazing Potter. Capable of shattering granite with a mere punch. Ginny squealed. You saw him again? Did you get an autograph? Mom, can I go see Harry? You've already met him, Ginny. That poor child is not a creature in a zoo for you to gawk at, Mrs. Weasley replied firmly. Ginny grumbled softly. I don't see him as an animal. She leaned closer to Elaire and said, you know he would. Elaire anticipated Ginny's thoughts before she could finish. An autograph, a signed photograph, a personal message from him, perhaps even a scrap of his homework. And while we're at it, let us ask for a couple of his hairs. Some dandruff, a few pairs of his stinky socks, and the paper he uses to wipe himself. Elaire raised an eyebrow. Is there more? Ginny beamed. You truly understand me. She embraced Elaire and planted a kiss on her cheek. Though the dandruff, stinky socks, and toilet paper are entirely unnecessary. Elaire touched the spot Ginny had kissed. Soft and slightly sweet. She smiled, wishing you a delightful journey, Ginny. The more she spoke, the more reluctant she felt. This time, she tightly embraced her best friend and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I will miss you, Fred exclaimed in astonishment. Ginny kissed Elaire? George joined in the astonishment. Elaire kissed Ginny? Ron jumped up. I want one too. A dung ball. Ginny rolled her eyes. Why don't you clean the dirt off your nose first? Hey, speaking of which, do you think he'll remember the face of the Dark Lord? Fred interjected abruptly. Voldemort? Elaire felt intrigued. The group gasped, and George immediately covered Illyria's mouth. Elaire blinked. I'm sorry. She felt no fear towards Voldemort. The pressure from Mrs. Weasley, who was not yet angry, felt far more intense. Mrs. Weasley's expression darkened. You are not to ask him anything, Fred. No inquiries whatsoever. Do you wish for him to recall that incident on his very first day at school? All right, please don't be angry, Fred pleaded. A horn sounded. Quickly, Mr. Weasley urged. Elaire, George, Fred, and Ron immediately rushed onto the train. As Elaire peered out of the compartment window, she spotted Ginny in tears. Don't cry, Ginny. Elaire called out. Think of what you'll receive in just a few days. George shouted, a toilet seat from Hogwarts. Elaire stepped on George's foot and said, Ginny, Mum and Dad, I hope you enjoy your time in Romania. Ginny's tears transformed into a radiant smile under the sunlight, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, yet glowing brightly. We will, Illy. She ran towards the Weasley parents. Mrs. Weasley planted a kiss on Illyria's cheek before giving Fred, George, and Ron their farewells. At that moment, Elaire truly comprehended the weight of parting, a wave of reluctance swelling within her, and tears brimmed in her eyes. As the train departed, Elaire pressed her face against the window, gazing at Ginny and the Weasley parents, her tears splashing onto her hand. George consoled her. It's all right. We'll return for Christmas, summer, and winter break. Once you enter Hogwarts, you won't feel homesick. There will be ample new experiences and assignments awaiting you. Fred chimed in with reassurances as well. Lee Jordan had procured a massive bag of spiders. He redirected the conversation. Shall we take a look? At that moment, the compartment door swung open. Chapter 40, Noise and Conflict. A young girl stood there, seemingly of the same year as Elaire, with an adorable face framed by a bushy mane of slightly unruly brown hair. Have you seen Neville's toad? Her voice was high-pitched and somewhat haughty. Elaire frowned. No. Please do not disturb us. The girl lifted her chin and surveyed the occupants of the compartment. Very well. That gaze made Elaire uncomfortable, reminiscent of Avery. She fixed her stare on the girl. I am Hermione Granger. Hermione slightly sidestepped, revealing a tearful boy behind her. This is Neville Longbottom. He has lost his toad, and I'm helping him look for it. Elaire remained silent, while Fred and George casually responded, Uh-huh. All right, you're quite the hero indeed. Hermione gave the occupants of the compartment an odd look. If you happen to see it, please inform me. With that, she and the tearful boy hurriedly departed. Fred and George exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. She is quite something, they finally managed. Indeed, Hogwarts is full of all sorts of characters, Elaire added. I have no desire to go out and play, she declared, retrieving her potions and elixirs book from her bag, intending to delve into her studies. She had foreseen a dismal fate in this subject. The twins, noticing Elaire engrossed in her book, shared a knowing look and shrugged. We'll be back soon, they said. To which Elaire nodded, returning to her dismal potion formulas. The compartment fell into silence, save for the scratching of her quill on parchment and the turning of pages. Elaire noted down her areas of confusion, pondering repeatedly, yet still failing to comprehend. Why are there both confounding and confusion potions, which serve nearly identical purposes, share similar ingredients, yet have entirely different brewing processes? The side effects and difficulty levels are even the same. Elaire racked her brain in frustration, silently cursing the potion master who had devised the confusion formula for creating unnecessary complications. Just then, the compartment door swung open again. Ron Weasley was right. You are indeed studying? It was Hermione Granger once more. She stepped forward, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Illyria's notebook filled with writing, and she picked it up to examine it. Illyria's fist clenched, and her quill snapped in half. Hermione suddenly realized what she had done. The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. She placed the notebook down, her earlier arrogance dissipating. Illyria's expression softened slightly, yet she still regarded Hermione coolly. Shouldn't you seek my permission before taking it? Hermione stammered, her face growing even redder. Oh, I'm so sorry. Illyria chose to ignore her. I came over because Ron Weasley mentioned you. Illyria looked up. What? What nonsense has that foolish brother of mine been spouting? Hermione nervously grasped the hem of her garment and remarked, he is in another compartment, extolling your virtues to Harry Potter. He is boasting that one of this year's mysterious exchange students is, in fact, you. Many are listening in. Elaire gathered all her books. Noticing Hermione still present, instead of stowing them in her bag, she tossed them back into the fabric satchel at her seat. What are you doing? Hermione inquired hastily. Elaire offered a polite yet warm smile. I am going to find Ron and give him a good thrashing. With purposeful strides, she exited the compartment, Hermione trailing behind. Don't. Elaire, you're moving too fast, she gasped. Don't cause trouble. Elaire remained expressionless. Beating up my loquacious brother hardly counts as trouble. You're related to him, Hermione exclaimed. But Elaire chose not to respond. She continued toward the rear of the train compartment. Elaire spotted Ron's distinctive red hair, though her view was obstructed. Two upperclassmen stood at the compartment entrance, flanked by a throng of curious first-year and older students who blocked her sight. The famous boy who lived, as your senior. We feel compelled to warn you, one of the upperclassmen said in a gruff voice. The other, with hair resembling the hue of walnut, added, after all, as fellow descendants of the sacred 28 pureblood families, we advise you to steer clear of this traitor from a pureblood lineage. His father is a worthless scoundrel, and he appears to be even more so. Associating with him will tarnish your reputation. Ron and Harry stood up abruptly. A sharp slap echoed through the air. The walnut-haired upperclassman covered his face, sitting dazed on the floor. Elaire stared at her hand in astonishment. What had just transpired? Oh, she had struck that insolent boy. Her hand had acted quicker than her mind. However, she had held back. Fred and George had said that as long as she didn't kill him, it was acceptable. Thus, it was not a significant issue. The boy's companion, a similarly robust upperclassman, moved forward, cracking his knuckles. Hermione gasped and stepped in front of Elaire. This is the school train. You cannot cause a ruckus here. Elaire glanced at Hermione in surprise. Despite her apparent fear, Hermione stood her ground before the towering and menacing figure. Perhaps, she mused, Hermione wasn't as intolerable as she'd previously thought. Stand down, Granger. I don't require your protection, Elaire said, pushing Hermione aside. With her feet lifted off the ground, Hermione closed her eyes in terror and let out a shriek. When she opened her eyes, she found herself merely placed inside an empty train compartment, surrounded solely by luggage. The other students had likely stepped out to frolic. Once she had safely stowed Hermione, Elaire scrutinized the upperclassmen, who had not only insulted her, but now seemed intent on assaulting her. Fred and George had mentioned that there were currently no school rules prohibiting students from pushing others against walls. Elaire regrettably realized she had overestimated her own patience and might not even survive her first day. As he advanced menacingly, Elaire stepped forward instead of retreating, smiling coyly. Are you looking for a fight? Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the boy, flexing her wrist as her knuckles cracked ominously. Do you dare to strike me? The walnut-haired upperclassman, still seated and clutching his face, finally reacted, shrieking, Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? I would strike your father just the same, Elaire retorted coldly, observing the boy's sickly skin and familiar features. A sense of déjà vu washing over her. My father is Gideon Avery, a member of the sacred 28 pure-blood families. The boy shrieked, his face turning ashen. Elaire smirked. Now it made sense. She had indeed dealt with his father before. So why don't you write to him immediately? Have him come, she suggested with an unsettling grin. Let him see who has laid their hands on his precious son. Oh, wait, Elaire began, drawing out her words in a manner that would surely infuriate Cantoro further. Perhaps he can't come. He is recuperating in St. Mungo's, isn't he? Elaire lowered her gaze, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the bewildered Cantoro on the floor. Ron let out a chuckle. He had heard Fred recount the exploits at the Alpha Alchemy shop after their last visit home, and the memory still brought him joy. However, observing Cantoro's imposing physique so close to Elaire, and with the upperclassmen still lingering ominously, Ron felt a surge of anxiety. He clenched his fists, ready to spring into action. Cantoro, aghast at Elaire's words, stammered, Why you know how? His sallow complexion turned an ashen hue. Just days prior, their house elf had received alarming news from St. Mungo's regarding his father's dire condition. His father had been ambushed and poisoned, and in the midst of a disapparition gone awry, had been left in a coma. The onset of the school year's festivities had been abruptly cancelled. You are, he scrutinized Elaire, seemingly connecting the dots. Ah, my father mentioned you. You are the illegitimate daughter of the Weasleys, the bastard, he exclaimed triumphantly, pointing at Elaire. In the next moment, a massive bag spider was hurled into Cantoro's face. Lee Jordan shouted, "Little eight, my little eight. Fred, are you out of your mind?" Fred and George wore grim expressions. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Fred lunged forward, his face dark with fury. The bag spider leaped from Cantoro's face, landing on Draco Malfoy's face at the compartment entrance, then onto the train seat, bounding over Ron's shoulder and disappearing beneath the bench. Draco screamed, and Ron echoed his shriek, both of them instinctively grabbing hold of Harry. Harry pushed Draco away, only to have the bag spider reappear, now perched on Draco's shoe, prompting another scream from him as he clung to Harry in panic. Fred seized Cantoro by the collar. Ron continued to scream, leaping into the air, wrapping his legs around Harry's waist in a desperate attempt to elevate himself off the ground. Draco seemed to share a similar impulse, stepping on Harry's feet while pushing Ron, striving to distance himself from the floor. Harry's glasses, already shattered, were further destroyed as Ron shook him in his panic, while Draco frantically clawed at him. Harry struggled to maintain his balance amidst the chaos. Lee Jordan shouted loudly in search of his bag spider. The scene erupted into utter mayhem. Fred and George forcefully pinned Cantoro against the compartment wall. "Say that again if you dare." Fred growled menacingly, while George raised his fist, ready to strike, but was held back. What a relentless ordeal it was. Percy, brandishing his wand, strode forth, his red badge gleaming. "Make way. Return to your compartments. I am the prefect. Do as I say." He commanded the onlookers to disperse and approached the center of the commotion. The binding spell on the twins dissipated. Seeing that his brothers were still unyielding and that Cantoro appeared to be gasping for breath, Percy frowned and admonished, "Fred, George, release that boy. Do you intend to suffocate him?" Chapter 41, The Beginning of Friendship. "Percy, that scoundrel has insulted Il." Fred did not relent. How dare he call Il a bastard? An illegitimate child. Percy's eyes instantly grew cold. "That is not a justification for you to cling to a fellow student on the train, Fred. Release him." Elaire gently grasped Fred and George's hands, carefully prying their fingers away from Cantoro's collar. "George, Fred, take it easy. It's all right." Elaire held Fred and George's hands. "It is not all right," the twins retorted in a steady voice, teeth gritted. Yet they reciprocated Elaire's grip, refraining from further outbursts, their gazes still fixed on Cantoro. Cantoro glared back at them, clearly defiant. Percy strode towards Cantoro and his companions. "As for you, Cantoro Avery, I shall report this incident to Professor McGonagall. The trouble you have stirred. I trust Professor McGonagall will be more than willing to discuss with Professor Snape how to address the blatant violation of school rules concerning a fourth-year student threatening first-year newcomers on the very first day of term." He stepped closer, casting a cold stare at him. "You had best behave yourself during this time. Do not let me catch you erring. Otherwise, prepare to find yourself in detention with Filch. Now, return to your compartment." Cantoro spat a bloody gob onto the ground, made a crude gesture at Percy, and departed with his companions. Percy scoffed at Fred and George, causing trouble before even arriving at school. "Truly, your usual style." However, when his gaze shifted to Elaire, Percy's expression softened. "Do not worry, everything will be fine. In an hour, the train will arrive at Hogwarts, and you had best change into your uniforms." Elaire nodded obediently. "I will go inspect the compartments once more to prevent any further disturbances." Percy cast a warning glance at the twins and strode away. Hermione screamed again. Ron, impatient, exclaimed, "What now, Miss Busybody? I have not even changed into my uniform." Hermione paced anxiously. "What if I get sorted into Slytherin due to my disheveled attire?" Two boys spoke simultaneously. Draco protested, "What's wrong with Slytherin? They won't reject you for that." Ron rolled his eyes. After hearing Ron's remark, Draco cast a strange glance at him. It was well known that the Weasley family was entirely Gryffindor. He assumed Ron would be placed in Gryffindor as well. It was also widely recognized that Gryffindor and Slytherin were not on friendly terms. Did he just defend Slytherin? Draco had initially intended to witness the legendary boy who lived, Harry Potter, and perhaps make a friend. Yet upon seeing Ron Weasley seated next to Harry Potter, seemingly having struck up a friendship, Draco felt a twinge of annoyance. Perhaps it was due to their shared experience of surviving the terrifying spider attack moments ago. Or perhaps it was simply that Ron Weasley had just spoken favorably of Slytherin. Suddenly, Draco found that the red-haired boy was not as intolerable as he had initially thought. Elaire noticed that the twins had already changed into their uniforms. She grabbed Hermione's hand. "Let us go. My compartment is empty. Ron, you'd best change too." She nodded at Harry as a greeting, and as her gaze returned, she caught sight of a boy with light blonde hair and gray eyes watching her. Out of politeness, she offered him a slight smile. Draco, intrigued, wondered how this girl possessed such strength that she could knock that fourth-year boy to the ground with a single slap. Unable to resist, he secretly observed her, only to be caught in the act when she smiled at him. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars, her pale skin slightly flushed, and turning away, he huffed. Being polite earned him a cold dismissal, and he found himself slightly miffed. Elaire was perplexed. What had he gotten wrong? After turning away, Draco couldn't help but steal another glance at Elaire. He happened to catch her blinking her golden amber eyes, tilting her head in confusion as she regarded him. The faint color in Draco's cheeks deepened significantly. He glared at Elaire. What are you looking at? Don't stare. Without waiting for her response, he turned and strode away with two rather burly boys at his side. Elaire clicked her tongue. Indeed, he was hard to read. Observing Hermione still in a state of anxiety, she did not dwell on it. There's still an hour left. It will be all right, Miss Granger. Elaire reassured Hermione. She led Hermione to her compartment, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Hermione quickly began changing her clothes. Elaire glanced at her own outfit. How did I end up in these garments? I didn't pay much attention. My focus was entirely on George's bare chest, and Elaire shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking? If I accidentally tear something, Mother shouldn't be too angry, right? That was something your father painstakingly brought back from the Muggle world. Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed in her mind like a roaring beast. Elaire forced a smile. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from that thought. She attempted to tug at the ribbons on her attire. Hermione had already donned her robe, pulling her hair free from the collar. Casting a somewhat bewildered glance at Elaire, she asked, do you need help? Elaire's face turned crimson. Yes. I haven't worn Muggle clothing much. Hermione glanced at her. Oh, these outfits can be quite troublesome in the Muggle world. However, coincidentally, I am from a Muggle background. She said nonchalantly, it's not difficult for me. Elaire looked at Hermione in surprise. Well, I thought you were some pureblood wizard? Hermione smiled. No, but being a bit fierce can save you a lot of trouble. Elaire chuckled. It seems I made a rookie mistake. I just judged by appearances. Hermione misunderstood, thinking Elaire was referring to her assumption that she was a pureblood witch. She shrugged. It's nothing. She helped Elaire untie the ribbons and instructed her on how to do it. Elaire paid close attention this time. Thank you. Hermione's eyes crinkled with delight. I'm happy to help you. Your hair is beautiful. Looking at Elaire's long black hair, she genuinely exclaimed. Elaire instinctively reached up to touch her braid, hearing the soft jingle of bells, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione. I can call you. Hermione hesitated. She still didn't know Elaire's name. Elaire answered, Ankarasi, but you can call me Elaire. Hermione looked slightly perplexed. But you said Ron Weasley is your brother, and the Pureblood Family Chronicle says the Weasley family is all red-haired. You and Ron Weasley, I'm an orphan. Award. Elaire's expression darkened as she spoke those words. Hermione covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I really am. Damn it. Why do I keep stepping on her landmines and poking at her wounds? With a pang of conscience and guilt, Hermione attempted to shift the conversation. May I take a look at what you just wrote on the train, Elaire? Her cheeks flushed once more. I apologize. I shouldn't have. Elaire waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. It no longer concerns me. She retrieved the tome titled Magical Potions and Elixirs from her satchel and handed it to Hermione. Goodness. Did you truly pen this? The pages were teeming with densely packed notes, and Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the book. It's nothing. The early bird catches the worm. Elaire yawned, fatigue settling in after a morning of exertion. May I take a brief nap? She addressed Hermione. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Please wake me when we arrive at the station. Hermione continued leafing through the book. All right, do rest. The announcement echoed through the train. In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will transport it to the school for you. The noise roused Elaire from her slumber. She lifted her head from Hermione's shoulder, bleary-eyed, scanning her surroundings. George? Fred? She rubbed her eyes. Not here. Hermione looked up from her book. Oh, I was just about to call you. I noticed your notes on the confounding and bewitching drafts. Excessive consumption of the bewitching draft can lead to resistance, which the confounding draft compensates for. You must, Sleepy Elaire interjected, huh? What language was she speaking? Waking up, it felt as if she had lost the ability to comprehend human speech. Hermione chuckled softly, unable to resist pinching Elaire's cheek. We're almost there. Fred and George Weasley had come to check on you a few times. I had to keep an eye on you while they left. Hermione rummaged through her pocket. They gave me this candy as a token of gratitude. The packaging was exquisite. Elaire grimaced at the pinch on her cheek as her mind began to clear. She hesitated. Well, I'm not certain whether I should stop you from eating that. Hermione inquired, puzzled. Why? What's wrong? Elaire sighed in resignation. She couldn't possibly divulge how many tricks she had fallen for. Once, Fred had offered her what appeared to be a delightful strawberry-flavored candy. In reality, it was crafted from infernal peppers. It had made her cry from the heat, and the aftermath was fiery, leaving a charred mark on the wall of her modest abode. Fred had promised to take care of her chores for half a year to earn her forgiveness. Now, it seemed she would be free from chores for approximately 40 years. She mused and sighed. There's a 50-50 chance it's one of their pranks. You might breathe fire after consuming it. Your tongue could swell. where you may find yourself giggling uncontrollably, walking backward, or even sprouting flowers from your head. Of course, sometimes the candy is indeed delicious. Reflecting on her own experiences, Elaire suggested, why not try just a tiny bit? That way, if anything peculiar occurs, the effects will wear off quickly due to the small dosage. Hermione chuckled awkwardly, silently returning the candy to her pocket. I'm not particularly in the mood for it right now. Let us move on. She returned the book to Elaire. Chapter 42. First Encounter? Sorting Ceremony. They disembarked the train, guided by giant lanterns along the path, boarding boats to cross the lake, awestruck by the castle, and entering the Great Hall alongside the professors. They listened to the headmaster's address, awaiting their sorting. Elaire was not in the line for sorting. She had other arrangements. You must be the other exchange student? A beautiful blonde girl scrutinized Elaire with an air of superiority. Why didn't you come with Professor Garland? Elaire found the girl's tone off-putting and replied curtly, that is of no concern to you. The girl was incensed by Elaire's demeanor, glaring at her while muttering in French, believing Elaire could not comprehend. However, upon learning she would be an exchange student at Beauxbatons, Elaire had begun to delve into her inherited memories of the French language. Fortunately, she had succeeded. Even more fortuitously, she was able to utilize it. The girl's mutterings were filled with profanities directed at Elaire, becoming increasingly vulgar. Elaire frowned, and before she could retort, another figure in the room rebuked the girl. Malia Garland, such behavior is unbecoming of a lady. The speaker was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who seemed to have just regained his composure, casting a glance at Malia, who immediately fell silent. I am the new professor, Fizzle Garland. He turned to Elaire, tightening his lips before offering a smile and extending his hand. Professor of Ancient Magical Circles. I presume Professor Dumbledore has briefed you. He appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in simple robes, with a tall, upright posture. The siblings both possessed captivating golden hair and exquisitely refined features, seemingly of Vila descent. Please allow me to apologize for her recent disrespectful remarks. She has become somewhat spoiled under my care. Ce n'est rien. French, it's nothing. Elaire accepted his handshake, returning in French. I am grateful for the opportunity to attend as an exchange student. However, should Miss Garland continue to insult me as she has, I will ensure she experiences the consequences of her words firsthand. At this declaration, both Malia and Fizzle's expressions shifted to an awkward subtlety. Fizzle hastily redirected the conversation. Your eyes are quite beautiful. He gazed at her face, praising, such a rare eye color. Elaire nodded nonchalantly, switching to English. Thank you for your compliment. Both you and Miss Garland are well-favored and courteous. The atmosphere turned frosty. The other party still held her hand without releasing it, and it trembled slightly. Elaire frowned. Was there some ailment? Parkinson's disease? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the grip loosened. Apologies, I injured my hand prior to arriving. I hope it hasn't caused you discomfort. Elaire withdrew her hand, choosing not to respond. She repeatedly wiped her hand on her clothing, clearly expressing her discomfort and disdain through her actions. This behavior was quite rude, yet she felt the urge to be impolite. It was as if she had never been spoiled, though she had a brother who adored her. Fizzle appeared momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, the next moment, Professor McGonagall entered the room. My apologies for the interruption. The tall witch in a dark green robe with black hair wore a serious and composed expression. Welcome to Hogwarts. Everyone. Professor Garland, Professor Dumbledore requests that you proceed to the main guest seating in the Great Hall. I will take care of the students. Fizzle expressed his gratitude, whispering a few instructions to Malia before departing briskly. Elaire noticed that at the last moment, he cast her a surreptitious glance. Professor McGonagall elaborated on the upcoming sorting ceremony to both her and Malia. They listened attentively and expressed their thanks upon her conclusion. McGonagall seemed quite pleased, remarking, "This is how it should be. I am delighted to see you both dressed neatly and displaying polite manners." Elaire overheard her mutter, "Unlike those little rascals over there. They resemble a pack of tree frogs that have turned a pot upside down. Very well, children, go forth to your sorting ceremony." As Dumbledore's introduction resonated alongside the applause from the Great Hall, they ascended the platform. Elaire glanced over at the Gryffindor table adorned with red silk. Ron was there, having joyfully been sorted into his desired house, and Elaire felt a surge of happiness for him. Wait, is Harry Potter also in Gryffindor? No wonder she had just heard an uproarious cheer. She also spotted Hermione and that little crybaby, Longbottom. Quite unexpected. She had thought the little fellow would end up in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Of course, Fred, George, and Percy were there as well. The three of them sat at the Gryffindor table, anxiously watching Elaire. Dumbledore tapped his glass. Silence. Allow me to introduce our new professor for this term. Professor Fizzle Galland from Beauxbatons Academy. Fizzle bowed slightly, his handsome and charming demeanor quickly eliciting gasps and murmurs from many students. Dumbledore continued. Professor Galland will teach ancient magical runes, a new elective course. Interested 6th-year students may visit room 7 tomorrow morning to inquire about enrollment. With that, he ceded the floor to Fizzle. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, for granting me the opportunity to join the Hogwarts family. At this moment, my heart is filled with gratitude, and I harbor boundless hopes and aspirations for my future teaching endeavors. The Runes course welcomes all who are interested. Fizzle's voice was warm and soothing, akin to a piece of white jade. He added, if students from other years wish to participate, room 7 is equally welcoming. Elaire noticed that he seemed to cast a glance in her direction. She blinked, yet the man continued to gaze forward. Was it merely her imagination? Below, the students whispered, and the applause that followed was polite, lacking in fervor. Fizzle smiled gently. He raised his wand and waved it. In an instant, everyone was astonished to see strange patterns illuminating the floor beneath them. The design spread throughout the hall, with ancient and mysterious runes floating in the air. As the brilliance intensified, someone exclaimed, I feel less tired all of a sudden. My body feels so light. Some even called out in surprise at the newfound comfort. Just as everyone was reveling in the moment, Fizzle snapped his fingers, and the enchantment vanished. The hall buzzed with excitement. This was merely a basic restorative rune. He indicated for silence. Now, all the students were fixated on him, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Fizzle maintained his calm demeanor, still exuding humility. I hope you understand that this is a truly magical and useful course. I welcome all to enroll. This time, thunderous applause erupted in the hall, echoing endlessly. Fizzle had made a splendid start. The onlookers turned their attention to Elaire and Milia, eager to see which houses they would be sorted into. After a prolonged deliberation by the sorting hat, Milia was placed into Slytherin. The little snakes welcomed the strikingly beautiful Milia Gallant, resembling a delicate French rose, with great enthusiasm. As for Elaire, child, I cannot see your memories. There seems to be a barrier blocking them. The tattered sorting hat sat atop Elaire's head. Speaking slowly, this is quite the conundrum. Wait, what are you doing out? Return to your box. Elaire only heard the first part and not the latter, regarding the first. She employed her learned skills of whimsical chatter from the twins. Apologies, sorting hat, but I am uncertain. Can you assist me? Fret not, child. Do you have a house in mind? I told you to return to your box. This is about sorting, no need for antics. Elaire, what is this sorting hat mumbling about? Is this reliable? A crowd of students below stared at her expectantly, awaiting the outcome. With a firm resolve, Elaire declared, I wish to be sorted into Gryffindor. The hat's demeanor softened. What is your reasoning? All my family members are in that house. Well, that certainly provides a basis. But it seems you lack something more. Go back. Where's your mother? If you keep this up, I won't play with you tonight. Elaire, are you speaking to someone? Sorting hat? Nothing of concern, just an old friend throwing a tantrum. Normally, it wouldn't act out during sorting. Oh, child, where were we? Family, yes. Relying on family alone does not determine your house. Elaire was even more perplexed. Why is there so much to consider when sorting? The sorting hat patiently explained. You are aware of the Black family, correct? They have always been quintessential Slytherins, yet the last generation, Sirius Black, found himself in Gryffindor. Of course, his brother, Regulus Black, was equally suited for Gryffindor. Unfortunately, he insisted on joining Slytherin. Much like that Weasley lad named Percy who was determined to be in Gryffindor. I eventually respected their choices. After all, such talent would shine brightly anywhere. Ooh, a little outlier from the Weasley clan, 2 little outliers from the Black family. Therefore, child, you must share something about your character or experiences that I can understand. Elaire pondered her recent experiences. I punched a 4th-year Slytherin boy on the train. The reason? I did not appreciate his words. Does that help, sir? The sorting hat's resounding announcement echoed throughout the hall. Gryffindor. With the thunderous applause of Gryffindor ringing in her ears. Elaire handed the hat back to Professor McGonagall and dashed towards her house table. Ron and Hermione waved at her almost simultaneously. Harry flashed her a grin. Elaire noted that he wasn't wearing glasses. His emerald eyes appeared like 2 precious emeralds, unfiltered by lenses. Fred and George had already saved a spot for her among them. As she sat down, she was enveloped in enthusiastic embraces, rendering her immobile, and her hair was ruffled vigorously. All right, you two, Elaire managed to say, pushing away the overzealous twins. Harry Potter is in our house, Elaire is here too, and of course, little Ron. What a perfect day it was. The two erupted in laughter. At that moment, Dumbledore had opened his arms, having completed his opening speech in mere seconds. It evidently left the 2 guests from Beauxbatons a bit bewildered. No, all the first years looked somewhat perplexed. What do crybaby, scum, and fool mean? Elaire inquired of Percy, who was busy extolling Dumbledore to Harry and had not heard. The twins were still lost in their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Just then, a pale ghost emerged from beneath the dining table. Don't worry, child. Once you spend a year here, you'll know. Hello, nearly headless Nick. Lee Jordan called from across the table. Long time no see. Did you miss me? The ghost breezed through Lee Jordan's form and placed its hands on its hips. I would prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Lee Jordan shivered. But he chuckled carelessly. Clearly, the previous title suits your image far better. The pallid spectre grew increasingly irate. Go eat your meal, you impudent wretch. It was then that Elaire noticed the empty golden platter had been lavishly adorned with a sumptuous array of food. As the banquet commenced, the twins ceased their raucous laughter and deftly selected delicacies that Elaire favored, artfully slicing them and placing them before her. What are you daydreaming about? Fred's grin remained unwavering. Enough staring, Elaire. After a few more opening ceremonies, you'll become accustomed to it. Now do indulge in some food. George extended a glass of juice toward Elaire. The ghost continued to drift above the dining table, delivering an impassioned discourse on Slytherin's 6 consecutive victories in the House Cup, while Gryffindor's aspirations this academic year. Elaire cheerfully savored her meal, only to suddenly catch sight of Harry squinting. Hey, Harry, she called across the table. Where are your glasses? It wasn't tea out of nosiness. Those glasses seemed to have been shattered during her altercation with Cantor Avery. Harry appeared somewhat taken aback, as if surprised someone had noticed him. They're here. He retrieved a tattered cloth pouch from his pocket. Hermione leaned in, having just been engaged in conversation with Percy about their classes. Did you break your glasses again, Harry? Percy also took notice. A simple reparo charm would suffice. With that, he pointed his wand at the cloth pouch, and the shards of glass levitated into the air, reassembling into a new pair of glasses. Hermione gasped. Oh, that's a silent spell? I read that only a select few exceptionally skilled wizards can achieve that. Percy basked in the compliment, elegantly flicking his wand to send the glasses soaring onto Harry's nose. Harry beamed, grateful that he no longer had to squint to see. He expressed his appreciation to those around him, particularly to Elaire. Thank you. This is the second time you've helped me. In response, he was met with the twins' watchful, protective gazes. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor feast was delightful, filled with laughter and camaraderie as they shared stories about their families. The mood, however, shifted to solemnity for 3 seconds when someone inquired about Elaire's background, only to learn she was an orphan. Overall, the ambience remained pleasant. Once the last person finished the final bite of pudding, Professor Dumbledore rose once more. Now that everyone is satiated and quenched, I have a few more words to share with you all. First-year students, please pay heed. During Dumbledore's address, Fred leaned in and whispered to Elaire, in a few days, I'll take you to explore the Forbidden Forest. Elaire regarded him with utmost admiration. Just now, Professor Dumbledore mentioned the Forbidden Forest and deliberately glanced at you and George. The two accepted this with good humor. Then let us postpone that for a few days and explore some secret passages first. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone who wishes to avoid unexpected, grievous misfortunes should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Elaire, who fancied herself adept at reading Dumbledore's character, mused that his words seemed less a warning and more an invitation to some. Hurry up and go on an adventure. She heard Harry erupting in laughter. Elaire understood. No wonder he was sorted into Gryffindor. As the newly acclaimed student who had once vanquished the Dark Lord, combined with Dumbledore's suspicions of Voldemort's potential return, this was undoubtedly a trial prepared for him. Oh, may Merlin protect him. Elaire felt a twinge of distaste at Dumbledore's veiled suggestion. If he truly wished to deter people, wouldn't a confundus charm or a banishing charm be far more effective? She remarked to the twins, observing their eyes gleaming with mischief. Elaire realized she had forgotten that they were the most unpredictable of the bunch. If you're expecting to receive a howling letter from Mum this term, she said ominously. The moment those words escaped her lips, she had their full attention. The twins' spirits dampened, though they were mischievous. They did not wish to cause their family undue trouble. Regarding the newly revealed corridor on the 4th floor, while it was intriguing, it was clearly fraught with peril. They could not guarantee the depths of its mysteries. Do you think anyone will dare to go? The twins pondered aloud. Elaire was uncertain. She flicked the tea from her fingertips and casually glanced at the water stains on the floor. She understood Harry's apprehension regarding the 4th floor corridor. However, the divination results advising her to exercise caution were a matter she wished to avoid entangling herself with. Elaire wearily glanced at Harry, who was conversing with Percy. She sighed. Who knows? The feast ultimately concluded with a chorus of the school song. Elaire had never sung before. She recalled the time she and George had playfully hummed a tune while joking about Fred. She began to sing along, albeit somewhat off-key. The twins immediately recognized her voice. George struggled to stifle his laughter, while Fred's cheeks flushed slightly, as their solemn funeral march transformed into a jubilant ode to joy. Chapter 44. The importance of good roommates. After the feast, under Percy's guidance, they made their way to their house's tower. The girls' dormitory is over there, he informed the first-year girls. I hope we're in the same dormitory. Hermione leaned closer to Elaire and whispered, It's always good to have someone familiar around. Elaire had already calculated. Perhaps it will be slightly better. For instance, our dormitory has vacancies. Indeed, there were vacancies. The spacious room housed only her and Hermione Granger's belongings. Hermione looked at Elaire as if she had seen Merlin. Goodness, how did you figure that out? Elaire chuckled softly. My dear Hermione, is it not possible that your roommate is a witch who happens to have some divination talent, and you're currently in the magical world? Well, Hermione responded, catching on. I read in Hogwarts, a history that dormitories typically accommodate 5 people. She stared at the 2 oddly placed 4-poster beds in the room. But there are only 2 beds here. Are you saying this dormitory is genuinely just for the 2 of us? It seems we are rather isolated, Elaire replied. The remaining beds must have been removed by the house elves. As she organized her belongings, Elaire felt pleased. Fewer people made for a more comfortable living situation. That is splendid. Hermione quickly accepted this delightful turn of events. As she opened her heavy trunk, she began stacking books on the shelves. You brought half a trunk of books? Elaire felt as if she were staring at a female version of Percy. Hermione flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Oh yes. I hope you won't think this is the behavior of a stuffy bookworm. She had already overheard countless people mocking her on the train. Elaire vehemently shook her head. A bookworm? No, no, no. Did you forget on the train? She popped open her own trunk, which was similarly crammed with books, and turned to Hermione with her golden eyes sparkling. Hermione squealed in delight. Praise God and Merlin. I should have guessed. The 2 immediately clasped hands, reaching a mutual agreement. For the top 3 in our year. For the scholarship. Let us give it our all. As midnight approached, in stark contrast to the warm atmosphere between Elaire and Hermione, Fred and George in the boys' dormitory tossed and turned, groaning in exasperation. What on earth is wrong with you 2? It's almost 11. For heaven's sake, stop your nocturnal escapades and go to sleep. Lee Jordan hurled a pillow at Fred. Hogwarts bed curtains lacked soundproofing magic unless they cast a specific charm themselves. However, for those who have just entered the 3rd grade, it is evidently a bit challenging. Fred caught the pillow and embraced it with a sigh, remarking, I wonder how IL is faring. Lee Jordan rolled his eyes and made a mock vomiting gesture, turning to George and saying, It's just a summer vacation. He has been bewitched by a girl named IL. George sighed. I too worry that IL may struggle to adapt. Illinois, IL. Lee Jordan buried his head in the blanket. I've heard you 2 mention IL this and IL that hundreds of times. Are you both toxic? It's like you're lovesick. Lee Jordan paused, feeling he had uncovered a truth. You too. He sat up, glancing back and forth at the 2 on the bed. Surely you don't actually have a crush on someone, do you? I don't. You're talking nonsense. The twin brothers exploded in unison, their voices soaring to a pitch that nearly shattered the ceiling. Fortunately, there were only the 3 of them in the dormitory, Lee Jordan thought. Otherwise, given the ruckus they just made, a 4th would undoubtedly have kicked them all out. IL is Elaire. George defended. You met her during the sorting ceremony. She is our sister. Sister? Lee Jordan expressed his disbelief. A French exchange student, your sister? Come on. Just because she is in Gryffindor doesn't mean all Gryffindors are from the Weasley family. He distinctly recalled hearing that girl's last name was Ankelossi, a rather peculiar and rare surname. Fred turned over and sat up, tossing the pillow back to Lee Jordan. Well, that's worth a shot. George stared vacantly out the window. Indeed, considering our family's rate of reproduction and the current decline of other pure-blood wizarding families. Fred added, who knows? Maybe in a few hundred years, Gryffindor will truly be all Weasleys. Lee Jordan interjected, you too. Can't you understand a jest? I was merely teasing. Yet you took it seriously? Worth a try? Worth a try at what? In the dead of night, they were rambling. And Lee Jordan genuinely wished he could give them a good thrashing and then shove them out. But he knew he stood no chance against them. I thought you 2 were upholding justice on the train, he scoffed. Who knew it was merely for the sake of chasing girls? The twins wanted to retort. They wanted to say they weren't merely pursuing girls, but that they genuinely viewed Elaire as his what? As a sister? That was a notion they couldn't even convince themselves of. Noticing their silence, Lee Jordan leaned in with curiosity. Which of you 2 has fallen for her? The twins pondered once more. Elaire would surely attract suitors upon her enrollment. The issue was that she currently had no concrete concept of love, despite the proximity. It seemed to them that she viewed them merely as family. Yet the thought of someone introducing her to romantic notions and whisking her away sent a chill down their spines. The twins exchanged a glance. Absolutely not. All right then. Fred yawned. You guessed right. It is indeed a matter of infatuation. George lazily added. As for who specifically, why don't you take another guess? Lee Jordan exclaimed. I can't figure it out. She is quite adorable, and it's perfectly normal to be infatuated. I was thinking, if you 2 aren't interested, I might as well go for it. A nurturing type seems rather appealing. As soon as the words left his mouth, the twins stared at Lee Jordan with blank expressions. What nurturing type? Lee Jordan, still oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, rolled over in his blanket. She's clearly still young, her worldview not yet fully formed. If a reliable figure akin to an older brother were to step into her life and gently guide her, Lee Jordan chuckled. If that were to happen, we could teach her anything. Teach her anything? George gritted his teeth and repeated slowly. What exactly do you wish to teach? Let me think. Lee Jordan genuinely began to fantasize about the matter. For example, 2. Shameless rogue, go meet Merlin. The two could not bear to listen for even half a second, leaping out of bed and showering Lee Jordan with blows under the covers. You're not even allowed to think about it. Lee Jordan yelped in pain. Stop. You two are too domineering. She doesn't even know me yet. That's precisely how domineering we are. Fred huffed coldly. She lives in our house. We knew her first. George fixed a glare at Lee Jordan, adding, even if she were to like someone, it could only be us. Lee Jordan, so, does she like you too? The twins wore a look of incredulity. Fred scoffed lightly. Is that even a question? Did you not see her sitting between us at the welcoming feast? Wait a moment, you two. Lee Jordan gasped. Between you two? You don't mean both of you. Explosive. Merlin. The twins lightly cleared their throats and returned to their beds. As brothers, it's best to ask less and support more. Lee Jordan didn't understand, but respected their wishes. All right then, I support you. The twins expressed their gratitude with a dramatic wow. With Fred even contemplating getting up once more to shake Lee Jordan's hand in appreciation, but was halted by Lee Jordan. He clutched his head. Keeping quiet and sleeping peacefully would be the greatest show of gratitude to me. The room fell into silence. Gradually, only the sound of even breathing remained. Lee Jordan sighed with relief. These two were finally willing to settle down. He lay back down, adjusting the shape of his pillow, tucking himself in snugly, and leisurely settled down comfortably. 5 minutes later, Lee Jordan shot up, hearing the unmistakable sound of his brothers already deep in slumber. He was wide awake, his mind reeling with the realization that his roommates, along with his good friends, were, in fact, simultaneously had he known, he wouldn't have asked. He vowed that next time such a situation arose, he would not let these two rascals off the hook without first tossing them out. Chapter 45, The Potions Class of Doom. The advantages of two academic overachievers living together are plentiful. Hermione and Elaire shared the same schedule and enthusiasm for studying. After their fateful encounter that evening, they had become kindred spirits, feeling as if they had known each other forever. With Hermione around, they had never been late to class. Moreover, Elaire's advanced preparations allowed her and the equally diligent Hermione to amass considerable points for Gryffindor in under a week. They quickly adapted to campus life. I thought you would dislike Granger. In the morning common room, George was once again styling Elaire's hair. Hermione was a pearl veiled in mystery. One must approach her closely to truly appreciate her beauty. Yet you see, I was once blind. Elaire shrugged, recounting a joke she found amusing. George sighed. That's not funny, Illinois. Of course, we're delighted you've made a good friend, Fred chimed in, sitting beside Elaire, holding a peculiar parchment. A mysterious smile on his face. By the way, Illinois, after so many days of continuous study, don't you plan to take a break? Elaire's interest piqued. Are we about to embark on an adventure? Where do you plan to go? Anywhere but the 4th floor corridor, she added, fearing the twins had not yet abandoned that notion. How about the Forbidden Forest? George finished braiding the last strand of hair, tying it off with a ribbon, and admired his handiwork with satisfaction. With IL's good fortune, perhaps we might encounter a unicorn. Unicorn? Elaire queried. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the news she had heard. It was said that the fur of that creature was quite valuable. I should mention it to Hermione and skip the library this afternoon. However, when Elaire shared this plan with Hermione during breakfast, she encountered Hermione's most vehement opposition to date. No, that's far too dangerous. Hermione exclaimed. You could get hurt, or worse, lose your life. The Forbidden Forest is teeming with dangerous creatures, including 5-level dark beings like the Acromantula and werewolves. Any one of those could devour an adult wizard in an instant. Not to mention the myriad of 3- and 4-level magical creatures lurking there. Elaire, you must reconsider. What do your two brothers think about this? Ron, with a piece of bread in his mouth, mumbled. Maybe it's because she's a Gryffindor? It's only natural to want to venture into the Forbidden Forest. This statement provoked an even greater emotional upheaval in Hermione. Yes, Gryffindor. Elaire. We worked hard to earn 20 points for the house. Do you want to throw it all away? A single trip to the Forbidden Forest could turn Gryffindor into Griffinless. Are you hoping for Slytherin to win the House Cup again? Elaire wanted to argue that she wasn't particularly concerned about the House Cup. The extra points earned from answering questions were merely a buffer for the potential deductions she anticipated. As a friend, she voiced her truth. Hermione's face was a canvas of betrayal and misunderstanding. But that's not right. She retorted. Harry, unable to stand by any longer, interjected, I think you're being a bit overbearing. Hermione, we are friends. Hermione shouted back, wounded, which silenced the two boys watching the scene unfold. "Yes, we are friends, Hermione," Elaire replied, her tone calm as she added. "But we are also distinct individuals. I mean, I have the right to choose what I want to do, don't I? And I am eager to explore the Forbidden Forest with my brothers. We have been looking forward to this for half the summer. I hope you can understand." Hermione did not respond and ran off in tears, leaving Elaire feeling a pang of sadness. "Don't mind her," Ron attempted to console. "She's just a meddlesome busybody. A lot of people find her annoying." Elaire glared at Ron as he munched on his bread. "Be quiet, Ron. Just eat your bread." The argument at breakfast only heightened Elaire's aversion to the upcoming potions class. She recalled the ominous prediction, a great misfortune among misfortunes. The young girl sighed. It was indeed a dreadful omen. As she reluctantly made her way to potions class, she found that nearly all the students had gathered, and Hermione was already seated with others. Elaire chose a spot toward the back, next to the timid Neville Longbottom. Considering the possibility of pairing up later, she extended her hand in greeting. "Hi, I'm Elaire Ankylosai, and you are?" "Longbottom, Neville Longbottom. Just call me Neville," he replied, blushing. "Nice to meet you, Neville." Elaire smiled and added, "We might need to clear up a misunderstanding. For instance, I do not have troll blood." Neville turned red. "Of course, my apologies. I was just so shocked. I'll reserve my judgment, Miss Ankylosai." A cold, stern voice suddenly interrupted them from behind. "I look forward to your performance in potions class. Although I can already imagine your troll-sized head failing to answer a single question. And you, Mr. Longbottom, do you require tea and biscuits to chatter away like your grandmother, disregarding discipline and order in my classroom?" Elaire turned to find the potions professor, clad in black robes with greasy shoulder-length hair, glaring at them with his hawk-like nose. Well, great misfortune indeed," she thought, sensing the mocking laughter of Slytherin's Millicent Bulstrode. "I'm sorry, Professor. I thought class hadn't started yet." Elaire quickly apologized, feeling defeated. Professor Snape exhaled through his nose and scoffed. "Then I hope the sociable Miss Ankylosai will remember that when you step into this classroom, my lesson has already commenced." He strode to the podium. "Silence, you chattering students." The classroom fell instantly silent. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." His gaze swept across the classroom sternly before retracting with evident satisfaction. "Since there are no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to." As Professor Snape completed his opening remarks, Elaire realized that her future school life would be a battle against potions, never a love affair. Compared to the intricate science and strict craft, she preferred the freedom and connection to nature found in subjects like divination, transfiguration, or magical creatures and herbology. However, this did not mean she would approach the class with apathy. In fact, when Professor Snape grilled Harry Potter with questions, she diligently answered each one in her mind. Grateful for Percy's relentless bombardment of practice papers over the summer, Elaire discovered she could answer every question posed. Unfortunately, Harry was not as fortunate. It seemed Professor Snape took particular delight in making things difficult for him. Even Hermione, seated beside him with her hand raised high enough to pierce the ceiling, failed to elicit a single glance from Professor Snape. Whispers filled the classroom, and even Neville, who was silent, began to tremble. Elaire thought that if faculty could be rated, and if negative votes could be cast, this potions professor would undoubtedly top the list. Chapter 46, Clearing the Mice. Poor Harry ended up losing a point, which came as no surprise to Elaire. After all, Professor Snape regarded him as a sworn enemy. However, she never imagined that she too would fall under the old bat's scrutiny. Yes, the old bat, a term she had picked up from Ron. "Tell me, Miss Ankylosai, did you chop the ginger so finely to demonstrate your knife skills?" Elaire, who was overly cautious with her potion assignment, having calculated every step like an oracle, replied, "No, Professor." As she looked up, she met Snape's cold, obsidian gaze. "I merely thought it would enhance the potion's effectiveness." "Incredible," Snape raised an eyebrow. "It seems Miss Ankylosai believes herself capable of rewriting a new textbook or joining the extraordinary wizarding apothecaries, does she not?" Laughter erupted from Slytherin. "Not at all, Professor." Elaire inhaled deeply. "I simply thought it would be useful." "Thought?" Snape's voice suddenly turned as frigid as an ice cellar. "You dare tell me you rely on your instincts to brew potions in my class? If it were a higher year student with a foundation in potion making, he might have appreciated the notion of relying on instinct as a sign of innovation and daring. But the individual before him was a first-year novice in potions. Relying on instinct? Wasn't he that akin to blind guesswork? "Miss Ankylosai, might I inquire whether you left your brain in the dormitory?" She once again heard the laughter from the Slytherin side, where Millie was on the verge of fainting. "Elaire, I suddenly feel a murderous intent. My apologies, Professor." In her desire to avoid conflict, she diligently suppressed the urge to drive a serpent's fang into Snape's backside. Thankfully, she hadn't mentioned it was due to divination. She had heard from the twins that this potion's professor harbored a strong disdain for the subject of divination. Snape let out a derisive sniff, amplifying his voice. Come now. Let us see what Miss Ankorosi concocts purely by instinct. It was unnecessary to speculate. It would undoubtedly be a puddle of failure. He leaned closer, his words trailing off. The potion in Elaire's cauldron was remarkably clear and pure, exhibiting a crystal-like emerald hue, radiating a faint shimmer. Clearly, this semi-finished product was of exceptional quality, a standard that could only be achieved with utmost precision. Even he, a master of potions, would need to be entirely focused to produce such a flawless semi-finished brew. How did you accomplish this? He fixed his gaze on Elaire. Well, I just made it, she replied, unable to fabricate a more elaborate explanation. Continue. Snape snorted coldly. Thus, under the watchful eye of the old bat, Elaire, unable to cheat, had no choice but to meticulously follow the textbook steps, working alongside Neville to brew a standard boil cure. Observing the unremarkable potion in the bottle, Snape casually placed it on the podium, mediocre. At long last, class came to an end. Neville expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Elaire once more. Without your help, I would never have managed to submit the assignment. Thank you so much, Elaire. She waved it off, gathering her textbooks, and departed the classroom like a wraith. There was no denying that Professor Snape's psychological pressure was exceedingly formidable. Hermione approached Elaire. Are you all right? She looked at her with concern. Professor Snape stood beside you for nearly half the class. Seeing Hermione speak to her again filled Elaire with joy. She had come to understand her friend's character well, tough on the outside, but tender-hearted within. Not good, she grimaced at Hermione. Professor Snape is utterly terrifying. My heart feels like it's about to stop. I could really use a warm hug right now. As she spoke, she pitifully extended her hand towards Hermione. Oh dear. For the first time receiving such affection from Elaire, Hermione was utterly defenseless. It's all right, Elaire, don't be afraid. She immediately embraced her. Professor Snape is just unapproachable. Ron and Harry stood behind them. Unapproachable, Harry muttered. I feel like he absolutely hates me and Elaire. Ron chimed in, and with Elaire's potion assignment being so excellent, he ought to give you extra credit. He even awarded Crabbe an additional point for his worthless potion. Whose potion is worthless? Draco had intended to sneak a glance at Elaire's emotional state, but was abruptly interrupted by Ron's disparaging remarks about his classmate. He raised an eyebrow. If you lack ability, don't blame the professor for not awarding points. Ron scoffed. Am I wrong? He's clearly biased. Or are you blind to how splendid Elaire's potion assignment was? She was the first to submit it, placed right on the podium for nearly every student to see. Draco fell silent, recalling the bottle of shimmering emerald boil cure that was nearly on par with his own, and glanced at Elaire, whose face looked somewhat pitiful, her eyes glistening as she gazed at him. He turned away, scoffing softly. Fine, her potion is indeed commendable. It deserves a few extra points. However, our headmaster has always been strict, consistently demanding of all Gryffindors, not targeting you and Potter specifically. He addressed Elaire. You needn't take his attitude to heart. This statement surprised the four friends. They had assumed this Slytherin was looking for trouble, but instead, he was offering comfort. It seemed that not all Slytherins were selfish, arrogant individuals. However, that so-called strictness was another matter. Snape's disdain for Gryffindor students was well known. Even the perfect model Percy fell within his range of contempt. Elaire also grasped his implication. Since the train incident, this was her first direct encounter with the boy. She extended her hand, offering a friendly smile. Thank you for comforting us. I am Elaire Ankorosi. May I ask your name? Draco stared at that delicate, pale hand, his face flushing slightly as he mumbled, Who comforted you? Nevertheless, he still extended his own hand for a brief handshake. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing Draco's name, Ron couldn't help but chuckle. Draco shot him an annoyed glance, his tone laden with displeasure. What? Is my name amusing? Ron immediately shook his head. No. He just came over to offer some kindness. I can't be rude. Though, that name was indeed. Well, Ron pondered for a moment, diplomatically stating to Draco, very impressive. Draco paused, then let out a light huff, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. This guy is so easy to please. Harry said, We're planning to visit Hagrid's hut this afternoon. Would you care to join us? Draco frowned at the mention of Hagrid. What is so great about that place? My father says he is, just a. Draco was about to call him a foolish oaf when he caught sight of the four friendly faces looking at him. He awkwardly clicked his tongue. I have to prepare for the new lesson this afternoon. Farewell. Draco turned and left. After he walked away, Ron and Harry quickly followed suit. Having survived the ordeal, Elaire had long since cast Professor Snape from her mind. She was currently occupied with charming and playfully teasing Hermione. Hermione was utterly swept away by the affectionate addresses of dear and you are the best, her smile radiant. You left so abruptly this morning. I was quite upset. Elaire climbed higher on the metaphorical ladder, I thought you would ignore me forever. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. I was angry. But upon reflection, I have no right to stop you from doing what you wish. Elaire grinned. I knew you were the best, Hermione. Hermione struggled to suppress her smile, attempting to appear serious. Of course, if you plan to go out on an adventure, you must inform me. Though I won't accompany you, it is a dangerous endeavor. You understand? I understand. I understand. Elaire wrapped her arms around Hermione's. Hermione is just worried about me. Ultimately, Hermione couldn't contain the smile that crept onto her lips, clearing her throat. Furthermore, you must strive to earn extra credits. You cannot let Gryffindor lag behind. I promise I won't lag behind. Elaire's eyes sparkled with joy. Then I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest this afternoon. Hermione nodded helplessly. If you haven't returned by dinner, I will seek out Professor McGonagall, understand? Fear not, Hermione, Mom. We shall take good care of your dear roommate. Fred chimed in, peeking his head out. The twins had appeared from who knows where, startling Hermione. Fred declared, making a gesture of promise. I assure you, not a single hair will be harmed as we escort her back to the common room. As they approached Elaire, George rested his hand on her shoulder. How was the first potions class? Terrible, Elaire grimaced. As expected, George nodded. Potions class has always been dreadful. Hey, Fred. Remember our first potions class? Fred exclaimed. How could I forget? Lee Jordan and I nearly set Snape's hair on fire. 3 whole days of detention. Even now, the sight of slugs makes him tremble. The two burst into laughter. Oh, what a fond memory. Hermione interjected. Fond, really? Well, after hearing that, it seems their potions lesson doesn't sound so unbearable after all. The twins planned to finish their lunch and take a proper rest before venturing into the Forbidden Forest. After a refreshing nap, Elaire rose to head towards the entrance hall, where they would convene. As she traversed the armored corridor, just about to turn past the portrait of Emmerich Switch, she noticed a figure lurking ahead. Quickly, she concealed herself behind the crimson velvet curtains of a stained glass window, casting a disillusionment charm, a spell she had recently gleaned from fragmented memories. The figure was Professor Fizzle Hollander, bent over in the corner, fiddling with something. Elaire wished to observe closely, but his ample robes obscured her view. Her instincts urged her to remain hidden. Thus, she waited behind the trailing velvet drapery until Fizzle departed after what seemed like an eternity, glancing around as he left. Elaire lingered a few more moments, and upon noting the surrounding stillness, she hastened to the corner. Aside from a mouse hole, there was nothing to be found. Had Professor Hollander merely been catching mice? She approached the portrait of Emmerich Switch and politely rapped on the frame. Good day, Mr. Switch. Switch, engrossed in writing in a large tome with a quill in hand, looked up upon hearing her voice. Ah, greetings, child. Are you struggling with any transfiguration concepts? Not at all, sir, Elaire replied sweetly. Your beginner's guide to transfiguration is remarkably clear and has greatly benefited me. Switch beamed. I'm delighted to hear that, child. In fact, I have some other inquiries I wish to pose to you. Elaire smiled. Did you happen to notice what the man in the black robes was up to just now? Switch pondered briefly. Ah, I did see a figure dart past my portrait. Let me recollect. He took a 10-inch iron rod. I believe he was off to address a mouse hole beneath right statue of the Golden Snitch. As he spoke, the man in the portrait frowned. It was about time, for those little mice have become a veritable plague, chattering incessantly. Indeed, at that moment, a small mouse scurried out in fright. Elaire frowned. It was true. He was dealing with mice. Tom was slipping away. The twins must have been waiting for her for quite some time. Without further thought, Elaire hurried toward the entrance hall. You're 15 minutes late. Elaire, Fred and George were seated on the stone benches in the entrance hall, idly poking each other. Elaire recounted her recent encounter, to which Fred replied, That's quite normal. George and I have seen him a few times. He has a rather pleasant disposition. Fred added, He doesn't act like a typical professor and can be rather chatty. Every time we run into him, he engages us in conversation. George chimed in. We even asked him about it, and he mentioned that Professor Dumbledore requested his assistance in clearing out the castle's mouse holes. It indeed seemed so. Elaire mused. It appeared that his generous salary and hefty transfer compensation were not easily earned. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease, she thought. Chapter 47. The Unicorn Foal. Be cautious. Over there is Hagrid's hut. George pressed Elaire's head down as they crouched behind a thicket. Fred, what does the Marauder's map say? Fred bent low. Let me see. Hagrid and Fong are in the hut. Hey, George, guess who else is at Hagrid's? Please don't tell me it's Ron. You guessed it. Harry Potter is there too. Elaire had heard in potions class that they were visiting Hagrid's hut. They've become good friends, she remarked. It's only natural. After all, they're practically inseparable, even going to the loo together. She urged, Do you both intend to remain here playing Guess Who is in Hagrid's hut? If we're not back before dinner, Hermione will have to enlist Professor McGonagall for an emergency search. George snickered behind Elaire. Honestly, Elaire, I'm glad you have a friend who keeps an eye on your safety. Fred interjected. All right, You too. Let us not forget we're on a serious expedition now. I'm going to cast a disillusionment charm. George, you'll cast the confundus charm. Elaire, you must stick close to us. I'll count to 3, then we run. At Fred's command, they dashed towards the forbidden forest. The day was overcast as Elaire followed them along the winding path into the depths of the dark woods. All right, we're safe now. They gasped for breath, primarily the twins. Elaire appeared only slightly damp with a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Wait. She halted the twins from venturing further. Let us test our luck. Elaire plucked a few leaves and let them drift to the ground. What do you see? The twins, aware of her talent and divination, looked at her expectantly. Elaire frowned. Not great. There's a slight omen of misfortune. Fred exhaled in relief, just a little, then. George glanced apprehensively at the silent, shadowy forest ahead. Elaire, can you foresee a safe path? If we're seeking a unicorn, she replied, tearing down a few more leaves. That way. She pointed towards an untraveled direction, where the darkness loomed thick, the dense canopy of trees interlocking, nearly impermeable to light. A faint white mist clung to the ground, the surroundings silent, save for the occasional roar of a beast and the rustling leaves. Gentlemen, if you're afraid, now is the time to turn back. The twins scoffed, afraid? Don't be ridiculous. They rolled up their sleeves and drew their wands. The words a rush of adrenaline for the thrill-seeking Gryffindors. Elaire contemplated, and shielded by her robes, she retrieved her golden willow wand from her bracelet. Stripped of curses and dark magic, it boasted the strongest offensive power and responsiveness among her 3 wands. Fred took the lead, Elaire in the middle, and George bringing up the rear. They suppressed their racing hearts as they ventured along the untrodden path. The deeper they delved into the forbidden forest, the flora grew increasingly reminiscent of a primordial woodland. As visibility dwindled, Elaire employed the spell she had practiced with Percy during the summer. Lumos. Good spell, Elaire. Fred seemed pleased. We were prepared to send you back at this point. Dear Fred, I think it's best you concentrate. Elaire playfully nudged him. We are in the forbidden forest. Be cautious of your footing, lest you tumble into a pit. Otherwise, George and I shall be compelled to sing your dirge. Elaire yearned to express that she was not merely a flickering glow. As her powers rejuvenated, the fragments of memories she inherited grew increasingly abundant. Gradually, Elaire discerned the arrival patterns of these memory shards. They would descend according to her present circumstances, providing her with the one she needed most. After Elaire resolved to venture into Hogwarts to explore the Forbidden Forest for several consecutive days, the memory fragments bestowed upon her either offensive spells or defensive incantations. This considerate gesture led her to ponder whether someone was indeed orchestrating events from behind the scenes, as if they feared for her safety in the perilous depths of the forest. However, she had yet to encounter any danger. Not only was there no threat, but the trio also engaged in leisurely conversation while collecting an abundance of herbs, some of which were exorbitantly priced at apothecaries. For instance, the little mushrooms currently bouncing in Elaire's wizarding pocket could fetch 3 galleons for just 11 of them, and they had gathered over 20. Additionally, George's pocket contained lavender, with mere leaves valued at 1 golden galleon. They had nearly stripped that small cluster of lavender bare. Elaire also stumbled upon a peculiarly shaped stone resembling a butterfly, its marble texture a delicate white tinged with pink. She presented it to Fred and George, who leaned in to poke at it, affirming its resemblance. Fred remarked, "The thickness and size are perfect for skipping across water." Elaire promptly tucked it away, exclaiming, "No, I shall not use it for that. I intend to keep it." George teased, "Are you saving it for collection purposes?" "Well, somewhat," Elaire replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, speaking in an indistinct manner. Her mother was occupied with numerous tasks at home, leaving little time for outings, and she wished to send the uniquely shaped stone to her mother as a gift. However, she feared Fred and George might mock her for it, much like they often jested about Ron hiding a picture of his mother beneath his pillow. Thus, she decided to keep this secret to herself. The twins exchanged a knowing glance, refraining from pressing further, and continued their exploration of the forbidden forest. They soon heard the gentle sound of flowing water. "Hush!" Fred halted. "Look." He parted the dense underbrush. Ahead, a golden, luminescent creature, akin to a foal, crouched by a crystal-clear stream, drinking. Elaire held her breath. "Is that a unicorn?" More accurately, it was a young one. George whispered, "There must be an adult unicorn nearby." Fred nodded. "Let us wait a moment longer." Elaire gazed intently at the beautiful and enchanting creature. The longer she looked, the more she sensed something amiss. It appeared frightened. See how it panted and trembled. "What?" Fred inquired. Elaire grew increasingly convinced, unable to suppress her impulse to part the bushes. "It's crying." She stepped forward, approaching the anxious creature by the stream. "Hey!" Fred exclaimed, trying to intervene. George pressed a hand over Fred's mouth. "Be careful not to attract anything else. Draw your wand. We need to stay vigilant." He sensed an ominous presence. "It's all right," Elaire softly reassured. She sheathed her wand and slowly approached the stream. Are you all right? The golden unicorn anxiously scraped the ground with its hooves, perhaps sensing the kindness emanating from this being before it. It did not flee. I'm Elaire, she continued, extending her hand, her palm radiating her unique magic. The natural aura surrounding Elaire evidently resonated more with this miraculous creature than any other wizard's power. The golden foal lowered its guard, resting its head against Elaire's hand. At that moment, the moon rose, casting its silvery light down upon Elaire and the unicorn, illuminating them like a sacred glow. In that fleeting instant, Fred and George completely forgot the dangers lurking within the forbidden forest. Oblivious to the threats that might be hidden in the shadows, their souls were wholly consumed by the scene before them. You too, Elaire suddenly called. Waving to the twins concealed in the bushes, come out. The unicorn foal regarded them with less trust than it had shown Elaire, becoming restless once more. They are not villains, Beatty, Elaire said, having just given it that name. Fred, feeling a surge of excitement, asked, may I touch it? By Merlin. This was his first encounter with a unicorn foal. Elaire soothed it with her magic. Is it all right, Beatty? The unicorn regarded the twins, then Elaire, slowly lowering its head. The twins were overjoyed. They cautiously reached out to stroke it, apprehensive that they might soil it, only to retract their hands swiftly. My goodness, Fred exclaimed, glancing at his golden-tinged hand. I will surely pass the transfiguration test the day after tomorrow. I shan't wash my hands tonight. George nodded in agreement. Double the endorsement, Fred. Praise Elaire, we could boast about this for a lifetime. Chapter 48. A deduction of 180 points. They lingered by the stream for an extended period, not witnessing any adult unicorns emerging even as the sun began to set. This is peculiar, Fred frowned. Unicorns are a highly united species. They would never allow a young one to wander alone for so long. Elaire gazed at Beatty, who had nestled beside her and fallen asleep. Do you remember when we first encountered it? It was drinking water, trembling, and gasping. George turned to Elaire, realization dawning. It was fleeing, something was pursuing it. Fred replied, but it is a unicorn. Harming them invites an exceedingly dreadful curse. Who would dare do such a thing? The sound of hooves echoed from deep within the forest. Surely, it is the desperate evil that lurks here. The brothers sprang to their feet, wands raised. Who goes there? The creature emerged, its upper body human, adorned with long red hair and a beard, a robust physique, while its lower half was that of a horse, coated in chestnut fur, complete with a long tail. Greetings, students of Hogwarts, it spoke in a deep, sorrowful tone. Thank you for protecting it. George kept his wand at the ready. A centaur? You know we are students? Indeed, the centaur replied. My name is Ronan, and tonight, the stars are concealed. It tilted its head back, gazing into the sky. It is the bright star, Venus. What? The twins were utterly bewildered. The centaur sighed. It would be best for you to leave the forbidden forest at once. Do not set foot here for some time. Why? Elaire shielded the awakening Beatty. Moreover, on what grounds should we entrust Beatty to you? Ronan's gaze fell upon Elaire, or rather, her eyes. It seemed as though it had only just discovered her presence. Greetings, esteemed guest. You have named it Beatty, and it is honored. Please trust me. I know Beatty, and I will return this foal to its family. The centaur's sudden shift in demeanor puzzled them. Moments ago, it had been haughty, now it addressed them with respect. Fred frowned. And now we are esteemed guests? Ronan remained composed, once more gazing skyward, sighing. The bright star. It lowered its gaze, fixing its attention on Elaire. You possess the gift of divination, do you not? The centaur plucked several leaves from a tree and extended them toward Elaire. Please, assist me with a calculation, Elaire requested. What do you wish for me to calculate? Ronan replied in a sorrowful and measured tone. The future. That is a vast undertaking, Elaire remarked. The future is limitless. The centaur seemed quite pleased with this response, his tone lightening considerably. Then, might you foretell if Betty's journey home will be smooth? Elaire tossed a leaf to the ground. Safety. You may take her away. And we shall also depart the forbidden forest. Given the waning light, if we do not leave soon, Hermione will surely summon Professor McGonagall. George leaned closer to Elaire, whispering, are we really allowing it to take Betty? The unicorn showed no aversion to the centaur's touch. Elaire nodded. It is all right. Betty will not be in danger. A weight settled on her heart. As the centaur had said, lingering in the forbidden forest posed a danger to them. We must hasten our departure, she instructed the twins. There are dark entities present in the forbidden forest. Upon witnessing Elaire's serious demeanor, the twins' expressions turned grave as well. They swiftly set off. The journey back felt even longer than their initial trek. Were it not for Elaire's divination, they might have lost their way. Fred, George Weasley, Elaire, Ankylosi. They heard voices calling their names. Oh no, the twins frowned. Fred turned to Elaire. Hermione's mother has truly summoned the professor. George glanced at his watch. I believe Hermione's mother has done her utmost to delay things. We have lingered in the Forbidden Forest for over 4 hours. We might miss dinner. And curfew is fast approaching. She likely believes we've been devoured by werewolves. Indeed, numerous werewolves roamed the forest, a perilous circumstance for a first-year student and 2 third-years. Encountering one could spell disaster. Elaire had reveled in the adventure of the Forbidden Forest, feeling as though she had returned to a joyful home. She had completely forgotten her promise to Hermione to return before dinner, and Hermione must be worried sick. Tilting her head, she glanced at her 2 older brothers, who had led her into this escapade. What shall we do? She pondered aloud. The twins clenched their fists against their chins in contemplation. You say it. I say it, George suggested. Fred turned to his brother. After a moment of thought, George revealed a broad grin, showing 8 teeth. Let us say it together. They chuckled mischievously at Elaire. Congratulations on your first detention. She anticipated their jest. How many points do you think I will lose? They quickened their pace, pondering as they approached the professors. Based on our experience, Fred began, George and I will each lose 30 points. As for you, being a first-time offender, perhaps 20 points? Suddenly, Elaire recalled the centaur's riddle. Should we inform Professor McGonagall about this? George's eyes lit up. Yes, let us tell the professor that we were protecting a unicorn. Perhaps she will award us extra points. However, upon encountering Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and Professor Snape, whose expressions were stern and even terrifying, the trio despaired. Realizing they could utter not a single word, the first to confront them was Professor Snape, the master of the dark arts. Now that you are found, he said, his face clouded with displeasure as he scrutinized the 3 troublesome students who had caused him extra work. I shall take my leave, Minerva. Of course, he paused. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all present, he continued, I hope you understand that I have a mountain of essays awaiting my attention. A multitude of potions to brew for the infirmary, and supplies to prepare for those foolish students who have exhausted their materials without producing a single decent potion. He scoffed coldly, adding in a low voice, It is not every day that I have the time to assist you in locating wandering Gryffindor students. Professor McGonagall's face flushed crimson. Thank you for your assistance this time. Severus, I shall take heed. He huffed in response. I hope so, Minerva. I trust you, he drawled, casting a brief glance at the twins and Elaire to make a wise decision. With that, he swirled his ample robes and strode away, merging into the night. As they watched Professor Snape disappear, Professor McGonagall's complexion deepened in hue. Elaire felt a pang of sympathy for McGonagall. She was a respected, diligent professor, a remarkably principled witch. Although the adventure in the Forbidden Forest had been exhilarating, it was not her intention to place such a venerable professor in an uncomfortable position before that detestable old bat. With no outsiders present, Professor McGonagall's gaze sharpened, like a sniper's rifle aimed directly at them. What were you thinking? Her voice was piercing, her eyes wide and fierce, like a cat's pupils. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, look at yourselves. It would have been one thing if you had merely caused trouble on your own. But now you have involved a first year. The twins hurriedly interjected, Professor, please let us explain. Professor McGonagall sternly interrupted, I do not wish to hear your excuses. I am ashamed of your actions. Gryffindor loses 60 points. In horror, the twins gaped at her as she reiterated, each of you will lose 60 points. As for you, young lady, the witch's stern and disappointed gaze fell upon Elaire. I had thought you to be a polite and self-disciplined young lady of intelligence. Is it not fitting that you were sorted into Gryffindor? I am not complimenting you, child. Consider yourself fortunate to be alive. Gryffindor loses another 60 points. May this serve as a lesson to you about the recklessness of your actions. Hagrid interjected in their defense. Now, Minerva, do not be too hard on them. I believe they have realized their mistakes. He gestured towards Elaire, who appeared particularly petrified. Rubius, do not speak on their behalf. And you 3 should not presume I wish to deduct so many points from my own house. Professor McGonagall gasped in exasperation, her chest heaving. Starting tomorrow, the 2 Weasley gentlemen will each spend time assisting Mr. Filch in cleaning the castle corridors, while one will help Hagrid tend to the vegetable garden until the weekend concludes. As for you, Miss Ankyrosi, you just heard, Professor Snape requires assistance. Report to his office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 49, Awards and Cake. Professor McGonagall escorted them to the fat lady's portrait. As soon as Elaire entered, she heard Hermione's sharp voice. You should be worried about her. And Ron's retort. You worry too much, Granger. Elaire will be fine. Where Ron was, Harry was sure to follow. He attempted to reassure the frantic Hermione. Come on, relax. You've been worried all afternoon and evening. The twins are with her. They often venture into the Forbidden Forest, right? Then came Hermione's frantic outburst. Do you 2 understand the dangers the Forbidden Forest poses for younger students? If she encounters a acromantula or a werewolf, it's all over. Percy chimed in. When those 2 return, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. This is something I must report to Mom. Elaire thought. Do you think we can sneak out at night? She was not keen on returning to face Hermione, let alone Percy. George, behind her, sighed wearily, clearly not. Unless you truly wish to see Gryffindor transformed into a lesser version of itself. With a resolute demeanor, Elaire bravely stepped through the portrait hole behind the fat lady. The moment she emerged, Hermione spotted her and, with a shriek of delight, rushed forward to envelop her in a warm embrace. You're back. Were you injured? Oh, Merlin. You look so pale. Percy, too, wore a concerned expression, clutching various antidotes in his hands. Elaire, do you feel unwell? She is perfectly fine. George interjected as he tumbled into the common room from the entrance. Except for the fact that she is facing detention starting tomorrow. Fred, looking rather dejected, added, yes. We are as well, but Elaire has it worse. She has got to serve 2 full days with old Batty. Harry exclaimed, what? Empathy washed over him. You're going to be in detention with Snape? That's dreadful. Elaire buried her face in Hermione's shoulder, muttering, it gets worse. Hermione, distressed, responded, what could be worse than being in detention with Snape? Goodness, he practically stares at you and Harry the entire potions class. Elaire's voice was barely audible. For instance, Fred and George deducted 60 points from our house each. What? Came the collective cry from the group. Suddenly, Harry felt that the few points he had deducted from Gryffindor paled in comparison to Elaire's situation. These 3 were the true champions. Percy nearly fainted, mumbling incessantly about the lost house cup. Hermione's mouth dropped open, her hands resting on Elaire's shoulders as she repeated in disbelief, 60 points, 60 points. 60 points, 180 points in total. Gryffindor doesn't even have that many points. When the Gryffindor students awoke the following day and casually glanced at their house's hourglass in the Great Hall, they initially thought there was a glitch in the scoring system. Why else would their beautiful, charming ruby gems be replaced by over 100 ugly, black stones rolling about? Professor McGonagall, who had just sent off the 7th inquiry and welcomed the 8th about the hourglass, responded rather impatiently, there's nothing wrong. 3 students were caught roaming the Forbidden Forest, resulting in a deduction of 180 points from Gryffindor. Which 3 students? Many Gryffindor students had noticed the Weasley twins and the new student, Ankylosi, returning late the night before. They had also observed the infamous point hunter's expressions, which were nearly comical. It was not difficult to deduce who was responsible. In less than a week since the term began, Gryffindor had plummeted to a negative score of over 100 points, a feat unprecedented since the founding of Hogwarts. The instigators, Elaire and the twins, had gained notoriety, with students, professors, and even the portraits throughout the castle recognizing them. Yet, this fame, like Gryffindor's current score, was utterly dismal. Compared to the twins, who were accustomed to losing points, students seemed to express their anger more towards Elaire. Many openly mocked and ridiculed her. Yet Elaire found herself oddly agreeing with some of their criticisms. Now I understand how you feel every day, Harry, she remarked, poking at a pistachio cake on her plate. Although I never envied you, I can't fathom how you endure the constant scrutiny. Harry, adding nuts to his oatmeal, sighed and replied with sympathy. Your situation seems even worse than mine, Elaire. After all, they merely watch me, but you're practically facing personal attacks. Harry had already overheard numerous disparaging remarks about Elaire, not only from Gryffindor, but also from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Slytherin, however, was a different story. They now regarded Elaire as if she were their dearest family member. Elaire even received an enormous thank you cake anonymously from a Slytherin student, accompanied by a certificate declaring her a significant contributor to the Slytherin House Cup. Chapter 50, Slytherin's Great Benefactor. Elaire maintained a positive outlook. I'll work hard to regain those points. I must. It was imperative, after all. In Fred's words, we can't just throw ourselves headfirst into despair. Moreover, she sliced 2 more pieces of that delightful cake given by the Slytherin student and offered them to the twins. This thank you cake is quite delicious. Would you like to try some? She asked earnestly. The cream is pistachio flavored, with strawberry filling and chocolate bits. Aren't you worried it might be poisoned? Harry hesitated. How could a Gryffindor dare to consume a cake gifted by a Slytherin? The twins chuckled. Fred swallowed a mouthful of cream and said to Harry, they're not that foolish. If they poisoned Elaire, who would help Slytherin win the House Cup? She is their great benefactor now. With a dramatic sigh, he lamented, why did I not receive a certificate or cake for my own 60-point deduction? It's so unfair. Elaire rolled her eyes and jabbed a strawberry from her plate into Fred's mouth. You're not lacking for food now. It's just unfair, Elaire, George chimed in, stuffing half a piece of cake into his mouth, mumbling, we want Slytherin's exclusive thank you cake and certificate too. Judging by the taste of this cake, their gratitude appeared genuine. Upon hearing that Elaire was to face detention with her house head, Draco, passing by, cast a glance and remarked, that must be from the high-end cake shop in Diagon Alley. Even their cheapest cake costs 5 galleons. He lifted his chin. For my last birthday, my father ordered a 7-tier cake that cost 100 galleons. Ron perked up with interest. Elaire, could you save me a piece? Elaire cut a slice for Ron, and then turned to Draco. Would you like a piece too? Draco gave her a peculiar look. Do I look like someone in need of cake? Had he not just heard her mention 100 galleons for a 7-tier cake? According to the usual social conventions, she should have immediately lavished him with compliments, followed by sharing her own merits, resulting in mutual flattery to foster their budding relationship. But this boy, why wasn't he following the script? Or was it that all Gryffindors behave this way? Ron, shoveling cake into his mouth, said, eating together is much more fun. Food tastes better when you're competing for it. Haven't you ever had to compete with siblings? I have not. Draco frowned. I'm an only child. Ron gasped. How envious. He sighed heavily, looking disheartened. My house is full of people, always competing for food. Draco, confused, replied. But didn't you just say that competing for food makes it taste better? Ron wiggled a finger. That's under the condition that there's enough food. Draco? In any case, Ron offered Draco a piece of cake. Come, let us sit down and try it together. He shrugged. If you don't mind that this is the Gryffindor table. Draco glanced at Elaire, then down at the cake Ron offered. Seeing that there was no longer room beside Elaire, he awkwardly accepted the piece and sat next to Harry. Elaire cut a piece for Hermione and placed it in front of her. Want to try? Hermione grunted but said nothing. Elaire leaned forward, saying, considering that I am about to face detention with Snape, I might as well indulge. Hermione interjected. Is there a causal relationship here? However, upon meeting Elaire's gaze, a faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks as she accepted the offer. Oh, the flavor is indeed delightful. The 12-inch cake was particularly large. Having observed that even Draco, a Slytherin, had partaken, Harry eventually joined in as well. As they savored the cake, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Ron, shoveling cream into his mouth, mumbled, I've heard some upperclassmen are looking to cause you trouble. What? The twins, who had been playfully lingering beside Elaire, suddenly perked up in unison. Who is seeking to trouble Elaire? Ron shook his head. I'm not sure. They know I'm on good terms with Elaire, so they fell silent upon seeing me. No matter how I pressed, I couldn't extract anything. He angrily shook his fist. A bunch of cowardly scoundrels. They cast a binding spell on me, and then fled. Draco turned to Elaire. Last night, I overheard Cantor and Avery in the Slytherin common room discussing finding someone to confront you. You should be cautious. Fred and George exchanged glances. That scoundrel has not given up yet, has he? Hermione advised Elaire. Thus, I do not endorse your excursion into the Forbidden Forest. It is truly a fool's errand. Elaire took a bite of her cake. To be honest, aside from losing too many points, I believe it was quite worth it. Not to mention the herbs gathered in the Forbidden Forest that netted the three of them a tidy sum of 20 galleons. She arched her brows and smiled. We encountered a unicorn. What? This revelation drew the attention of others who had been eavesdropping. Dean Thomas, who had been listening intently, exclaimed, You encountered a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest? Oh, may I have a piece of cake? He sheepishly asked Elaire, having long coveted the gossip. Elaire pushed the cake toward him. Be my guest, help yourself. Fred lazily chimed in. We even touched it. George leaned over the table, poking at the strawberries on his plate. Otherwise, do you think we would have lingered in the Forbidden Forest for so long? We were merely tending to a lost unicorn foal, to prevent it from being snatched by the dark creatures within. The group turned their gazes back to Elaire for confirmation. Harry's eyes widened. Is this true? Yes, she replied. The mere mention of unicorns brought to mind Snape's series of ominous whispers when they were on the forest's edge. If it weren't for that old bat stirring trouble with Professor McGonagall, perhaps they could have lost fewer points. The thought of facing Professor Snape later weighed heavily on Elaire's heart. She casually remarked, it was a juvenile unicorn, quite beautiful in golden hues. We also encountered centaurs and shared a conversation with them. Wow, exclaimed Seamus Finnegan. That sounds incredible. Oh, if only you hadn't lost so many points. As he spoke, he too took a piece of cake. Elaire responded with a smile. I have been reminded countless times today, Seamus. Thank you for your eager reminder once more. Rest assured, I shall soon face my reckoning with Professor Snape. Laughter erupted from the group. Even Draco could not suppress a chuckle. By the way, she addressed the Gryffindor students who had gathered around her. The centaurs informed me that the Forbidden Forest is more perilous than usual lately. If you wish to venture forth, whether in search of unicorns or centaurs, it would be prudent to wait a while, at least for this month. Upon hearing this, many Gryffindor students who had entertained adventurous thoughts promptly abandoned them, grateful for her counsel. At that moment, at the Slytherin table, Millicent Bulstrode, originally intending to mock Elaire, found herself unwilling to diminish her own stature. After learning from her head of house last night that Elaire had inadvertently benefited Slytherin, she hastily ordered a congratulatory cake, emblazoned with the words, the Slytherin house cup is thanks to you. Fearing that Elaire might refuse, she even paid someone to deliver it on her behalf. She had anticipated witnessing that insipid Gryffindor in a fit of rage or tears, or worse, further isolated by her own housemates. Yet, seeing the Gryffindor table bustling with a party-like atmosphere, Millicent momentarily questioned her sanity, wondering if her salad had been tainted to induce such hallucinations. How could that loathsome ankylosing situation not have worsened? Instead, she appeared more popular. She even indulged in several pieces of cake. How could she possibly find the appetite in her current state? And Draco Malfoy, what was a Slytherin doing mingling with Gryffindor? Chapter 51, Snape Awards Points? Millicent seated at the Slytherin table. Elaire, having relished her breakfast, rose to bid farewell. I must now attend detention with Professor Snape. The group was engrossed in the conversation. Neville piped up, pleading, please tell us more. Elaire, what did the centaur say? Elaire smiled, regarding the centaurs and unicorns, if you wish to hear more. You may wait until I return tonight. You know Professor Snape's temperament. I already feel guilty enough and do not wish to provide him with any excuse to deduct more points from Gryffindor. The group reluctantly dispersed. Draco did not leave. He approached Elaire and advised, when you go, speak less, act more, maintain politeness, and avoid making eye contact with the professor. Generally, this will improve his demeanor slightly. At least he won't deduct points from you. Elaire nodded gratefully. I shall take note of that. Thank you. She sincerely added, you are truly kind. Draco felt his face flush once more, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his sleeve, just saying it casually. Who has been kind to you? The twins, who had been idly chatting nearby, turned to look at Draco, noticing his slightly reddened cheeks, their minds racing with alarms. So soon? George nudged Draco aside, pretending to check the time. Fred edged closer to George, completely pushing Draco out of Elaire's vicinity, also glancing at his watch. Indeed, it is only 8 o'clock. Draco glared at them in discontent, wanting to move closer, but realizing they had monopolized Elaire's space entirely. He rolled his eyes with a huff, pondering the study tasks assigned by his father that remained unfinished, and turned away with a grimace. Elaire blinked. I just divined. Today should bring good fortune. She shrugged. Besides, it is better to arrive early than late. Who knows what Professor Snape might say if I arrive right on time? True, George nodded. I should head out early as well. I do feel slightly guilty for making Hagrid accompany us last night. Fred cradled his head. I won't join the lot. I am off to assist Filch in cleaning the corridors. That old fellow is just itching to make my life miserable. Merlin above. If Voldemort is contemplating an attack on Hogwarts, I hope it is today. He is likely lurking in some dark corner, barely surviving. Fred's wish was unlikely to be fulfilled. Resigned, he slumped over the dining table until the bell chimed at 9, before lazily seeking out Filch to report for duty. As for Elaire, she arrived at Snape's office at 8:30. The location was in the dim and damp underground. Taking a deep breath, Elaire knocked on the wooden door. Come in. A unique, frosty voice resonated clearly from the other side. Elaire opened the door. Hello, Professor. I am here to serve my detention. Snape was engrossed in brewing potions. Elaire felt relieved that he was currently occupied, leaving him little energy or inclination to unleash his venomous words upon her. Indeed, Snape was busy. This potion had been the subject of his research for many years, and he was at a crucial juncture, one that followed many previous failures. He pointed to 2 large barrels in the corner, filled with lively, scurrying mice, and instructed, dispose of them cleanly. Spleen, whiskers, tail, and eyes. After issuing his command, Snape cast a silencing charm on Elaire and uttered not another word, nor did he spare her a glance. As Elaire gazed at the 2 barrels of lively little mice, she hesitated momentarily, her heart heavy with familiarity towards one in particular, Spot. Each mouse she looked at seemed to embody Spot, as if he were among them. Fortunately, these young mice were robust, their eyes dark and fur lush, bursting with vitality, completely contrasting Spot's image. Recalling the steps from her textbook, knowledge she had only just begun to learn in her second year, she thought of Percy, who had earned pocket money during the summer by dissecting mice for a potion shop, allowing her to practice as well. It was during that practice that Elaire nearly killed Spot, who had been innocently passing by with cheese in his mouth, mistakenly thought to be a fleeing mouse. Ron had scolded her for that near mishap. Now, as she held a struggling mouse in her hands, her mind wandered back to Spot, who had entertained her during the summer, with a glance at the ever-intimidating Professor Snape, who, despite his concentration on potion making, radiated an aura of fear. Elaire resolved to put aside her hesitations. I'm sorry, little ones, but today I shan't spare you. The old bat intends to take his toll on me. With a mental review of the textbook's contents and Percy's guidance, she swiftly ended the lives of the mice, ensuring they felt no pain before departing from this world. Next came the tasks. Knife in hand, she removed the eyes, plucked the whiskers, extracted the gallbladder, severed the tails, and skinned them with efficiency. Determined to honor these little lives and not let their deaths be in vain, she retrieved 2 additional barrels from Snape's supply area, one for the skin, the other for the flesh. Elaire contemplated that perhaps the meat could be given to Hagrid to feed the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, while the skin, despite being a less frequently used potion ingredient, could still serve a purpose. With a mindset of redemption for the departed creatures and hoping for a few extra points from Snape, she worked diligently. So immersed was she in her task that she barely registered the explosion that erupted from Snape's side of the room. The thunderous sound startled her, and she looked down at the mouse in her hands, inadvertently squeezed too hard in her fright, its head now separated from its body. Inwardly, she apologized profusely. "Professor, are you all right?" Following Draco's reminder, and out of a sense of humanitarian concern, fearing Snape might take out his wrath on her by deducting points, she offered a half-hearted inquiry. It seemed Snape had just then remembered that other living beings occupied his office. With a cold expression, he cleared the chaos of his failed experiment. "What are you doing here?" He frowned. "Isn't today meant for that fifth-year Hufflepuff to serve detention?" His gaze fell upon the poor mouse in Elaire's grasp, which appeared to have been brutally torn apart by brute force, and his pupils dilated. "What have you done? What kind of mindless brute are you to possess such strength?" No, that was not the point. Why was she the one here, instead of that wretched fifth-year Hufflepuff girl? Elaire tilted her head in confusion. "Didn't you instruct me to handle them? Do you know how to handle them?" Snape's anger simmered just beneath the surface. No, he could not suppress it. He had spent days gathering a sufficient number of mice, only for this fool to waste them. With a heavy heart, Snape glanced toward the wooden box. "Wait a moment. You've learned how to do this?" He squatted down. Upon the box, the mice's whiskers and tails were neatly arranged, each placed with remarkable precision. Their eyes were grouped in fours, and the spleens in pairs, all flawlessly contained within small glass vials, devoid of any stains or blemishes, reflecting a pristine clarity. The quality of her work rivaled that found in Diagon Alley's potion shops, if not surpassing it in cleanliness and order. Even the skins had been meticulously peeled away, the flesh and skin neatly separated and stored in the barrels. There was not a drop of excess blood in sight. Snape, though unwilling to admit it, had to acknowledge that this first-year student had outperformed that fifth-year Hufflepuff by a considerable margin. She could even be deemed a master in her own right. Elaire replied candidly, "I practiced at home with my brother to help with household expenses." Under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, she continued to dissect the headless mouse with practiced skill, her movements fluid and precise. She organized the dissected parts according to established protocols, stacking them neatly. Once she completed her task, Elaire looked up at Snape with a pleading expression. "Professor, could I perhaps earn a few extra points?" Snape hesitated. If she were one of his own students, he would have undoubtedly awarded her 20 points or more without a second thought. However, wasn't this what Miss Ankylosai was supposed to do in the first place? Snape cleared his throat, his demeanor and tone remaining chilly. "Or should I remind you that you are currently serving detention?" He did not wish to admit that his mood had improved, even alleviating some of the frustration from his failed potion research. Employing her innocent charm, Elaire discovered for the first time that such tactics could backfire. Frustrated, she ended the lives of the mice, her actions fueled by anger as she gouged out their eyes, severed their tails, and removed their innards. The little mice morphed into the figure of Snape, a heartless, cold-blooded bat who only knew how to deduct points. It was no wonder he had yet to find a wife at over 30. Fueled by her indignation, Elaire completed the 2 barrels of mice before lunch. She addressed Snape, who was bent over grading papers. "Professor, I'm finished. May I go eat?" Snape paused, setting down his pen to inspect her work. This should have been her task, no? It should have been that Hufflepuff's task for an entire day. To have it completed before noon? He checked once more, the quality still excellent. "I suppose I haven't yet descended to the depths of denying a student their meal," Snape remarked, placing down the glass vial containing the mice's eyes with a soft grunt. "Then you should award me some points." Elaire silently raged within, though she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing Snape would deduct points for insolence. She lowered her gaze, using her bangs to shield her eye roll. "Of course, Professor. May I leave now?" Observing her hands, which were pruned and raw from the mouse blood, resembling frostbitten eggplants, Snape frowned. "Go eat, but return for your detention at 2 o'clock." Elaire felt utterly exhausted, her wrists nearly giving way. She resolved to take it easier in the afternoon. After all, there were no points to be gained. She bid a languid farewell to Snape, uttering, "Very well, Professor, goodbye," before turning to leave. At that moment, a cold voice behind her declared, "Perfect handling of potion ingredients. Gryffindor, plus 10 points." Chapter 52, Individual Circumstances. To her astonishment, the old bat had awarded her 10 points. When Elaire glanced at the hourglass in the Great Hall, it was evident that Gryffindor's black stone had diminished noticeably. Yes, the fatigue of the entire morning evaporated instantly, and Elaire felt invigorated. At this rate, if she performed actively in class this afternoon and returned for 2 more sessions tomorrow, she would swiftly recover the house points she had lost. In a buoyant mood, Elaire felt an urge to hum a tune, yet her body, having dispatched an entire morning's worth of rodents, was sore and weary. Dragging her achy frame, she made her way to the hall for lunch. The Great Hall was sparsely populated on weekends. Most students had either ventured to Hogsmeade or were enjoying snacks sent by their parents in their dormitories or common rooms with friends. Hermione, Ron, and Harry were absent. Elaire approached the Gryffindor table, where George, just seated, noticed her with a look of utter desolation. He rushed over, almost lifting her in his exuberance, but stopped short at the expression of fierce rejection on her face. Instead, he settled for grasping her hand. "What did Professor Snape make you do?" Feeling the peculiar softness of her hand, he lifted it to inspect, noting her pale, wrinkled fingertips and the limpness of her wrist, as if she had endured torment at the hands of a water monster. "What did that old bat do to you?" George exclaimed, his voice laced with agitation. "Nothing much," Elaire replied, taking a seat beside him. "He had me dissect 2 buckets of mice, so I ended up killing about 60 or so." "What?" George's eyes widened, as did those of Lavender Brown, who was seated across from them. The round-faced first-year girl grimaced in disgust. "That's simply horrifying. If I had to face those revolting, bloody mice, I'd rather be expelled." Elaire considered mentioning that the mice were rather clean, their fur sleek and shiny. But the expression of near vomiting on Lavender's face silenced her. Instead, she smiled reassuringly. "It wasn't that bad, and Professor Snape awarded me 10 points. I believe I shall be able to recover those 60 points soon." This statement prompted Lavender to regard her with newfound respect. "Goodness, Ankylosai, you are truly dedicated. Isn't the point that Professor Snape gave her 10 points? Parvati interjected as she passed by. "Good heavens, I've never seen him award points to a Gryffindor student, let alone such a significant amount. Ankylosai, how did you manage it?" Lavender seized Parvati's arm. "Don't mention it. She was practically tortured by Professor Snape, having to kill nearly 100 mice this morning. My word, that's terrifying." Parvati gasped, casting a sympathetic glance at Elaire. Elaire protested. "Snape didn't actually torture me." "Wait, when did it become 100? Lavender and Parvati departed, hand in hand, whispering to one another, occasionally glancing back at the bewildered Elaire. George sighed as he prepared food for her, open wide. Elaire did not refuse. Her hands were too fatigued to move. She obediently opened her mouth, allowing George to feed her. This inexplicably lifted George's spirits, although he should have been feeling sympathetic instead. "How are you, George?" Elaire mumbled, cheeks full. George served himself a small lamb chop, topped with melted cheese. "I'm all right. Hagrid had me pestering the vegetables in his garden, much like what I do at home. He even gave me 2 blocks of fudge that nearly glued my teeth together. I only managed to swallow them all just before the morning curfew ended." He chuckled. I think he was afraid I would pepper him with questions, so he had me quieted beforehand. At that moment, Fred trudged into the hall, his footsteps heavy. "I want meat. Lots and lots of meat," he lamented, gesturing dramatically at the golden platter. "Steak, crispy bacon, mashed potatoes, and cheese bread." The empty golden platter was instantly filled with the items Fred had requested. "That old codger Filch is inhuman," he complained to George and Elaire. "Did you see the spiderweb above my head? That old man had me on a broom, cleaning out the cobwebs and dust from every abandoned corridor and classroom in the castle. My arms feel like they're about to fall off." He chewed heartily, yet his complaints continued unabated. "And at 1 o'clock, I have to continue. My goodness, I even encountered Peeves. That fellow has no sense of decency. He rolled the cobwebs and dust into a ball and threw them at me. I had to use a cleaning charm just to get rid of it all." The two chuckled, equally lacking in morals. Fred shrugged. "What about you two?" George offered Elaire a slice of apple pie. "I fared well at Hagrid's." "Elaire, like you, had a dreadful time. Did you see the hourglass in the hall?" Fred shook his head. "I didn't notice." "Why?" George chuckled lightly. "You should take a look at the diminished black stones within." Elaire spent the whole morning slaughtering her spotted counterparts for Snape. The old bat awarded her 10 points. "Has Snape been cursed with the Imperius?" Fred exclaimed in disbelief. "It's a wonder he didn't pursue Gryffindor to deduct points." "I have detention again at 2 o'clock. Elaire commented, chewing her food. "There's still a little time to rest." The two brothers exchanged glances. He must have been cursed. Chapter 53, The Bubotuber. Hermione was nestled in the dormitory, engrossed in a book. Surrounded by a pile of tomes, she cradled a thick volume, her expression one of rapt fascination. "You didn't skip lunch, did you?" Elaire waved her hand over Hermione's open pages. "Have you been here all morning?" Hermione blinked, rubbing her eyes. "I have biscuits. You're back. What time is it? How was detention?" Elaire recounted her experiences in the Great Hall once more, earning another wave of shock and sympathy. Hermione's anger dissipated entirely. "I need a nap." Elaire yawned. "Could you wake me at 1:20? Hermione set an alarm. "Sure, sleep well. I'll call for you at that time." As Elaire lay down, Hermione buried her head in her book again, returning to her studies. Elaire delved into her mind. realizing she had accumulated 3 unutilized memory fragments during this period. Gazing at the crystalline shards in her hand, she silently wished, potion handling, potion handling. Please let my ancestors have dealt with potion ingredients. Her wish was granted. All 3 memory fragments were indeed related to potion handling. Since she had always received memories from a primary perspective, Elaire was astonished to discover that this time it was not her ancestors' viewpoint, but her own. She found herself in a modest apothecary, appearing significantly younger than her current age, perhaps around 8 or 9 years old. Despite her youth, she worked adeptly, skillfully attending to customers who came to purchase ingredients. Were they fairies? The patrons were fairies, not humans. She had astonishingly lived among the tribe of fairies. Suddenly, Elaire recalled that the classification labels within her wristband were inscribed in the fairy language. Judging by the handwriting in her memories, those labels bore her own script. Elaire also glimpsed a gentle female fairy calling her Nomit. The name, Nomit, is rather straightforward in fairy nomenclature, meaning nameless, homeless, and forsaken. Thus, her memories had not vanished, but had instead mingled with ancestral recollections. How could she have cohabited with fairies? Elaire was unable to fathom the answer. She was awakened by Hermione. Elaire, wake up. Hey, did you have a nightmare? Upon opening her eyes, she found Hermione's concerned face looming over her. Elaire sat up, her fatigue dissipating significantly. It's all right, Hermione, what were you just saying? A nightmare? She chuckled softly. No, I slept quite well. Even my wrist doesn't hurt anymore. Hermione hesitated. But Ellie, you were crying. Taken aback, Elaire reached to touch her face, which felt cool and slightly damp. I heard you asking, where are you? Don't leave me alone, and such. Hermione poured Elaire a glass of water. I just saw you in tears. Are you all right? You haven't been left with psychological scars from Professor Snape, have you? Elaire wiped the tears from her face nonchalantly. I'm not entirely sure. However, she reflected upon her inner state, finding no turbulence. I'm fine. Taking the water, she reassured Hermione. I'm all right. What time is it? Hermione glanced at the clock. It's 1:10. You've been asleep for 40 minutes. Sorry for waking you early. Elaire dismissed the concern. It's nothing. You were worried about me. She got out of bed and stretched. All right, I need to report to Professor Snape. Hermione called after her. Ellie, if you feel unwell, don't push yourself. You can always seek Professor McGonagall. Elaire recognized that she had caused Hermione some worry and smiled. All right, I will. See you in the Great Hall for dinner, Hermione. Ever since acquiring those 3 fragments of memory, Elaire's confidence had swelled. It was simply a matter of familiarity. She felt as though she had dissected 1,000 frogs, slain 10,000 bats, and twisted 100,000 sleeping beings. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, but in any case, Elaire felt extraordinarily powerful. When she knocked and entered Professor Snape's office again, the old bat was once more brewing potions. On her workstation sat 3 buckets of tubers. They were dark, sticky, and incessantly writhing, resembling 3 enormous, entangled slugs, emanating a pungent scent akin to oil. Beside them lay a pair of dragonhide gloves. She comprehended her task at hand. Clearly, he did not regard her as a mere child, but rather sought to exploit her as a resource. The bubotuber plant is adorned with many glistening yellow-green pustules, and the extracted pus is a highly valuable potion ingredient. However, this process is far from easy. Firstly, the pustules are quite firm and require strength, which Elaire possessed. Secondly, one must find the right angle to avoid having the juice splatter onto oneself. This necessitates patience and extensive experience, qualities that Elaire seemed to have acquired. Donning the dragonhide gloves, she diligently began to extract the pus from the bubotuber tubers as if she were a milkmaid milking a cow. The firmness of the pustules was nearly negligible to Elaire. She merely had to find the right position, give a gentle squeeze, and squirt. The pus would shoot into the glass vial. Another squirt. Squirt. Then, Snape's cauldron exploded. Elaire had anticipated this. Calmly, she turned her back to the flames, one hand gripping the writhing tuber, maintaining an unruffled demeanor as she squeezed out the pus. She casually called out, Professor, are you all right? Snape, with his usual stoic expression, began to clean up the mess. Another failure. What had gone amiss? Not bothering to turn his head, it was evident he was dismissing Elaire's concern. And he let out a cold huff. Miss Ankyrosi, if you possess the energy to speak, you might as well extract more essence. The esteemed potions master had not yet reached the level of incompetence to be harmed by a comical explosion. He strode over to Elaire, eager to assess her progress. This afternoon, he had specifically instructed that the tardy Hufflepuff adjust the detention schedule to the following Wednesday, solely to evaluate the capabilities of this little giantess in handling potion ingredients. When she had sat down to extract the first pustule, he had cast a glance. Her angle was precise, her technique remarkably proficient. Thank Merlin for his blessings. He had even prepared to send her to the infirmary. Elaire removed the dragonhide gloves and stretched her stiff shoulders, allowing Snape to inspect her work. Snape nearly chuckled upon seeing that half of the pustules had been extracted. What was this? The chosen daughter of pustule extraction. It was worth noting that even he had never been this swift. Primarily because his strength was inadequate rather than a lack of skill. The pustule surface was as hard as glass. Typically, he would have upperclassmen assist with this plant. But he often relied on Hagrid's clumsy assistants, who would either splatter the essence everywhere or produce liquid marred with black impurities. Unlike the pristine yellow-green essence in the vial she held, which was thick and pure, her workstation was impeccably organized, the untreated and processed tubers neatly categorized. At that moment, Snape found even the ghastly red and yellow tie around Elaire's neck less bothersome. He mentally affixed a new label to her, useful. Prior to this, he had only deemed her a chatty, decorative, self-important, mediocre giant. Chapter 54, Hufflepuff's Cookies. Snape met Elaire's gaze. There was no need for legitimacy. The eagerness radiating from her expression penetrated straight into Snape's eyes. Very well. In light of her usefulness, Snape placidly set down the glass vial. You have 2 hours. If Miss Ankorosi can complete this before detention ends this afternoon, Gryffindor will receive. He paused, glancing at Elaire, whose nose was glistening with a faint sheen of sweat, and her spirit appeared somewhat fatigued. 15 points. 5 more than this morning. Elaire instantly felt that the old bat Snape had become somewhat endearing. Thank you, Professor. She beamed, her smile radiant. Snape, unable to restrain himself, averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Get on with it. The dear head of Slytherin returned to his desk to grade papers, silently amplifying the label of useful in his mind, embellishing it, bolding it, and highlighting it repeatedly. Should he devise a way to extend this girl's detention a bit longer? Having successfully secured 15 points, Elaire felt a delightful thrill as she counted down the dwindling black stones in the hourglass in the Great Hall. Even the passing students began to greet her, with some Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students even offering her sweets. Elaire savored a strawberry candy, feeling sweetly content. What a fortunate day it was indeed. It was such a relief to see you in high spirits. A handsome senior Hufflepuff strolled by and paused to greet her. Hello. Cedric, Elaire recognized him. This individual was renowned within Hufflepuff, and even she, as a Gryffindor, had heard tales of him. When she had deducted points from Gryffindor, he was one of the few students who neither displayed disdain nor teased her. Elaire held a favorable impression of him. She retrieved a handful of brightly colored candies from her pocket. Would you like some sweets? Cedric chuckled at the sight of the girl with eyes as clear as golden amber and picked up a piece. Then I shall indulge myself. He added, I heard from some of the students in Hufflepuff that you are enduring Professor Snape's torment. I was genuinely concerned for you. Elaire tilted her head in confusion. Huh? What torment? When have I ever been tormented? Not at all. She laughed lightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Professor Snape even awarded me 15 points this afternoon. He truly is wonderful. Realizing that perhaps the rumor was erroneous, Cedric couldn't fathom associating anything positive with Professor Snape. I'm glad to hear you're all right, he nodded, pulling out a small packet of biscuits from his pocket. These were made by our house during a club activity this morning. They asked me to bring some to you. Watching Elaire's delighted expression as she received the biscuits, he sincerely remarked, you should come to Hufflepuff. You would fit in perfectly there. After a long afternoon of wrestling with bubotubers, Elaire indeed felt hungry. She crunched on a biscuit, mumbling, I think Professor Sprout wouldn't allow a student who deducts points for trespassing into the Forbidden Forest in the first week of term to enter her house. They both erupted into laughter. Indeed, Cedric said with admiration, you've become quite famous throughout the school. 60 points deducted in one night, and then gaining 25 points for the house in a single day. It's worth noting that sometimes an entire day may yield only 3 or 4 points, or even less. What are you two talking about? Fred suddenly appeared from nowhere, casually snatching the half-eaten biscuit from Elaire's hand and popping it into his mouth. Cedric, spotting the twins, greeted them amiably. Oh, it's nothing, he replied before leaning down to smile at Elaire. I have to go. See you later. As Cedric departed, Elaire was soon surrounded by the twins. Stop looking at him, Fred said, displaying a hint of annoyance. He cupped Elaire's face, observing her innocent gaze as she merely watched Cedric leave, devoid of any romantic emotion. After he spoke, the only reflection in her pupils was his own, and Fred's smile returned. We saw the house points hourglass. You truly are remarkable, little Elaire. He pinched her soft, pale cheek. Did you know? Everyone is saying that although you've deducted many points, you've also gained quite a few. George elbowed Fred aside, draping an arm over Elaire's shoulder with exaggerated theatrics. Now, it seems Fred and I are the only ones left as the most disliked. Elaire chuckled. Well, next time I join you on an adventure, I might just earn that title again. Come on, let us head to dinner, she said, handing Fred the remaining biscuits. How was your afternoon? Are you hungry? Did Mr. Filch give you any trouble? Fred stared at the biscuit in his hand, stuffing it into his mouth, It was just all right. He puffed up his cheeks, chewing for a while before swallowing. Not very tasty, he declared to Elaire. She looked puzzled. What? Fred reiterated. These biscuits aren't as good as what Mum makes. If you like them, I could learn to make something more interesting. Elaire finally grasped Fred's meaning. These were made by the Hufflepuff students during their club activity. She thought they tasted quite delightful. You can't expect them to have a master chef skill, can you? Upon hearing they were made by students, Fred raised an eyebrow. Well, that's true. He tossed the wrapper into the bin, offering a candid evaluation. They're quite good. George playfully punched Fred's shoulder. If they're so bad, why did you stuff your face with them? Did you not consider letting me have a taste? How could you perform such a selfish act with your icy demeanor? He feigned heartbreak, collapsing against Fred in a dramatic display of despair. Elaire patted George's back. If you wish to eat, I can make some. Both their eyes brightened at her offer. All right. She tugged at her sleeve, grinning. But no guarantees on taste. The two brothers immediately recalled the summer when Elaire nearly blew up her mother's oven, producing a charred lump that resembled a prehistoric volcanic rock. The twins decided to abandon the thought. Let us go eat first, Fred chuckled, turning to push George. Let us go, George. I'm starving after all that work with Filch. George replied. Yes, I'm exhausted too. Hagrid wore me out. The two hurriedly dashed into the great hall. Elaire muttered. Those two rascals. Chapter 55. Write the letter yourself. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were already at dinner. Elaire greeted them and took a seat when a raven named Zelda swooped down, clutching a package and landing before her. The package was small, yet exquisitely crafted. Fred and George had begun boasting to those around them about their escapades in the Forbidden Forest. No one interrupted Elaire as she gently stroked Zelda with her magic and sliced 3 pieces of roasted beef, devoid of spices. Zelda nibbled at the meat while snuggling against her hand. Elaire unwrapped the package. Inside were several letters and 2 enormous scales, one black and one white, adorned with intricate patterns. She reached out to touch them. They were warm. Ron had received a package too, delivered by his owl, Alexander. The twins' owl, burdened with both their items, was still on its way and wouldn't arrive until the following morning. What is it? Harry and Hermione, having grown weary of the twins' grandiose tales, were now clearly more intrigued by Elaire's package. These are dragon scales. Hermione immediately recognized the contents. Elaire opened the letters, 3 in total. One was from Ginny, another co-signed by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and the last from Charlie Weasley. She first opened her parents' letter, which expressed their concern for her, shared anecdotes from their adventures in Romania, and, Percy indeed told Mum and Dad about the Forbidden Forest incident. Her father had not commented much, merely stating that he would soon return to England for work. However, her mother's handwriting conveyed a fiery passion, ink flowing as if a dragon danced across the page. It was clear she was quite enraged. For Merlin's sake, considering your safety, I have refrained from sending a howler this time. Should there be a next occurrence, I shall personally come to Hogwarts and give you a piece of my mind. Elaire shivered as she folded the letter. She then opened Ginny's letter, which brought her much more joy. Her letter was filled with longing, the joy of her acceptance into Gryffindor, and a mix of admiration and concern upon learning that she had ventured into the Forbidden Forest during her very first week of school. It recounted many amusing anecdotes from her time in Romania, where she had made some new friends. Ginny's letter included 2 photographs, one of her laughing heartily while seated atop a green dragon, which, from the letter, Elaire discerned to be a gentle Welsh green. The other was a family portrait featuring her parents alongside another red-haired individual, tall and robust, with scars adorning his features, resembling a majestic tiger. This must be Charlie, Elaire thought. At the end of the letter, Ginny wrote, Charlie sent several dragon scales as gifts for you all, and I asked him to send one extra. If possible, could you please give it to Harry? I hope he enjoys his time at school. Love, Ginny. Elaire looked up just in time to see Harry gazing enviously at the silver-blue scale in Ron's hand. Ron was proudly boasting to his classmates, Romania. My brother gave this to me. It's from a Swedish short snout. Isn't it beautiful? Harry, she called out to him. She retrieved the sizable black scale, resembling an open hand with golden patterns, shimmering like metal. She extended it towards him, saying, This is a gift from my sister Ginny, meant for you. Harry, taken aback, exclaimed, I have one too. Elaire glanced at Ginny's letter again and read aloud. I asked him, meaning our brother Charlie. She offered an explanation. I requested he send one extra, and if possible, could you give it to Harry? I hope he enjoys his time at school. She smiled and affirmed, Indeed, Harry, it is meant for you. Harry stood frozen, a flush creeping onto his face, and a slight sting at the tip of his nose as he blinked rapidly. But I don't know your sister. Ron, delighted that his friend also possessed a dragon scale, draped an arm around Harry's shoulders and boisterously said, Ginny knows you. Though, pretty much everyone in the wizarding world knows you. But she admires you greatly, Harry. Her bookshelf is filled with books about you. If you ever want to chat about who the greatest person is, she'll undoubtedly say your name. Harry's face grew even redder as he took the glimmering black scale, studying it closely in his hands. Elaire had already opened Charlie's letter. It was brief, expressing his concern for Elaire, wishing her well as she embarked on her studies, and acknowledging his own escapade into the Forbidden Forest. Charlie's attitude towards this was quite relaxed, even tinged with a sense of pride. Elaire now knew that her scale came from an Australian fireball. The pearlescent white scales exhibited a rainbow sheen. This particular dragon originated from New Zealand, and judging by the photograph Charlie had sent of the Australian fireball, it was a remarkably beautiful and elegant creature. She informed Harry, "Your scale is from a Hungarian horntail." Harry looked back and forth with curiosity. "Hungarian horntail?" Hermione interjected. "I read about them in the Complete Guide to Dragons. They can breathe fire at exceptional distances and are regarded as one of the most dangerous breeds." This immediately captivated everyone's attention on the scale in Harry's hand. "May I see it, Harry?" Dean Thomas asked enviously. Harry hesitated, reluctant to part with it. He held it out for Dean to take a closer look for a mere 2 seconds before reclaiming it. This was the first gift he had received from a peer since arriving at Hogwarts, and he intended to cherish it forever. "Please thank Ginny for me. I truly appreciate this gift," he said earnestly to Elaire. "No," Elaire replied, engrossed in a discussion with the twins about her dragon scale. "You should write to Ginny yourself and tell her. As a good sister, I cannot allow Ginny to miss out on a personal note from her idol." Her full name, Ginevra Molly Weasley, was currently in Romania and might be in France the day after tomorrow. With that, she turned her attention away from Harry. Elaire declined the twins' offerings, tucked the scale away, and began to eat her meal with focus. She needed to finish quickly so she could return to the common room and write back to Ginny, her parents, and Charlie. The pale pink pebble she had found in the Forbidden Forest would be perfect for Zelda to give to her mother. Chapter 56, Harry's Stationery. After dinner, Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room. Ron intended to continue boasting about his Swedish short-snout scale. As for Harry, he clutched the scale as he made his way back to the dormitory. The dormitory was empty, which brought Harry a sense of comfort. He shed his outer robes and settled onto the window seat, bathed in moonlight, once again examining the dragon scale in detail. "Did you originally belong to a Hungarian horntail?" he murmured softly to the scale. It was exquisite, its surface as translucent as obsidian, with golden patterns that shone as brilliantly as sunlight. This brought to mind the red-haired girl he had encountered on the day of his arrival at Hogwarts, who, despite her tear-streaked face, had smiled radiantly. He whispered gently, "Ginevra." Even her name sparkled. In comparison, Harry's gaze fell. He did not believe he was as remarkable as she imagined. Without the fame of having vanquished Voldemort or the well-known scar upon his forehead, he was just like any other student at the school, ordinary and unremarkable. Perhaps, he mused, Snape was right. He was merely a name with a loud reputation and a lightning-shaped scar. However, if given the choice, he would relinquish that infamous scar in a heartbeat if it meant bringing his parents back. Harry curled up on the window seat, letting the scale dangle at his side. He struggled to think of something else, anything that would prevent the melancholic shadows from pulling him into a void. The scale grew warm in his hand, abruptly snapping him back to the present. He suddenly wished to learn more about the dragon. Perhaps he would ask Hermione if there were any books about such dragons. With that thought, his gaze returned to the scale, which shimmered under the moonlight. Harry leaped from the window seat and retrieved a piece of blank parchment and a quill from his trunk. What should he write? He nibbled on his fingertip, unsure of how to begin. After much hesitation, he finally dipped the quill in ink and began to compose his letter. "Dear Ginevra, hello, I am Harry Potter. I wonder if it would be all right to call you Ginny, like Ron does. I have received the dragon scale you had Elaire send me. She informed me that this scale is from a Hungarian horntail. This is the first gift I have received from someone else since coming to Hogwarts." Harry reflected for a moment before adding, "It is also the very first gift I have received from a peer, and such a thoughtful one at that. Thank you for your kindness, Ginevra. I am quite happy here. Hogwarts is treating me well, and Ron is now my good friend. We share a dormitory and attend classes together, eat together, and just yesterday, we visited Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest and heard some amusing tales about goblins from Gringotts. On the day I entered Diagon Alley, someone attempted to kidnap one." Harry contemplated that perhaps Ginny would not find these matters of interest. The theft at Gringotts had been a topic of conversation between him and Ron that morning, and Parvati had merely scoffed and walked away after overhearing part of it. Thus, he paused his writing, intending to compose something different. "I am quite fond of this dragon scale and plan to frame it and place it by my bedside. It is unfortunate that we could not enter Hogwarts at the same time. Ron mentioned that you were quite upset about it." Harry halted his pen once more, uncertain of what to write next. After much contemplation, he dipped his quill in ink. "I shall await your arrival at Hogwarts, and I look forward to welcoming you next year." He paused again, deliberating for a long while before finally inscribing, "However, you might be disappointed. I am not as remarkable as you might think." Harry glanced at the parchment, crossed out those 2 sentences, and instead penned, "Lastly, thank you once more for the gift you sent. I hope you have a splendid time in Romania. Yours faithfully, Harry Potter." He sealed the letter and called for Hedwig. After a moment's thought, he turned back toward his trunk. He rummaged through it for some time before finally unearthing a few Muggle coins. These had been ejected from a party popper during Dudley's birthday celebration, and he had been struck in the eye at the time. Seizing the opportunity while Uncle Vernon was distracted, he had pocketed a few. Of course, at that moment, they had been wholly preoccupied with celebrating Dudley and had hardly paid him any mind. He had initially intended to keep these coins as his own birthday gift, hoping he might someday purchase a couple of Mars bars. His classmates at the Muggle school would buy them whenever they had any money, and Harry had always wanted to try. Yet, on the day of his birthday, an owl had delivered his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, bringing with it magic, Hagrid, Hedwig, cauldron cakes, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and chocolate frogs. Now he was far removed from Muggles, away from the oppressive environment and individuals he so despised. Though at times he still felt a sense of loneliness and helplessness, he was now surrounded by peers of his kind and had formed some delightful friendships. Now, having received such a special gift once more, Harry mused that even if Dudley were to flaunt a large bundle of Mars bars before him, he would not feel envious. He wrapped the coins in a small cloth and retrieved another piece of parchment. Hedwig pecked impatiently at his hand. Harry unconsciously smiled, offering Hedwig a piece of bread to placate her. "Could you wait just a little longer while I write another letter? Dear Ginny, this letter is written on the same day as the previous one. I found a few coins from the Muggle world in my trunk. Ron mentioned that your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Perhaps you might find this interesting?" Harry felt that his writing was somewhat disjointed and considered revising it. But just then, Hedwig finished her bread and pecked at his hand again. She seemed to murmur to him, "Could you at least finish the letter before calling me next time? Bird time is precious." Harry could not comprehend her words, but he could tell she was quite vexed. Thus, he concluded the letter hastily. He folded the parchment, placing both letters and the small pouch of coins into the box he had borrowed from Ron during dinner. After repacking, Harry relayed the address to Hedwig. He reminded her, they would be in France the day after tomorrow. Could you ensure it arrives on time? Hedwig raised her head and let out a soft hoot. And Harry understood her affirmation. He chuckled, saying, "I do not look down on you. I trust you, Hedwig." He opened the window. The night was graced by a splendid full moon. The distant black lake shimmered under the moonlight, reflecting the myriad stars above. Hedwig spread her wings, and Harry stood by the window, watching her soar into the night with his letters. Chapter 57. The headmaster's office. Elaire was unable to return to the dormitory in time. A second-year Ravenclaw student intercepted her midway, handing her a note. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office after dinner." He murmured softly to Elaire, "The password is on the note." Elaire accepted it with a nod of thanks. The boy lingered, seemingly wanting to say more. Noticing his hesitation, Elaire tilted her head. "Is there anything else?" The boy gazed at her, his face flushed. He stammered, "It's nothing. I just think you are very beautiful. Especially your eye color. Could I ask you to? As you can see, I have matters to attend to." Elaire interrupted bluntly, offering a polite, distant smile. "If you truly enjoy watching, you might consider seeking out Professor McGonagall. Her eye color is quite similar to mine. Thank you for delivering the message. And have a pleasant day." With that, she turned and walked away. "He is interested in you," Hermione remarked with intrigue, observing the Ravenclaw boy still standing there, rooted in place, "and he is rather handsome." "Oh, come on, Hermione." Elaire smirked, playfully flicking her forehead. "Is he really that important right now?" "Well," Hermione giggled behind her hand, "right now, it is crucial that Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you." She glanced at the note, her expression growing serious. "I've heard from the older students that he seldom summons students to his office." Elaire perused the note back and forth, feeling as if it were torn from a napkin. "I suspect it might be concerning the Forbidden Forest," she said to Hermione. Besides that matter, she could not think of anything else she had done that would warrant such a summons from the headmaster. She bid farewell to Hermione and made her way toward the distant tower. Upon reaching the tower entrance, a stone beast blocked her path. The password? Jelly Slug. The path ahead opened, and Elaire stepped onto the moving spiral staircase, arriving at the oak door, where she knocked on the brass knocker. "Come in." She opened the door. Inside the circular room, portraits of past headmasters adorned the walls, and Elaire noticed that nearly all of them were asleep, with very few awake. Professor Dumbledore sat at a small tea table in the corner of the room, and an odd brown wooden stand stood nearby, though it was empty. He was unwrapping a yellow candy, and upon seeing Elaire, Dumbledore smiled and beckoned her to enter. "Good evening, Elaire." "Good evening, Professor." Dumbledore pushed a plate of snacks toward her. "Please, have a seat. Would you care for something?" "Thank you, Professor." Elaire sat down, glancing at the treats on the table, and picked up a piece of pink coconut ice. As she chewed, She remembered that she still had a plethora of candies gifted by students from various houses in her pocket. She reached in and pulled out a generous handful to offer Dumbledore. "Please, have some candy as well, Professor." Dumbledore chuckled lightly. He clasped his hands together to receive them. "Thank you, my dear. This is the first time in years, aside from Honeydukes, that I have received candy from anyone." The old man sipped his tea, unable to suppress a complaint. "Usually, when they come to see me, they either urge me to eat less or simply refrain from eating and dive straight into business." "Oh, how disheartening." Elaire, chewing on her candy, turned her gaze toward him. "So, you summoned me to chat? So being a headmaster is quite leisurely, then?" Dumbledore let out a soft hum. "Let us consider this a casual chat." He smiled gently. "I heard from Professor McGonagall that you ventured into the Forbidden Forest yesterday. I had a feeling it was about that." Ayla nodded. "I hope you won't be angry, Professor, for my escapade with Fred and George into the Forbidden Forest. We are already facing our punishment and are sincerely remorseful." Dumbledore regarded her kindly. "Oh, it's quite all right. In my youth, I often roamed the Forbidden Forest with friends." He winked. "Do you recall my tales of adventure during the summer with Fred and the others? The spirit of adventure resides in every Gryffindor student's heart." He chuckled, though his eyes held a serious glint. "I would love to hear about the adventures you encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Would you care to share, Ayla?" The beauty of conversing with an intelligent mind is that one can effortlessly discern each other's intentions. Ayla took a sip of tea, swallowing the sticky coconut ice cream, and set her cup down. "Yes, Professor, I would be delighted to recount it." She omitted the Marauder's map, the divination, and the herb picking, and directly launched into the subject of unicorns and centaurs. "By the stream, we spotted a young unicorn that seemed terrified. We were concerned for its safety and wished to wait for its family, but instead, we were approached by centaurs. From their words, I gathered that the unicorn's parents might have been harmed. There are dark forces in the Forbidden Forest, more perilous and malevolent than acromantulas or werewolves. The centaurs mentioned the morning star, stating that there should be no stars tonight, yet the morning star had appeared." She again omitted the centaur's inexplicable reverence towards her. "The centaurs took the unicorn away and cautioned us against entering the Forbidden Forest in the near future. And then we returned." At this point, Ayla's expression fell. "And then Professor McGonagall docked us a whole 180 points. Dumbledore, who had been lost in thought, laughed aloud at this. "Ah, my dear child. Did you not just award 25 points to Gryffindor today? With diligence, the house cup will be within reach." Ayla replied earnestly, "Professor, considering we acted to protect the unicorn, could you not perhaps restore those points?" She had already given up on earning additional points, but at the very least, she wished for the negative points represented by the black stone to be removed. Dumbledore contemplated for a long moment, shaking his head regretfully. "I'm afraid, my child, I must uphold the authority of the head of Gryffindor House. Furthermore, venturing into the Forbidden Forest is inherently discouraged. I cannot flout the rules." He smiled. "However, trust me, you will be satisfied with the ultimate conclusion." Ayla was tempted to express her dissatisfaction. Today, she had spent the entire morning assisting Snape with rat dissection and the afternoon with abscesses. Heaven knows what peculiar and revolting potion ingredients he would have her handle tomorrow. Yet, since Professor Dumbledore had said so, she sighed. "Very well. Will you investigate this matter, Professor? I feel something is amiss." She posed the question knowing full well the answer. Dumbledore would certainly look into it. Otherwise, he would not have sought her out for details. Apart from certain professors lacking ethics, Ayla thoroughly enjoyed her life at Hogwarts and wished for nothing to disturb that tranquility. Thus, she detailed everything Dumbledore wished to know, hoping it would aid him in uncovering the anomaly and protecting Hogwarts. Their intentions oddly aligned. Dumbledore gazed at Ayla with a glimmer of satisfaction and admiration in his eyes. "I shall, my child. It is almost 8 o'clock." He glanced at his pocket watch. "If you have no plans for nocturnal wanderings," he quipped, "you ought to return to the Gryffindor common room." Ayla rose. "Of course not, Professor." She donned her most sincere expression. "I must continue my confinement tomorrow." Dumbledore smiled. Then, "Good night." Chapter 58, The Great Essay Crisis. The following morning, Hermione's alarm rang punctually at 5 o'clock. The two young girls in bed sprang up simultaneously as though wound up. "Good morning." Hermione stretched widely. "Today is yet another new day." "Good morning," Ayla replied, taking 2 minutes to fully emerge from her reverie, realizing she was back in the realm of reality. Hermione swiftly donned her clothing. "I intend to complete the essay assigned by Professor McGonagall so that I can read in peace." "Essay?" Ayla, who had been absorbing magical energy to restore her body and had been busy all night, sluggishly turned her mind. Holy moly. Shit. She had yet to touch a single word of her Transfiguration essay. Not only the Transfiguration essay, but also the Charms essay assigned by Professor Flitwick. And the Potions essay, due tomorrow from Snape. Merlin's beard. She had an entire day of confinement ahead of her. "Hermione," Ayla whimpered, looking at her sprightly friend. "I'm doomed." What's wrong? Hermione could hardly comprehend. Didn't you just wake up? Ayla tugged at her hair, anxiety causing her to feel somewhat frantic as she muttered softly. 3 essays, not a word written. Merlin's socks. Hermione exclaimed, 3 major essays. And you haven't written a single word? Ayla nodded with vacant eyes. Hermione took a deep breath. All right. She began to pace the dormitory. My charms essay took 2 hours. The transfiguration essay took 3 hours. The potions essay took 4.5 hours. Your capability is on par with mine, if not slightly better. If you start writing now, you should be able to complete the transfiguration essay by morning and the charms essay by noon and evening. Hermione rapidly outlined a lengthy plan. Only the potions essay remained. She glanced at Ayla with concern. It was known that Ayla memorized potion formulas verbatim and was even more rigid than Hermione, lacking any flexibility. Her ability to replicate potions from the textbook was entirely reliant on her repetitive study during the summer and Percy's constant guidance. Should you ask Professor Snape if you could have an extension? She suggested to Ayla. After saying it, Hermione herself found the suggestion absurdly laughable. There was no way Snape would grant an extension. His allowance for late submissions was as ludicrous as awarding points to Gryffindor, unless the sun rises in the west. Wait a moment, Hermione recalled. Didn't Snape indeed award you points yesterday? She grasped Ayla's hand. You ought to inquire with Professor Snape. After all, you spent an entire day handling potion materials for him, and he gave you points. This seemed to be Ayla's only avenue of escape. Ayla inhaled deeply, finally resolved. All right, I shall give it a try. She seized a piece of parchment and began writing her transfiguration essay fervently. Compared to the headache-inducing potions class, she had a considerable aptitude for charms and transfiguration. Hermione provided her essay as a reference. Ayla was immensely grateful for this. Upon reading Hermione's work, she quickly developed a rough framework and, indeed, her speed increased significantly. Hermione, standing beside Elaire, meticulously organized the outline and fundamental framework for her charms essay. Upon finishing, she rose and inquired, what would you like to eat? I can bring something back for you. Just 2 sandwiches will suffice, Elaire replied without lifting her gaze, fervently scribbling away. Thank the heavens for having you by my side, Hermione, she added gratefully. By 8 o'clock, Elaire had successfully completed her transfiguration essay, and she even managed to write a few notes for her charms class. After hastily finishing breakfast, Hermione assisted her in simply arranging her long hair. If it weren't for their insistence, I would have cut it off long ago, Elaire mused, expressing her disdain for her own hair. Oh, please don't. Hermione tied the ribbon securely. It would be such a shame to cut it. Elaire rolled her eyes in response. That's what they all say, she whispered in complaint. But managing it is such a hassle. It gets in the way when it's loose. She wished there were a spell for automatic hair styling hidden within her fragmented memories. Otherwise, why would she have kept her hair so long? I'm off now, Hermione, she said, enveloping Hermione in a warm embrace. I truly don't know what I would do without you. Hermione smiled, her lips pressed together, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. All right, off you go. I'll see you in the Great Hall for lunch. Given Snape's merciless demands the previous day, Elaire only arrived 10 minutes early today. She knocked and entered the office, where Snape was as stoic as ever, brewing his pot of potion. Elaire felt inclined to advise him to abandon his efforts. She had calculated that today's outcome would be yet another failure. She proceeded to her workstation with ease. 5 cages were draped in black cloth. Casting a glance at Snape, who was engrossed in his potion, she internally scoffed. Serves you right for this failure. 2 buckets, 3 buckets. This time it jumped straight from 4 to 5, does it? She tore off the cloth from one cage, revealing the potion ingredients within, bats. The moment they were exposed to light, they became agitated. Elaire hastily covered the cage again. Wings, spleen, Snape commanded tersely, not sparing her a single glance. Elaire had grown accustomed to this treatment. The old bat had her handling the young bats, which she found somewhat amusing, though she dared not laugh aloud. Should the potion fail, she could very well be the scapegoat. Bats would quiet down when inverted in darkness. Elaire mentally rehearsed the process. She lifted a corner of the black cloth, swiftly opened the cage, and before the bat could react, she seized it and swiftly snapped its neck. The entire sequence was executed with precision. The bat did not emit even a single cry before succumbing. Elaire picked up her tools and began to separate the parts. Spleens. 1 bottle per bat. Wings were neatly arranged. The remaining parts were skinned, the flesh kept intact, with skin and meat piled neatly in separate stacks. To her surprise, she found that she did not need to transport containers herself this time, suggesting that the previous mouse meat and fur had indeed been useful. Like a machine devoid of emotion, she continued to work, one bat after another. 3, 2, 1. The explosion resonated as expected. Elaire casually inquired, Professor, are you all right? Snape, as irritable as ever, barked back, tend to your bats. Snape was perplexed. Another failure. He had been researching this potion for 6 long years, attempting it whenever he had a spare moment. Yet, the progress was as slow as a snail scaling the Great Wall. The long-term investment of time yielded no visible returns, and Snape felt increasingly agitated. This was his final year. If he did not succeed now, he would abandon the endeavor altogether. After cleaning up the explosion site, he noted the potion ratios in his notebook. When he looked up and saw Elaire, calm and unruffled, not even turning her body towards him, Snape felt a flicker of annoyance. He considered deducting points. Yet, this Gryffindor lion was executing the facade of diligence flawlessly, leaving no room for him to find fault. She was akin to a serpent cloaked in lion's skin. He strode over to inspect. Half of the 5 cages had already been dealt with, maintaining a quality reminiscent of Diagon Alley's apothecary. Observing her fluid motions, effortlessly resolving one bat after another, Snape gradually felt a hint of relief. He chose to sit down. As Elaire processed the bats, she noticed her potions professor seated across from her, staring at her with an impassive expression. She almost uttered a curse. "Professor, are you, without anything to do?" Elaire's inquiry trailed off, but Snape understood her implication. He pondered for a moment, propping his chin on his hand. He had finished grading essays last night, and Poppy's potion was nearly complete, leaving only the stagnant potion research. It indeed seemed that way. In truth, preparing spare potion ingredients for dim-witted students was the most laborious task, one that would typically consume an entire day. Yet, Elaire was proving to be exceedingly efficient. He found himself with unexpected free time for the first time in 11 years of relentless labor. Noticing Snape's apparent availability and seemingly improved mood, Elaire encouraged herself internally and ventured to request, "Professor, may I be excused from detention this afternoon?" Snape's previously relaxed expression suddenly sharpened. "What?" He leaned slightly forward, emanating a strong sense of pressure. "Miss Ankylosai doesn't he believe that her benevolent professor granting her a few extra points means she is exceptional enough to merit an early release from detention, does she?" "Benevolent? My foot," Elaire scoffed internally, though her external demeanor remained timid. "Of course not, Professor. I mean," she lifted her gaze to meet Snape's. Sitting across from her on the bench, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. "Because of detention over the past few days, I haven't written my essays. None of the 3 essays are done. If I continue with detention, I might not be able to submit my assignments." Snape raised an eyebrow. Realizing this was an opportunity he could not ignore. "In that case, I suppose I am not entirely unreasonable," he replied, clearing his throat and lowering his gaze to Elaire. "This afternoon's detention can be postponed until next Saturday. However." Chapter 59, The Breaking Point. "But what?" Elaire halted her actions, curious about what he would concoct next. Snape feigned a frown, stating, "Due to Miss Ankylosai's failure to complete her work this afternoon, she has caused considerable inconvenience to her diligent potions professor. Therefore, next Saturday's detention will need to be extended by half a day." Elaire internally scoffed. She had anticipated this. What sort of reasonable concession could one expect from a bitter old bat who only whispered venomous words? Hoping for Snape to be understanding was as futile as expecting Hagrid's repugnant ferret sandwiches to bloom into flowers. "Go ahead, squeeze her dry. You'll only get 2 servings of vegetables in your lifetime." Noticing Elaire's silence, Snape resolved to add fuel to the fire, for the sake of his own respite. He temporarily set aside his dwindling conscience. Crossing his arms, he spoke in a languid tone. "Perhaps Miss Ankylosai could spend a few more days in detention for her failure to complete her essays. Perhaps even more than 2 days. He raised an eyebrow. "After all, a student's duty is to study and complete assignments. You have failed in this regard. The days may need to multiply. I believe Professor McGonagall would be quite pleased to have you back." Snape replied with a dismissive tone, "Leave it to me. I shall handle it." Elaire listened to his words in silence, her darkened gaze fixated intently on him. As his final words fell, her pale hand tightened suddenly, revealing prominent veins beneath her skin. With a sharp crack, the unfortunate bat was brutally torn apart in Snape's narrowed pupils, its head and body severed, blood splattering in all directions. Elaire, expressionless, continued to stare at him, the vivid crimson staining her fair complexion. After 2 days of relentless strain and scorn, now he dared to push her further? Did he truly believe her to be a soft target? There exists a limit to patience, and she had reached hers. The pent-up frustrations within her roared like gunpowder, clamoring to confront the shameless old bat before her. It felt as though one more moment of restraint would lead to her own explosion. "Professor," she said coldly, "do you realize that there is a reason your potions remain unfinished? Look at the poppy fruit, sliced as thick as your own skin." No, that's an understatement. Your skin is far thicker than this. Walls of a fortress would feel inferior before you. Frankly, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Is it any surprise you are the head of Slytherin? You epitomize self-serving cunning to the highest degree." Elaire's anger intensified. I could hear the clattering of your abacus from Numontgard. Do you think I am unaware that I have exceeded the requirements of my detention? If it weren't for those pitiful 2 points, to spare our head from further embarrassment before someone like you, who would willingly endure such torment. And what of saving lives, brewing honor, creating brilliance? Her heart raced, adrenaline coursing through her veins. Taking a deep breath, tears welled in her golden eyes as she shouted her final verdict. You are nothing but a shameless old bastard. A selfish, conniving bat. Obsessed only with deducting points from students. To hell with your paper. May your detention be damned. With that, she hurled the bat to the ground and stormed out, leaving him to his own devices. Snape gazed at the bat on the floor for a long moment in silence before bending down to retrieve it. Logically speaking, the Gryffindor Lion's unrestrained outburst should have warranted enough points deducted to bury them for 3 academic years. Yet, reflecting on her tear-streaked, defiant face, and then glancing at the neatly arranged, perfectly prepared potion ingredients before him, a twinge of conscience stirred within. He found himself unable to utter a word. The poppy fruit. Cut as thick as my skin, he smirked at the memory of her fiery speech, then abruptly halted. Realization struck him like lightning. How could she possibly know? Elaire dashed out of Snape's potion office and collided with someone's back. Is that you, Elaire? The person turned. Surprise evident in his gaze as he beheld the tear-streaked girl. Why are you crying so? Cedric pulled a pristine handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. I'm fine, she stammered. It's just that since Fred and George found me, I've been coddled in their palms. Obediently indulged by both the twins and my family. I've never felt as stifled as I have these past 2 days. Elaire sniffled, lowering her head to cover her face with the handkerchief, wishing fervently for Fred and George's comforting presence. Have you been scolded by Professor Snape? Cedric inquired gently, bending down to ruffle her hair. Though not a familiar face, his gesture brought her a flicker of comfort. The longing for Fred and George intensified, and her tears flowed anew. Okay, no more crying, he said, scratching his head. Would you like some candy? No, thank you for the handkerchief, Cedric, she replied. Her voice choked with sobs. I must return to the common room and face my fate. With that, the little girl sniffled and turned to leave, even heading in the wrong direction. Cedric, concerned for her well-being, grasped her hand. You can't just say goodbye like this. With that, he squatted down and lifted her up. Come, I'll take you back. Not far along their path, they encountered Percy. What has happened, Cedric? Percy approached, frowning as he took in the sight of Elaire, sobbing inconsolably in Cedric's arms. His fists clenched and his brow furrowed. Elaire, what is wrong? Who has bullied you? Elaire, gasping for breath, had soaked Cedric's shoulder. Percy, upon seeing her reliable brother, her tear-filled eyes resembled 2 broken egg yolks. She reached out to him. I'm doomed. Percy swiftly enveloped Elaire in his embrace, soothing her gently. It's all right. Take your time. I'm right here. The little girl whimpered. He made me kill 2 buckets of rats, squeezed 3 buckets of bubotuber pus, and today he ordered me to kill 5 cages of bats. My hands hurt so much. I've only completed 1 paper. Professor Snape said he would extend my detention if I didn't finish it. He said more detention would follow if I failed to complete the paper. I cursed him terribly. I am going to get points deducted from my house again, and Professor McGonagall will feel embarrassed for me. Cedric was taken aback, his mouth agape. But you're just a first year. How could Professor Snape expect you to handle such advanced potions? Even some adult wizards struggle with bubotuber pus. Not to mention 2 buckets of rats and 5 cages of bats. One is taught in 2nd year, and the other in 3rd. Is Snape out of his mind? Percy fought to suppress the urge to confront Snape directly. Taking a deep breath, he reassured his little sister. It's okay, Elaire. I'm here. I'll take you to Professor McGonagall. She'll sort this out. Percy thanked Cedric and bid him farewell. Cedric shook his head. I'll accompany you, after all. I was the one who found Elaire first. Besides, the more support, the more convincing. Grateful, Percy nodded as they hurried toward Professor McGonagall's office. The professor greeted them with confusion. 10 minutes later, please repeat that? The witch's furious voice nearly shattered the ceiling of her office. That scoundrel Severus. He truly did that. He made a first-year handle so many advanced potions. She had been puzzled over how Severus could possibly award so many points to Gryffindor, and had planned to confront him about it when the time arose. Percy held Elaire tightly, his expression calm. Yes, Professor. Elaire has long been tormented by guilt for deducting so many points from Gryffindor, leaving you feeling humiliated before Professor Snape. She had learned some potion handling techniques at home, unaware that they were beyond the curriculum, merely wishing to contribute positively to the house's score. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. Oh, child. Percy continued to relate the unfortunate truth. Yesterday, Elaire finished her morning detention, and even at lunch, others had to feed her. She couldn't even lift her arms. Cedric chimed in. Eating has become a challenge, let alone wielding a quill. Nevertheless, Elaire persevered and completed her transfiguration essay. She sought to approach Professor Snape to request an extension on her detention, hoping to finish the remaining assignments in the afternoon. But Professor Snape said. Cedric trailed off, halting his narration. Professor McGonagall pressed for clarification. What did he say? Elaire, who had been sobbing in Percy's embrace, choked out. Professor Snape said that if I were to have an extension, I would have to serve an extra half-day of detention next week. He also mentioned that if I failed to complete the essay, I would face even more detention. He stated, the little girl resembled a kitten curled up in distress, too timid to seek parental solace. Professor McGonagall's voice softened. Fear not, child, continue. Elaire's tears flowed anew. He said that when the time comes, you would be quite willing to hand me over to him for whatever punishment he deemed fit. Woe is me. Professor McGonagall's face flushed with anger. She drew her wand from her robes. Do you truly think my Gryffindor students are so easily bullied? That wretched little man. With determined strides, Professor McGonagall stormed out of the office, recalling how, during her teaching years, he was likely unaware of the dust from her chalk being consumed in some distant corner. Chapter 60. Ginny's reply in the morning hall. Harry received a letter from Hedwig. The envelope was a soft golden hue, adorned with a red ribbon, and exuded a faint fragrance of jasmine. Ron, intrigued, inquired, who sent you the letter? Dean Thomas, nearby? Smirked, it must be from a girl. Oh, hurry and open it. The dormitory mates clamored, even Neville joining in the excitement. Harry caught sight of Ginny's name on the envelope and quickly tucked it into his pocket. It's just a product list from a gift shop I visited recently. Merlin. He was astounded by how quickly his mind was racing. Maintaining an air of calm, Harry replied, Let's eat. Class is about to start. The thought of facing the stern Professor McGonagall sent everyone scattering. In a hushed tone, Ron remarked, You've never bought anything from a gift shop. Who really sent you that? Harry hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth to Ron. After a moment's deliberation, he whispered, Last time, Ginny sent me a piece of dragon scale, and I wrote her a thank you letter. This should be her response. Ron's interest immediately waned. I thought you actually received a love letter from a girl. He mumbled. Of course, she would write back. She constantly mentions you at home. Harry felt his heart racing. Ron showed no inclination to read the letter. He stood up and urged, All right, Harry, let's head to class. We still need to visit Hagrid afterward. Don't waste time on trivial matters. Harry sighed in relief. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear of Ron discovering the content of the letter he had sent, as well as his dread of Ron wanting to read Ginny's reply. It was a relief that Ron was oblivious. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to refuse without causing him distress. Thus, Harry kept the letter with him until evening. With others in the dormitory, he retreated to the astronomy tower to read Ginny's response. Dear Harry, how are you? I was so pleased to receive your letter, and am quite willing for you to call me Ginny, just like Ron does. It brings me great joy to know you like the dragon scale. I deliberated for quite some time before selecting that piece. Your appreciation for this gift warms my heart. My father adored the muggle money you sent. He snatched it up as soon as he saw it, though I secretly kept one for myself. My mother and I picked out a red velvet display box with a glass cover from a gift shop in France, and I placed it inside. You mentioned that someone broke into Gringotts when you entered Diagon Alley. I heard my father mention this during the summer. It's truly shocking. I assent it. No one has ever dared to invade the Goblins' Gringotts. It is heavily guarded, perhaps the safest location outside of Hogwarts in all of Britain. I suspect there is more to this story than meets the eye. I wish I could be in England to gather first-hand information. Unfortunately, I am still in France. By the way, there is also a magical school here called Beaux Batons. However, I prefer Hogwarts and only wish to attend there, as all my dear ones are at that school. My mother tells me that I will be starting at Hogwarts next year, and I eagerly anticipate that day. Oh, Harry, living in the Muggle world must be quite challenging. I mean, being away from magic and those like you. Even so, you bravely and resiliently face the hardships and injustices of life, possessing a kind and sincere heart. That is truly admirable. Please do not underestimate yourself. You are far more significant and capable than you realize. At least for me, you have given me strength on many occasions. Lastly, thank you again for your gift and your letter. They mean a great deal to me. I wish you happiness at Hogwarts. Your faithful friend, Ginny. Harry stared at the letter for a long time, unable to shake off the enchantment of its contents. The jasmine fragrance lingered, still rich and potent, refusing to dissipate even after a day. As he inhaled the floral scent, he sat alone in the dark atop the astronomy tower, yet he felt neither lonely nor cold. It was as though he had just consumed a large, fluffy souffle, warm and comforting, filling the emptiness of his heart with satisfaction and joy. Unlike the usual support and camaraderie from Ron, Ginny's letter offered him a profound understanding and encouragement from the soul. She was intrigued by the incident at Gringotts. She had placed the seemingly trivial coin from the Muggle world in a red velvet box, one that could likely purchase 100 coins. She understood and empathized with his solitude in the Muggle realm. She cherished him not for having vanquished Voldemort, but simply for being himself, living with courage and strength, facing life's adversities and inequities. He tilted his head skyward. At that moment, the stars twinkled like jewels against the dark canvas of night. Chapter 61. What is the point? No one knew what Professor McGonagall did after she stormed out of her office, wand in hand that afternoon. All they heard was an extraordinarily loud explosion resonating from the lower floor. Professor Snape's office was now sealed off, undergoing repairs and renovations by the house elves. The following morning, when the first student entered the Great Hall and instinctively glanced at the House Point's hourglass, they were astonished to discover that all the black stones in the Gryffindor hourglass had vanished. In the first week of the new term, amidst the meager scores of other houses, the news was nothing short of monumental for Gryffindor. Their hopes for the House Cup were rekindled. However, Professor Snape, who was scheduled to teach third-year potions on Monday, was conspicuously absent from the classroom. It was rumored that an unfortunate mishap during potions research had led to an explosion of a cauldron, and he was currently receiving treatment in the hospital wing. What a pity, Severus. In the hospital wing, Dumbledore sat beside Snape's bed, peeling an apple. Snape, swathed in bandages, bore a countenance as sour as a winter's chill, single-handedly casting a frosty gloom within a 10-meter radius. McGonagall was still seething. Just yesterday afternoon, while I was engaged in an important discussion with a particularly special guest, she stormed in, demanding an explanation. The old man smiled faintly. To be honest, her demeanor that afternoon startled me quite a bit. Snape huffed through his nostrils. The fair Professor Dumbledore, the great and benevolent white wizard, if your eyes could still perceive. You would recognize that I am the true victim in this affair. Gryffindor's negative points have been nullified, and their detention has been rescinded. I nearly lost my life. And now I lie here, battered and bruised, in such a pitiable state in the hospital wing. He cast a cold glance at Dumbledore. What more do you wish me to do? Dumbledore shook his head, taking a bite of the apple he had just peeled. It is indeed difficult for me to fathom that you would act thus towards a child. Is there something particularly remarkable about her that has caught the eye of you? The Master of Potions? Listening to the irritating crunch of the apple, Snape furrowed his brow. Albus, you are here to visit the patient, are you not? He fixed his gaze upon him. Dumbledore, chewing the apple innocently, replied, Oh, I assumed you would not partake of the apple one if peeled. But if you wish to. I do not wish to, Snape said, his expression icy. She is nothing special. Merely an impatient, foolish lion, no different from other Gryffindor students. It was a lapse in judgment that led me to believe she was a serpent cloaked in lion's skin. Aside from her tremendous strength and remarkable potion handling skills, he clenched the blanket before him. That day, just as he had reached the stage of preparing the potion with poppy pods, before he could add the finely sliced pods, McGonagall barged in and indiscriminately cast a spell that sent everything in his office tumbling. The blue flames collided with the cauldron, resulting in a magical reaction that utterly destroyed his office. He, too, was hurled against the wall by a fierce gust, dazed and subsequently affected by the magical fallout. Had it not been for McGonagall's residual sense of conscience in rescuing him, he might have perished there. That step could not be validated after all. Snape could no longer lie still, his restlessness akin to 100 ants crawling beneath his skin. He flung off the blanket. Madame Pomfrey gasped, Severus, where do you think you are going? You cannot get out of bed. You still require rest. Snape waved his wand to drape his outer robe over himself. No need. I am returning to my office. As he adjusted his sleeves, he cast a glance at Dumbledore, still munching on the apple. There is something I must verify. If successful, you will indeed need to pay closer attention to Ancarlo. With a flourish of his robes, he strode out. Since that incident of reporting, Professor McGonagall had been particularly attentive to Elaire. Correct answers garnered Gryffindor 5 points. Neatly presented essays, coherent and clearly argued, earned another 5 points for Gryffindor. A flawless transfiguration spell added yet another 5 points. Even a mere show of enthusiasm from the young girl warranted additional points for Gryffindor. Within a week, Elaire alone had contributed over 20 points to the house. Hermione and Percy were delighted by this turn of events. They were overjoyed that Professor McGonagall was finally willing to show leniency towards her own students, even if it was just for this one student. It was a welcome change. After all, among the 4 house heads, especially the head of Slytherin, which of them, aside from McGonagall, had not discreetly awarded extra points to their own students? It was indeed a source of pride for Elaire. Fred playfully pinched Elaire's nose. They learned of the young girl's plight only after their own detentions had ended. The anger of the twins was palpable upon discovering that someone they cherished had been bullied to such an extent. However, upon learning that Snape had been severely reprimanded by their own head and nearly lost his life, they had no choice but to redirect their focus on comforting their little one. Elaire, on that rare occasion, nestled in their embrace for an entire night. To be honest, since entering Hogwarts, she had not clung to them as she did at home. She now ate independently, brushed her hair by herself, no longer allowing them to hold her, and even refused to hold hands. She had grown increasingly independent. The twins had shed many a handkerchief in secret, all the while maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Now, while Elaire remained outwardly quiet, she was occasionally willing to let them cuddle and hold her when she was in high spirits. Oh, what joy! Elaire was reading a letter sent by Ginny. Ginny was currently in France, exploring Beauxbatons with Mrs. Weasley. I met Madame Maxime, the headmistress of this school. She is a remarkably tall and imposing witch. She took a liking to me, even expressing a desire for me to attend school here in the future. However, I declined. You know I prefer Hogwarts, where you all are. I also met a very beautiful French girl named Fleur, who has Vila blood. How marvelous is that? She also studies at Beauxbatons. I received a letter from Harry. No need to guess. I know you helped facilitate this, Elaire. You have no idea how excited I was. I couldn't sleep the entire night. I adore you so much. He is even better than I imagined. But I truly did not know how to respond. So in the end, Fleur helped me. She is a well-traveled and generous girl, and with her assistance and suggestions, I managed to complete my reply. She even asked her mother to be our guide while we are in France, and my mother and I are having a wonderful time. Now, I must put down my quill and pretend to be a muggle with Fleur's mother to go see the Eiffel Tower and the Trocadero Gardens. I eagerly await your reply. Love, Ginny. Chapter 62, Flying Class. Elaire carefully tucked away Ginny's letter, her head lazily resting against George's shoulder. George arched an eyebrow at Fred and pulled Elaire closer into his embrace. Fred clicked his tongue, contemplating for a moment before casually mentioning to Elaire, if you count the days, it's almost time for your flying class. What? Elaire, momentarily roused from her drowsiness by George's warmth, perked up. Flying class? Percy happened to be passing by with a piece of parchment and paused at the sound. Informing Elaire, it's scheduled for next Thursday at 3:30 in the afternoon. He opened the parchment for a second glance. With Slytherin. I was just about to pin this notice to the bulletin board. With Slytherin? Elaire's face fell at once, as she buried her head into George's neck in a bid to escape reality. Surely, the headmaster won't need to be present for the flying class. She truly wished to avoid encountering that old bat, Snape, not knowing how to face him. Fred chuckled. No, the flying lessons are taught by Madame Hooch. George's face tinged slightly crimson as Elaire was close at hand, her delicate skin brushing against his neck, her unique fragrance wafting into his senses. He felt a sudden awkwardness, unsure where to place his hands. It's not as if we haven't embraced before, George silently chided himself. What a silly thing to be shy about. He cleared his throat and added, besides, it won't last as long as the core classes. You only need to attend once a week in your first year. Noticing Elaire's still gloomy expression, he playfully pinched her cheek. You will enjoy this class, trust me. Fred nodded enthusiastically, spreading his arms wide. Indeed. Flying is quite a marvelous experience. He winked. By second year, you might even join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Elaire was aware. You both are already on the team. The twins grinned. Indeed. In unison, they declared, I am a beater. The twins retorted, hey, don't mimic my speech. I didn't mimic it. George is the fool. Fred is the fool. You are the fool. As the urge to bicker arose once more, Elaire stuffed a piece of Hagrid's cream fudge into her mouth. Enough arguing. You both are fools. The twins' teeth were stuck together, yet they still wore defiant expressions. George buried his head into the crook of Elaire's neck, rubbing against her in a playful manner, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. She leaped to the ground and made a face. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to find Hermione. I must tell her about the flying lessons. She will surely be astonished. The twins watched Elaire depart, and Fred settled into the armchair beside George. He gazed at the crackling fire in the hearth and nonsensically inquired, going to the 8th floor? Not going to experiment? George raised an eyebrow. Fred shook his head. The place is set. The materials are sufficient. Let's focus on that first. True. If we wish to present a fitting gift by Christmas, we must put in extra effort. After exchanging these words, they remained still, quietly sitting in contemplation for a long while. Fred finally broke the silence. Have you considered that Elaire might like someone else? George, still gazing at the fireplace, mused. Have you thought that she may not fall for anyone? You and I both know she is not an ordinary human. She might not even be human at all, but rather some peculiar magical being. Upon hearing this, Fred became displeased. Does it matter whether she is human or not? Or should I remind you, George, that our world is filled with half-breeds of fairies, Vila, werewolves, and even giants and vampires? He fixed his gaze on the roaring flames in the hearth. She has emotions. She knows what love is. That is sufficient. George displayed a smile indicative of a teachable spirit. Yes, my brother, that is indeed enough. Another silence ensued. Fred cast a curious glance at George. I am the elder brother. George shrugged. I never claimed otherwise. He stood, leaving the armchair, and playfully ruffled Fred's hair. Even if I was born just a few minutes earlier. With that, He laughed heartily and dashed away. Fred immediately sprang up. I am still the elder. George, the rascal, surely had his hair in disarray like a bird's nest now. He pursued him. Just wait until I turn your hair into a nest too. Elaire bounced back to the dormitory. Hermione. She pushed open the dormitory door. I'm back. Hermione, practicing a spell taught by Professor Flitwick, was startled by the sudden exclamation, causing her incantation to fly towards the door. Elaire leaped aside to avoid it. Dear Hermione, are you attempting to murder me? Hermione huffed, slightly annoyed. Murder? With my current magical abilities, the worst I could do is cause you a minor bruise. Back from Fred and the others? Elaire removed her coat and plopped down onto her bed. How did you know? Is it hard to guess? You're either with me or with those two all day. Hermione stowed her wand and sat beside Elaire. Speaking earnestly, others do not realize that your relationship with them is merely familial. They are quite popular in school. Many have been gossiping behind your backs. Elaire was perplexed. What gossip? She had always interacted with Fred and George this way. Her parents had never objected. They say you are in a romantic relationship. Elaire frowned. But we have always interacted this way. It's even more excessive at home. Hermione smirked slightly. More excessive? What does that even mean? Elaire furrowed her brow in distress. Should I maintain some distance? I don't mind, but I don't want Fred and George to be subjected to gossip. Hermione quickly reassured her. No, it's perfectly fine as it is. Let others say what they will. What matters most is your happiness. Internally, Hermione felt a cold sweat. Elaire simply had yet to awaken to her feelings, but Fred and George had clearly begun to understand theirs. If she caused Elaire to distance herself from them, those two would surely hold her accountable. She hurriedly changed the subject. Did you come in here to say something? Elaire nodded. Guess what? She leaned in mysteriously. We have flying lessons next Thursday. What? Flying lessons? Hermione grasped Elaire's shoulders. Flying lessons? Why wasn't I informed? Elaire, shaken by Hermione's fervor, stammered, because Percy just pinned the news on the bulletin board. Hermione whirled out of the dormitory like a tornado, only to return in the same whirlwind manner. She seized Elaire's hand. Come on, let us go to the library. The time was already 7 o'clock, and there was less than an hour before curfew. Elaire had not finished her sentence before Hermione dragged her off, and she had no choice but to follow. As they ran, Hermione gasped. We must hurry. We need to find all the books about flying before the library closes. Ultimately, Hermione successfully borrowed 8 books on flying, 5 on broomsticks, and even 3 on Quidditch, all hefty tomes. Elaire's strength came into play as she carried 12 of them. Originally, Hermione insisted they each carry half. However, after Elaire effortlessly tossed Hermione into the air, nearly colliding with the chandelier, Hermione promptly handed over most of the books to her capable roommate. You're far too anxious. Hermione, relax. Seeing Hermione striding with determination and sweating profusely, Elaire attempted to comfort her. It's just a flying lesson. Just a flying lesson? Hermione halted and glared at Elaire. We could fall from the sky, break bones, dislocate joints, or even snap our necks. We must prepare and study. You need to join in as well. She marched back to the Gryffindor common room with such fervor that it seemed she was ready to battle these books for hours on end. Elaire sighed in exasperation and quickened her pace. After leaving the hospital wing, Snape hurriedly made his way to his office. The domestic house elves possess remarkably advanced skills. They have restored the underground office, previously bombarded by Professor McGonagall, to its former pristine condition. Every jar and bottle remains untouched. Snape felt a sense of satisfaction at what he observed. There was still some utility in their efforts. He summoned the potion with his wand and commenced the perilous endeavor of potion making, a venture he had failed at numerous times before. After a full day of toil, success was finally within his grasp. Snape gazed, entranced, at the cauldron filled with a shimmering, silvery potion. This was a novel elixir capable of alleviating various curses, even those stemming from the hunting of unicorns. With persistent consumption, it could eradicate such afflictions altogether. How did she come to know this? Coincidence? No. It was utterly improbable to be mere chance. Suddenly, Snape recalled the flawless potion that Elaire had brewed. Initially, he had thought her unique approach to potion-making indicated a kindred genius. Yet when he inquired about her methods, she had responded with utter incomprehensibility. What had she said? By feeling? Absurd. Potion-making is a discipline that demands precision and strict control. However, he had indeed succeeded in his research, relying on that ludicrous intuition. Breaking through a research bottleneck that had ensnared him for 6 long years, one he had nearly given up on, Snape was engulfed in deep contemplation. He carefully bottled the potion and strode towards the tower that housed the headmaster's office. Chapter 63, Conflict. Thursday arrived, heralding the long-awaited flying lesson. Elaire eagerly anticipated this day, not for the thrill of soaring through the skies, but because Hermione was driving her to the brink of madness. She had truly read every book. During breakfast, Elaire vented her frustrations to the twins. She even dreamt of reciting 12 flying techniques that muggles can master. Furthermore, Hermione had insisted that she memorize every single one. Would you like to know when the Transylvanian feint first emerged? The twins exchanged glances and shook their heads. Elaire, peeling back her eyelids, spoke in a daze. I know. It was in the 1473 World Cup, aimed at the opponent's nose. As long as you don't touch their nose, it's not considered a foul. She had merely mentioned her desire to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and Hermione had required her to memorize that too. Elaire let out a hollow laugh, pushing her plate away and resting her forehead heavily on the table. Fred exclaimed, nudging George, we mustn't let Oliver learn of Hermione's mother. Otherwise, he'll undoubtedly recruit her as our tactical advisor. George wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you must understand. Oliver has made us memorize things for an entire semester that we couldn't grasp, while Hermione managed to make Elaire do it in less than a week. Harry and Ron regarded Elaire with sympathy. Ron scoffed. I told you, no one can endure her. Look, even Elaire thinks she's unreasonable. Elaire shoved a piece of bread into Ron's mouth, exclaiming, she's not unreasonable. She's just excessively anxious. Elaire felt as though a Dementor had drained her soul, murmuring, yet, there was one time I dreamt of running in the palm of giant Hermione's hand. She recounted, surrounded by brooms and books. With dead rats and bats bearing Snape's face cackling madly. I just kept running, all night long. That night had been a rare occasion when she intended to rest rather than dive into her mind's depths. She recognized the utility of those books and was eager to absorb new knowledge, but Hermione was pressing far too hard, leaving her gasping for breath. She had hoped that a night of deep, undistracted sleep would ease her frayed nerves. To her dismay, the entire night was filled with visions of Hermione's brooms and books, interspersed with the cackling of Snape's rats and bats. She resolved that from now on, she would anchor herself in her mind's depths and not merely sleep. Ron swallowed the bread, interjecting, even without dreams, she's a nightmare. Do you have any idea how meddlesome she is? No one can stand her, except for you. She has no other friends. So, Elaire, is this how you perceive me? A voice resonated from behind. Hermione, clutching a book on flying, had approached them unannounced. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Meddlesome, your nightmare? No, Hermione. Elaire rose, stepping forward to grasp Hermione's hand. Let me explain. Hermione looked at her, then at their clasped hands, taking a step back and gently disentangling them. Her brown eyes were filled with disappointment and hurt. I think I've heard enough, Elaire. She choked out. No, Hermione. Elaire took another step forward, reaching out once more. I didn't mean to imply. Hermione did not listen. She covered her face and fled. Elaire stood there, helpless. Damn it, what did I just say? The twins rose. Fred patted Illyria's shoulder. You two will eventually sort this out. George knelt before Elaire, looking into her reddened eyes and speaking gently. And friends inevitably face countless conflicts that require resolution. Even the closest of companions need boundaries. She will come to understand. Fred ruffled the girl's hair. You need to grasp this truth as well. Elaire turned her head away. I know. Her voice was slightly hoarse. It's just, I feel a bit sad. George enveloped Elaire in a comforting embrace, patting her back. It's all right. Trust me. You two will be fine. Fred maintained a light tone. Absolutely right, little Elaire. This is Hogwarts, the very epicenter of magic. He grinned. After all, friendship is also bound by a magical connection. The twins' words brought some solace to Elaire, yet her concern for Hermione lingered. Since that breakfast, Hermione had not uttered a single word to her. During the flying lesson, Hermione kept her distance. It was evident that Hermione was in a profoundly low mood. Even when Harry and Draco engaged in a mid-air chase due to Neville's memory ball, she remained silent. Ordinarily, the principal Professor McGonagall would have intervened and delivered a scolding, but Hermione remained mute, clutching her broom and quietly standing in a corner. That evening, Hermione did not return to the dormitory. She lingered in the Gryffindor common room. Elaire had no choice but to retire to bed alone. However, as she lay in bed, her thoughts were tumultuous. She found herself unable to enter her mind's depths, nor could she sleep. She was restless. She waited for Hermione until 3 in the morning. When she finally heard the sound of the dormitory door creaking open and Hermione muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing Harry and Ron. Elaire felt a flicker of relief that Hermione was not cursing her, yet inexplicably, she felt a pang of disappointment that she was not the target of Hermione's ire. She continued to feign sleep, too apprehensive to pull back the bed curtains and speak with Hermione, fearing she might worsen her friend's mood. Hermione began to isolate herself, intentionally avoiding Elaire. Several times, upon returning to the dormitory, Elaire found Hermione absent, prompting her to remain in the common room with the twins. Haven't you two reconciled yet? Fred observed Illyria's unsmiling face with a furrowed brow. It's been nearly a week. No, she doesn't want to see me. Elaire was sprawled over the table, struggling with her potion homework using a quill. Devoid of Hermione's companionship, she was left with no choice but to partner with Longbottom, who was equally inept in potions, perhaps even more so than she was. She found herself perplexed, despite her adeptness in handling ingredients, the moment she approached the cauldron. Failure ensued. It was akin to the summer's cookie-baking endeavor. She had followed her mother's instructions meticulously, just as Ginny had. Yet while Ginny's cookies emerged fragrant and crisp, hers resembled charred lumps of coal. Fortunately, Professor Snape did not exhibit hostility towards her due to her previous indiscretion. Instead, he chose to disregard her altogether, no longer hovering near her during lessons. Nevertheless, on several occasions, she caught glimpses of Snape's scrutinizing gaze directed at her. In the absence of Hermione, Elaire found herself navigating potions class with diligence, rigorously adhering to the textbook's instructions and executing her potion-making with precision. With Hermione gone, Elaire began to traverse the corridors alone. Although she could have joined Lavender and her friends in their company, they welcomed her warmly. Yet Elaire soon realized that their conversations lacked resonance. Their perspectives on matters diverged significantly. After 2 attempts, she politely declined their company. Draco had sought her out on 2 occasions, but following Neville's blunder during flying class, Draco had joined in the mockery alongside his fellow Slytherins, bullying Neville in the process, particularly after he had used the leg locker curse on Neville, forcing him to hop back to the common room from the library. Elaire found it increasingly difficult to engage with him. Their values seemed misaligned, and their conversations felt discordant. Draco sensed the shift in Ilaire's demeanor towards him, which irked him considerably. He saw no fault in his actions. The hapless Longbottom was merely entertaining, and the other Slytherins were also partaking in the jest. Did that make him an outcast? He was well aware that his previous frequent visits to Gryffindor's table had sparked whispers among his peers. It wasn't that he feared their gossip, rather, as a quintessential Slytherin, maintaining a facade of harmony with his fellow house members and cultivating a respectable social circle was essential for him as the heir of the Malfoy lineage. The thought of his father discovering that he consorted with the mischief-prone Gryffindors, while distancing himself from the elitist Slytherin peers who could benefit his future, was positively terrifying. Merlin, his father would flay him alive. Yet, Draco had no desire to elucidate these sentiments to Elaire. His pride prevented him from stooping to such an explanation. Furthermore, she was a Gryffindor who had managed to accrue significant demerits for her house within the very first week of school. She would hardly comprehend the gravity of his predicament. Thus, their interactions dwindled, gradually fading into obscurity. As for Ron and Harry, they had engaged in a heated altercation during flying class. Not only did Draco mock Neville, but he also carelessly disparaged Hagrid. The 3 exchanged barbs, egged on by the surrounding crowd, and the insults escalated to personal attacks, eventually culminating in jabs about each other's families. One accused the other of being ill-mannered and a Death Eater sympathizer. The other retaliated by ridiculing their poverty and lack of parental figures. Consequently, mutual disdain blossomed, and they now exchanged animosity at every encounter. During the Cold War between Elaire and Hermione, Ron and Harry had accompanied her a few times. However, since flying class, Harry had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and their conversations became dominated by the sport. Whenever Elaire overheard them discussing Quidditch, it reminded her of Hermione and that fateful day, deepening her sorrow. She preferred the solace of solitude over such reminders.